truth is a choke point. Being till you break from the pressure that's an old joint. Remain unsolved like a cold case. I'm cocking the aggression, that's the workplace. Yo, it's probably too late to be thinking about a life sign. Unload hate like I never need the right time. Not for the bait, I don't resonate with like minds. Letting off the air from your pipeline. Yeah, play some more. You think you're winning when I'm coming here to settle scores. Playing with life till it's something that I can't endorse. Bow down, no, I'm making sure respect for force. Reckless abandon, no remorse. Coming to annihilate, I can't be stopped. When it falls down, I remain on top. Live by it, die by it, I got one goal. Create a chokehold. Coming to annihilate, I can't be stopped. When it falls down, I remain on top. Live by it, die by it, I got one goal. Create a chokehold. Dominate, dominate. You wanna breathe? Well, I can't relate. Can't relate. Being wheels, then I let them break. Let them break. You wanna win? Don't hesitate. This how you get them in a chokehold. Modified for abundance and conscious. What you got is nonsense. Talk about redundant, wanted. Believe in no ability to function. Everyone's an alpha until a predator becomes a hunted. I'm not back in the corner, I'm hungry. I got a mean swing like Otani. Say you pay a price just for playing. You would need a lot more of this inflation. Caught on the differences, pushing through it with emphasis. Exclamations, no sentences, got me doing my diligence. Potential is limitless, I'm just adding the stimulus. If I come here to start it, then I'm a mission to finish it up.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Well, they're actually going to pull the trigger quietly. They do not check underneath the stairs. And KLB!
It's kind of hard on my end.
KLB.
He's super careful here. Some of these fights have been interesting.
You look at that, it's a 4-on-2. They thought it was a foregone conclusion, it wasn't.
Works, Tino misses, and maybe this is a go sign for 3BL. Horus will pick up Elvin to begin things up. Tino about to get swung. He does land the quick scope, pulls out he himself, goes down to Horus. 4K for this guy.
The last time around, but this time he is not actually. A snare is going to take him down. Keller also goes down to snare.
Traded down here and will be pretty comfortably. A couple of kills coming back on in though from Q9, and YJ wants to pick the pace back up. VNC 1-for-1, not good enough. MG can't get it done, and Q
Losing the map control.
Oh, big. That's very big from XMY. The Cole pulled out for another behind.
One doesn't get the flick, but he stays alive and buys some time.
You can hear though, honestly. And they do anyway. Biswell, Shady, Lucas, Dola, all getting involved in some way, shape, or form. Won't affect this round. Duke, down you go.
Còn giây leo. Nhận ra 2 cái đầu đến một bông kêu bị bóc, không check cùng về và cái giá phải trả. Đó là trên cái cá. Hai người đều biết vị trí của nhau. Na sequência, varado. Pra acabar, volta pela azul.
Cannot connect a single shot. That SGJ really reshake the IGL. So good right now.
Potential winning round. Oh, but this aim goes a bit too far. Asia being able to do some of those crazy things.
We'll plug this up a little bit.
Now a good spam. No, he's gonna hunt. He is absolutely gonna hunt. Why wouldn't he? It's famous.
1-2各收一个 DO 后也有人头进账，2颗闪光的影响之下还能摁2个。门烟一封，这边殊死一搏，连秒2人，这边是一个残血加护点 KOA， 血量也不是很多，恭喜清救。原点的一个比枪，2个人同步拉点，硬汉拿下了19个人头，可以恭喜一片。
Hello and welcome to another day of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. I am Valdez, with me is Bench and Sneaky Frog, and we are back here on day 4 to bring you, I guess, the second half of the group stage to find out which teams are going to make it onto the knockout stage a little bit later on in the tournament. It has been fierce competition so far. It's been a lot of fun here at the Double Orange Art Center in Hangzhou, China. How are you guys feeling about day 4 on the way?
Well, now we're in the latter half of the group stages, and this is where the cherry on top of the cake really comes into play. Every team are going to be trying to either climb themselves out of getting knocked out or finding themselves to be in the better spots to go into the playoffs. Of course, the seedings are important. You don't want to be playing the teams like All Gamers or Imperial if you end up going out of the group stage seeding 2. If you're on seeding 1, you are looking at a lot of a better situation going to the knockout stages.
Yeah, it's very fierce competition. We've had a lot of teams already kind of go 2-0 or 0-2. Has there been any team that's kind of stood out to you so far, Sneaky?
Not gonna lie, I mean, just the team that is gonna be up next, Antisocial team. I mean, for a squad that has 3 players that kind of stayed in China for a bit, more of the streamer role, right? I feel like maybe they've done some grinding behind the scenes, and it seems like the best server in the world has kind of paid off for them. And I mean, they're possibly going for the best 3rd seed run of all time here.
Yeah, I mean, they might just be able to pull it off. I definitely know that there's so much talent on that roster. And to be honest, coming up on our first match of the day, NEXTTOP up against Antisocial team. NEXTTOP, they were able to take 1 map against 3BL, but after that, we weren't necessarily impressed by their macro. We'll see if they can kind of fix some of that going back to the drawing board, because they're going to have a big test for themselves up against Antisocial, who I would say are the favorites coming into this one. Any big expectations for this map? This match? What are you guys expecting here?
I mean, if you don't have your macros completely, wired in, dialed in, then, band picks could also help you out. You don't choose Mexico, you don't choose maps like Eagle Eye, and rather you should definitely shoot for the maps where aims and mechanics really come into play. Of course, Ankara could be one good example. I mean, the map itself, strategies could work, but at the same time, a lot of angles, let's say vents out towards A, or let's say down towards middle, you can mechanically do a lot of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we go any farther, do want to give a big shout out to thank Smilegate Entertainment for hosting this wonderful tournament, and also a special mention to our partner Tencent for all of their support, and a huge thank you to Sony InZone, the official partner of CFS 2024 Grand Finals, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audiovisual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win.
And also a big special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving us the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair, the players all have it. It introduces a groundbreaking dynamic support technology with all the air-operated lumbar support that is just using a lift lever, and it's specially designed for those who, with a lower back discomfort, can't play at their best. And yeah, Morphling, reach for throne.
Yeah. I like how, as soon as he said lower back discomfort, he's pointed at Ben.
Yeah, the first time he did the read, he was like, just like me. I have a lower back discomfort.
Not gonna lie, every single talents have a lower back discomfort.
Yeah.
You have an upper back discomfort.
We do have some nice stats up there on the screen. Anything that stands out to you, Sneaky?
All gamers going from 1st to 3rd in their FK-RW ratio after what happened yesterday against Wolf Empire. Yeah, Ubek Maniac, we're around first death. 43.
Not a good stat.
Not a good
stat. Not a good stat.
I think that's mostly led by the entries, in all honesty, and or KLB flanking. So it's kind of normal for the Filipino team to be dying a lot, because it kind of requires them for them to get information. Clutch, of course, 4 for Ubek, 5 for 3BL, 5 for Q9. 3BL, that's probably mostly Snare doing it. And Horus.
Yeah. It does feel like they have a lot of clutch members.
I mean, for Q9 yesterday, it was... I mean, they did come out alive, but at the same time, they had to rely on a lot of the clutches of their players to survive that group stage. So, yeah, definitely the numbers being put out there is good for Q9, but I don't know if they want to continue on with that trend. They just want to... I feel like they would want a rather clean run out of the maps.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see that coming through. Taking a look at potentially some more stats on the way here, we got Imperial's Eagles up there at the top. That's first in KD overall, a 2.75, very impressive, and followed by Ryuzao, Danimal. I think Imperial so far, they've only played one match, if I'm...
Yes, they've only played against Tao.
Yeah, so... At the end of the day, I feel like...
Stats kind of inflated.
Yeah, they're very inflated for sure. But still, expecting a lot out of Imperial in general. Wouldn't be surprised to see them continuing with high numbers across the board, even in their second and third matches on the way. Shout out to Koi, definitely big carry from the side of Q9, and Do, even after their loss to Wolf Empire, still putting up some good numbers.
Yeah, I think that the 4 KD prior that he had to really kind of carry the stats. At the same time, I think in that series, he's one of the few people who are actually alive for the side of AG. I think the rest were kind of suffering under the, I don't know, the big glove that Wolf Empire has, because just like how I said, it takes 5 fingers to make a hand, and it seems like Wolf has the biggest hand in this competition.
Yes, the big hand, very important when it does come down to it. When it does come down to our first match, I feel like NEXTTOP, it's kind of like 5 fingers, you know, but they're not necessarily connected. It's like 5 separate fingers that are all kind of working together. They have a general idea of how to work together, but kind of have to put it together in one hand. I am very much looking forward to seeing if they can make that happen with this very important match on the way. We're starting off with that Group D match, NEXTTOP versus ANTISOCIAL, and then we will get into ranking versus LCK, and then we got unKnights up against Swamp Gaming, and then Imperial versus Evolution Power. Which matches are you guys excited for today?
Definitely unKnights versus Swamp Gaming, especially just because how Pietro has been IGLing the team for such a long time, and of course they had a slow first day, but they did have enough time. They had 2 days, 2 nights basically, to go back to the drawing board and figure out what's going on, and, you know, get back right back into the lobby. And for Swamp Gaming, Kai's has been playing absolutely out of his mind, my Canadian fellow.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but yeah, Swamp Gaming definitely has it in him, and yeah, it's gonna be one of those very toe-to-toe matchup, and that's the type of game that I usually love to cast. So have to look forward to it. And also Imperial versus Evolution Power. Of course, Evolution Power is the upper dog by stats, but based on the LAN experience of the current Grand Finals, I feel like Imperial does have that offline edge on top of Evolution Power. That's how it feels to me right now.
What are you thinking, Sneaky?
I'm thinking that is that second match, rather, that ranking versus LCK match. I think that's the one that's most likely going to go into all 3 maps, knowing ranking has been playing well. As of recent, LCK has shown some stuff as well, but I feel like it's going to be a close one. Let's say, you know, close map win, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see if it does get there. I feel like we've had a decent amount of 2-0s. Funnily enough, a lot of the 2-0s have been pretty close. We've had some blowouts as well, like 10-2, 10-1. All gamers doing that. We saw Imperial doing that. But at the end of the day, we've had a lot of close matches. So certainly it does feel like here at the CFS Grand Finals, really anybody can win on any given day. So a bunch of close matches today once again. I feel like even NEXTTOP can try to turn things around. It's still just the 3rd seed from Brazil. At the end of the day, they did fall to Imperial and to Vasco. So technically, in terms of the stats, not quite on the same level. So I think this one could also be very close. For me, definitely looking forward to that 4th match, though. I think Imperial versus Evolution Power, that kind of feels like 2 of the top teams in this tournament, actually. Not necessarily tournament favorites, but a couple of teams that could, you know, if they begin to ramp up now, begin to make a claim for that stake. So very much looking forward to that 4th match.
I mean, that's what they say. They say save the best for the last, and it looks like we do have the most fierce, I guess the most intense matchup to be game number 4 of the day. Sneaky though, so we, pre-game we were just talking about how Filipino teams are finding somewhat of a success, but it's just that little bits here and there aren't puzzling together. What do you think is like the main reason behind that small fallback not working out?
Yeah, it's kind of just some macro problems, maybe inexperience for the boys over at their side. So I really feel like this more experience would be nice, but of course we are going to take you to the stage to introduce the players.
Hello, Crossfire Esports fans all around the world. We're here with day 4 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Thank you for having me as your host. I'm Matt Andrews. Today marks the thrilling midpoint of our group stage. The tournament's getting ever more intense. Teams are battling with tenacity. Some have dazzled with phenomenal performances, and some have yet to live up to their expectations. Today, some teams can lock in a place in our top 8 for the coming knockout stage, but Battlefield, it can always surprise you, and every single move, every single player makes is vital, not just to their in-round survival, but maybe to the survival of their team in the entire tournament. So who will thrive under the pressure, and who will crack under it? Time for us to find out. Live here in Hangzhou in China, we have 4 matches for you here on day 4. The first features a rookie team full of potential and a powerhouse team full of star players, and here they come. First here on day 4, fighting for their survival, it's Vietnam's NEXTTOP! And now, from the other side of the world, here's their opponents! The Brazilian Stars are here looking for their second victory. They're the Antisocial team. The excitement is building here in Hangzhou as we gear up for our first match of day 4 at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Who will seize the moment? Let's unlock the future and find out.
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for that awesome introduction to our 2 teams. And our first matchup here, NEXTTOP up against Antisocial. As, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Adrian was up there doing like a weird, funny pose for all of his fans, I'm sure. But yeah, getting ready for this matchup, NEXTTOP up against Antisocial. It's Vietnam up against Brazil. And a couple of teams that aren't necessarily on top of their region, but are trying to make names for themselves here. Coming on in, especially from the NEXTTOP side, as we do have Baku, Datchip, Kai, Marquis, Mousev, and Pooh.
The homie Pooh. There it is. He actually played really well in their series up against UBL, as well as Pooh. I think both of them are a very dynamic duo in the side of NEXTTOP. Problem is the rest of the squad really couldn't pick up the slack. No, honestly, man. I feel like if you know, Baku or Key or Mouseby actually performed slightly better, they would have actually had a chance against 3BL, because 3BL actually wasn't playing that well that day. They could have actually slipped away.
And our co-casters, Jordan and Neo, many times they picked on how this team, mechanically good, However, macro-wise, it's not there yet, and that's proven by the stats here. Blacklist side, 52.4%, good scores, but Global Risk, where you need to have a really strong macro to actually win the rounds, they are below 50% on that matter. But let's go take a look at Antisocial team. Their squad looking only so strong because of Gouken as well. Adrian, Gouken, Lucam, Vienna, and WI. Stats up on the board, definitely for Gouken, 1.48.
Yeah. It's like he never left. Like he's just like that. He's just built.
Still there.
It's in his DNA to be a God-tier sniper. To be fair, for ADRF, right? I feel like he played 2 bad games, or no, not 2 bad games, 1 bad game, and I feel like that kind of dipped his stats. But game 2, he really took it to SGJ. That was for sure. Vienna, of course, doesn't have to rank that hard, being the IGL. And I want to kind of highlight Y here. Not gonna lie, for a rookie and a very young rookie, he actually is performing really well. He's hanging with the big boys.
He's still hanging in there. Adrian never looked down on him. We've seen some huge movements come out from him, but let's go take a look at the stats from NEXTTOP from their regional finals. Some wins here and there, but they did drop the maps to Wolf Empire and Ranking Esports.
Yeah, that's really the big thing. We talked about this a bunch, but in the Vietnamese region, in the CFVL, it feels like Wolf Empire, Ranking Esports, they're the 1-2, and then there's a relatively large gap, and then you get into NEXTTOP and Team Alotus. NEXTTOP was able to 3-0 their closest opponents in Team Alotus there in the 3rd place match to secure the 3rd place seed. But at the end of the day, you know, when you think about the Vietnamese region, you see, you know, Wolf Empire yesterday taking down AG. You see what they're capable of, and hopefully we see a bit of that from NEXTTOP as well, some of the learnings from the region. Whereas on the side of the Brazilian team, Antisocial, they were able to take down Ice Games to secure the 3rd place seed, and there's only 3 seeds from Brazil, so that was essentially their ticket into CFS Grand Finals, and that was a close one, right? 3-2. They barely made it across the line, but you know, I feel like the results, the numbers here don't necessarily tell the whole story of just how talented this team is.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Iceland, a lot of people actually underestimate how good that team is. I mean, they had 1-1 on that team who obviously led the statistics when it comes to the snipers back in Brazil. So it's not really an easy opponent for Antisocial, but they still got through with, you know, with the seed. But key players, of course, it is going to be Key and Lookout with a 1.24, 1.19 KB, maybe slight lead on the KR, but we already saw what Lookout can do with the amount of plays that he did against SGJ, especially he was the one like straight up standing right behind the smoke in front of the enemy without any fear.
And interestingly enough, the playstyle of these 2 players are also similar in a sense. When they are the ones that are kind of flanking or left as a lurker, instead of lurking, they would just go in and try to take the duels because maybe they're just so confident in their aims, but this is what Key does, and this is what Lucam does, and if these 2 teams are going toe-to-toe with each other, I'm not entirely sure what is going to unfold. But, yeah, NEXTTOP versus Antisocial. I believe a lot of the casters has chosen Antisocial, but needless to say, NEXTTOP definitely stands a pretty good shot at taking the series down.
I definitely agree with you. I think I went for Antisocial as well. I would say that it's not that big of a gap in my mind, though, especially when it comes down to individual skill. I think really the difference will be made in terms of Vienna's IGLing and just playing as a team. You'll see that everybody on the Chinese side went for Antisocial team. Everybody on the Vietnamese side did go for the Vietnamese team. That does make sense. Nam Long not trying to curse it this time. He's actually just saying, no, I think NEXTTOP is going to win 100%. I think that's definitely fair. Unfortunately, though, for the Vietnamese region, nobody else agrees with them that NEXTTOP will take it down. Again, I still think it should be close. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means, but I do think that Antisocial has the clear edge. And just how much of an edge that is, I think we'll find out today.
I mean, it's just a comparison in between regions, right? I feel like if it's Iceland who actually got in instead of Antisocial, I would have still said the exact same result. It's just that the CFBL as a whole is just an overall a better region. Granted, you know, CFBL did win as of recent, but, you know, just like how he said it, it is a very top-heavy region. Got Wolf Empire ranking everyone else as well. But, hey, it seems like we got a message going on. It has been 5 years since the CFBL team rated. raise the champion trophy. AS gathered many CFBL star players. They have already set their sights on the trophy to add another one to CFBL's collection. So 5 years ago, that's 2019, when Black Dragons, that is Viana's team.
Viana, yeah.
And they actually did get the trophy. I think ADRF was part of that. Unfortunately, Gokin and LKK weren't.
I think Ruzhao as well.
Ruzhao was there, yeah.
On that, we saw actually that fantastic content in between where they did a lot of the interviews of Ruzhao's family, you know, the story behind how he became a pro gamer and stuff like that. All of that content's really cool. And, you know, he talked a little bit about how it felt to win the championship and trying to continue on and win another one eventually. But has been a while since we have had Brazil on top. It has just been Chinese domination here at CFS Grand Finals for quite a while. And, yeah, trying to make it happen, you know, trying to bring all the star players together. You mentioned how they've taken some time to do streaming things, to go abroad, to play in China and stuff like that. Are they ready to take it down is really the question as we take a look here at the map comparison.
Yeah, a lot of eagle eye. Definitely a lot of eagle eye for the side of Antisocial. NEXTTOP just not having too much of an experience on top of it.
6 games on Mexico, 0%. That's brutal, man.
Yeah,
that's
brutal.
That's going to be the permaban 1000%. I mean, some base definitely doable, especially with how ADRF played that map. He's actually really, really good. Wouldn't mind Compound, honestly, especially with how good the riflers are for the side of Antisocial. But at the same time, maybe it's time for NEXTTOP to maybe have a response. But obviously, it is a Vietnamese team, so we're probably going to look at Ankara as their first pick.
Ankara, Compound, Subbase, one of those more prominent picks, I guess. Black Widow, not entirely sure if they want to let, if Antisocial wants to let NEXTTOP yap on it, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. But Eagle Eye in Mexico will be the first bans, I feel like.
I do worry for Antisocial a bit, just taking a look at 2 of the maps, because you only get 1 ban at first. The thing that's going well for them, at least, is that NEXTTOP don't have a good port either. You know, they've only played it 3 times. They have like a 33% win rate, so I don't know if NEXTTOP can say, okay, we're going to force you to ban Mexico, and then we're going to select port, because they're not super confident on port either. And as you're mentioning, they definitely favor maps such as Ankara, so maybe against this team, Antisocial doesn't really get punished in that sense, where it's like, oh, well, they're not great on port. They played it a decent amount, but they don't really have a good win rate. So maybe they just get to avoid both Mexico and port by banning Mexico and then letting port slide and banning it later on. Could definitely happen. The Eagle Eye, though, for NEXTTOP, I think that's a pretty safe ban, unless they want to ban away, you know, a much stronger map from the side of Antisocial. So will always be interesting. I feel like we've been mostly on point when it comes to the map ban pick. I feel like especially you guys are just always calling out exactly which maps get banned and picked, but sometimes they've thrown us curveballs. We have seen some weird choices as well.
Definitely a lot of weird choices, but I think the point you made is very valid, because NEXTTOP as well, not the greatest team on port as well. And I don't think, there just really is no chance for them to pick port as the first map to be played. So most likely, yeah, should be either vetoed or left as a decider, unless NEXTTOP wants to, you know, mess with the heads with Antisocial. But we'll have to wait and see what really happens. Can't really jump the guns for veto.
Yeah, that means they're going to pick port first, because that always happens. It's like, oh, they're not going to pick port first.
There's
and
no
like,
way.
Oh, no way. And then comes out right on the portrait. But yeah, they should really just avoid port like the plague. You already know what happened last time someone tried to go port against Antisocial. They got the Gokin special, my friend, and it wasn't pretty for the team on the other side. So, I don't know. I feel like the objective here for the side of NEXTTOP is to probably put Gokin in a map where it is super tough to snipe. You know, sub-base. Problem is they're also good on sub-base. Maybe
Mexico.
Compound, not a good option. Mexico, maybe, but I feel like that's going to be a permaban. Yeah, permaban from the side of Antisocial. I'm surprised, actually, that they cannot play Mexico, considering, like, I mean, Lucao and ADRF were also really good when back then they were still on Imperial on that map, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the map ban pick. We are ready to see if we get the expected result or if we have some interesting selections here for this first matchup. The first ban, we're expecting NEXTTOP to take away Eagle Eye, right? It's a really strong map. for the side of Antisocial. We talked about this. They don't really play it all that much, so seems like a pretty straightforward ban. On the side of Antisocial, just take Mexico away. They haven't had much luck. You want to unlock Gouken as much as possible. That seems like the expected results here.
That's expected. Ban coming out for sure, and for Antisocial, Mexico is most likely going to be the ban unless we see something wonky happen. Just taking their time to discuss about possible picks to come through as well.
Imagine if they ban Ankara.
Possibility. Or they could even ban out Subbase. But I feel like Subbase veto is going to come on the second hand of the veto process, not just now. Because I don't think Antisocial would want to leave Mexico in the map pool for now.
Just ban Mexico. I think that's safe. That's fine.
Vienna just taking some time to talk to his teammates, most likely. Yeah, utilize the time while you're there.
Yeah, he's like, you guys really don't want to play Mexico?
I feel like Antisocial can definitely play Ankara. I don't think that should be a map they're very uncomfortable on. They had a very nice win rate on it. Really, it would just be a target ban against a Vietnamese team, like you were mentioning. But it just feels like their Mexico has just, okay, well, we're just not banning maps then.
Oh, yeah, this is a level 1.5.
Little
shout
did
out
we
to
know.
Neo.
Yeah, little did we know we had a...
Headphones are off, but they're sitting down.
Sneaky tech delay coming on in. I don't know if it actually is, but as you guys have seen. Okay, there it is. Mexico going to be banned.
It's here.
As we expected.
Imagine like Vienna's like, oh yeah, they banned Eagle Eye, and they said no. I want to play. I want to play Eagle Eye.
Can we unban Eagle
There's
Eye?
Mexico. Ban coming out.
That's Ankara 100%. That's Ankara. Map 1. Map 2 gonna be... Black Widow wouldn't be too bad in all honesty. That's like a highlight reel map if I've ever seen one. Horde would be a no-brainer as well. There's so much options here for the side of Antisocial. I think without Eagle Eye and without Mexico, that's going to be gone. But
Black Widow.
Instead, I mean, NEXTTOP is going to go for the good old 50-50. Every time we get on Black Widow, even the top teams have been struggling as well.
Not as surprising as opposed to our expectations. Black Widow, I feel like both teams have a really good chance at taking the map down. Although Antisocial is going to begin on the blacklist side of the things, so have to wait and see what really unfolds. Second pick coming in from Antisocial, and like we said many times, Compound is also one of a very prominent pick for Antisocial to go with. Or, like we said, we could see an Ankara come out as well too.
Oh, good call on the Compound, honestly. Good call on the Compound.
Working,
just on point.
Working
today.
overtime.
Working overtime.
Where's Ankara though?
It might get vetoed.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. But global risk taken by NEXTTOP, and then let's go into the veto process.
That's port. No brainer, man.
No-brainer.
You don't wanna get hell rained on you by Gouken in top A.
Not at all.
Antisocial most likely is gonna ban Ankara. No, just make it easy. Don't make it complicated. Get Ankara out of there and play that sub-base map. Honestly, they could actually also run Ankara, but I wouldn't risk it against a Vietnamese team.
That's a valid point. It's just Vienna is gonna make sure he is going to process every single possibilities, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Ankara getting ruled out.
Makes sense. So
Makes a lot of sense.
Black Widow Compound port. Honestly, 3 good sniping maps for Gouken here. But Compound's going to be a bit of a question mark. I feel like that's more going to fall in the shoulders of Lukaum and ADRF WY from time to time. But it's going to be interesting to see what Antisocial is going to look like when the main focus is going to be on the riflers this time.
And when it comes down to just pure mechanics for gunning, rifling, taking aim duels 1v1 essentially. Compound, I think NEXTTOP stands a solid chance. We might even see them challenging the blacklist side on the global risk. They might just start pushing out from all angles and see what goes from there.
Container mid-fight 24/7.
That's a possibility, and Compound is definitely one of the maps where if you gain mid-control, you do gain a lot of ground to pressure down on your opponent. But the map ban pick has been completed, and like I said, Black Widow to kick us off and going into Compound, and the decider being sub-base. Set of very interesting choices made, I would say.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like, you know, like a standard order of maps that we've had so far at this tournament. We've had a lot of, you know, sub-base into Ankara, Ankara into sub-base, but Ankara banned, sub-base final map. We get to see Black Widow, not one of the super common maps that we've seen so far at this CFS.
Oh, the first-person shooter keyboard setup. Absolutely love it. Upside down. 90 degrees.
That's like beyond 90 degrees
Yeah.
at this point. That's like
That's
100.
130-ish, something like that. But yeah,
like
I've seen people find a lot of success in that setup. But
that's gotta be bad for you, man. I feel like ADRF is speed running carpal tunnel there. But
Well, he's been playing for a long time. I'm surprised he's still going well.
maybe I feel like maybe that's the position to do it.
he's got his forearm workout set up, you know. Maybe that's what's saving him. But yeah, all in all, I feel like it's a very even matchup given the map picks here and the map data as well is somewhat even, just a little bit more leaning towards antisocial. So good chances to NEXTTOP as well here.
Well, I feel like Black Widow, surprisingly actually with how common Black Widow is played in just a normal game of Crossfire, we barely saw it in this tournament, which I do understand because just like how I said earlier, I feel like top teams are this is one of those maps where you can kind of take the fight to the top teams. I mean, it's a very basic map. There's like 5 entrances towards the sites. It's a very straightforward concept of a map. It's like, all right, we're going to take this side of the map, and you're going to have to deal with it. But interestingly enough, I feel like this is one of these few maps where the GR side can actually fight back with their own map control. I mean, you can, fight for short, fight for long, especially sometimes in the B side, you might want to take waters, but it kind of depends on what Vienna's taking.
Yeah, Vienna, it might just come down to him. I am curious to see if NEXTTOP has kind of developed on some of their play. We saw that they can certainly hit their shots, right? We know they're going to come in, they're going to tap on some heads. They are very capable when it does come down to that. What is it going to look like on Black Widow when it comes down to rotations? You know, if the entire team of Vienna and the boys on the side of Antisocial is pushing out of water, will they take the rest of the map? Will they try to push onto a long? Will they try to take the other site and be a little bit swifter with some of their reactions? Or are they just going to stay a little bit flat-footed? Something to look at for sure. And on the side of Antisocial, how big of a impact is Goku going to make? How are the Riflers going to do? And what does the strategy look like for them going into Black Widow? How practiced are they on this map? We haven't seen too much of it so far.
Yeah, I feel like now we are kind of in a blunder where we initially made a guess that Antisocial is going to come out on top, but now with this map pick and with the points you made, it just feels to me that I can't really guess who's going to win the first map at this point. Just because how Black Widow, like Sneaky mentioned, it's a very basic map, it's a very classic map, and a lot of strats could be made, but since it's been played so much for a team that does like macro, like NEXTTOP, they can still adjust to a lot of the playstyles that your opponent's going to bring out. Antisocial, sure, Vienna has been in the scene for a long while, and he's a great IGL, always preps great tactics, but since the map is very classic, what more of a specialty can you bring to it, right? Because most likely, NEXTTOP has an experience going against some sort of tactics that Vienna has prepared. Sure, if it's a map like Compound or Subbase, of course, NEXTTOP's going to have some issues reacting to it, but since this being Black Widow, whatever Vienna brings is not as unusual to NEXTTOP, is my first guess here.
I feel like Black Widow is the map to win for the side of NEXTTOP. I feel like this is the map that kind of matches their playstyle, somewhat chaotic, somewhat puggy, because this is the pug map, right? And I know this as well. At least I'm gonna, like, my references for this is like games back home, so I don't know about the other regions. But the teams who kind of played like NEXTTOP back in Manila, they actually are pretty good on Black Widow. I feel like it kind of, just like how I said, it's a straightforward map. That means, there's straightforward fights that is going to go on. There's not much complications happening except for, a few fakes from time to time. But yeah, mostly the more chaotic teams enjoy this kind of way. Problem is, Antisocial is from Brazil, and half the teams there are chaotic. So they might be used to the pacing of NEXTTOP here, of just throwing whatever sticks at the wall and see what happens.
Yeah, but Antisocial themselves aren't necessarily that chaotic flavor. I feel like they can do it if they want to, but they don't necessarily lean on that too much. So will their style work on this map very well? I am curious about. It is going to be interesting for Antisocial as well, moving into the rest of the tournament. The fact that they just kind of have to ban Mexico every single time. We've seen other teams that have this issue as well, where it's like, well, if you have one perma ban and you're doing best of 3s, but eventually you make it onto best of 5s, it just becomes very easy for your opponents to prepare for you, you know, because they just know, okay, they're going to ban Mexico. We don't even have to play that map. And they can just target stuff against you as well. So it's going to be interesting, especially as we get further along in the group stage and more information is being let out. More scrims are being played here between all the different teams, and everybody's talking and stuff like that. And you just get to see more teams either thrive or struggle on the stage, so you just get a lot more information. And I feel like in general that will favor teams like Antisocial that do have a strong ideal, that do have great preparation. But still worried about that Mexico as the tournament comes along.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it's kind of easy. I wouldn't say it's easy being an IGL, but I feel like it's easy to IGL a team when you have like Lucam and Goguen and ADRF just making their own plays, and I feel like you can just adjust on the fly, right? I mean, you can, yeah, for sure, you can make a strat at the beginning, but you can kind of just let them loose and you're like, all right, let's see what happens. Like Goguen can go long A or maybe mid, and maybe Lucam can find something in mid doors as well, especially how aggressive he was in that Ankara game against SGJ, who's not afraid to be in the face of the opponents. I mean, behind the smoke, but still in the face of the opponents, at least in terms of spacing. So, are we going to see the exact same bravery from this squad? We're going to find out.
All right, here we go. Map number 1 of NEXTTOP up against Antisocial. And Viana going to start off with his own Alm. We got 3 Alms picked up by the side of Antisocial, and trying to get in front of Viana. They will be able to do exactly that. They just kind of run into him as he was alone, and they were able to identify that and punish it.
Yeah, it did not work out for Viana. He got sprayed through the boxes and was eventually taken out by, I believe, Malzev. But at the end of the day, the rest of Antisocial is going to lick their wounds and try to get themselves going towards the B bomb site. The C4 and the rest of the 4 players are going to be gathered outside of the hut. It is being defended by Bakut and Key. Adrian jumping in with the pistol. Key's going to swing, but he's going to get taken out. And Downty has a buck, and he has to call for rotation. Gets one. Needs to find more to hold onto the bomb site, so nades are flying his way. Bucket will find the 2nd kill of his own now, switching to an AK. Looking for a swing, and he does find the 3rd kill, eventually goes down, but the damage has already been inflicted. All down to the hands of Goken, the star player of his region. Will be able to recover the C4 on a 1v2. If he finds the first shot, this clutch is very doable. However, the flash is going to delay his time and allow for NEXTTOP to go for a rotation, enters windows. Jumping in, misses, but the Colt is good. Down to a 1v1. Has a nade, has a flash, but looks like he's going to swing towards the spawn area. The spot is good! And Goken is going to clutch up the round for his team. Antisocial is going to be able to pick up the first round to start the round off nicely.
Ugh, they got Goken round 1?
Yeah.
Ooh. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good, that's for sure. I mean, they had such a good defense at the B site. You got Viana and Long, but Goken. That's the answer. That's the solution to everything.
Yeah, it's not really fair when you have Goken on your team, is it? The dude just goes in there, clutches it out right from the first round.
He doesn't look like he clutched too. He's just like, all right, I clutched it.
He makes it look so
easy.
He's nonchalant sniper.
Yeah, he just makes it look so simple. Like he just, it's just a normal everyday thing for him. Whereas most players are going to be shaking and not necessarily able to put 2 and 2 together.
And now here's the thing: can NEXTTOP find some resilience and be able to make a comeback from this one? Because I feel like that clutch, it really mentally touched you.
Yeah. That's one way to do it. For sure. I mean, to be fair, where was Pooh looking? They heard the C4 being picked up in B-side, right? Like, he was looking mid-doors already? Brother, your timing is,
yeah.
Your timing is jet lag, that's for sure.
It was almost too fast. But,
too fast.
I mean, they had the other guy maybe beginning to look into the B doors. So maybe they were like, okay, we have this covered, but they did not, obviously, have the angles. So a bit unfortunate for sure. I mean, he's seen DatChip's leg like 8 times. Viana knows 100%. Ooh, Viana.
Clean one.
Yep. Lest we forget that Viana was one of the top snipers in Brazil. But Keys is going to back off. Yep, they're just going to respect it. I don't know what NT's doing. I really wish they just go back to their old style, man. This is the map to do it. Whatever you guys are doing yesterday. I have no idea why you're freezing now. Maybe it's nerves. Maybe they're just scared. I mean, they can feel Goken's aura all the way in base or something.
Playing with the timer is just fine, but there's only 25 seconds. They're going to set out the smokes and make a cross. And Pooh's just going to say no to that. Finds one through the smoke. Almost goes down. The gap was very wide. And now Mauser swings out and gets a kill. The C4 gets planted, but already down 2 members is going to be Antisocial.
Yeah, I mean, they get on the site, they get the plant, but they're certainly bleeding members on their way. But Goken's just holding down at the barracks, and now another kill going the way of Lucom, just slowly moving up short. And now it's all up to Mouse V. He's all alone underneath. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, you see his face. Now he's not even going to try to go for it, is he? I already saw him like shake his head. He's like, maybe?
He's got Nom.
Oh, okay, nah, he's dead.
Yeah. They know where he is. Ooh, that shot was crispy. And now on the 1v1, there's just not enough time. But, okay, no, he just dies to a grenade. I was going to say, maybe nice little moral victory, you know, you take him down. No, he just dies to a grenade instead.
He offers his life to God Goken so he can get the blessing of good shots on the AWM. But take a look at the round 1 replay, man. Look at this. Sees a glimpse of that shit. Boom. He is just that fast of a player. Goken once again coming alive. No surprise whatsoever. WY in the B side. Has to be careful. Flash is going to go through ADRF. He's going to cover his teammate. That chip is now dead. And I like this. So, I mean, despite one guy dying, they're still going aggressive in mid. And just like how I said it, this is the map to do so.
Well, I mean, he's all the way up there and is going to be able to find the drop onto Lucom. Goken tried for the refrag, but Key was able to reposition himself in time before going down. 2 rounds already being picked up by Antisocial, and first round came down to the wire with Goken's clutch. Second round, seemingly more swift for the side of Antisocial. And now we're looking at round number 3. It's more even, but still have to wait for the mid and the late round composition of what these teams are comprised of, but have to wait and see what really unfolds. In the meantime, like you said, Seiki, many a times, I do kind of want to see Antisocial in their old form and old tactics and old movements. I do feel that they are playing more static as opposed to more fluid movements like the other Brazilian teams have.
I think because they assume that NEXTTOP is probably they assume that NEXTTOP probably has a player like pushed up somewhere, and they want to punish that person accordingly. Problem is, NEXTTOP, they are sending 1 or 2 players, and they back off immediately. There's no really any contingency in their plays at this very moment. But to be fair, there wasn't much contingency in their plays from yesterday. So, let's see if RNG can be on their side. ADRF spotting Bakyu. And he does get Viana, and this is what I was talking about. It's okay to cause chaos, because this is the map to do it. Black Widow. Bakyu all the way, clearing waters for the NEXTTOP squad. Problem is, there's still 2 players on the base, and one of them is Goken, so it's always winnable when he's alive.
The timer, though, is ticking against Antisocial. Goken's going to have to find these shots. Trying to cross. Looks like Y is going to go for the spray downs, but it's going to be Goken with the pistol to get one. 17 seconds and ticking. They have to make the crossing now, and somehow Goken gets on top of the bomb site, but does he realize Pooh's right there and goes down? It's going to be Pooh. As White quickly gets the shot done and make that a double kill for this guy. And somehow Antisocial is going to turn that board around on a 2v3 with 17 seconds virtually left onto the round into a win. It's going to be 3-0 on the scoreboard.
Yep, I feel like this is just as expected, man. I mean, Antisocial, time and time again, punishing the forward players, and NT kind of gets scared to make a play happen, but Mouse V, that's a good start. ADRF is out, but look at WY with the Colt running straight into Pooh. But Key Gonna try to get the flank, does get the jump going. Lucam has no idea. WY could be up next, but he turns around in time. He somehow gets Key. Mouseby could be up next, but he gets WY finally. But once again, the statement rings true here, Valdez. As long as this fella is alive,
yeah,
it's always winnable.
Absolutely. I mean, he is 6-0. The guy is just already putting on a show, and he's got a lot of time. I feel like this is really where Gokhan shines because he's got just such a great understanding of where the enemy players should be on the map. So in terms of clutches, he always knows the exact right angle to take. Only issue for him, obviously, he doesn't have the bomb, so going to make it a bit more difficult to find the perfect angle. But he's trying to isolate this against Mouseby. Immediately dies as I'm singing his praises. Was a difficult clutch to pull off either way, but yeah, that flank that came in from Key was pretty huge. Really took a lot of the power away from that push, forced them to push straight into the open arms of the rest of the members of NEXTTOP. And finally, NEXTTOP are on the board after 3 very dominant rounds from Antisocial.
Took a lot of effort for Malzev and Key to go on the flanks and try to get the kills, and eventually the round they won here, it had to come down to Key going on the catwalk flank from the backside, and taking down 2 players was apparently enough for them to finally get around. Now Vienna crossing in towards long. He did switch to an AK. Malzev getting caught out. Is eventually going to be able to rotate back out towards underpass without losing too much of a health. In the meantime, default setup from Antisocial. We do have Y out towards B long, and the rest of the team kind of looking at every single angle that NEXTTOP is going to be able to push out from. It's been happening the past couple of rounds, but it looks like this round, NEXTTOP's going to keep their composure and hold onto the bomb site. But that shit boosted up. Can he hold this one down?
Need to phone a friend here, man. You can't defend house on your own unless you do get a very nice flash from Key. He's probably holding it right now, and that's why he is jump spotting at the moment. Here comes Yana. Flash grenade is going to come in. That chip will get the dip first, but WY, that chip is now down. He's cracked, but Bakute going to try to see if he can trade his teammate. Nade's going to go through. Is it going to do enough damage? WY only chipped by it by a bit. Key on the underside of the stairs. Bakute on towards Metal Box. He is just staying as much as possible. Lucam is going to get Bakute, but one in return. But look at Key trading his teammates in time, waiting for the activation. The human landmine gets 2.
This guy, he is just holding down the site essentially by himself. Did so much after that chip got that first kill, but now it's actually going to be WY who does pick up 1. Still low on health, and they should know that Key is in the corner. But again, Lucam was running in there with the bomb, and now they don't really have a good way to get it. WY trying to throw a grenade, and they're going to take him down. He was already so low, and Gokhan left alone again. Calm and collected, waiting for the push. That flick is insane. And now he's just got Mouse, and he knows where he is, and he lines it up. Easy for the man himself, the legend.
Gokhan special, we say.
That's all he needs. He only needs like a single pixel of the enemy, and he's like, target locked. It's over.
Look at Key, though. That flick is out of his mind. However, it wasn't enough to win the round for his team.
Unlucko.
Well, that's how that round played out. It's going to be 4-1 on the scoreboard with Gokhan just clutching 2 rounds out of the 4 that they have won. Going to be playing pretty slow. Ooh, Malzev, that was very close. I think that was inches away from actually getting the kill. Vienna tossed the mid-smoke out.
Oh, okay, there we go. Gokhan just decided that mouse feed doesn't exist anymore.
Yes.
Snapped him out of reality.
Yeah, that was out towards A long, and that's an opening frag.
Maybe he could have won against Vienna, but then he found the Gokhan angle, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of players that are going to win that very often.
The HE nade offering wasn't enough.
Yeah. And now Gokhan, 9 KD. Just 9-1 in 5 rounds, now 6. And he says, well, if there's someone there, we could probably just push him. And a lot of utility thrown into that chip. They have not cleared the top of the site, but the second that chip shows his face, They get him down. Viana, a very nice shot himself through the smoke, going to take down Pooh. And Key coming on in. And that's a perfect time to go for a pause. This round is just so one-sided. Flawless to the side of Antisocial and NEXTTOP. They need to figure something out because this is very one-sided.
Yeah, it's not going well for NEXTTOP. I mean, there were some very close rounds, although they did end up losing it. And at the end of the day, they were able to pick up one round. But yeah, it's not working out is what's essentially happening for NEXTTOP. Had they picked up the rounds that came very close, then it would have been a different story. But now there's only 4 rounds left on the first half, and they already dropped 4 in a row. It's not going to work out too well, and hence is why they're going to call for this tactical timeout. Not entirely sure how they want to switch up their tactics. I mean, I feel like there's nothing wrong with the rotations on the global side. All that it's more like Antisocial's just outgunning them.
For sure. I think they should just play like they did, like on subbase. Like, in all honesty, just send it, bro. I'm telling you, Black Widow is the map to send it.
Yeah.
And they're playing scared. There's no reason to play scared. And just like a certain Japanese baseball captain said in the World Baseball Cup, now is not the time to idolize the opponent. Shout out to Shohei Ohtani. But that's what I'm saying. You just don't be scared of the enemy. I know you guys don't watch baseball, but man, just don't be scared of Antisocial. Even if you die, it's fine. Just try it the next round. At this point, NEXTTOP, you're at the point where, yeah, you might lose the series 0-2, but I mean, at least go down fighting, man. Go down swinging, because right now, I feel like they're kind of sitting there on GR side. I'm not satisfied with what I'm seeing, man.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you got to switch something up. And what they've been doing has mostly been sitting back. Maybe they send 1, maybe 2 guys. But that has not been working.
Not working out. It's going to be this round as well. Bucket getting knocked out. And that's going to allow Antisocials to maintain a man advantage. It's going to be 5-1-4 once again, just like last round. Not entirely sure how NEXTTOP wants to approach this round with only 4 players.
I mean, no long control. No idea where short control, or no idea if Antisocial is going to enter short. I mean, the lack of forward players that they have on NEXTTOP at the moment, they're just going to be hoping that Antisocial messes up one way or another. ATRF has made it all the way into short, but he's just pressuring for now. He's not going to commit.
And at the end of the day, we've seen a lot of these rounds as well where, you know, you get a pick from Viana, a pick from Goken, a pick from Adrian, and then all of a sudden it's like NEXTTOP, if they were going to get aggressive, if they were going to put on pressure, it's too late now. They're already behind in the round. And maybe they could look for some aggressive rotations, but it's kind of an issue as well when you've got Viana watching one angle and Goken watching the other, and rotations are covered. Like, look at that. Right in mid, Viana gets the guy who's trying to flank. And now you just got to fight them straight up, and that's not really going to work for you. Although, nice little kill from Key, but it is just him. Pooh does get 1. Takes out Goken, actually, but it's just too little, and it's too late. Antisocial are just crushing them.
Is it time to call it bench?
Is it?
I think.
Is it time bench?
I think it's just over. Not gonna lie. I mean, like off the jump. I mean, like mechanics, macro, everything.
It feels very cooked.
It might be cooked. Well done. Might be burnt at this point.
But I mean, there's still a couple more rounds
hope
left here, and Black Widow is definitely more blacklist-sided map to me. I feel like so. There's still some chances in it, just not high.
I just feel like
as long as there was one chance, like 1%, bro. That's all that matters.
We talked about how NEXTTOP they have positives to their gameplay, and it really just comes down to the individual mechanics and individual ability. But the issue is
they're not using it.
No,
they're not using it, and also it feels like Antisocial are just better at that as well. You know, like Antisocial have the strategic ability on top of it, but also they're just individually outplaying NEXTTOP.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like NEXTTOP don't really have an angle right now.
Especially versus Goken's just playing out his mind. Rifling as well. Y has been getting some nice flicks here and there. He's already made up to 9 kills. Pooh's gonna open off with taking a kill down. Mausev will find 1 as well. Down to a 2v1v3 now as Y last one alive We'll find one. Needs to find 2 more for the clutch to happen, but if anyone else is to do it, it's going to be Y. 11 kills. Swings Cat gets one, but eventually gets knocked out. And that round, even though NEXTTOP will take it, it looked only so doable for the side of Antisocial.
Yeah, and the only reason why they actually won that round is because Y actually swung too wide in towards short. You don't really have to commit all the way. You can kind of see a bit of it from the pillar's position, or at least near 3-box. But, yeah, I mean, rookie mistake from the rookie. So, it's a bit normal.
12 kills already.
Hey, he's having a field day. Let the rookie have a good time here in the map, but Viana is finally punished for this. He's just been peeking long this entire time, man.
Yeah, alone. He got punished for that in round 1, and now in round 9, they've figured it out as well. But you'll note that Antisocial, they've still got Gouken. They've been running this double AWM setup from the Blacklist side. Feels pretty good to do it on Black Widow. There's a lot of long angles where you can make good use of it, especially when you have 2 very capable snipers. So they still have Gouken, and the rest of the team is just pushing B. They say, okay, a lot of you went long. We're going to try to identify this and put some pressure on. WI very far forward. They've already smoked up the B doors, as now the cavalry is coming in from the side of NEXTTOP. Will they be able to stop this? Also, take a look at the very wide flank coming in from Datchip on the minimap, as we are going to have a plant coming in here any second now. But Pooh, they want to lock him down. Datchip still on the flank here.
Well, Lucam will have to hold this one down, but Gouken was sending a flank of his own as well.
Oh, wow.
Down to a 4v2. Datchip will have to spring his trap, and he does find one. Hot shots. Eventually the kills are there, but eventually another great pistol bullet from Adrian landing. It's going to be 7-2. Had NEXTTOP picked up that last round of the first half, I feel like they may have stood a valid chance, but now, yeah, it doesn't feel that way anymore.
Yeah, they started off pretty well in that round as well. You remember, they took out Viana, and they were reading the push pretty well, but it just wasn't enough to get them across the line, as now we're seeing the difference in KD. That is going to be the first kill. They'll go in the way of Bakut here after the half. They do push on to long. They take him down. That's a couple of kills now to NEXTTOP. Datchip picking up one for himself. And now you got a bunch of first kills. Although they push into water, that's a couple going the way of Antisocial themselves. Also a long kill on A. So a bit separated was NEXTTOP, trying to push 2 locations at the same time. Antisocial able to chip away.
Yeah, look at Lucam though. He's already gotten himself in towards short. Y is like, nah, Lucam, I'm going to get these kills. Never mind. They're just going to help each other, actually. ADRF, can he push the pressure from B storage? But it seems like he's not going to push the issue. Yeah, they're just going to play it normal.
All right, taking their time. Still a minute and a half left. I feel like a lot of these rounds have gone pretty quickly, just because Antisocial from Blacklist, they were getting first kills, and then they weren't wasting a lot of time. They were like, okay, we're going to go. We're better than this team. Let's just kind of run at them. And it was working out for them. Here comes WY. It's going to get 2v1'd in mid, trying to see if that push was coming in. Lucam now on the flank. He's going to be spotted, but he gets the quick flick headshot. Very nicely done. As now they see him. There's only one guy left, and they say, well, we got to push on a B and see if we can isolate Adrian on the B site. Let's see if this works out for NEXTTOP.
Are they going to check it? Ask the question. Are they going to check Coffin Box? Oh, well, cute. Yeah, they do check him. So it's only Lucam left.
Well, I mean, the C4 now is going to be planted. Lucam having a decent day. Haven't had a chance to clutch, and now here is his shot at it in a 1v2. Pooh gets spotted. The shot's not there for Lucam, and the pistol is great from Pooh. Eventually, NEXTTOP is going to be able to find a round here. The dream is still there.
That's that sniper's hand. He can turn around so quickly.
180.
180, no problem. But maybe this is the time for the side of NEXTTOP to be a lot more comfortable on their BL side. Gouken around the corner, but he's not going to commit on the angle. Viana is here too. But I think you have to back off, my friend. There's too many people occupying barracks already. But he gets away.
He was struggling there, but he did get out. just barely. Still just double alming the whole way through. Viana says, I'm having a good day. And honestly, some of the shots that he has hit have been very impressive. So don't mind that he has stuck with this weapon. The issue for me is if both snipers just run down long. It's a little bit stacked on that one angle. Don't necessarily need it. But they are going to have to cede control of A-Long for now. Dat chip is going to take over that area of the map.
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised to see Viana drop that arm and go for the rifle because NEXTTOP is now on the blacklist side, and they might just take it to the close quarters combats, and arms aren't probably the most ideal weapon to go with. Pooh's going to take a bunch of damage in the process of the commotion, but looks like they're going to be able to walk away without losing their life.
Pooh just walked in and walked out.
Yeah, no, he's casually just dropping by, we say.
He just checked out. ADR's there. Oh, yep, okay. Let's go back short, guys. It's gonna be a bit tough, but
they blinked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goken's in a good position though. He can have presence A, have presence B. It's dependent on the smokes whether or not they can actually block off the sniper here. But NEXTTOP with a bit of macro action. They went A, smoke lineup immediately, so they're gonna assume that it is gonna be an A split, but it is gonna be a B side take instead.
WI's got a nice angle here. He's in front of the smoke. That's a couple of smokes that come down. He's really just trying to click on heads as they come through. And for now, it is stopping NEXTTOP. But now the flashes are coming over the top here onto the B side. WI just holding position. Finally going to be pushed against the wall, but he's avoiding a lot of the flashes. Still, the entry does ring true for the side of NEXTTOP. It's all up to Adrian behind the box. He finally goes down. Oh, just through the doors goes Viana, looking for the cold shots. Just missing everything after a really slick snipe. As now they're trying to punish him, and there's the plant.
Oh, no. This might be cooked. Mouse V, not spotted. Oh, now he's spotted in the coffins. Is it going to be a funeral? Yes, it is. And there we go. Lukaum with the clutch on his second try. Does get it at the end. Yep, antisocial.
I mean, they brought it down to a 1v1, but eventually it just wasn't quite there. 8-2-3 as antisocial just leaves 2 more rounds to go.
It's a rough one. It's like a rough 2v2 too. They were just, Viana was just going in and out of doors. Somehow got the kill on the cold, missing his arm shot, but he's got his boy Lukaum right behind him, so that's not going to be a problem.
And now here comes a long take from Antisocial. Nate raining down as Viana now on the M4 leading the charge here. However, rest of NEXTTOP did back out. Malsby's down very, very low. I feel like he's below 10 HP at this point, but he's still alive and could go for the arm any moment soon.
That was a very nice pressure out there on A-Long. It felt like Viana calling for that, and he got quite a lot of support from the utility. You know, flash coming over the top, smokes probably coming down from NEXTTOP, but either way, still able to get in behind, spam with that M4. He's been mostly on the AWM for the majority of Black Widow, so swapping over, trying to make a different play.
And the game becomes much harder for NEXTTOP as they lose control of A-Long. Basically half the ground out towards A. The real estate is going to be antisocials, and it pressures NEXTTOP to either go B or only catwalk. It's the only 2 viable option, and all antisocial will have to do is hold it down, but it looks like they're going to test long, and Viana will have to hold this one down. As he does toss a nade, bounces off the wall, eventually not finding much of value there, and NEXTTOP, after testing the water, is going to send it down towards catwalk. This is going to be an A-hit coming.
Goken seems to know it already. Like, he's moved out of mid. He's like, no, they're coming short. And he's got this angle that can look at mid as well if they do go this way. He seems to know what's happening.
There's going to be a highlight play ready and roaring to go. It's already in the clip. Is he going to cook? 5 bullets, 5 enemies. But one does decide to go the other way. Goken hits Mouse V, but Key with a quick response. And here comes Balky trying to go for the flank, but Viana is still in the enemy base. And all of a sudden, they're surrounded, my friend.
I mean, take a look at the setup. Like, antisocial are kind of everywhere, but I like how NEXTTOP handle this. They push out, and they try to take down members before they can crush in. That's a couple of kills going over to Key already. Key picking up 3. Oh, the flick coming on in from Y, but it's not quite enough. Pooh able to put it down.
Oh, that little rage that Y has. He's just like me for real. Even though you're up like 9, like I was still gonna rage because I knew that you could have hit that shot.
Could happen.
Like, damn, that was I thought that was a clip.
But here's the thing, Antisocial has practically 6 more rounds to actually lose, and they just need to pick up 2 more to close the map out.
Yeah.
NEXTTOP has a long way to go if they want to claw back in for this map of Black Widow.
Question is, when is Vienna gonna send it?
It's
you already know that Vienna, when it's like 8-4, 9-4, then he's gonna be like, all right, guys, it's 5-man push one side of the map.
I'll say about next round is more sound if they do end up losing this one. However, no early commotion at the beginning of the round as the timer ticks down below the 2-minute mark. We'd have Bakut kind of pushed up outside of B connector, inching closer towards middle. Not sure if he wants to swing. Goken sees the tip of the head, but eventually wasn't able to hit the shot. Won't put out the smoke, and now the nades are raining. Not going to be connected either. Look calm. Just across the other side of doors. Not really willing to swing just yet. The C4 is going to rotate into his catwalk. As Goken this time is going to be on a more active angle. Whereas last time he was by the site, boxes behind the site, eventually was traded out rather quickly enough.
Lucan wants to go. He wants to go. The stack in mid. They saw that coming a mile away. But on the side of Antisocial, they still have the stack themselves on the site, and it's Goken and Vienna holding down with double arm once again. WY perfectly timed. Just going to poke his head into mid, say, okay, that mid push is shut down. And now take a look at the bomb positioning and the 2 members of NEXTTOP. One guy's at storage with literally 1 health. That's Baku trying to get the long flank in here. And the other guy's Pooh, who is not moving. And finally maybe going to make a move here. Nice shot. But I just don't know if he's got time to physically go pick up the bomb and plant it. That's another nice shot here from Baku on the long flank. They're looking for the kill. Can they take out Goken, though, is really the question.
Oh, the 1-tap?
Oh!
Give it to him, Goken.
Oh,
he's trying to style on him. Oh!
Playing
5
time,
seconds.
play time. Goken playing time,
Above
juggling
you.
with the boxes, but above top, and the pistol is good. Goken,
that was crazy.
Again and again, is going to win the rounds and secure the rounds for his team.
That's Goken's favorite thing, too, the quick switch after the first shot. But, you know, it's going to take a bit more from Goken, maybe a bit more warm-up to see the classic 1-tap cold potential. But yeah, it's already 9-4. Doesn't really have to heat up too much. ADRF does get taken down immediately. Mouse V is going to take control of Waters, but WY, who's been on fire the entire game, another 1-tap for him.
I mean, that was just really slick. They were kind of stacking in the archway, but at the same time, not an easy shot to hit. Lucam, he's taking on the world. He's here in short. He is part of this push, and he says, okay, I'm not going to back away. I'm just going to try to fight this one. And to be honest, he doesn't have a lot of ways to escape. Okay, he goes back in.
What happened to that spray there?
He's out and he's in. Oh, this lineup is not great. The double stack in mid, able to take down Goken.
Oh, Vienna's turn to clutch. Maybe
the 1v4.
Roll back the years. Show us that BD
turn back time. Unlock the past.
True. Oh, Pooh. Well, nope. And Poohed on his dreams of clutching that one, that's for sure. But 9-5. Still a big lead for the side of Antisocial, but, I mean, NEXTTOP, they got no pressure on them.
Oh, Antisocial is laid back chilling. They have secured a map point, 9 rounds in. And to lose it, they have to go into overtime. So let's see what they want to do. Playing pretty default, and looks like until maybe the last couple of rounds, we might not see the 5-men send. From Antisocial. Vienna's the facial expressions on Vienna doesn't really hint at it, so that's my guess.
Vienna's kind of always in the same zone, I feel like, in terms of emotion. He's always talking. He's always talking about something, whether they're winning very hard, losing very hard, or somewhere in the middle.
Zen mode.
He's always got something to say. He always looks slightly concerned, but not in a bad way.
Not in a bad way.
Just kind of like, no, guys, come on, we do this, we do this. And I feel like there's never enough time, you know? You can always sit there and talk about every single little bit that's happening in the game. This time a smoke comes down in mid from the side of Antisocial. And very spread out here is NEXTTOP, not deciding on where to push just yet.
Looks like an A split coming as the C4 is rotating in towards the long area. However, we've seen Vienna and Gokun finding much of a success on top of the bomb sites with the arm of their own. 1 minute left, and they are gonna line the smokes up for a setup. And this time around, Vienna inside windows and Gokun by truck. They are playing very passive. Here is the nades raining down. First player to go down is going to be Bakut, and Gokun trying to swing from truck. He's actually just going to jump around to dodge nades and somehow lives this one.
It's actually Vienna that's holding onto the site here. Gokun spend most of that time just trying to survive. Wow. That's a third hit from him. The headshot looking for Poo too. Vienna clean with it. Not able to hit that shot, but he's already done his duty. And the rest of the team, slow on the rotation. They're looking to go way through long. Looks like maybe Adrian will head through mid to join Vienna here. Bomb planted. Poo looking to maybe take over the back of the site as Vienna. He might be the entry armor here to just try to find out where they are. But no, Adrian's going to win on short first. The shot is dropped by Poo, and that's going to do it. Antisocial will take down Black Widow. The choice of NEXTTOP in a 10-5 victory. Very dominant stuff from our Brazilian third seed. Map number 1, very heavily in favor of Antisocial here as they take it down 10-5. And again, reminder, NEXTTOP, they said, okay, what's the map we want to play the most? Black Widow, 100%. They choose it. They had first selection, and they kind of got bopped on it. So, going to have to go back to the drawing board. They will be moving on to the second map here, which is Compound. And we'll see if they have it in the tank enough to figure it out, because they don't have a lot of time here. They've already lost one best of 3. This is their second best of 3. If they lose this one, their chances of making it into knockouts not looking very good.
I mean, if you do cover up the names of which team chose which, then people may guess that it's going to be Antisocial that picked Black Widow just based on how it ran out. But, like you said, it was NEXTTOP's pick and they dropped it. And now we're moving into Compound, which is Antisocial's pick. And to me, I think NEXTTOP stands more of a chance to actually win the map against Antisocial on Compound. So I'm not entirely sure what was going through the coach's head to go for this veto process, but didn't work out. Gotta go back to the drawing board. But Compound stands a chance, and then if they're able to take it away from Antisocial, then we go into sub-base, and NEXTTOP then really have a good shot as their sub-base is, I would say, rather far more strong than Black Widow.
Yeah, I guess you would get a lot more opportunities in sub-base if you are, the other players here. You're not getting absolutely pelted by Gokun from the far side of the map. Problem is, looking at the set summary here, WY had a field day, the rookie for Antisocial team at 1.55, 0.71 headshots per kill on that AK-47. This kid was lethal. One of the main reasons why this game is so one-sided.
Absolutely. I feel like Gouken kind of just doing Gouken things, right? He was 9-1 at the beginning of the map, just like 3 rounds in. Also, big shout out to Viana. I feel like he really held it down as that secondary sniper and was very crisp. I feel like extremely reliable and certainly able to go toe-to-toe with anybody on the side of NEXTTOP. Gouken, you know, he's just going to collect another set MVP because that's what he does. It's not very fair to the rest of his teammates because they never get to get it because Gouken gets it every single time. So
that's just what happens.
It's pretty good.
If the enemy just gets Gouken, like then that's just the term. That's just how it is. That's how good Gouken is. Sometimes you just get Gouken, then you can't do anything about it.
I mean, yesterday how we were just trying to sprinkle up a lot of MG special, didn't work out, but tonight Gouken special is on board, and it's working. It's working very, very well for Antisocial. And yeah, Black Widow 10-6 rather. Didn't quite work. Yeah, 10-5 didn't work out all that much. Compound seemingly better as they do get to start on the global risk side. Let's see if they are able to hold on to the bomb sites and yeah, take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, for Compound, I think it's a lot easier for NEXTTOP if ever they are going to play that GR side. I mean, just to defend. I mean, it's a very valid strat in Compound to just sit in the sides and wait for the enemy to do anything,
or send it down middle.
Send it down middle, that as well. I mean, that's more likely, in my opinion, for NEXTTOP if ever they do want to take the fight to Antisocial, which I wish that we saw in Black Widow. I feel like NEXTTOP were playing scared in that game. Not gonna lie, I feel like as much as, you know, just like how we said it, man, it's like God Gouken, Lucam on the other side, Adrian as well. But just like how I said it, man, you can't be idolizing them in the game. You're gonna have to be going at them with no respect whatsoever, and we didn't see that at all. And that was the map where, you know, disrespectful pushes are actually the game plan that can work in Black Widow, and we didn't see it. We didn't see it from NEXTTOP, man. I have no idea why.
Yeah, and disrespectful pushes, you talk about that. That's not a good idea on Compound. If you're going into A, you're just kind of running on in, no smoke, no utility. You can't disrespectfully push Gouken. He will just kill you. We saw Ice Cube do it, you know. It was like, okay, you want to try to just run into us with, you know, not checking all the boxes, not being careful. You will just die to a good sniper. There aren't a lot of great angles for snipers on this map, but there is that one, and if you give him an opportunity and you play a little bit disrespectfully, you might just get your head taken off. So, as you were saying, I feel like Black Widow was the opportunity to do it, but now they only have one chance left. Otherwise, they're probably out of the tournament. So, really would like to see NEXTTOP, as you mentioned, just kind of let go of all the nerves. Just try to play like it's just a basic lobby, and you're just playing your game as well as you possibly can individually. It does feel like they had some decent execute set up there, at least for the Blacklist side. I feel like their GR side of Black Widow looked very weak, which I was surprised based on it being their map pick. But at least it felt like they had something prepared for the Blacklist side a little bit better this time. Still not enough to deal with Antisocial.
Yeah, to be fair, it's kind of hard to counter a team that has nothing to lose, because they're just like, they're just going to do anything in the map possibly. So maybe Antisocial could be used to it, considering, like, you know, the 5th to 8th place teams in CFBL kind of play exactly like that. And yeah, maybe it's just familiar territory for Antisocial, because if NEXTTOP kind of cranked up the aggression, they're like, hey, this is more like it now. Now this is our groove, this is our rhythm, and they're gonna play, you know, the usual Brazilian game.
I mean, for NEXTTOP, to justify them, I believe Compound, if they do end up going all haywire and go all chaos and try to, like, gain as much as ground possible at every angle possible, you know, players would, let's say NEXTTOP could employ this. They can send 2 players down middle. 2 players will take try to aggress down towards double pillars, and 1 guy will just exit from A long and try to go for the angles on the global risk side that I'm talking about. They may lose a couple fights here and there. If they're able to win a couple fights here and there, you know, ground control is there for NEXTTOP, and from there on they can, you know, have a better macro to so to speak, and try to win the maps. And unlike Black Widow, Compound, there are some wonky strats that you can go for. So Antisocial, they could be prepared, but at the same time, NEXTTOP can also prepare even stranger, let's say, way to play the map.
I sure hope so.
Board. Yeah,
I sure hope so. I think if you're playing standard again against Gouken and Viana, who's playing well, WY, who looks extremely comfortable as a rookie on a big stage, no nerves, no nothing, you're probably just going to lose. These guys are that good that if you're playing standard, you're not going to have a great time. Unless Antisocial, for some reason, they just kind of dropped the ball in Game 2. But based on what we've seen, they've been very consistent. They looked great. It was against SGJ, right? Their first match, and they were able to get the 2-0 there. They move into this one, looking fantastic in Game 1. Their consistency, I feel like the Brazilian teams in general, always very consistent. This team is no different. You have a lot of long-time veterans. You were talking about this on the side, where it's like, you're Viana, you're an IGL, you've been around forever, but you're also surrounded by players who have been around forever, who know what to do. You don't even really have to individually micromanage them. You can just say, okay, guys, you know what to do. I'll give you the general framework. It becomes very easy to become consistent when you just have trust that everybody knows what they're doing.
Yeah, all you have to do is like manage one, and that's pretty much it. Like, then that's all he has to do is just, I wouldn't say babysit the kid. I feel like,
well, he is a baby compared to the rest of them.
He is a baby compared to the compared to the other players, but I feel like your IGNing style should really just be more lax, especially with this type of team. But of course, we're gonna enter game number 2. It is gonna be Compound.
All right, off we go on to Compound. And this time, the map choice of Antisocial. They will be forced to start off here on the Blacklist side. And we'll see what that does look like. I think that Antisocial's Blacklist side of Black Widow was fantastic. So can they keep this level up? Can they keep this level of play to really just shut down NEXTTOP before they get going at all? That would be ideal for them. But let's see what the strategies look like here.
About to find out. Within 2 minutes' time, Pooh thinking about going to double pillars, but he's gonna find himself in a corner rather. C4 is going to be left unnoticed out behind the container boxes in middle, which soon should be recovered by Viana. I can hear the players behind us getting a little bit loud, so I feel like Antisocial's thinking about something very aggressive down towards middle, it looks like. We'll be lining up the nades. Oh, they're going to nade stack deep by the container. Apparently, unfortunately, nobody was there, and Key's getting way aggressive. Oh no. Disaster strikes for Key and his team. Could have been huge. However, it did not work out, and now Antisocial is going to be turning the curve. Let's see if Bakyut has it to hold this one down, and he cannot.
He just kind of sent it alone. He's like, "Hey, they're here. I'm gonna be the guy."
Yeah, should have done that in Black Widow, honestly. But now Svi, bit of a proactive play, but here comes that chip coming in from the Z position. Why? We'll get that chip, but look at Pooh. Can he crawl in?
Okay.
Oh, he did. Oh, he alive.
1v1. Pooh versus Viana. Pooh, Viana.
Oh, this is a smart play.
Oh, where's he going?
No, he gave away the AK sounds for Viana to swing out wider, and now he switches to Nom, going for the long range. However, Viana, as experienced he is just going to tap the C4 and get it planted. And a 1v1 now. Health pretty much the same. And now the timer is against Pooh. Oh, the timing is a little bit off for Pooh, and that allows Viana to rotate in towards a long area. Timer ticked down towards about half, and he's going to have to start making a move. Walking and crawling into the bomb site. Viana has a good angle, but Pooh's going to hit that shot to clutch for his team, and somehow NEXTTOP is going to be able to secure the first round.
Yeah, unnecessary peeks there from Viana. Honestly, could have just played the box, especially considering the plant was on him.
I feel like he expected the AK, but Pooh was on the and eventually he will go down.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I mean, either way, he's got an M4. Like, I think you're right, Sneaky. Just play the bomb sounds. You know that he's got either an AK or an you don't have to take the long angle fight like he did.
You just gotta spook him.
Exactly.
Or Vienna might have just been confident.
He did look very confident, that is for sure. And unfortunately, after he died, he looked a little bit sheepish. He's like, well, that wasn't necessarily what I was trying to do. But either way, it could have been different. He could have gotten the kill with a quick spray down, but it wasn't meant to be.
He did the Yobib re-peek, but it didn't work for him.
He's not Yobib.
Yep. He is Vienna. They both have ones in their name, which is interesting.
What does it mean?
They could be, I don't know, maybe I'm the #1 player? #1 IGL? Oh yeah, just I was trying to slip in like a 1 in one of your IGNs, but it won't make sense. I realized none of us have I's in our IGNs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an L.
I've
never took an L.
I have a B.
True.
8.
Yeah, that is true, yeah.
Replace it with an 8 and it'd be cool.
Let's yap in more crossfire action as Antisocial is about to cross in towards middle.
Where's the mid presence from NT?
Not there.
They just jumped into mid. They're like, nah, it's ours. And NT gave it up to them. They said, nice try. Gouken. Okay.
What?
Quick on it. He's going to entry with the arm. He's going to find Mouse. And Mouse is trying to run away, but he can't get away. He literally could not close off the angle. He's like, no, please, Gouken. Please, not like this. And Gouken doesn't listen.
The guy right below him, Key. Yeah, Gouken is like, yep, there's a guy under me. So, Adrian, you got it, buddy.
Uh-oh.
Gouken makes it look too easy is the problem here.
So, previous to this, we had Antisocial versus NEXTTOP. That round was just Gouken versus nobody. Yeah.
NT.
Look at Mouse. He's like, yeah, I was trying to run away. It didn't work.
Oh, the guy's chasing me down. Help me, please. He's hitting every flick. It doesn't make sense.
It's getting dicey.
I like it, though, from NT. I feel like they're just enjoying their time at this point. I mean, as much as it is tragic for Vietnam to lose, like, 2 teams in the group stage, but that's just how it is when you have a top-heavy region.
They've got a lot of teams.
What?
Yeah, I don't even know how he hit that one. Extremely thin angle. And Pooh's like, well, this is crap.
Yep.
Okay, Bonq pushing on into pillars at least is going to take over that part of the map. Unfortunately,
they're in A.
They're already planting on the other site.
You are absolutely correct, and Gouken's going to join forces as well. But going back to that one shot, that was absolutely bonkers, I'll say. It's like, how do you even hit that? You're not allowed to hit that, but here comes a big flank from that chip, and let's see if he's able to find some success here. Y is going to be waiting with open arms. He's going to wait for the pop flash, swings Y. He's going to be able to reposition himself and eventually get the drop, and it's all down to his block. And, clicked out from the lobby.
There you go, 2-1. That's more like it for the side of Antisocial.
The round feels 2-1, but it feels like almost like a 12 to 5.
Damn, you are true.
Yeah.
I mean, if Vienna wins the 1v1, we could have been sitting here 3-0, superb dominance, you know, not dropping around. And it was really close to Vienna winning that one.
So 1 HP.
It does feel like, especially the last 2 rounds, were just so one-sided to Antisocial. You got to worry for NEXTTOP. Nice little shot from Key there, trying to get more aggressive. Re-peeks into 2, goes down. He's got Mouse V behind him, but not in position to trade it out.
Oh, Vienna is chilling here in A-Long. He's happy to just apply pressure onto his NEXTTOP. He knows that NEXTTOP cannot risk giving up the bomb site for free, as that just happened last round. Vienna knows at least one player from NEXTTOP will have to play there. And whilst all that, they're just going to send it down through to smoke. Why? This guy is so aggressive.
With a pistol, too, of all things. He just sent it with a Colt and scared him off of that position. But I don't think the objective here is to push from long. They're just going to leave Vienna there, and the rest of them are probably going to push from mid. And this is the right response from the side of NEXTTOP, honestly. If you can't take long, might as well take mid. But Gouken is here with the sniper in the tower position.
Guys, I saw Gouken not hit a shot.
No.
It is possible.
That's just your imagination.
Maybe you're right.
It's the Mandela effect. He never misses.
We all just think that he missed, but it's not true. Another smoke in the A doors, and like you were saying, I mean, there is ample time to not push A long. They easily are able to regroup in mid. They shut down the aggression. And now NEXTTOP are kind of left with not much information. They don't know exactly which angle they're going to take here.
I mean, at this point in time, they're just taking a shot in the dark for the rotations. They only leave one player, which is going to be Pooh in the servers. And he can easily get dropped.
This is a bad angle.
Yeah, it's not a great angle to work with. Now he does spot the players come in. He gets the first opening. He needs to find 2 more. But now another 1v2. Can he hold it down? And Gouken hits it. Okay, that ship with a good flank. Can he get Gouken, though, is the question.
Ah, it's rough. Rough time. No one was hitting anything, except for Gouken, of course. But WI couldn't get the shots going. But just like how I said, man, that wasn't even a good angle by Pooh. Like, there were better angles that you can play in servers, but look at Gouken.
Yeah, like you said, just a pixel is what he needs.
Oh, NT lost a round? Sorry, I was busy watching the Gouken highlights, man.
Yeah. Here we go. 2-2. NEXTTOP did pick up 2 rounds.
I like that we touted Gouken as his divine being.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it does feel that way. But NEXTTOP, this is feeling much closer than the first map, at least. It does feel like sometimes they're barely crawling across the line, especially in that first round. But, I mean, wins are wins when it comes to these rounds. And, you know, starting off from the GR side, at least they're keeping up with Antisocial this time. They're not getting left totally behind. You know, Gouken can do Gouken things, but if they shut him down in clutch scenarios, maybe Antisocial begins to lose a little bit of confidence.
Some nade stacks were shown down towards middle, but Antisocial won't be able to find much of value. Vienna drops down and is going to be knocked out from the lobby.
Not like
Mouseby, swing and a kill. But Antisocial, they have grouped up outside of B, and Pooh is being contested.
He's just sprinting away.
Yeah.
I'm out, boys.
Not working out so far. Has the support of Balk. And yeah, Antisocial's gonna readjust themselves, send 2 players down towards middle. Well, it's gonna be a 4v3, and NEXTTOP might actually have a chance to lead out here for 3-2.
Trying to bait the response here from the A players. But in LKK, Lukaum. Oh, almost gets Mouseby.
He's like, yeah, I meant to do that. I'm going to check curve now with my curve flash. Pushing forward, Adrian. Oh, nearly lines it up, but he opens it up for Gouken now. And all of a sudden, we got a 2v2 Gouken. It's going way too fast. Didn't have enough time, but doesn't even check it. Just hopes they're not there. That wasn't necessarily checking all the boxes. And now that's going to leave Lukaum in a position where he has to rush the plant. Pooh already trying to get in. The headshot comes in, but not able to pick up 2. Bakcute does trade it out. Nicely done. And NEXTTOP going to take the lead.
Damn.
For the first time
in the series. I think they assumed that, or I think Lukaum assumed that they stuck together in that 2v1.
That's a possibility. Moving to round number 6. Antisocial. I feel like...
Pooh.
Gouken get dropped. He got clapped.
He just pooed
essentially.
on Gouken.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
A straight up crouch peek is crazy.
I mean, we've been singing the praises of Gouken for a good reason. But for Pooh to come in after a dominant NEXTTOP round...
Maybe finally the nade stack actually works out.
Those nades were miles away.
The one time they don't nade close.
Round 1. Yeah.
The one time they don't nade close, they're going to get punished by that ship swinging out from that exact position that they didn't nade stack this time.
Oh, Lukaum? Oh, there you go. Bakcute just using the outline through the smoke.
With the C4, too. Now, it's looking a little bit dicey for Antisocial.
Jeez.
We're getting dropped right now. This is an insanely dominant round from NEXTTOP. And Viana's like, well, Yeah, let's call pause, first of all.
They're going to need it.
Second of all, this round is almost unwinnable.
Yeah. Would be nice if he had just save the time. I mean, talk to the team. Don't even look at the screen at this point.
That's worth it.
He's going to try to go for it.
I mean, he does have an alm, so there is a very small chance if he hits, 3 flicks in a row, but not meant to be. And the timeout will be called here by Antisocial. This map looks very different to what we saw on Black Widow. A little bit worried here for Antisocial.
Yeah, I mean, after finding some great rounds, of course, a lot of work being put out by Gokun, but on towards Black Widow, and coming into Compound, things are looking way too slow. Not just the playstyle, but the way they're accumulating the kills, accumulating the rounds. It feels only so slower than what they were able to put out on towards Black Widow. Not entirely sure what the issue is, but hopefully this tactical timeout will help them resolve the issue.
Just like he's just like me for real. I'm freezing right now, bro.
I mean, the heat's on. They have the hot packs, but still.
He's at heat
struggling. Where's the team jacket,
That's what I'm saying.
They have, like, the team Under Armour, too,
It's not enough.
Should be okay.
I mean, just like the Philippines, man, the average temperature in Vietnam is like 30. 29 if you're lucky.
I feel like Brazil probably somewhat similar. Maybe gets a bit colder.
Yeah.
Depending on where. It's a very big country.
The weather here in Hangzhou, where the CFS 2024 Grand Finals is happening, the weather is perfect.
Weather check.
Is it perfect?
Yeah, I mean, I came into casting today with a windbreaker, and
I mean, you and I came from South Korea, which is much colder than this,
bro. It's literally snowing in Korea.
So for us, it's warm.
It's about right.
Yeah. But for these guys, it's a bit colder, just a bit. Antisocial, they took most of the time to just let Viana kind of talk. I feel like Viana at this point, easiest transition into being a coach if he would like to.
100%. I think it would be a really good strategic coach.
Yeah. For now, he's still competing, so no rush. But eventually, once he feels like the time is right, could absolutely do that. And at the moment,
will be easy.
Yeah, he's like kind of a playing coach at this point.
like half the vets in CFPL, like Nice and 18, everyone.
Yeah.
Just, coaching the homies now.
Are you firing shots at Pietro?
Is Pietro? Is
Pietro's
Pietro
still
Unk
playing.
status? Is he on Unk? Is he an Unk?
Oh yeah, he's like my age.
Oh.
Oof. That's really old.
But still plays at the top of the levels.
Uncle Brendan.
Much better than I am. So props to him, even at his age.
I mean, if you are as good as Pietro, of course, for CROSSFIRE, right? That's a different story. But
once you have it, you never lose it.
Coming back to Antisocial versus NEXTTOP. Cute swings and a miss coming. As that ship gets completely flashed, and he somehow swings back and finds a double kill.
Oh, but Viana got the trade.
That was a hectic.
There was a guy trying to swing from A, and Viana was just like, nah, you did this before. I know that you're going to be pushing this angle. So Key gets taken out. And now that makes it a 3v3. At this point, I mean, you've still got Gokun alive, and it's a 3v3. It's an even setting, and Datchip even took a bit of damage. Not a lot of utility left for the side of NEXTTOP as well. So what is this going to look like? Pooh's looking into long B, but they're just hopping forward, and it's coming down to a cold fight, and that's going to go the way of Gokun. Took quite a while to finally put the bullet in him, but got the job done eventually, and now they're in the servers.
Yeah, it was a hectic skirmish out towards middle, but it looks like a tactical pause will allow Antisocials to pick up this round here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty basic round for the side of Antisocial. Spot mid, got curve. Lucam was on the other side, trying to get some pressure on the B site. And NT only 1 point in the lead at this time. Granted, Bucket's actually having a really good game as well as Mouse V, so that's kind of one of the main reasons why they're in this position in the first place. They might even get 5-4, which is not too bad, honestly.
Not too bad, like you say. And this time, Antisocial is going to send it down towards double pillars, which we saw was able to observe happen a couple of times, but they just didn't really continue it onto the bomb site. And with the pop flash, they're going to send it. Pooh at risk, but the pistol is good for a quick headshot. Will pop a flash of his own to hold on to the aggression. Lucom and Baku being traded out for a 4v4 now.
Antisocial want to take this slow. They have Gouken over on A long, and he's just going to be watching for rotations. We have seen a lot of rotations, aggressive plays from NT coming through. But yeah, he's just watching for it. The push comes in. It is a trade 1-for-1, but Viana's pretty low. Doesn't have a either, so a little bit awkward, but they're just going to leave one guy in B main, and the rest of the team heading over towards A.
Yeah. I think Adrian, when he checked frame, actually, I think he saw that chip, at least that chip's beanie cross into the site. And I think, yeah, that is not the safest way to go. I mean, an AK plus an AWM in servers, that's a disaster waiting to happen.
Well, their big rotation towards A is seemingly what's cooking up here, as the C4 is going to be an A connector still. And there's still plenty of time left onto the clock to make another big rotation. But Gouken did creep up to the entrance of A servers with Viana. Key's flash will delay a couple more seconds, but for not much longer.
What an angle.
Gouken, Y, Viana, all three ready to swing any moment soon here. Timer ticking down below half a minute, but Key's angle is so good for a double kill, almost looking for a third here.
And 20 seconds left on the clock. Adrian on the other side. Not really much to do. I mean, 14 seconds unless you tap 4 heads in the span of 10 seconds. It's not going to be possible.
Compound is looking a lot stronger for NEXTTOP right now, as they're going to be able to pick up their 5th round.
To be fair, it's GR side. It's GR side at the moment. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on the side of AS. I think, yeah, I feel like now is the time for NT to play like they did in Black Widow, where I think they're more proactive now, but still, I feel like the anchors are doing a great job just holding it down. Also, Key. Thank you, Key. I learned the new angle. Apparently, you can kind of just hold it like that, and in that very small corner, you can plant the C4, and you can prevent that from happening.
I mean, we do see a lot of off angles that NEXTTOP will try to employ, but I mean, Antisocial, are they going to fall for the same trap twice, is going to be my question here.
Could happen.
Maybe some play into mid. I feel like Antisocial was having a little bit of trouble making it into mid, and they've shied away for that for the last couple of rounds. But now, last round of the half, they want to make a big play in towards mid. They take it over. They're looking to go curve. This worked the last time. You remember Gouken was able to push in essentially by himself and pick off 2 people. And let's see if they want to go with it. The push out of A from Baku going to be shut down immediately by Lucom. And that makes this push very strong, although there is a nice crossfire here between Pooh and Datchip, where they're just waiting for the push to come through curve. And it does look like they want to go curve, maybe into B.
Oh.
Take a look at Viana.
Viana's flank might just pay off dividends. Pooh is stuck on the bomb site, but he does get one. Minimizes the angle to the only side of Viana, and somehow the rotation is going to come in quick and swiftly, as Gouken is the last player alive in a 1v4. That chip swings, goes for the pistol, as Gouken's going to run away for his life. Not going to work out. NEXTTOP picks up 3 on the first half.
There we go. I mean, NEXTTOP, as much as it is quite the lead in the first half. Look at them, man. They're just smiling. They're having a great time. The vibes are immaculate on the side of NT. Problem is, it is now the second half, and Antisocial now gets a go at the more advantageous side of their GR, as is obvious. But let's see what happens. Maybe NT does have some tricks up their sleeve in this map.
Yeah, it just feels like Antisocial were kind of floundering there at the end of their Blacklist side. They looked great on Blacklist on Black Widow, but they couldn't really figure it out from this side. And NEXTTOP, in their own right, were doing a great job of shutting down all of the angles that were maybe a little bit too obvious, perhaps, from the side of AS. So Antisocial only able to pick up 3 rounds. NEXTTOP now. Let's see what their blacklist side looks like. Looks like they want to cover all the bases. They're going to try to come into pillars here, try to retake this area of the map. Viana, how aggressive does he want to get with this angle? Oh, very nice shot. And down goes Key just like that, trying to push into Viana, wants the trade, but there's 2 of them here. So Viana's got some backup. He's going to take a lot of damage from that one grenade, but he is still alive.
Oh my god, how does he hit that? Quick scope on that chip. And Adrian is just the insurance policy here. And Viana can go loose, but, you know, getting flashed by your teammate. That's one way to stop aggression. Yeah, getting too aggressive. Here's a flash. Need to stop.
Yeah. Hold your horses.
Or maybe Adrian just wants to kill.
27 HP, but still standing strong is going to be Viana after picking up 2 quick kills to hold on to the aggression. And yeah, coming to the global risk side, it does feel that Antisocial is looking very strong. Balka trying to swing. Swing and a miss.
Oof. Bit of a tag, but...
And now NEXTTOP is left nowhere else to go but run it down towards middle.
Yeah, Goken's got it. I mean, Boo? Ooh. Oh, yeah. Yep, Viana's going to get the kill on Boo. Mouse, V, and Baku, their combined forces is going to kill him, but it's not going to be mattering at the end of that round. So 6-4, Antisocial already in round number 1 of this second half, already with a quick response on towards NT. We're going to take a look at this, of course, that chip, masterful AK usage.
It was 5. It was 5 for that chip.
Big 5.
You got all of them.
He's got his highlight. He's got his clip. And that's why he was happy earlier.
Not that chip. It's that clip.
Mm-hmm.
And he got it. And it really just came down to kind of a slow attack, and he was just not missing his shots.
That clip of that chip.
Can't wait to see that on TikTok later. I'm sorry. Can't wait to see that on TikTok later, actually. It's like, guys, I aced against Antisocial team. And someone's going to comment, what happened after? I don't know, man.
It could still win from here.
Comment deleted.
Comment deleted. That's true. Goken, though, he's going to have a look at this B side. He's like, Viana's like, hey, I've hit some few shots. Why not? Have a gander at this.
Well, this time around, they're going to try to nade stack and try to push any sniper out of this angle. The issue is, I feel like into Antisocial, if you're just kind of sending the same strat over and over, and you give Goken or Viana even an inkling that you're around, they will be able to hit the quick scopes, and they know all of the angles so well.
Yeah, if you breathe in Goken's general direction, he is going to get a glimpse of you, but yeah, they're just going to back off. Hey, play passive, man. You don't have to overcomplicate things in compound. All you got to do is hold the angles.
Now he will drop down. Nate does connect for a bit of HP as NEXTTOP now thinking about turning corners. They're going to split B here. Goken has an angle, and he's not going to miss if he does have it. He gets a pickup, a huge double kill.
Oof. I mean, I didn't see that third shot fire, I'm sorry, but yeah, Baku and Key. As much as I believe in these two, it is possible, actually, if they get servers and they put themselves in right positions, this is going to be winnable.
It's definitely winnable. I think that a couple of pickoffs there were very key for getting in onto the site, but he's going to go down himself. Lucam takes him out. Baku getting just surrounded from every which angle. Goes for the spray, but a very nice duck down just hiding was Viana, and that's just fine. Able to poke his head out, get the snipe down, and that is another round win to the side of Antisocial. Really making it obvious that they're quite strong from this GR side. It's really only Baku that is up there on the scoreboard. Everybody else is Goken or Lucam.
Yep, I mean, what can you do? Honestly, Baku, really good game from him so far. He did get that ace, and the rest of the squad actually isn't playing too far bad. Who kind of turned down a bit in this game, especially in the second half, but you know, just going to need a bit of presence from him. Maybe actively challenging these snipers just like how we did Goken earlier, and that's what I'm talking about, Pooh. Keep on going. Viana's going to go down, but that's only one of the snipers of Antisocial.
But it's a very important angle. I mean, they've really been trying to almost force this play through B main. And this time around, if you're going to take out a sniper like that, that's going to make things so much easier. Now they're trying to just swarm into Adrian, but Adrian will get away. And he does take a bit of damage, is now coming in quick through B main. Baku's got to be careful. The head is going to be shown, and Adrian will take that opportunity every day of the week. Flash comes in, going to throw a smoke as well, trying to delay as much as possible as the rotations easily coming in now for Antisocial. NT might want to consider a different angle.
Yeah, Adrian was going to be able to go into the got position inside the servers. In B, known to be the easiest position to click some heads. Nades raining down towards Y, but eventually we'll lose about 34 HP of his own. And now, rest of NEXTTOP gathered in towards middle. They're going to swing. Y quickly picks up a quick headshot before getting traded out. Now Goken in bomb site does whiff the bomb shot. Will take one more before going down with the Colt of his own. Key waiting for the comp to swing in. That's a good kill. Clean one as well. Leaving it to Adrian for the clutch for a 1v2 with the C4 being planted. And it is planted, as a matter of fact.
Okay, somebody's got to... Okay, now they're going to look at him. They spot him. Adrian, though, with the quick headshot with the AK. Looking for the one tap on a Key. He is quite low. This Key going to buy some time. Throws a flash. Gets a little flash himself. Going to go in the corner. But yeah, just trying to play the clock. Trying to go around the corner. The spray is not good. Adrian just holds for the one tap. Adrian, a couple of kills in a row. And buys Antisocial a third round in a row.
Damn, pointing to himself, he says, I'm him.
Uh-oh.
I might be him for real. But, man, I feel like what happened there was, yeah, you did realize that Key reloaded in, we call it C1, so C1, C2, C3. So you can kind of hear that reload all the way from entrance. So I think Adrian just had to figure out where the other guy was, and he figured it out the first angle he saw. The sounds are important.
Sounds are indeed important. Adrian smartly repositioning himself after taking the first kill of the two. And then swinging back out. I mean, it did require a little bit of luck to dodge the first initial couple bullets, but at the end of the day, it was Adrian to do it and clutch the round for a tie. 6-6 is going to be the score, whilst all that NEXTTOP is thinking about an A-hit or mid-take. Mid-take? They were able to get the bomb planted, but I'm not entirely sure. They do lose too many players in the execution, just not being able to find the trade kills.
Yeah, just a bit of aggression here in A main. See what they could see. Goken is holding the angle, though. He hasn't been here many a time. He's looking for more. The smoke is down, and did he go too far? Well, he runs straight into his death. He wasn't getting out of there. He says, maybe try to take one more with me. He only gets poo, and he gets traded down. So, bit of damage on a mouse, obviously, with the wallbang there, I suppose. But either way, let's see what this push does. Look like a lot of mid-presence here from AS. They are looking to hold down this push, and the timing is fantastic. Lucom trying to push out as well. Mouse still up in the tower, as this is a very broken up attack, and now Lucom gets another angle.
Yeah, Mausy's definitely barely alive here. Ball cube from Long is going to come in, get a headshot. It's clean. That's all down to the hands of Vienna. He knows the general direction of where the enemy players are at, but Mausy already rotating out from Hut with the C4, will be running into the bomb site with the C4 to be planted. Okay, now he realizes there's Baku inside the bomb site. And 30 seconds, the C4 will be planted. Vienna has a frag grenade, has a flash, is going to come in towards Hut. Okay, he's looking for a more cheeky angle to play with, but now the timer is against him and he has to start making a move. He's had some success in the previous map, but can he clutch it with a nom coming to compound?
Oh, Bakut spots him. Vienna only has to take down one, pull out the Colt, and get the other down. Bakut. Oh, you saw how close that shot was? That grazed his ear. That's how close it was. But unfortunately, it doesn't hit. So NEXTTOP, they're still in this game. They're still in compound, so it's not yet a definite win for the side of Antisocial, despite this being their pick.
Yeah, by no means is this over. NEXTTOP, they get across the line this time. And they were taking a lot of different angles. I liked how they were attacking. And speaking of which, Viana trying to go up in the tower. A very aggressive stance here from Antisocial. They want to break this one open, but Smoke's thrown forward. And NEXTTOP not rushing into this. Just going to back away and, you know, let Antisocial do their thing. And probably eventually Antisocial will have to back out of this position.
I mean, Antisocial is doing exactly what I suggested for NEXTTOP. Gain map control out towards A, out towards B, out towards middle. They do have long control. They do have mid control. And the solo player, Goken, he can hold down double pillars any day of the night. And NEXTTOP, they are stuck, essentially. And now they're going to have to send it down towards A long. Viana does not miss those, and that's a great opening to make. Down to a 4v5. Viana looking for more. He's hungry for blood. Carefully cracks the corners. Sees Mouse V, will have to fall back out. But the nades are now flying his way.
I like how everyone's just here.
Yeah.
All right. Gloves are off. Bakute and Mouse V are here to fist fight LKK. Can he get it? Lukao marks his territory in Catwalk A. But Pooh and that ship still at the very tail end of A long. It's quite far from the sites, and this is a good idea. I mean, we got the advantage. Might as well just back off. They're going to have to clear so much angles just to get into the site or just risk something.
I don't think the util levels are high on both of these teams. Goken does have a frag grenade.
Goken's just been chilling at B main the entire map. The entire round, rather. He's just been hanging out over there. The rest of the team was really far pushed up in mid. They were sticking around for a very long time. I don't know why I assumed they would back away. Just fought fire with fire. And now the push is coming in from NEXTTOP. They want to go A long. And as of now, Lucam, the one guy who is checking this angle, and he is going to be spotted. They do make their way onto the A site. The flash catches his teammate. 10 seconds. I mean, they got to make a play here. The snipe comes in, but you're running out of time to get the kills in the plant at this point. And there it is. They run out of time, 7-7. And Antisocial plays the clock extremely well.
Damn.
Goken is a clicker. He clicks heads and clicks it with a Colt even. So that's going to be the round going towards Antisocial. And now NEXTTOP,
that's like
officially at risk.
Yeah, for sure.
Of not only losing the series, but
one more.
Okay, here comes the mid. They're send it. The nades are finding some value. Mouse V down very low. Adrian trying to swing is going to be down to half HP. And now here comes another quick set of mid and A take by the side of Antisocial. They are going to be able to control far more ground than what NEXTTOP can utilize.
Oh. If Lukao can actually spot that there's no one in mid, he can actually wrap all the way around behind pillars, but he's going to decide to back off. They're going to play it safe. Why not? You got 0 information.
Plus 7-7. If you do lose this round, it becomes 7-8, which the risk is higher. So
that's a penultimate match point.
But then again, you wager your risk, and if it pays off, you win out from there.
I mean, Goken has been holding this for 2 rounds in a row. Are you going to push him? The answer is yes, and unfortunate for them as Goken just shuts them both down. Headshot with the Colt to follow it. And a third! He's like, hey, maybe I can do it. No, he's still there.
Yep.
He's Goken.
Goken's like, pick your poison. You get the Alm or the Colt.
Oh, he is human.
He is human. Oh, never mind. He might not be.
Yeah, I guess not.
Certainly not.
Yeah, he might be part of the program that produced Zay, being half human, half cyborg.
And WY is at the top of the assists.
Yes, sir.
Goken's on top of everything else.
Someone has to be the guy getting all these assists, that's for sure. Also, it's easy to farm assist in Compound because you can just throw nades mid and you can get 3.
Yeah. And guess what? Antisocial, this has worked. 2 times in a row. They're like, oh, we're just better than you. And here we go again. I mean, it's just happening over and over. The Riflers, especially on the side of AS, just really bringing it this round as Antisocial, man. They have just realized we are them. And we're just going to roll over you Okay, Gokun. Mel, maybe not this. Looking for the quick, cold shot. Knows he has 3 backups coming on in, and Antisocial are just running away with this map.
Next up,
they're going to run it back.
Make or break the moment. This is a quick 4K from Gokun. Pick your poison like Sneaky mentioned. Or called, whatever you want. I will deliver. And eventually, 9-7, Antisocial looking to push themselves out from the group stage. And if NEXTTOP loses this, I think it's very safe to say the final nail is going to hit the coffin for them.
For sure. They're going to be joining A Lotus potentially as the second team from Vietnam, possibly out of this tournament. And NEXTTOP, to be fair, right? I mean, it's always the second, or it's always just only one map where you see how good they are actually, but the consistency is just not there. And Antisocial, the definition of consistent, despite being the 3rd seed coming in from Brazil. But the legendary names in this roster are really carrying the brunt of the load. But not just that, Wei's been playing really well as well.
Oh, if they swarm Gokun, sure, one may go down, but the trade kill could happen. Gokun gets one, pistol out, and now the trade kill happens, and this round is seemingly far more doable than the previous ones, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they did a couple of rounds ago. Well, I guess it was 3 or 4 rounds ago at this point. You know, Gokun out on a long. You're able to trade out, as you mentioned, and now Gokun's just out of the servers, so you have a much better chance. You don't have to push a long from here, although it does look like they are gearing up for that. Oh, somewhat utility-less. Are they just going to run on in? That's another snipe here for Pooh. Gives them an opportunity to push in. WY is just in the middle of the site, has nowhere to go, just totally swarmed out. Adrian and Viana have to somehow clutch this out, or we're going to 8-9.
Yep, Viana just, yep, we're going to 8, that's for sure. But Adrian, maybe an attempt, but the headshot didn't come into fruition. 9-8. Damn, we made it all the way to 9-8 for NEXTTOP against Antisocial. All right. I mean, they're kind of subverting expectations right now.
Here's the thing. NEXTTOP was the first one to lead out. And then now they're on the chase. Somehow the board has been turned around. And yeah, like, sure, we can give much hype to NEXTTOP, but they did lose the advantage, and that's the problem that's just continued to continuing to emerge for the side of NEXTTOP. It's not being able to maintain the lead.
For Antisocial, they know that if they lose one more round, they're pretty much out of the tournament. Not mathematically, but almost definitely. And so it's, you know, you back a team up against the wall, they're going to play like there is no tomorrow, because there isn't. They will not be able to unlock their future if they do not win one more round here.
I mean, certainly they can unlock the future next year, but might as well as do it this year.
Isn't that still the future?
All right. Let's see the push in the mid. Oh, the timing. Lucalm gets on in there, but he is traded out. Adrian here always looking the wrong way on the entry. Mid is being held excellently so far by Antisocial.
Just a bit of crossfire action happening in mid. ADRF and Y is going to get Bakute, but Y is still alive. ADRF dropping, Key in mid. Pooh and Key, let's see what they can do. It seems like Key's going to be the first one down. Pooh, the only one left alive, and as much as we love you, brother, it's going to be a sweep.
And there it is, the 2-0 going the way of our third seed from Brazil, Antisocial. Black Widow, much more dominant. It felt like NEXTTOP didn't really show up there. They looked much better on compounds. You know, they were backed up against the wall. They knew that they had to win compound to give themselves a chance of making it to the knockout stage, but unfortunately they do fall. Now 0-2 in their group, whereas Antisocial have moved up to 2-0 and almost definitely lock in that spot for the knockout stage. So a close one there on compounds. Certainly they were pushed to the edge. Still, Gouken was able to put up like 21 kills on the map, so turns out that they've got the firepower to do it.
Well, sometimes, just like how I said in the map one, sometimes just get Gouken, but he wasn't really the main character of this game, right? We saw some stuff from Lucao, we saw some stuff from Adrian as well, and WY is also performing absolutely absurdly well, and even Viana, man. Viana's been hitting those crowd shots with the AWM very consistently, so it seems like all 5 members of Antisocial, I mean, despite the score, still were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had a piece each, as you can see on the set summary here. Of course, Gouken's going to be seen on 1.82, but not really anyone really falling behind him, and Viana upping his KD to a 0.75, I believe. Coming into today's matchup, so it was 0.69, I believe. Nonetheless, NEXTTOP, they will drop compound in a 10-8. They made a really great effort for the run, but at the end of the day, they just had to come a little bit short to the making or breaking point.
I mean, it was so close in terms of rounds, and yet Gouken was almost able to get a 2 KD. Like, this wasn't a 10-5 blowout. It wasn't a 10-2 blowout. It was a very close map. And still, over 100 ADR, very high multi-kill percentage, so, you know, over 1 kills per round. Certainly a lot of carrying was being done by Gouken. As you mentioned, there were big highlight moments from a lot of his teammates as well, but it still does feel like this guy is on top of the world whenever he is in the server. Antisocial will be in first place for now, as 3BL, they also have the 2-0 scoreline, but they did drop 1 map to NEXTTOP. So as it stands, it might just come down to Antisocial versus 3BL. That's the last matchup that we do have in this one. We also do have NEXTTOP versus SGJ, but unfortunately that one isn't going to make a difference for the seeding. Yep. And so it'll just come down to the head-to-head between those 2 top teams to determine who will be the first seed from Group D and who will be the second seed.
I mean, SGJ and NEXTTOP, there's still something left on the stake, although they are not going to the knockout stages, to the playoffs. I still do believe, based on the standings, the payouts are different. So
the money.
Yeah, there's still the corn of the crop. You don't want to miss out on that.
Also, like the pride, because you don't want to say that you finished the tournament 13-16. You want to say you finished the tournament 9-12 at least.
Yeah. Also for the region, right? You know, Vietnam versus Philippines. Who's the better region right now? Is the Philippines up and coming? You know,
it's them.
It's okay. Wolves got Vietnam. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see you guys in 2 years.
But
CFS 2026.
That's
unlock.
There's
the
a possibility.
We will unlock the future. It's locked right now.
And Rise Above.
Rise Above, compete to conquer as well.
Ooh, yes. He's pulling out all the catchphrases.
And you know, ends up being a 2-0. I think that Black Widow was. I was a little bit disappointed when I watched that one. I was like, hey, Antisocial looked great, but this isn't very good CROSSFIRE. They're just kind of bopping their opponents. It wasn't a very fun back-and-forth map, but at least Compound delivered a bit, so that was fun to watch.
And then if you think about it, it was NEXTTOP's map pick, and had that been like an 8-10 loss, then sure, we may have kept a bit more hope in it, but yeah, it was 10-5 was just not it.
Yeah, 10-5 was just not it. And just like how I said, right, I feel like NEXTTOP should still have, they should have still played hyper-aggressive in Black Widow. Just like how I said, being hyper-aggressive in Black Widow is what the map is made for. I mean, you have timings in long, timings in short, maybe sometimes in B, but we're not really seeing it. We're seeing it from time to time. Like, you know, they're already pushing long on GR, but I felt like it was already a bit too late because, you know, Antisocial was already that far in the lead and they already have all the momentum, Gouken hitting shots and everything. So I really wish that they went back to their hectic style that kind of won them a single map in sub-base, and that could have been reflected in Black Widow as well, because just like how I said, this is the map to do it.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking to myself, like, what was the decision process going behind the ban pick, the veto? I think NEXTTOP would have stood much bigger of a chance if they were able to fix up basically map number 1 and
or
get
they
it
could have
going
just
from
played
there.
Ankara.
Or play Ankara. Yeah, that's probably better as well.
Yeah, but as much as I do want to see that sub base, I think NEXTTOP's trying to avoid ADRF and or Adrian and Lukaum in sub base, because the last time I saw them, those two were just, they weren't allowing anything in that map, man. They were just straight up guarding everything.
I guess the aftermath for NEXTTOP is going to mark their tournament run, tournament life. Here, the Sun Run ends, and well, I don't think they never had a Sun Run, but
yeah, at the end of the day, I kind of liked seeing like after the game, like NEXTTOP, they were still happy. You know, they were still giddy at the end of the day because you're happy. Biggest CROSSFIRE tournament of the year. Plus, even though you placed last, you're still going to be in Hangzhou, hanging around. You still get money. You get to watch the finals at the stadium. So you know, it's a good experience for everyone just to take a little time off in CROSSFIRE, because everyone's been playing all year, man. It's been quite the long season.
And for Antisocial, by taking down NEXTTOP in a 2-0, I think they have pretty much secured their spots.
They have.
Going into the playoffs, 100%. No, what I want to talk about is, I don't know the matchup between Antisocial versus WEIBO is going to turn out, but if it had to come down to these two teams just fighting against each other, the way Antisocial played on Black Widow makes me feel like Black Widow could be a very prominent map for Antisocials to go for when they have to go against 3BL. I mean, just getting ready to interview our MVP, but I feel like Matt's got some good questions on their sleeves, and one of them is obviously going to be them going against 3BL.
Yeah, I would imagine that. By the way, our interviewee should be Goken.
Yeah, it's 100%. Yeah,
I don't know who else it would be after getting 2 MVPs back to back. I think that in the sniper battle, Snare is one of those guys. Like, it's hard to match Goken for anyone, right?
For sure.
But I think that Snare is the kind of guy that he has a wonky enough play style and is a top sniper that he can be one of the guys that someone matches Goken. I think that matchup actually between those two teams, you know, the snipers can kind of cancel each other out, and it might just come down to the riflers, right? We've seen Horus really step up so far. I think he's been really the main rifler that's done the majority of the work for the side of 3BL. But on the side of AS, I think that they have potentially more depth. I think that depending on who shows up on the day, you know, we even saw in these 2 maps against NEXTTOP that a lot of the score lines, everybody was pulling their weight. You know, nobody was really falling behind. The rookie's doing well. All the veterans are doing well. Vienna's picking up the AWM. He's able to flex a lot. He's doing really well. So it might just come down to the rest of 3BL being able to rise up to that level from the riflers to just match Antisocial.
Yeah, just getting ready to interview Goken, who is getting ready to get on top of the stage. Matt's already up there. For this downtime, though, we do have 3 more games to be played after this matchup. And of course, what do you think is the most interesting game out of the 3 that is going to be played?
Sneaky.
Huh? Sorry, I was staring at Matt Andrews' head. But ranking versus LCK, man, that's where it's at. Yeah. I'm telling you, that's going to be close.
For me, I just want to see Imperial versus Evolution Power, especially because I went against the general flow of the Imperial predictions. I actually went for Evolution Power, so I'm excited to see if my prediction pays off, because I just kind of have faith in the Chinese region, but we'll see what happens on the stage now. Matt Andrews is ready to interview Goken, so let's hop over to the stage right now.
We have our first winner of day 4. Goken is the MVP for Antisocial team. So we knew ahead of this match that NEXTTOP were probably going to run at you, try and outgun you. Did Antisocial team plan any strategies really for NEXTTOP, or did you think we're just going to outgun them?
Nós gostaríamos de saber se na partida de hoje vocês focavam mais apenas em atirar ou vocês tinham alguma estratégia também?
Nós tínhamos estratégia sim, nós conversamos antes do jogo sobre a estratégia para jogar contra eles, nós tínhamos sim.
是的，我们有战术，并且
Yes, we have our own strategy on this team. And also, before the game, we also made up our mind.
Okay. And did you, I mean, you won the first map. Did you get a little overconfident on Compound? Did you get overconfident? Did the team get overconfident?
Depois da primeira partida, com a vitória, vocês ficaram muito autoconfiantes já no segundo mapa?
Sim,
autoconfiante.
Sim, nós ficamos confiantes ao vencer o primeiro mapa e entramos mais quente no segundo mapa e conseguimos vencer.
Yes, because we won the victory for the first map, so in the second map we are very confident.
Yes, but were you too confident? Were you overconfident?
Será que vocês ficaram muito autoconfiantes?
Sim, posso dizer que sim, que fez com que demoramos a fechar a partida. Posso dizer que sim.
Yes, I think we are a little bit overconfident. So that also means that on the second map we took a little more time to get the victory.
Yeah, okay. So you were behind, NEXTTOP were winning. It was a tactical pause. I won't ask you what was said, but what was the feeling like in that tactical pause? Were you stressed? Were you angry? What was it feeling like at that time?
Durante a partida nós tivemos pedido de timeout, né? Então gostaria de saber se durante esse pedido vocês ficaram pouco preocupados ou nervosos.
Acho que preocupado e nervoso não. O pause foi necessário para que a gente pudesse conversar entre a gente. E o Viana passou uma estratégia, no caso, né? Que a gente precisava se organizar para fechar os rounds e fechar a partida.
We didn't feel any pressure, but for the timeout, it's very necessary for us. And also for our teammate Vienna, he negotiates some tactics and tactics.
Yeah, and that turned it around, and you end up with your second win. GG, congratulations, Goku. Congratulations, Antisocial team. They're 2-0 up, and sadly for NEXTTOP, that's their second loss. And it's just our first game of today. Don't go anywhere as NEXTTOP, we're going to take a look at Group A and a bit of a do-or-die game here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Muito obrigado, my friend.
Have fun.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Đức Toàn, mình đến từ đội tuyển ranking Esports Việt Nam. Em bắt đầu chơi game từ năm 2009 và em cảm thấy game rất là hay và thú vị. Trước năm 2023 em đã tham gia rất nhiều đội tuyển và đến năm 2023 thì ranking Esports đã gọi em về và em đã tập luyện hàng ngày để đạt được kết quả tốt. Thời khắc em không thể quên được vào cuối năm 2023 vào được top 4 CPS. Ban đầu thì bọn em được đánh giá rất là thấp nhưng không ngờ tới bọn em đã làm được điều đó.
đối với Toàn, đưa cô Toàn là một người con ngoan hiếu thảo, biết giúp đỡ bố mẹ và gia đình. Nhưng bố mẹ thì rất tự hào về Toàn.
Lúc đầu thì em nó thì cũng làm thôi chơi cái game này vì gia đình cũng đầu cũng nghĩ là không hợp lý, cũng không đồng ý lắm. Nhưng mà sau này thì cũng thấy game nó cũng là một món đồ em nó thích vui chơi và cùng với là một số đồng tình ủng hộ. Đây là chương trình game của gia chú và
trước tiên thì sẽ là CFS 2024 để đạt được thành tích cao nhất và sau đó em sẽ phát triển bản thân vào các giải đấu sau. Đối với em, đột kích là thanh xuân, là cuộc sống và là gia đình của em.
Rightio, welcome back on into the CFS Summer Championship, or CFS Grand Finals, not Summer Championship. I've gone back in time, man. Tell you what, though, that was a good event. But maybe
it feels like it with with the three of us.
It feels like it does. And also, actually, the matchup that we've got coming up right here, it does feel like that as well. We've got LCK, we've got ranking. So we do have a Vietnamese team. We've got LCK again, another one of those representatives from the West League. And I'll be interested to see how things play out here. But taking a look at that first match, Nikki, obviously pretty solid win there for Antisocial. We were having a look at that one in the green room, Neo and I, and Bench seemed like he was pretty keen on NEXTTOP, but tell you what, he was wrong, and there you go, Bench. Bad luck, mate. That's what happens.
Yeah. I mean, the Legend of Pooh, unfortunately, has
slid away.
He slid away, and I mean, despite that, I feel like that chip actually played really well. So, I mean, 10-8 against Antisocial. I mean, I would be proud if I was them.
Yeah, I gotta say as well, just, you know, for NEXTTOP, across the 2 series they've had, I quite like what I see from BotQ. I feel like he actually has a very good understanding. I just feel like he just doesn't have a lot of support. But as a whole, Antisocial should be getting 2-0 there. And it actually doesn't maybe spice things up in that group now over towards Group D. We call it the Group of Life, but it means that that direct head-to-head now between 3BL and Antisocial is for #1 spot, and is to see kind of who can, you know, in quotations, have an easier run. There's always that looming thought of that all gamers have finished second in their group, so somebody is going to be a #1 seed facing all gamers. That sucks, but for the most part, you want to get #1 seed. You want to try and avoid the big teams as towards as deep as possible, essentially. So that's going to be a big battle towards Group D. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, most definitely. But now we have to turn our attention back towards Group A. Ranking and LCK, as mentioned, is going to be the matchup that we're getting to watch right here. And there's actually quite a bit of relevance with regard to this matchup, especially with the result yesterday, Vasco going down to Q9. It was a close loss, but it was a loss, and so they still have to play against Ranking later on in this competition. If Ranking is able to win this match, that game actually between Vasco and Ranking could end up being quite an important one. So I think there's a lot on the line right here for Ranking. As far as LCK is concerned, it's a bit of a more difficult way forward, so probably not as easy for them to make it out of this group. But Ranking kind of have their own destiny in their own hands. They just have to continue to sort of win out the rest of this bracket that they've got themselves, and then they might be in with a chance. So first step will be against LCK, which feels like it should be a pretty winnable game for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like LCK, especially now Vietnam is kind of like caught up to the West League and the rest of the world. I feel like a Ranking definitely I would put the upper hand in this series, despite what from what we saw from them prior, especially up against Q9. I mean, they did take a map off of Q9, actually, to be specific. It was the Black Widow. So, I mean, that's an LCK staple, actually. So maybe that could be something for the side of Ranking. But, I mean, the only person I'm worried about for Ranking Esports, honestly, is PM. The rest of them are pretty good.
I gotta agree. I think PM, he has weaknesses, right? I think is the issue. And I think it's not even more the weaknesses, it's more the fact that there's some pretty good players not in Ranking who, I mean, we've already kind of discussed it, but saying PM's role might be in a little bit of trouble. I mean, I've been like on to see it elsewhere. So he's the only player for me who I feel like is maybe not on the chopping block, but at least in that discussion, so to say. But I think you're right. I think fundamentally, I would be very surprised to see Ranking lose here. As much as I love LCK, because I covered them in the West League, and of course, being from the West myself, I kind of want to back my boys, but they are sort of in a region which is seen as significantly weaker these days, and they themselves obviously have some quite distinct issues. The only thing they've got going for them is I think that sniper head-to-head will be very interesting. We have the players' entrance to show you, so we're going to throw it on over towards the stage.
For match number 2, two teams who've undergone transformative changes and are both eager, if not desperate, to earn this win. It's a do-or-die moment for teams who are 3rd and 4th in Group A, and let's meet them. Proudly representing Vietnam as their #1 seed, it's Ranking Esports! And now to face them, here's the second seed from the EU MENA region. To the stage, this is your LCK! The winners of the Vietnamese finals against the runners-up of the EU MENA regional finals. Which team secures the win and feels a little safer in our tournament? Well, get ready. The players get ready. Let's see what will happen.
Let's see what will happen indeed. But I think first, before we do that, we have to go back into the past and see what has happened and think about the results that these two teams have already shown us at the event so far. I feel like there's been a little bit more from ranking, quite frankly. LCK up against Vasco. It wasn't exactly altogether stellar performance. They had one decent map and then they kind of trounced on the other one. Whereas ranking, we're actually able to take a map off of Q9. So we're putting those kinds of results together in it. I think there's definitely an argument to be made that ranking should even come into this one as pretty heavy favorites.
Yeah, I think probably the way you've got to look at it as well is also about expectations. Ranking are a team that will, for themselves at least, will have expectations about playoffs. I think it would be a little bit deluded. I think that's a tough word to say, but probably a little bit to say for LCK. Can we make playoffs? Surely not, right? No matter what group they put into, it feels like it's such a big ask for them. But ranking are a side who do have the competence to be able to bring themselves to that next level. We just didn't see enough of it. I think they took map number 1. I thought I was going to be the only one getting that prediction right for the upset. Let it slip away from them against Q9. But, you know, now we've seen how good Q9 can be. Took down Vasco. This is a side, of course, guaranteed this spot in towards the next stage. Ranking, we know what the ceiling's like. It's just, unfortunately, the floor at times can be a little bit rough too. But whenever, for me, you know, I see Ductuan, I see Humio, I like this side. They've got a lot to offer up. So I never discount them.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see what ranking's going to be able to bring to the table. But the numbers, at least on the stats page there, don't look altogether too impressive. The thing is, you have to remember that they have played against Q9, and Sticky, you did have Q9 as your team to beat for the entire event, right?
Yep.
So, high praise, I suppose. On the other side of the coin, LCK, we've had our conversations, obviously, around Vasco and their relative level of strength as well. So, again, I think LCK probably going into a matchup initially that was quite difficult for them. Numbers here, yeah, probably reflecting that, but is it going to get any easier against ranking? I actually think that's quite hard to say, to be honest with you.
Yeah, especially we really don't know what form of ranking that we are going to see today, right? Are we going to see, you know, is it going to be the Humeo Esports kind of ranking where he's the only one who's kind of performing, or are we going to see like a complete ranking where Ductuan is ranking and LDX is finding his opportunities? But it could be the same as well here for LCK, right? Look, take a look at the stats with their game against Vasco. I mean, the only person that's realistically performing was Dizane. But I kind of want to see more from Flex and Raffin especially, man, because I know these players are really good, but maybe with an easier opponent, maybe the spotlight can shine on them, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is ranking going to be an easier opponent than Vasco? I think they're two stylistically very different teams, but obviously ranking have a lot of positives to their roster, especially when they're on. I actually feel like they can be argued to be one of the top teams in the world. So just firepower-wise, I think this ranking roster could really put LCK in the ground pretty quickly if you've got players like Humeo at peak form.
Well, not many teams at the moment in the world can beat Wolf Empire, and not even just beat them in a best of 5 as well. So, you know, you really do have to show a lot of respect towards this ranking side. We know like we said, the ceiling of this team is just, unfortunately, the floor at times can be a little bit rough. But, you know, it's one of those where I think you're right. For ranking, they are a team that can be contenders. They can be a top-level team. You just don't always get to see it, unfortunately, for them, where, you know, when you look at the flip side for LCK, it's just about kind of, I feel like it's about getting experience more than anything. I know they already are pretty experienced players, but they're not a top-level contender. You know, they lost to 3BL 3-1 of those finals, pretty expected. Beat the rest of the cohort, again, super expected there as well. There's quite a distinct gap in the West for those who are sort of unfamiliar, where it's 3BL at the top, a little bit of a gap, LCK, and then quite a large gap, and then unKnights and the rest of the kind of the pack in the West. And it's one of those where for LCK, I think they're doing sort of just their job. Expectations have always been quite minimal. For me, one player that I do want to see a lot more out from is Spoxy. Spoxy, in my opinion, is mechanically actually the best player on this LCK team. We don't always get to see it. The head-to-head is the two key riflers on each side, of course, for Humio and Dezane. Dezane are the most MVPs, actually, for LCK throughout the regular season of 2024. So he's definitely a very talented player, but like I said, it can't be just him.
Progress-wise, I think conversation turns for LCK here to actually winning a series as opposed to just rocking up and maybe taking a map, because if we look back at Summer Championships, that was kind of like the first outing really for LCK this year internationally, and they were able to take a map against Wolf Empire. That's a pretty decent result, a map as well off of Imperial, so actually getting some pretty decent maps under your belt, but they haven't won a series. They didn't win a series at that event. They went 0-4. Now, if we want to see that improvement, even if it is gradual, you'd be looking for a series win at an event like this one, and I actually think a game against ranking, if you can take maps off of the likes of Wolf Empire and Imperial, maybe you can actually take a series off of ranking here. Look, across the board, predictions for ranking, and when we do go back over to our side of these predictions as well, I'd imagine there's going to be a few of us going the way of ranking. I know that I at least went for ranking in this matchup. I think they're probably the stronger side, but I don't think this one is impossible for LCK to cause an upset in, and if they can show up today and have a really solid performance, then yeah, I mean, they might be able to get it done. But
the one LCK picker.
I don't think it's unreasonable most people are going the way of ranking, though. Like, LCK haven't really had success at this level on this kind of a stage before, but we do need to see them start somewhere, and I think this is actually a potential entry point, I guess, for that success.
Sneaks, what's going on there? Why is the one LCK pick?
I don't know what's going on with that, honestly. I think he's just there to be the guy.
A bit of a troll?
A bit of a troll. So, similar to what you did earlier, and then you know, everyone turned into a realist. So, yeah, I mean, LCK, it is possible, right? Like, it's just really about consistency between both of these teams. Right, the crucial match, okay. At present, both LCK and RKE have lost the first match. Today's match will decide which team has a better chance of progressing to the knockout stage, especially for ranking as the first seed of the CFBL. By the way, they did beat Wolf Empire. They lost to Q9, second seed of CFBL. Now facing LCK, the second seed of CFWL EU, are under huge amounts of pressure, which is true, because even the predictions are saying, like, ranking is definitely going to take this, but I wouldn't say it's a 2-0 clean, but maybe it's going to be like a really rough fight for the series, but it still could be a 2-0.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you'd want to, I think if you were ranking, and if you were the Vietnamese region and fans, you'd want to look at this game and say, that's a clean sweep, that's a 2-0. Like, this is our first seed, this is our best team against the one of the, you know, the not 3BL teams from the West League.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. The second seed from what is the weakest region. Like, the West League is the weakest region. There's no doubt about that one.
For sure.
Oh, well, maybe. I mean, I guess you could put Philippines there as well, depending on what day it is, really. I feel like those two regions sometimes one's above the other, sometimes the other one's above the... but the thing is, like, if you're ranking here, you're like, we're Vietnamese region, we're strong at the moment.
Yes.
We've just won the most recent international tournament. Our top seed should easily beat the second seed team from West League. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
But that's not the way that I feel this matchup is. Like, I do think ranking's the better team, but I see so many inconsistencies from Vietnamese teams in general, and especially from ranking, that I think there's a world where LCK could actually do this one.
Yeah, exactly. Veto or map comparisons coming up for now before we get into all of that veto. Mexico, of course, a pretty simple permaban. LCK do not play it. One map that doesn't have a lot of reps for both teams that's worth keeping an eye on for is that LCK are actually pretty damn good on that Eagle Eye. Of course, ranking percentage-wise are as well, but Eagle Eye has always been one of those maps that LCK have utilized to punish actually some of the better teams in the West. Spoxy and Flex and that double orm have always looked really, really solid on it as well. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for, but I realistically think it's not going to get picked. It gives a couple of options towards LCK that domestically they're pretty good on. Internationally, not as much, but we're looking at maps like Ankara, maps like Port, and Port in particular is one that they play so much in the West. Always been a super strong part of their pool. But for the rest of the veto, I mean, it doesn't really matter where it goes as well. Because of that kind of permaban, ranking are going to have no issues basically in this veto.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point about Eagle Eye in particular, right? Like, the issue with that for LCK is, yeah, you might be able to win it domestically 100% of the time, but
the opponents that you're playing it on.
You're beating TBI, mate. What can you do? You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
they're not proficient on the map at all. So you're going to come to an international event and think, we're actually pretty good on Eagle Eye, and then you are going to get a very rude awakening when you're playing against the top teams on the world that are actually really solid on the map. So it's a bit of a fake statistic, I think, there for LCK. They do have to be a bit wary about it. That's not to say that they don't have a decent understanding of the map and that kind of thing, but have they really been tested on it, I suppose, will be the big question that we have to ask ourselves if we do get that Eagle Eye into the pool here. But look, LCK, they're a team that has a bit of depth in that roster. I think you can go down the list and expect decent performances from any one of those individuals and hope that they're going to be able to turn up on the day. But for me, it's just that experience factor right now that could potentially be the issue for LCK, because yes, they were there at the Summer Championships, but you know, just in terms of being able to actually get wins on the board, that's something that we've yet to really see from them.
Yeah, they got absolutely trounced in the Summer Championship. I mean, despite WEIBO making it through to the top 4, right? I feel like, LCK is still quite the ways away in terms if you do compare them and WEIBO at this very moment. But I mean, just like how we said it, man. I mean, I feel like if Spoxy steps up, if Design steps up, then it's gonna be quite the exciting series. It would be nice to see, especially for LCK. I've seen it multiple times. That's like how you said it, right? The double sniper setup, and especially ranking multiple players capable of that sniper, so we might be able to see maybe 4, even 5 on the map.
Yeah. I think if I'm LCK here, I'm probably looking for a Port or an Eagle Eye if 100%. I can get it. Port was the map that they won against Wolf Empire back at the Summer Championship. They almost beat Imperial on it as well. They lost 13-12 in the Golden Point. So if they can get Port here, I think that's probably the go-to. Failing that, then maybe Eagle Eye, which was the map that they were able to beat Imperial on. And, Imperial's not a bad Eagle Eye team either.
For sure. Actually, ranking, they could just honestly ban Compound here. If I'm not mistaken, I think ranking doesn't really have the strongest compound, at least compared to the other players.
Yeah. I'm telling you, that LCK Eagle Eye, I'm not even joking. I know they don't play it a lot. Their protocols on the map are actually really strong. It is one of those things, it's like, big fish and small pond type vibes when you're like beating teams in the West, but LCK actually have a really good understanding of Eagle Eye. It's one of the only maps which I'm sad they don't get to play it more often internationally, because they do actually look pretty solid on it. It's one of the few in which they actually look more comfortable than usual. We get that Port pick, and that's one that they're going to be very, very happy with. I know ranking aren't going to mind it too much, but Port has actually looked like a solid map for LCK. It's one of those where you do have a little bit of belief that they can at least take a map in this series if they get one of Port or Eagle Eye. And they've got a Port there. A lot of reps, a lot of success domestically and internationally as well. Not look terrible on it at Summer Championship. So we'll take our credits there.
Definitely got to think about it, though, from the perspective of ranking. This is not a go-to map for them by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, they'll leave it in the pool. You have to leave it in the pool, but it's not a map that they actually really like to go towards. They didn't play it at all at the Summer Championship. They haven't played it here. Certainly they're not picking into it. So if they can avoid it, they will, I think. But obviously in this case, they're going to have to play it. Ankara, obviously, home ground territory for a team like ranking. So that'll be a little bit more in the wheelhouse. But right now, that pool is kind of looking like a 1-1 at the moment, I would say.
I'd agree. I really feel like it comes down to this decider. And this is where we might see that second wave ban of the compound coming through here, just for ranking, not to risk it.
Yeah, I mean, I think going compound against a CFWL team, especially when you have barely any experience on it, is a bad idea. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is banned out. Really good ban from the side of LCK. That is the exact map that ranking actually beat Q9 on. So, of course, I think the priority for ranking, if it's like any team outside of Vietnam, they obviously have to pick Ankara. But yeah, just like how I said it, man, compound would be a surprising ban in this best of 3. And we might go sub-base for map 3. Honestly, wouldn't mind for sub-base for both of these teams. I feel like they're pretty much equally matched in that map 3.
I think it's got to be here.
You see it in his face. What pick are we going to get?
Oh, they want to face them on the compound. Well, maybe, potentially, if it even gets there.
If it does get there, but
I would have preferred to go, if I'm ranking, I'd have preferred to go sub-base here. It's just a map that isn't played a lot in the West League. It's quite rare when we do the CFWL and we see, consistency out of that sub-base pick. So it's always a map, but, compound's regular territory. That's basically every single series has a compound in. So the fact that, for me, if I'm ranking, I want to pick in towards a map in which just feels a little bit, less reps on it in a way.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because compound was the map that 3BL kind of dominated ranking on last time we saw the West League play against Vietnam. You know, against ranking, I guess, basically is my point, right? So they're going to go for compound, even knowing that they've already sort of suffered at the hands of a West League team in a pretty important match. That was back at the Summer Championship. Yeah. And on top of that, they kind of got rolled on compound as well by Q9. So they haven't exactly got a great track record at events like this one internationally ranking on compound. And as we've highlighted a lot, compound is one of the most picked maps in CFWL, and so LCK are going to have a pretty good understanding of it. They will obviously be playing it against the likes of 3BO, getting pretty decent practice on it. So, I mean, that map pool, I don't think actually looks too bad for LCK. My question is going to be, what level of ranking are we going to get today? Because at a certain point, talking about the map pool is one thing, but there is also an element of, is ranking just going to be a better team? Are they going to be a better team today? They're going to get that win 2-0. Are they going to be sharper aimers? Are they going to be a little bit more confident? Are the comms going to be better? That, I think, is a possibility for ranking. Whereas for LCK, I think they do need these kinds of nuances to go their way. They need the map pool to be good. They need to be on their day. They probably need a little bit of luck to beat a team like ranking. It's not impossible. I don't want to sort of, you know, stretch the truth too far. I definitely think it is possible for LCK, but I think ranking have a bit of an easier path in this matchup than what LCK do. Yeah. LCK need a few things going right, whereas ranking can probably operate at about 80-90% and get it.
It's quite an awkward thing to kind of like build up here, where we can say, okay, Vita looks much better for LCK. They're a side who, you know, they've had moments on these specific maps against arguably better teams in ranking, taking on that, like, you know, the Imperial, taking a map off them and a map which we know they're good on. Yeah. So we can talk about all these things, the externalities, and it could just come down to something as simple as, can they hit the shots? As simple as that, right? Where you actually probably back ranking them a little bit more. So you can have all the game plan, you can have all the veto in your favor, and everything going okay, and then you just can't quite kill them. It can come down to something as simple as that. And unfortunately, of how good we know ranking are, that could actually be just the ultimate factor that takes over this series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm thinking like, what kind of players are we gonna get today? Are we gonna get Duck Goat? Are we gonna get Duck No? Are we gonna get PM? Yeah, PM. I think he's still better.
Are we going to get PM or are we going to get Puem? Ooh. Bang. Bang. Bars?
I don't know if that one's bang or bars, mate.
Bars? I think that's bars. That's a green tick for me.
Is it bang on?
All right, enough of that, fellas. It is time for us to get into game. It is match 2 of the day. It's time for LCK to see if they can cause the upset against Ranking Esports. Here we are, straight away onto port. And it's LCK that will have to start off on the blacklist side. You choose this map, you don't get to choose the side, and that's one of the reasons why teams are sometimes a little hesitant to pick into port.
Damn, already multiple players to actually support PM here. So they're kind of aware that PM has been kind of shaky for the past few days, so they're going to assign Nevis to kind of put him up in a position. Actually, Catwalk A, Flex might catch one, and he does get information. Problem is, it's gonna go back into the site. Flex eats a nade in connector A, so LCK gonna start things off a bit wounded, but they do get some map control.
Son said he wins the race as far as LCK is concerned, and if you didn't get the memo from their first series, that is going to be a statement that will ring true when you're watching LCK. They do play a very, very slow brand of the game.
Yeah, welcome to the West, really. Everyone bar 3BL.
You guys need to play faster, man.
Oh, trust me, bro. I've been saying this every week in CFWL.
Like, the timing game, man. Once you learn the timing game, oh my god. CFWL is going to get 10 times better, that's for sure. But I'm just waffling, of course. 2 players on the bottom side of B. Ductuan Humeo. I mean, if these two activate in the B site, man, that is a entire LCK squad down in the dumps. But just like how you said it, man, they're taking it very slow.
They're not even doing anything is the issue. We're not gaining map control. We're not like poking and prodding and getting information either. We're just sort of waiting around. The only positive in this sort of play is you bait out a lot of the util out from ranking, but it's such a timid and sort of tepid approach. And they're going back to the original place that they had contact on. But it hasn't sort of baited rotations away from A.
Well, this is the first test. See if Ranking answers it well already. Pretty good start from Nevis, but Humeo and Nevis do drop pretty quickly. Rotation is in from Ranking, and that's sharp indeed. That's a firing squad from the GR side. All three of them in the same spot, and LCK goes straight into it. Spoxy can't win this round anymore. There's 5 seconds left. And that's a pretty decent display early on in the piece from Ranking.
Yeah, and LDX, Nevis holding it down on the A site. I'm glad that they're kind of adjusting a bit here for PM, especially fully knowing how the top A position could be very difficult to defend, especially when LCK does have the connector A. But you know, Ranking Esports, team play looking a lot better, a lot more smoother, but this could just be, it is GR side on board.
Yeah, for LCK, I mean, we kind of touched on it a little bit already, but it's worth bringing up again just in how it concluded is took forever, finally go for an execute, run out of time. It's like, you know, your own worst enemy there. Open up from PM. Good work. Gets the kill, gets out. That's all he really has to do. Reposition, another pop shot, but doesn't really do all too much. He's in a pretty strong position now, and especially with the numbers advantage, LCK look a little stunned.
Yeah, Port really isn't a difficult map to play GR side on whatsoever, right? You just get the pick off, go back into the sides, hold them, and just force LCK to push one side of the map with a one-man disadvantage. And look at Humeo. He's going to get early info, drop that nade, and get back into the site, call Duct 1 over.
Gonna hold on to the nade instead. That's well and good. LCK not looking to push too far forward. Still got a minute on that timer, so they will be happy to weigh that down as much as they can. Spoxy's been set up on the line here now, and LCK will creep out through mid. Don't half mind that one. Got to be aware of LDX's position, though, and he swings straight into them. Looking for that info. PM, however. Sharp shot from him with the Orb in hand. And it seems like entry into either of these sites is still going to be difficult for LCK.
Yeah,
I'm looking sharp, I gotta be said. Looking alright. Looking pretty crisp, but LCK not looking too bad just yet. 40 seconds. Guys, gotta make a decision. Where do we want to go? C4 got to be collected. Let's go. We gotta move. Don't really have too much time for deliberation anymore. Smoke down. C4 finally collected. They double it back, and that's when Nevis is there to meet them. He doesn't do very well. Damage dealt, sure. Humeo should have got both, because his aim was so low, and PM now long rotating. It's a race towards B in which PM will lose.
Well, he doesn't have to win it necessarily. He just needs to find his timing correctly. He's maybe a little bit too slow here. It's a good quick plan from Dezane. If he would have hesitated, PM would have wrapped upon him. But info might have been given anyway. Shots out from PM. Now Dezane knows, and all it takes is a headshot. PM can still lose this clutch, even though he's got a massive health advantage. It won't come into play. The shots weren't fired by Dezane, and that is 2-0 for Ranking. Although that one got a little bit closer than they would have liked.
Got a bit dicey there, especially in the middle area, but I'm glad that PM is like, I'm just going to drop the ego. This guy's 1 HP. I'm going to switch to the M4, make it easy for myself. And yeah, Ranking Esports playing it standard, man. Get one pick, get out, and just hold as much as possible. But LCK almost actually got into one of these sites. It's a good idea from LCK to actually attack mid because it kind of cuts off the rotation on both sides. But you're going to have to be careful about that top A player because they just got free shots if you go into spawn.
Raffin, seconds of asking, makes the jump up. Last round out, of course, PM, when aggro here. Got a nice kill. Raffin is very far forward. Oh my god, he's stuck all the way up. LDX is going to be a dead man upon arrival, but he could get the site player first. He gets it in the end. Transfer is great. Raffin just walks all the way through, and Ranking get caught completely off guard.
Yeah, that's a massive mishap from Ranking.
Oh!
Might not be an unwinnable round, though, with a shot like that from Nevis. There's a 4-on-3 for the post plan, so still very favorable for LCK. And also, they do get a quick plant down. But Ranking not going to give this one up so easily.
Yeah, gotta be a rough one, honestly. Raffin playing with the vision of the top A player. You cannot see Catwalk A from that angle, but here comes Ductuan coming in, but Design is gonna fall down. Humeo will get Design in return. Humeo on 1 HP, and this is no chance whatsoever. There's 3 rifles shooting at you at the same time, and LCK
with a response.
It's a nice round to win for LCK, but I don't think that really tells us a whole lot. You know, that's a bit of a gimme round. Can't expect to be winning rounds like that on a consistent basis. It's a nice individual play from Raffen, but you're not going to be able to consistently secure that kind of a freebie. I need to see them win a bit more of a standard couple of rounds here if we're really starting to put some accolades in their direction and say that they can put together a really strong half.
There you go, man. Lion Claw getting Himeo. That's a big piece of the pie already out. LDX with the spray. It's a bit rough with the M4. Almost gets Raffen, but he runs out of bullets at the wrong place at the wrong time. PM with the M4 this time. Raffen is pretty low, and they're going to reveal their tracers, which is not the best idea, especially right behind that smoke. Look at this, the 3-man hold in towards the underside of B site. And here comes the flash. No one's going to be blinded whatsoever. PM coming on in, but it's kind of announced that he was going to go in that way.
Yeah,
Who would have thought? A quicker round would work well for LCK.
It's a bit more like it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back themselves.
Neo was right.
I know. What can I say? But it's one of those rounds where as well, it just feels like we've made a call out of spawn. Flex said this, we're going to do this, and they just commit to it. Sometimes it really feels like they dip their toes in, but rather than jumping in the pool. You just want to see a little bit more of a strong foot forward, and that was better. It's really fun to see. PM missed shot. He's going to get punished by Flex. That's a bad one to miss for PM. It looked a little rushed there as well from him, and again, these slightly quicker plays from LCK, more 3BL style, are working. It feels like the West should just incorporate it, understanding that it's going to catch some of these teams off guard.
Oh, but here comes LDX in the top 8 position. Since they do know that there's no longer a sniper, they can actually go all the way and long and actively challenge this, but look at the rotations coming in from ranking. There's already 2 players near bridge, 1 person top A, and it is only Himeo holding this B site. But, I mean, everyone's still holding back. LCK, just like how you did say, they went fast and then they went back to gear 1 once again. So they really want to use the clock to kind of put more pressure on ranking here.
Not half bad as an option. The changes of pace, of course. Keeping ranking guessing. Still got a couple of members over toward this A site that they do need to dislodge, and there's so much util being thrown.
They're going to back off?
It's going to push LCK away. You say that like you don't expect that to happen, Steve.
Yeah.
It's an M4.
I can tell you
I have
that,
to tell you, get used to it, please. Like it's frustrating.
Welcome to our world.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We have to guard these guys once a week.
I think I'm gonna rescind my interest of being in CFWL now, because this is
I'm not even joking as well. Like,
this is not.
Every team does it basically, bar 3BL. Every team is like, this is so standard for them.
It's very
I'd say maybe Swamp are a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That NA side, but then they've unfortunately got 120 ping and
That's
lose.
true.
So it is a real picky poison. We're coming back though. This is very common. Like, you go away, exactly what they did in the first round. Show a bit of presence, go away, end up finishing there regardless. And it will work in this case. It feels like Nevis got to get another kill here and he can't. Looks like in a bit of trouble. Spam isn't bad and a good find.
Well, Himeo, you wouldn't rather have anyone else here. C4, is it planted?
No time.
Oh, that's
welcome
a little bit
to
disappointing.
CFWL.
And look, honestly, LCK have got
That's the second round they've lost to the time, by the way.
They've got nobody else to blame but themselves right there.
Yeah, second round. What, we got 4 rounds played, 2 of which they've lost to the time.
Yep. Just can't be leaving it that late.
And the Time Lords are not in their favor,
There's
that's for
no
sure.
reason.
Yeah, I feel like just hesitating on the top 8 player. I mean, PM's dead, so who's
Yeah,
going to stop you from taking A site? I mean, go. Here comes Lion Claw, does get the entry on Nevis. And I think I know why they would not push that long, because the AKs are now doing in work for both sides, and LDX, is he going to rotate in time? It seems like LCK, just like how you said it, the CFWL style, they're going to back up. But look at LDX. He expects it.
This is so smart. If you can get a kill, but if you can't, it looks like an overextension. Hindsight's a beautiful thing, and it's 2020, and the issue is now that LCK have the numbers advantage.
They've had the numbers advantage a few times this map. Been able to convert it a couple of times here. But even with this numbers advantage, we're not expecting them to go anywhere too quickly.
Really?
I mean, honestly, in the 3v2, I actually don't hate the slow play because GR side is going to be incentivized to make a push like this. You are going to get probably a bit of a cheeky fight somewhere, but then Flex gets picked off. So, not impossible for Ductuan in this now 2-on-1.
It's a good read. You can hear the plant actually going down.
Okay,
Not sure what the
reposition.
flash grenade really achieves.
I think Spoxy's holding stairs here, so if he goes through the window, does get tagged up a bit, but Design and Spoxy have now just kind of backed off it all the way in curve. But Ductuan, if he gets a kill, he can actually just fake the defuse. No one is on the plant, but Design is going to cap out that round. So LCK, I mean, they're fighting back, man, not gonna lie. I mean, as much as we did hype up the port for ranking as well, but it seems like LCK has the upper hand on that BL side, which I'm really surprised about. I mean, port, usually you don't like to play slow. You want to get fast map control and then go for the execute, but LCK is making it work.
Yeah, this is what LCK do, though, against CFWL teams. They just grind them down. Doesn't matter who you are, you have to succumb to their style, you have to succumb to their pace, and it's grueling, right? It's a real kind of test your mettle, test your kind of fatigue as well.
It's kind of like a fisherman style, man. They're just trying to bait you in.
Yeah, yeah.
To the bear trap. Well, not the bear, maybe the fish trap. God. This default, man. I'm like watching the minimap right now. It's
They've taken 6 steps outside of spawn.
It's painfully passive.
Yeah. Because they just expect basically overextensions, which for the most part doesn't really come. We see it a little bit in the West, where some of the lesser teams in the West League do try and like push A long or push through mid to try and find fights, and that's where LCK can kind of punish and get the numbers. But ranking are so disciplined, they're never going to allow for something like that to happen.
Not a bad first half, though, from ranking so far, from LCK so far, I should say.
Yeah, sure.
3-3. You take that. So what they are doing is working. It's going to be a B hit. Humea, the only one on the side at the moment, though he'll have some fast rotators coming to help him out. Ductuan being one of them. And it was a slow approach from LCK, but as soon as they hit the site, they've just full sent it, and that has worked a real treat.
That was almost actually a good defense from the side of ranking, in all honesty. It's just that it seems like the swarm from the side of LCK has gotten a bit too good. 4 and 3? They're gonna get 4 on BL, possibly. But PM does get Spoxy, but the sniper coming in from B Warehouse is not really the best position to be in, especially look at the positioning from LCK. They're avoiding the sidelines.
I love this. The Zane up close. Flash will come round, but it's not going to make too big of a difference. And he's going to get both as well. Zane continues to carry this side in the rifling court. We're not really seeing these lights out performances from Spoxy, but we would more likely see them on that second half regardless. But man, Zane, 13 and 3. He is having a whale of a time in the server. No one's even remotely close to him on either side.
What a demon.
Most MVPs in CFWL. It was him and Snare, actually, this season for the entirety, including playoffs.
Whoa, oh my God.
That's quick, and that has worked. Ranking, try and be a little proactive, and they get caught off guard. A tempo shift from LCK, sumptuous.
Yeah, the thing is, like, there's no reason really here to slow down at all for LCK. You've just got to swing with confidence. It's only one guy. You know it's PM. He's likely got an Orb in hand. They do get their way across, but it was scary for a second. They had sort of isolated themselves in a couple of cases, but locked in. Good round. And good half being put together here. Great half, it might even be said, for LCK if they can keep this up. Get a 6-3.
Design is just really, really good. But at the same time, that kind of looked like more of my speed, my region. You know, 5-man rush on long and 5-man rush on long on the other side too.
I love it.
Whoever just survives the fist fight is going to win the round.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, come over.
Do you know, it's one of those things, you know, we're kind of joking about, I'll come back to that in a second, Flex is about to kill, and Zane's going to find one of his own behind it, so very quick. Good work.
Why is ranking doing this, though?
Yeah, ranking again. I think, honestly, ranking, they're getting frustrated. Yeah, exactly. and they're falling into the trap. And this is the thing, right? When we joke about it and with how slow LCK play, but there's a reason why they play this. It's quite a grueling style to play up against because it can be so frustrating. And we talk kind of joke about these kind of TikTok Zoomer kids and whatever, but like, sitting around for 2 minutes doing nothing, it forces you to go and have a little look for information here and there. And this is where LCK punish you. And there's nothing wrong with being a team that is grueling to play against. That is, if we're going to be completely honest, they're very boring to watch, right? There's nothing wrong with that, though, if you win, right? It's a great thing. There's a lot of teams and a lot of other games as well, which are very boring to watch, but they win. Who cares? That's what LCK will care about. So we're joking about them in terms of this incredibly slow style, but it's effective. So ultimately, they're on track for a 6-3 half here.
I mean, Imperial is kind of like that as
exactly.
well, right? I mean, they're the slowest team in the entirety of CFBL, but they got the first seed somehow, some way.
Yeah. They force teams to play their pace, and nobody likes to play to your opponent's tune as well. It can always make you feel uncomfortable. Even if you're winning as well, it always feels you don't have the momentum because you're not the one setting the tempo of rounds. And that's what LCK are doing here, hence why Ranking are doing slightly janky moves. The trades are very good on towards the B site there as well. It's a long rotate, unfortunately, for LDX. He looks around to his teammates. What happened is what he asked. It's a 1v4. And LCK on for that 6th.
Zane has 18 kills.
What a player, man. What a player.
What a guy.
Oh!
Hold on, wait a minute. This could be winnable.
LDX special?
LDX special? No.
Well, there it was.
Just had to curse him like that. But 6-3 first half, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It actually is.
And honestly, that's kind of what we want to be seeing, right? No bias, but support from the West. I've always sort of come into these kinds of events, and the West League teams are generally kind of pushovers. 3BL has somewhat started to shift that narrative a little bit, but if LCK could step up and do really well on this international stage as well, even if it didn't mean making it out of this group, but
not finishing last in the group,
taking the scalp off of ranking, you're starting to see competitive results from the West then, and
makes the region better.
Going into 2025, that's where you can start to really build those storylines, and I think that'll be exciting. But
and then I can go into CFWL next year and not, expect something. Be like, okay.
Sure.
Because even when we started this year, if we're being completely honest, before, because we weren't really too sure what 3BL on their rebuild would look like internationally. We knew they were good domestically in the region, but we didn't know what it was going to look like. We didn't realize it would be this good internationally as well, right? So it's one of those where, we came into the West League at the start of the year when we were doing it, Jordan, March or sometime, and we were saying, this is all well and good. They're going to maybe do something here, but unfortunately, they'll get to Summer Championships, they'll all get rolled, and then we'll come back and we'll do, Season 2, and they go to the Grand Finals, they'll all get rolled and whatever. But if that starts to change the narrative a little bit, and we start to say, okay, actually, these guys could do something here domestically, and then internationally, we could even see them make a playoff run, right? For the first time, if we get I can't remember the last time we had 2. If we ever had 2 good West teams or 2 playoff level West teams, we would have one with flip side.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I've ever had 2 that have made playoffs from the
Penta
West.
Sports made playoffs in 2015 when I first started.
But were they the only one? Do we get 2 at the same time? Is what I'm thinking.
I think they might be the only one at that time.
Yeah. So if we get to a point, okay, this is ambitious. Let's be honest, but 2 West teams making it towards playoffs. Not saying LCK.
It could happen.
Exactly, it could happen now, but they're going to scalp a big team. But in the future, the way they're sort of starting to ramp up this year, who knows, man?
Yeah, ramping up like Nevis did, and he goes down immediately.
Yeah, look, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Obviously, they're up 6-3 in the half, and
that's
about to be 7.
More than likely, they will go on to win this map. I mean, it is Port. They are on the GR side.
And expected from us as well. We sort of predicted this in the veto.
Port's pretty good from LCK.
There it is.
But there's still a whole series yet to play, and you're looking fantastic right here, LCK. But let's not make this a one-map wonder the same way that it was back in Vietnam, right? They had good maps against good teams.
Imperial.
And we sort of started to believe for a second, and then that belief was taken away from us. And same thing could happen here again. Ranking, reset, going into their own map choice, and Kara could be a completely different look than what we're seeing here. But first we have to get through this map, and Ranking are going to choose to take their attack timeout right here.
Yeah. It was Port against Imperial and Eagle Eye against Wolf Empire, if I'm right in saying, in Summer Championships. So, we know they can take maps off teams. It's just about series. It's a whole different, kettle of fish, as we say in England.
I think my only gripe for this game for LCK is why is there 4 AKs?
Bans?
Brother, there is 2 wooden windows in B house. There is 3 boxes in long.
Yeah, but you forget about one thing.
Doors wall
Headshots.
bangable. Yeah, headshots, definitely.
The
but
crispy one-taps for the show reel. You forget about that.
yeah, but especially in top A, right? I said earlier that they had 2 M4s in that first half.
Because they want to
and they
flex
refused
on
to
them.
they refused to push on in. Flex is kind of yoked though, man. Actually,
because flex. Get it, George?
Jordan's not amused.
No, I actually don't. Can you explain that for me?
George, get it?
What is it?
You get it, buddy.
Get what, man?
And right now, ranking are Duck, Twanang out of this game. I don't even know what you do off the back of this pause. They're trying to go quick, doesn't work. When they slow things down, they fall into LCK style. It's a lose-lose situation, really.
I just realized the amount of bald people with glasses in this tournament is actually crazy.
What are people who have no hair?
You got Horus, you got Famous, and you got the coach of LCK.
That makes me think of another Mean Girls reference. You know, I was talking yesterday night about the stop trying to make fetch happen when you guys were trying to make the MG special happen. It's like,
what's the other Mean Girls reference?
Can't just ask people why they're white.
Oh, what?
Can't just ask people why they're white.
Oh, right.
And in this case, can't just ask people why they're bald.
Why are you bold?
Just happens, man.
Yeah.
Wait, Spossy got scalped in top A, so I don't know when that happened.
Everyone should watch Mean Girls if they haven't. Just saying.
Oh my, how is
what? How is LDX
How is
here?
he there?
How's he got here?
Did he pull a Raffin? Oh well, Raffin did get the LDX, so I think maybe he did something like similar to Raffin earlier, where he just went down in the connector A and it just tapped off.
He just walked out, yeah.
Crazy. Well, RKE seems like they're going to have a bit of a fight in round 11. Oh, Flex. Careful, bud. And Ductwan is really trying to get Flex out of that curve position. If they do kill Flex, that's like, you can just take either side and it would be easy for you guys.
Yeah, Flex is sort of what feels like the last standing bastion of this round for LCK. If you can get 1 kill, Flex, in through mid, oh my god, he's so lucky to stay alive. And unfortunately, as he stays alive, his teammate falls. Down goes Raffin, and well, probably the round with it too. I mean, Flex, he shouldn't get overlooked here. He won't get cleared, dropped, and that'll be that, really. Lineclaw, a lot to do, and really, it's a long rotate as well.
I mean, it had to happen eventually, right? Like, it's not going to be a perfectly clean run from LCK. Ranking have their attack timeout. They figure something out. They get themselves around. But now it's about how LCK responds to this. In the case of LCK, what you'd really ideally want to see here is a pretty quick response and a comfortable win. You know, you want to make sure that you can limit them to something like a 10-5. Get 1 more round, basically best case scenario if you're ranking. And LCK have a convincing win there that they can take some momentum into Ankara with. But if this drags out, even if you do win the map, let's say you win at 10-8, that makes the feeling going into Ankara just a little bit different.
Yeah. You already know, like, Vietnamese teams actually love it when the game actually drags out, right? Yeah, just like how we saw from Wolf Empire. Yeah. Overtime is their home turf. Ranking is the same as well. They're actually, their overtime win rate's actually pretty high. I don't know what's with Vietnam in overtime, that's for sure. You guys did say, right, like, they need a quick response.
Yeah.
On the other side.
It's quick,
so
metaphorically.
The Asian reaction here for that type of round is to really fist fight for this B position. But LCK doing the opposite. So, yeah, ranking is going to be looking for clues in this map this entire time.
Spoxy ducking and diving. He wants somebody to peek out towards long. I haven't seen like a lot out of Spoxy, but he still just had his moments here and there. He's not doing terribly, but this is a guy who can light up the server. We said if we're going to see it, most likely will be on the GR side. They might try as much as possible just to sort of avoid him too. So far, Dezane's putting up one of the best maps we've seen so far throughout this tournament as well. 20-4 for him. Raffin playing up on top. He's got the support of Flex too. Not always the easiest angle as well of Raffin's to clear.
Yeah.
Especially with this crossfire that sort of Flex has got with him. And Dezane's not too far away as well in terms of the rotation.
I mean, if Raffin can actually, or if Flex can actually go down, if he does misses a shot and gets a flash going, that's a free clip right then and there.
They're going to look for toes in a second. Wrapping up high. It's all about this flash. See whether I can force Flex off the angle. With 20 seconds, he might be about to pull off one of these. And as he drops down, he can line up a few, and he does so well. That is a great little hold there. So well played.
Yeah, that's perfect, isn't it? You get that first kill from elsewhere, and then they don't really have the ability to check above them at that point in time. That's the 1-2 punch working to perfection from LCK. Probably only going to work once in a half.
Yeah.
But you get away with it in that round. It's a good round to win. Sets you up to 8.
It's a bit cheesy, but sometimes you gotta cheese to get that dub. And I mean, 8 got 8 for LCK, only 2 points away from winning port after such a good start in the first half. But what is Ranking gonna do? I wonder what Ranking is thinking right now, because at the moment they're like, oh yeah, we can confidently take the first half. We got GR.
Oh.
PM.
You can't kill him. That's the awkward thing.
Oh, he's waiting for his teammate. He's like, come over here.
Oh, no.
Bit of wall bang.
Maybe confirming the damage would have been better, or re-peeking and dropping.
Yeah. Instead of taking Flex's Achilles, he took his entire life.
Well, just a bit of back and forth around the map for the moment. Even LCK scurrying around on the GR side. Not sure exactly where they want to have all of their forces. Look to be reasonably set up toward A now, which is not a bad read. Ranking coming through from Connector. Definitely going to be heading in that direction. Some smoke's heading over the top now that is going to give it away. It's onto the shots here from LCK. Raffin tucked into the corner. Hasn't been spotted yet. He's playing anti-flash, but he's played it way too long. Still, the frags coming through nicely from Dezane and Lionclaw. And Spoxy quick on the rotate. He's actually dropped the C4. PM has to go back and collect it. It'll give Spoxy some time to work toward A.
You know, he assumes he's in top A already, but PM is only making his way there, so PM does have the information that Spoxy is still in spawn, so he's not going to drop the plant just yet. Actually, he's going to investigate where the last player is, but it's going to be a bit of a ring around a rosy. Now Spoxy has found himself in long, and PM has found himself in B.
They've completely avoided each other, basically.
It's the nature of the beast sometimes with those 1v1s. This is about worst case scenario for Spoxy. He's on the complete wrong side of the map. But straight it out for an M4, which is not a bad choice. PM is tagged up pretty substantially. But he's going to have to get a wriggle on to get over toward B.
If he forces a miss here, he just wins.
Yeah. PM, less than half. Playing up towards stairs. He's sort of diving between the two angles too, so timing
he's got to go.
Could get the worst of him, but you're right. C4 less than half ticks. Spoxy gotta go, miss shot, and that'll be that. Like we said, one missed shot out from PM means that Spoxy will win that round. Good choice as well to kind of drop the ego and say, I'm just gonna go for a rifle here. I feel like this is the best call. Sure. I know he's tagged up a little bit. I don't know exactly how much, but enough that it means that I'm gonna have the advantage. So well played there from Spoxy. Took a sweet time, but he made it work for him, and it will be another big round on the board for LCK and one away from taking ports. Now, again, we sort of expected port to go to the way of LCK. It's one of the two maps that they're really conclusively good on.
Yeah. Oh my god, Spoxy. Crossfire Gods loved you in that prior round, but not this round. But Ductron gonna get flex as well. Dezane, of course, always with the response, but here comes Raffin with the spray. Only gets a ding on LDX, and the rest of LCK has found themselves on the opposite side of the map, and Ranking Esports has taken this B site, but Dezane is going to try to get some quick control into B house in order to gain at least a bit of space to get back into the site.
We'll have to wait for Lionclaw to link up with him before they push their way in. But this is a pretty good setup from Ranking, pushing through the smoke into this. It shouldn't go right, but it has. Actually, it's only one player in the warehouse there. I thought it was a couple.
LDX slow.
Isolated on his own, as you say. LDX, a sliver of HP, and Nevis not too keen on the peak right now. He's been absolutely booked. Lionclaw sports the last player out, but Dezane sticking the defuse. He would have won it. I think he would have won it if he's just started that defuse, but no chance now.
LDX dared him to hold that defuse.
it's like a hindsight thing as well. If he had actually stuck that, he genuinely could have had a chance. It feels, in the end, not to be, but delays what sort of feels like maybe the inevitable. I'm not 100% sure if it is the inevitable, but
surely at this
of
point.
LCK seeing this off. Exactly. 9-4, now turn 5.
Coming back from this would be a pretty monstrous effort from ranking, honestly. Doing it on the blacklist side as well.
Would be one of the best comebacks in the CFS history, that's for sure. I mean, that far down, especially on play BL side on port, that's a nightmare. Yeah, Nevis has been, not gonna lie, Nevis has not been playing too well for past few games. Haven't really seen any standout games coming in from him, but I do expect him to at least eventually show up, because I know that Nevis, like, when he is on, he kind of coincides with Humeo here. Like, you have a good lurk, you have a good entry, kind of good on both sides, but unfortunately Humeo and Nevis are kind of suffering at the moment.
It's an interesting forward hold from LCK on both sides of the map. Something a little bit different that might catch ranking off guard, and don't hate that when you only need one round. Backing their way out, though, on the B side of the map. So it's a little bit more standard, apart from the one player pushed out, which is Flex. He's now been spotted by PM. Kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, though Spoxy should be able to come to him. That long is pretty clear for the moment if he needs an exit route.
Yeah, but look at this setup, though. This is going to be pretty hard to crack. I hope Raffin has an M4. Well,
never mind.
Never mind. Zane just gets his head taken off in curve through the window.
It's a big scalp, actually, because it's to Zane specifically.
Also opens up your avenue of attack into both A and B. Spoxy's going to be able to pick up the angle and pick up a kill as well. No more than that. The swing does continue to come here from ranking, and it's on to just Flex, but they knew where he was. He stuck around way too long, and ranking should be getting another one here.
Line clock. Returning in from curve via mid, and yeah, I mean, this one is done, it feels. Unfortunately, that's 2 versus 4. Any constellations would be nice for the stats, but it feels pretty unlikely for the most part. They've got no in routes here. C4 already halfway through being ticked as well, so it's not going to make a grand difference. A couple of shots would be nice, and he's trying to find the scalp of Humeo. He will get there in the end. Looking for more. No one around that corner. They're playing deep. Nevis is on the box, and he also gets dropped as well. A couple of taps. PM's going to fall. Defuse. Hang on. We're on this. Sticking it. Might just block, and they might just get it in. No, it's so close. Cole pulled out, and ranking survive a scare.
That was very close. I thought they had it.
Yeah, I thought it did as well. I mean, we were talking about a second half, that ridiculously close.
Yeah, one of the best displays of the buddy system I've seen this entire tournament, that is for sure. But LDX, second time that the defuse has been denied by him. Great patience from the captain of Ranking Esports.
Ranking is starting to sweat a little bit. I mean, no, they have been, but in particular with the rounds they're winning, they're not comfortable by any means. They're really being made to work for it.
As is the nature of port. But Ranking Esports once again, kind of playing the exact same timings as LCK at the moment. They're taking it slow at the start of the round, making sure that no one's running it down mid from LCK. But is PM going to check connector A again? No, it's actually Nevis who's going to try to check for Flex here.
Raffin playing up close too. Let's take this first fight. Flex needs to be very careful. A couple of steps further forward, he's a dead man walking. But Smoke will keep ranking at bay for now.
Everyone's just dead silent.
I can't believe Flex is going to give this another crack.
Yeah, one flash would be nice.
It's a bit of a setup in mid from ranking, yeah, and it does look like LCK could crunch middle if they wanted.
This could be a freebie.
Missed shots.
Ooh.
But they don't know that the rest of LCK is also lurking, and Lion Claw will strike. That is too easy. A big 3K, and that will be surely enough to close the map out. LCK, they've got it done here against ranking on Port. PM goes down 10-6, and LCK will draw first blood. Well, that's a little bit of spice to start our day. Obviously, you've been here already, but we get to watch a pretty interesting match to start our day of casting. And, yeah, no bias, but Wesley getting the win. We're happy with that.
We are.
Obviously, it's one map, though, and I think that's the big takeaway from what I've seen from LCK internationally this year is that they have the ability to win one map. Definitely, we've seen it again. But now we have to question, do they have the ability to close this series out? That was good. But Dezane, obviously leading from the front, kind of going pretty nuclear. Not sure that we're guaranteed to see that again. A lot of question marks still here for LCK, but cannot fault them for that first map.
Yeah, for sure. I think they played incredibly well, especially going into their BL side. They knew their priorities, even though they played, you know, very, very slow. But it seems like they kind of played with the patience of ranking esports here, which I'm actually surprised about because I would have thought that LDX would be one of the more patient, IGLs in the. In the entire CFBL, it's kind of like him and Shady, right? But Shady does like to go aggressive from time to time. But yeah, there's a lot of unnecessary stuff that ranking was doing on their GR side, which like would have been won if they just held.
What do we put that down to? Is that just LCK playing really well, or is there an element of ranking maybe being a little bit unfamiliar with Port, not quite as comfortable on Port, and we're going to see a different looking ranking going into Ankara?
I mean, that was definitely what felt like a punish pick. I mean, we kind of came into that immediately. We said the second LCK get a Port, we're like, yeah, this is their territory, right? I mean, all day, ranking on incredible on this map. It's definitely one which LCK, they have two pocket maps which they're very strong on, that and Eagle Eye, and I think, you know, any of them they probably would have been fine on. I think it's just one of those where it goes back to that conversation about LCK where it's like, we know these guys have a one or two maps that are great. It's just the series which is different. Speaking of great, Dezane was fantastic. 4 KD. That is the highest KD we've actually seen so far at this tournament. The other guy who put it up was Do in their opening game, and they won 10-1, 10-2 in that series. So Dezane, incredible from him. 116 ADR, 1.5 kills per round as well, just to add it to that tally. And, none of which were even first kills. So, I mean, that in itself is pretty impressive. He looked so damn solid, so clutch, able to step up in late rounds. Having a player like that as a closer who I think has a lot to offer up must be so nice if you like flex as an IGL and having that reliability in a player like Dezane.
Right. 44% multi-kill percent as well.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty crazy. Like 44% of the time you're taking a fight, you're getting more than one kill. That's an insane conversion rate, and something that, if that continues, I can see Ankara definitely going the way of LCK. If we get that exact level out of LCK on this next map, definitely going to be winnable, but it's a bit of a different ball game, right? LCK, they typically do rely on that double orb setup on this map. We see Flex a lot with it as that secondary sniper, so that's a little facet that we didn't really have to sort of lean into on Port. They were kind of getting it done with the rifles. How much of a emphasis is ranking going to be able to put into this one, and what can they pressure LCK into if they can force them to go back to that double sniper setup, and that's not working? Maybe this still sort of falls apart for LCK, but the building blocks are definitely there. LCK do play Ankara in their regular season matches as well back in CFWL, so this is not unfamiliar territory for them.
Yeah, for sure. LCK, obviously, I have watched some CFWL, and unfortunately I had to watch some LCK games, so yeah, it seems like they also know how to play Ankara. Granted, it is different compared to what ranking usually does. But, you know, I feel like LCK's slow type of game, especially if they're going to start on the first half, is definitely going to be very, very annoying because ranking is trying to fight you for map control and trying to fight the actual player, like high mid. He's going to try to fist fight you, but then, you know, what if no one's there? What if they're just holding the sights?
Who's got the blacklist start? Did you write that down?
Who's got the blacklist start?
I can't
so
remember. No,
it is, this is a ranking pick, right? So
yeah.
So LCK, they're the type of team to pick GR first.
You reckon?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be an interesting little curveball because that is going to give ranking the inroads to sort of be the ones to sort of play their own game here a little bit more so. Whereas, obviously, from what we saw there on Port, instantly from the get-go, we're playing LCK's game. Like they're slowing it right down. Ranking doesn't really have maybe the tenacity that LCK does, let's say, and so they start to speed things up a little bit, but they're on the GR side, and that's playing into LCK's hand. If Ranking's now on the blacklist side, and they're hitting, you know, some pretty quick sights and stuff like that, double orb setup, obviously, in the case for LCK there, that can make it a little bit more difficult, I think, for LCK. So it actually would be interesting to see if LCK might have chosen to start blacklist side. We'll have to, you know, get clarification on that when we get into the game, but yeah, just the little intricacies of how that might play out, and if Ranking can come back from this game, from this break, and come into this game, play their own style a little bit more, obviously going to help them out quite nicely.
I will say though, just kind of maybe, you know, obviously we're quite hyped for LCK here, but the 4 times I've actually watched them this year, they've lost this map. Twice of which the 3BL, once regular season, once playoffs, and then twice at the Summer Championship they lost it as well. So that is the real thing. Is maybe a little bit more of a, maybe I should take a little bit of a step back on LCK. It's good to ride this high for them now on a map which they are good on, but they've actually struggled on Ankara this year. The 2 times played on LAN, both times were pretty rough around the edges, to say the least. And then, yeah, the regular season, the West League, they weren't always fantastic on it. I just felt like sometimes they can just get outgunned on it, as simple as that. They just don't look as crisp, as confident in some of their peaks. Like, you know, if we don't get that the same masterclass, what is the issue then with LCK? How are we going to find form? Spoxy's not looking lights out. Flex is actually looking so far this tournament like he's struggling. And he's obviously, as a secondary sniper, we always sort of want to see numbers out from him, but we don't. So this is, for me, I mean, we sort of built this up when we saw the veto come through anyway. It always felt like a third mapper. I don't really have any doubts this will go to a third map.
All right, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm trying to kind of keep that hopium alive, but I wonder if we do end up going to map 3, if LCK is going to be able to push it over the line there, because it really has felt in a lot of cases like they are just good for one map, and you want to kind of see that momentum continue in the rest of the series, but they just don't have the ability to kind of have that many good maps over the course of an entire series. So, yeah, I mean, what's your feeling on that one, Siki? If we end up at map 3, Ranking having one Ankara, obviously, is there a little bit of a world still in there for LCK, or are we kind of like, oh, this is not looking good?
I think LCK can definitely win map number 2 after how map number 1 went. I think no one was really, you know, definitely online from the side of Ranking, right? Even Himeo was kind of falling asleep in the Port map, where we expect him to be that 1v9 carry for the squad. So, you know, if Ranking is down in the dumps here in Ankara, if they cannot get the map control, if they cannot, you know, go up against Spoxy with the sniper, if they cannot find the Zane anywhere in the map, then I mean, I could see this being a quick 2-0, which is pretty tragic, right? Because we were expecting a closer series between these 2 teams.
It would be, I think, look, in one way, a little bit disappointing if this ends up being a 2-0 for LCK, because then that kind of makes that Vasco Ranking game a bit of a moot point, right?
Yeah,
Vasco would not, it doesn't matter if they lose to Ranking. Ranking couldn't make it through at that point, because they would go 1-2. So, yeah, it's in a way maybe better for the tournament if Ranking actually does win this one, because we would get a real banger of a final game for this group match between Ranking and Vasco. But that seems like a pretty long road ahead here for Ranking. Like, they've got a bit of work to do.
I will say, if LCK are going to win this, the way in which they win this is not as much in terms of their game plan or this and the other. It's actually just Ranking not showing up in the same vein that they didn't show up in that previous map. They were pretty non-existent, I think it's safe to say, in towards Port. So that's going to be the win factor for me for LCK. But we're going to have to wait and see. Map number 2 coming up next. It is Ankara, the pick of Ranking. Can they respond?
Yeah, well, here we are to find out. And it is actually LCK that's going to be starting on Blacklist side. So that was what we were discussing a little bit on the desk. If maybe LCK starts on GR ranking, we'll have to play to LCK style. But looks like LCK are going to get to control things from the outset on Ankara. And they've decided to go pretty quick, all things considered. There's some presence being shown from Raffen, and that's already pulled a rotation. Look at this, LCK. If they were to hit the A site right now, there's only one player over there. This is a great call from them, sneaking their way through the vent. They've shown some presence over toward B, and they have absolutely bamboozled ranking. What a round from LCK.
It's just a smart call, isn't it, right? I mean, it's just, a lot of it comes down to just raw instincts of, I haven't seen any presence here, let me just get a little bit further in. But they play together. This pack mentality makes this retake very difficult indeed. And again, like we said, it feels like if ranking won a chance, sorry, if LCK won a chance at 2-0ing this, they have to catch ranking off guard. And Raffen's already on this late lurk.
Look at this delay.
And it works. That's big. Him staying alive is going to draw attention.
Talking about the wide swing. But still going to cost time for ranking, and they can't really afford it. Very positive trend there from LCK. I love seeing that out of the gates. Fast round, good coordination, clearly a set strategy as well. And it pays off in a really, really big way.
We call that the Loons Masterclass.
Yeah, now that's
where I'm from.
Now that is
do
we
what?
Yeah. The Loons Masterclass.
The Loons Masterclass.
Coach of LCK, player for Lazarus in the West League.
Hard.
It's quite interesting that though, like just being a player for Lazarus and then the coach of LCK.
Yeah.
2 jobs in one.
Get twice
not a bad gamer himself, I gotta say.
I suspect he is just coaching for this tournament.
Yeah, it is. He wasn't a summer, I'm pretty sure, right?
No.
I like that though, because you get like an outside player's perspective.
Yes, yeah.
On the game.
He's very vocal in tech pauses, so he's obviously definitely saying, right, guys, this is what I'm seeing, and as a guy who's played against you multiple times in the season.
Also, he's someone that's been around since day one. You know, he's been competing on this very stage since who knows when, 2015, 2014.
Dang.
It might have been. So he's
still not a bad player at all.
He's definitely had the success. He knows what it takes to be, maybe not necessarily a champion. I can't remember if he's got a win under his belt. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But,
no.
you know, certainly up there in terms of competing. He's been on teams that has been inside of the playoffs comfortably a few times. And that will be something that LCK is looking to emulate. You know, they're not here to necessarily win this event. Obviously, every team wants to win. But if we're being realistic, LCK, right now, they'd love to win a series. Beyond that, they'd love to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it's one step at a time vibes, isn't it, really, for LCK? And I think especially off the back of Summer, which had no wins for them. Let's start with the first one of get a win in the series, and then we can start talking about, you know, maybe next year, the year after, talk about actually, let's get a couple. Let's see if we can get maybe a favorable group. We can talk about getting ourselves in towards a playoff spot or getting kind of some sort of a deeper run.
Mm-hmm. You can't really rush the process of something like this, right?
Exactly. You know, you're from the Philippines.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys have been trying to rush the process for a while.
I know. That's why we're on that 2-year rebuilding process right
That's
now.
straight banter right there.
Oh, Spoxy though is going to get LDX Lion Claw. Look at this take, but Nevis can't stop it single-handedly.
Uh-oh, that's falling apart. There's 2
happen?
kills simultaneously in towards mid as Nevis was fighting towards the B side. LCK looks so good until they look so bad.
C4 is down.
Spoxy moment.
Be good to see him get over the line in this round and really start the map strong. That'd be a real positive for LCK, but wishful thinking.
There we go, 1-1. I kind of like the decision of LCK though, of starting BL first, because that means you're going to end up, you know, second half, GR side, you're comfy. Just have to, even if it goes like 5-4, not in your favor, you're in a pretty good spot here on Ankara. I don't know what happened there, honestly. I mean, they just...
Yeah.
It's like Humeo just came out of nowhere and spawned and just absolutely shot everyone. Good hold by Nevis, though. I mean, I've been saying, man, like, Nevis has kind of been disappearing past few games, and maybe this is the start of it.
If it was a 1-for-1 there, if Nevis gets traded, I honestly feel like LCK could have been okay. It was just the fact that he gets both, which completely throws it up in the air. Some hopeful shots there by Spoxy. Trying to catch somebody through that smoke, but yeah, not to be.
Yeah, it's most aggressive I've seen them.
Not a huge amount of map presence in this round from LCK. You've got Flex sort of exploring the mid-con, but aside from that, we're back to the tried and true for LCK. They're going to go back to their roots and just slow it down. Worked very well for them on Port. But make no mistake, this is going to be a much more difficult map for them. Making it a lot more comfortable here. And most certainly aren't going to be rolling over and dying so easily. Aquan will get a bit of information. Plenty of time available though for LCK. They've cleared out Hotel outside B. But that doesn't mean they can't still have a look back over toward A, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They are nothing if not consistent.
Yeah, Flex holding that catwalk A position. You can actually throw a fake smoke. You're thinking the same thing.
Great minds think alike there, Sneak.
There we go, and they're gonna think it's B now.
Get on the server, mate. They need you.
Yes, I'm like the coach, but instead of coach, caster.
They're out though. On towards A. C4 go down. And Ranking gonna have to play full retake
It's
here.
interesting, isn't it? You've decided to go full retake?
And especially because the flank is sort of being held there as well. PM's gonna make that rotate in. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable. Flex is happy to take a fight here. If you can get one, just one, could be a big difference. But I actually like that. Just tries to fall away.
Great. Yeah.
And on the fadeaway, James Harden-esque, he gets that tap and he looks for a second behind it, and he will. Leaving it all down to two, Duck Duan and Humio. I mean, arguably two of the best players you want in this situation, but this feels like now an impossible spot, spamming away. They know he's somewhere lurking in that smoke. LCK, masterful job. That's a great response off the back of that previous round, which was a great attempt that just fell flat in terms of the Angels. That time, not to be.
I do like it. I do like what we're seeing from LCK at the moment.
We didn't see this at Summer at all. Not this consistency.
I mean, the funny thing is, like, I've said it a lot about GV, if you remember. GV / Encore, that core. I keep saying these guys, they play actually quite smart. They play a good style of the game. Sometimes it just feels like maybe the aim is lacking a little bit, or the decisiveness, or what have you. And I think you could say the same thing about LCK when they're playing internationally. Like, I appreciate the way that the West League teams choose to play. I think they actually play more correct from a fundamental technical standpoint. It's just that maybe individually they're not quite as talented as the Brazilian teams or the Chinese teams, for example.
Yeah, agreed.
But when the aim is rolling, I mean, they actually make, I think, better decisions than most of the other international teams, and that's paying off for them. Plan not yet down in this round for LCK, but they are into the site, and we've got Flex on a big flank. So this round's about to get quite interesting, but not a bad setup here for LCK. If Flex can get his timing right, which he will.
Humio gonna have to go back in, and he will get the tap. That's very quick. C4 still not down as well. Finally, Will. That's a quick one tap. Spoxy and Raffen are both low here. They're going to try and fight together, and then they get isolated, which makes it very awkward. 1 versus 1. There's a lot of time left on that C4. Spoxy's going to try and dance around and stay alive, and he's trying his absolute best, but this one feels like a foregone conclusion just because of the HP, and it was Humio. Good 1v2, but I feel like for LCK, if they stay alive just a little bit longer, they can play the time there.
Yep, LCK Ranking, we're having a tap-off there on the AK-47s. Fortunately for them, Spoxy did have the sniper, and he already missed twice. And Humeo playing that 1v1 expertly well, so at least we do know that Humeo's clutch is still within this game. And you do have a point there, Jordan, where the CFWL teams are more, you know, strategic more than anything, and I think that's an indirect consequence of the ping difference between the teams, because like,
yeah, probably, yeah,
like it's the strats. I mean, obviously some of the shots aren't gonna hit, so yeah, might as well just play it smarter more than anything. And if they go into LAN and they kind of somehow get used to playing on 0 ping, I mean, their strats are good. Their macro is gonna be immaculate.
Yeah, it is exactly that. It's the macro sense is good. It's just the micro isn't always fantastic, and there's 1v1s, those head-to-heads, they can be just a little shaky at times. But slow start once again. It was okay for them last round in the sense that Spoxy got an opener in through mid. This time Flex going to try to be that one. He has to support, and they move their way forward. They're getting decent amount of control here. Raffen needs to be careful, needs to get a kill. Actually, they get some support. It's a great little way to isolate a couple of duels just by overwhelming them with numbers.
Yeah, PM On the sniper, can he make the highlight play happen? It seems like Raffin, all he needed was the call to take him out. And look at Flex. He's here for the late push, but do they even need it? It's a 2v5.
No, this is going to be a tough one. Humeo and LDX should be going down. Just want to see LCK swinging that together, to be honest. Do give up one. They're very hesitant at the moment to get that C4 planted quickly.
Yeah.
Which can be a big difference maker in allowing time for the GR side to work. And LDX, as a result, has gotten all the way through to Hotel, and he's doubled down. Oh, dear. This is not the round you can afford to be losing. Spoxy,
No.
he'll drop as well, and it leaves it on to Flex. He did at least manage to catch Humeo, but the bomb is not planted for him. He just has to take this swing. That gets way too close. So we've been very positive and vocal about LCK playing correctly. In that instance, they played that round very, very poorly and almost got punished for it.
Yeah. And, you know, Flex in a real tough spot because the C4 was not planted for him. So, in a weird way, if the cross had come onto his site, they could have just stuck it.
Yep. If he misses those shots on the cross, that actually might be round over favoring ranking, and that would be a killing blow for LCK for sure.
Yeah. I think Flex should start watching some AG Ankara, honestly. I think the way that Jue just finds himself in Catwalk A every single time, you don't have to be all the way in Arch, man. Like, you can get to B-side faster, no problem. Another A take, A execute maybe. No more fakes anymore. So I think if ranking is conditioned right, they're gonna assume that this is a fake. But might just stay here actually.
Flash going over the top. That'll be the go signal for LCK. Has not caught Humeo. This one a little bit too telegraphed by LCK. And in the straight up aim duels right now, feels like ranking might just have that edge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the literal default in Vietnam, right? When you're on Ankara, if you cannot find anything, it is the A execute that you're going to have to do. So they're kind of practiced on how to deal with those kinds of situations. At the same time, they could not take out LDX, who's been on the side of entrance that entire time. And it took Dizane actually forcing himself in the site, but it did cost his life and the round. But look at Nevis getting a lot more braver. I like this from ranking. More map control that they're going for.
Yeah, Nevis going to keep pushing forward as well here. It's being held for and now position known as he gets tapped a little bit of damage, but just enough to force him away, but also drag attention. LCK know that basically all of them have sort of been spotted out there towards that A long, so they have to retreat and double back and sort of go from fresh here, which they essentially are as they go all the way to spawn. So we're starting fresh in the round, but just 1 minute 45 on the clock.
There we go. That's the positioning that I was talking about now. The Catwalk A position is so powerful because you can line up a smoke from there, but at the same time you can flank because all the attention is on the hotel players, but can they find LDX?
Yes.
Super isolated. Never been a huge fan of that position.
Yeah.
Always just feels like you're so reliant on winning your 1v1, and even if you do, you end up getting traded 1-for-1 9 times out of 10 there anyway, which means your team is at a player disadvantage, and that's where ranking is at right now. Effective trades from LCK. Nevis should get a freebie here, but should be traded down. And it is. And LCK will maintain the lead. There's been some speed bumps along the way, but by and large, LCK are playing a really good game here.
Yeah, sort of bumbling across the finish line, it kind of feels, but you take it all the same.
Yeah. It's a funny visual, too. If you're Lion Claw with the C4 out, and all 4 of your homies are on the site, and you just see someone crouched in the corner. But good thing it was a 1v4, so I don't think any trigger discipline is going to win that out. Humeo with the sniper? All right, taking matters into his own hands because PM could not hit as hard as he can, but PM and Nevis will get flags eventually.
A good start for sure. And I really feel like LCK are actually sort of scratching their heads now. They don't really have many decisions, and because they've already lost a couple of key fights out towards A long, they have no idea about how much map control has been taken elsewhere. Have they pushed mid? Have they pushed through B in towards Hotel?
Yeah, got to look for some 1v1s if they can isolate a duel somewhere and win it. So don't hate seeing Raffin just sort of hover around the vent. If ranking go looking for information, especially off of that kill from Spoxy onto Nevis. It might be Intervent, and that can bring you back to the 3-on-3. Couple of nice individual duels being won. LCK will be right back in the round. But the 4-on-3 will persist for now. And there's another push. LDX is pushing his way forward. So LCK may be rewarded for their patience here with an easy avenue into B, but I do just wonder if they're going to get baited to go A, because that's where Raffin's been dropped off. The incentive will be to go A, so you can have all your forces there, but actually if they get a bomb plant down on B here, that could be huge. Raffin come for the late rotate, late flank through from A. That's definitely a potential round win for LCK at that point. It's just a question of who goes first, LDK or Raffin or players over toward A. Spoxy not quite getting flanked. They actually went in a different direction, and LDX, he's gone down. This is huge. B site's completely open. That's been cleared out by Spoxy, and Ranking are in an absolute shambles now. This was a 5-on-3, but they've lost full control of the map.
Yeah.
Players going down on B, and they've got a long rotate to make over from A.
It was a 5-on-3 early in the round too.
Yep.
And LCK's full reset is actually done so well. Raffin, hold of that flank. This could be a big fight, and one in which he wins. That could be one of, if not the final nail in the coffin for this round. LCK, if they're about to get a 5th, this is not a bad first half at all. Flashes over. Gonna try and pop out. Duckton wants to make his way out of the hotel. He walks straight in towards the shooting gallery. PM's also been spotted as well. And Dead Man walking.
Wow.
What a round. 5 versus 3 in favor of Ranking. LCK win out the round with 3 staying alive. Like we said, I felt like if LCK want a chance of winning this, it has to be an underperformance from Ranking, and that is honestly what I'm feeling at the moment. They look not on the game for me.
Is it too late to swap my prediction to LCK?
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I allowed to do that?
Well, to be fair, the one guy that predicted LCK is blowing up our group chat saying, I told you so,
He's
I
the
told
GOAT.
you.
He's the prediction GOAT at this point.
What was his name?
Dadum.
Dadum.
What I will say,
shout
though,
out Dadum one time.
I don't know.
I'm going to clip that.
Shout out Dadum one time. My goat.
Matthew Duma.
Matthew Duma Dadam. My goat.
Dadum. I don't know if I necessarily agree with you if it's Ranking underperforming. I don't think Ranking is playing phenomenally. Like, don't get me wrong, but I think that you definitely have to give some credit to LCK as well for the way that they are playing. I think there's definitely a really solid element coming through from LCK. Good decisions being made. They're hitting their shots as well. So
yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. Don't really discredit LCK, but I do really feel like Ranking are underperforming compared to what we saw sort of in Vietnam from them and what we have seen, even like map 1 against Q9.
I don't know. I've seen enough of Ranking and Vietnamese Crossfire to not get my hopes up too significantly.
I'm a Wolf Empire believer.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you're getting baited because all you've ever known is Wolf Empire being good. You started casting Crossfire last year.
Yeah.
And ever since then, Wolf Empire have looked fantastic, but I don't know, man. Vietnam, it's come a long way, let's just say that. And you still see flashes of
the future's now
what
old,
it used
man.
to be like. The future's now, and the future apparently is the West League. That's what I reckon.
I'm with you. 3VL Masterclass. Vietnamese disaster class. It's still looking really scrappy. Raffin trying to get out towards the site. Cole pulled out. He's missed a couple of shots. He's panicking in that flustered situation. Does have support, but he doesn't want to overextend. There's a gap on that smoke as Spoxy wants to try and push his way forward and want to creep forward through. He knows that, but he cannot pull out the Orm in time. But still back and forth. 1v2. Flex got to show a bit of forefront here, and he doesn't take a hell of a lot of damage, which makes this impossible.
30 seconds left.
How does he do that?
Has to take that 1v1 against Nevis. Got to be a confident swing here from Flex. Doesn't really have the time to be messing around too much, but he is going to go for the flank. Going towards Hotel, and that may prove to be a good decision. Nevis is kind of concerned about the other angle. He's been spotted out. Time might now get the better of Flex here. Just got to hold that W key. Go for the fight. There's no chance of a plant anymore. Why is Nevis swinging? Don't even give him the chance.
Just run it, bro. Go at him.
Yeah, he really had to. He felt very uncommittal there. It has to be said.
Flex, at that point, the sound doesn't matter, man.
Yeah, he knows where you are.
He knows exactly where you are. Nevis is just gonna play around the boxes, of course. Honestly, if LCK is playing like this on Ankara, I take it back, bro. I want to cast CFW now again.
All right.
Maybe just not port specifically.
You say that until you have to come and watch TBI versus Anubis.
Hey, I was cheering for Anubis.
Why?
I don't know. I like the squad.
True. Maybe like 3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, he hit that? Okay.
And Flex hit that as well. We haven't seen too many Orm Flex moments in this series, but when you get them, they're pretty sweet.
Yeah, and this is the map where it'll happen. I mean, we talk about that in the pre-show as well. When we saw this map get picked, we were anticipating a double Orm setup. Zane, not sure that he was expecting that.
They've overextended here quite significantly.
Yeah. They're going to keep going as well. LCK are kind of thinking some sunk cost fallacy. Might as well keep investing in this push.
Already committed to the bid, basically.
But it is I think even though LCK probably are going to lose this round.
Wait.
Yeah, this flank actually might change
quite spicy.
my thoughts.
Hold on.
They're moving pretty quick. As long as they don't get hurt, they are going to find a huge timing right here. Raffen spotted them, and he's up to no good. Nevis, that'll be a freebie if he wants it, but he decides to keep going behind even further. He's looking for more than just one. Surely Nevis not going to spot him out. Does get executed. We're back down to the 2-on-2, and Raffen tucked in the corner. He's got one more. It's made it very winnable now for Lionclaw.
Lionclaw's thinking, where is LDX, though? He might get him on the crosshair.
I think he...
This is spicy. LDX is doubling away. Oh,
but
he is.
Lionclaw's being very active, though, isn't he? He's already cleared out B.
I like this, though. Yeah, Lionclaw, it might not be a complete lost foot race back towards A, but then again, he could also get flanked himself. This is so dicey.
He's wary of this
LDX
position,
jumping in towards window. He'll get this wrap, but then Raffin's so close to him. Oh, my God. Lionclaw, back turned. Nevis, he's got to go down, and he will. I cannot believe it. What a round from LCK. Another one where it's the man advantage for ranking, and they let it slip. If I'm Ranking's coach, I am furious with the way we're losing some of these rounds.
For sure.
But LCK, so good, man.
LCK are playing it really well. They're playing it super proactively.
Yeah.
They're thinking, okay, we've got a bit of a timing here. We're just going to have to go for it. Like, that's our only chance of winning this round. We're not playing this one outstanding because we're down 2v3, but let's try and look for some info. Let's see if we can get a timing, and it works out. And on top of that, what I want to say is Flex hitting those 2 shots at the start of that round as well. It's a scary sign for Ranking because if Flex is going to be a concern over toward A with that Orm, then you've got real problems because B's not easy either.
No.
And Flex can almost solo hold A when he's on. So this is a bit of an uphill battle actually for Ranking if things are going right for LCK, which it seems they are.
Yeah. I will say as well, you know, when you look at LCK, it's one of those things that in hindsight, if you clean up just a couple of small little micro things, they're an incredibly solid team. That's where you can talk about them scalping big teams. Like even like Flex there finds 2 to open, but he sticks around maybe a little bit too long, right? If we get him falling away, keep the numbers advantage and not be forced into a clutch, this is where it's a near perfect level of a round. 1 for 1 to start off early. Zane can I play up close? Again, Zane, you know, he's been struggling here despite his lights out map number 1. He's 1-9, but if ever there was a time to show your forefront, he's going to get spammed down. He was flashed. He could not see a thing. This one, unfortunately, is impossible. All we need is just a little bit more out from Zane. Well, anything in all fairness. He's 1-10 now. If we get him online, I think Ranking in a lot of trouble.
Sure, he's the only, like, last piece of the pie that they need for this game.
Yeah.
Spoxy cannot do anything about that. That was a tragic round for LCK. I mean, the counter utility was actually good. They were delaying them in main. It's just that Flex couldn't hit a shot on Nevis as he was entering the site.
Yeah, this is definitely not over, though. I mean, Ranking, even despite the fact that they're not playing fantastically, have still got 5 rounds here. Every round sort of feels like it's on a tipping point. You've had a little bit of luck as well if you're LCK. Raffen getting some good timings. But if that starts to shift in the other direction, then maybe the winds of change will be in effect and Ranking can still come back into this series and take it to a 3rd map. At which point, I would definitely have serious doubts about whether or not LCK can finish it. I think that would be a bit too much of a mental hurdle to get over, but talk about that when we come to it, if we come to it.
There we go. Nineclaw almost gets his head taken off. So Spoxy's going to be the one spotting the heady for second mid. Has to be careful. Usually the sniper that holds that does have the advantage, but...
Do like this setup, though, from LCK. You can see Flex in a very advanced position outside of A. He can spot pretty much everything there is to spot.
Yep.
And as a result, you can heavily stack over toward B.
This is a very Filipino setup, that's for sure. Like 4 stack on B side, 1 guy's all the way here. Usually you do have a sniper in this position, and then you're just spamming crouch on the mini terrace that is to his left.
Yeah. But
even getting like 2 there, they wrap back through long, like which they are. If he just gets 2 kills here, that could be enough because it's also again going to be about buying time. But they have just avoided him. They trigger discipline could end up working against them, because if they go mid to A here...
I mean, I think either way, yeah, unless they go mid to A, this works out for Flex.
Yeah.
You know, he gets all the info. They've got the stack on B. You got 4 players over here. And he can go for a flank as well. As soon as that contact starts to get made, as soon as he knows this is a B hit, he's going to start to get active. But you do need some of these guys on LCK to turn on a little bit on the A side, and so far they're not quite doing that. Lionclaw will hold strong for 1, but we need more, and Raffen will deliver, but not enough. It was a good setup, a great setup even from LCK, just from a technical standpoint, but again, what lets them down is just the pure aim duels.
Flex Masterclass. Now's the time.
Is this different to the MG special, or?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay.
This is a CFWL Masterclass right here.
So he actually wins it, is what you're saying?
None of this Brazilian Crossfire nonsense. This is the true Crossfire West. Flex. He's good for the first. He's making his way. He's running out of time, though. He's got to try and find a kill, and he gets close as well. He's sort of unsure. He taps him towards the C4. He might have a chance here. LDX last man standing. He's running out of time regardless. And LDX just wins out on that head-to-head. It was close, but no cigar.
No bullet.
And it will put LCK on a timeout as well.
That was definitely close. Definitely believable.
There we go.
But scoreline has been equalized.
That's more like it. This is more up our alley on the expectations of this game, right? I mean, both of teams back and forth. I would have expected this in the first map.
Yeah.
But on Ankara, man, LCK is really taking it to ranking. But ranking is also having some answers. I feel like LCK is also kind of overplaying some of their hands sometimes. And at the same time, some of them are just straight up missing.
Flex, you know, of course he was talking to the Zane there. Turn your monitor on. Plug in your mouse, please.
I hope that's not what he said.
Mate, we only need you.
Yeah. If you just
click head.
You know, if you join the lobby, we might have a chance at it. Come on. We need you.
Would be funny if they just all 4 started collectively roasting Dizane right now.
What are you doing? Yeah.
You dropped 21 last game.
Now you're 1-11 now. I think it's 1-11.
Yeah. Flex is like, that's no biggie. All right, we can win this. I want to see the camera angle here on LDX, actually, how much he's yapping.
Yeah, true.
There we go. Digging for some gold. That's for sure. But timeout is about to end. And it seems like everyone is ready and roaring to go. This is going to break the monotony of this game. Is LCK going to take a 1-point lead? Or is RKE going to make the comeback on Ankara happen?
Yeah, more forward presence from LCK in this round. They want to be a bit more active. Raffen, he's been the stalwart. He's been the stronghold. Can he do it again? Flex is going to take the early contact, but shots not quite landing here for LCK. Raffen, he wants to continue to push forward, but there's no support. And this might start to signal the end of the run for LCK. It's been looking good up to this point, but as we said, we had our questions about the consistency and can they bring that level long-term over the course of a best-of-3. Well, not looking too good here, but that's a nice double from Spot. What? Not quite just a double, but more than that, and I will eat my words in the blink of an eye.
Spoxy's actually
he's pointing at the coach.
Yeah, he's done an incredible round. My assumption is he's pointing at the coach, Lionclaw there, saying, I'm assuming Loons has come big in that timeout and said, this is what we need to do, or something along those lines, and saying, that's it, that's the call. But honestly, Spoxy's done incredible work there. Swing and find the player holding for the lurk. Re-peeks in as well, gets a second behind it, then drags attention back over towards Amen. And even though he falls, he's basically a human flashbang, and then he goes by and dies for no reason. So, you know, just was singing his praises.
Spoxy got possessed by the ghost of Goken's past.
Yeah.
In that
LCK,
one round, man.
I mean, they're not making life easy for themselves. Let's just be real.
Every round is like tooth and nail.
Yep.
Come on, Dizane. You can get another one, bud.
Yeah, 1-12. Come on, I believe.
Zane just needs one good round. Honestly, it might just be one. If he just gets one good round here, that might be enough to get LCK over the line.
If the Zane can finish with 5 kills, they might win this match.
100%.
It's as simple as that.
Like, just have a nice 2K or
Jesus,
like
that is so risky.
You got another player here, though. And Lionclaw pushing his way forward. Covered off by Flex, but he watched the wrong angle, so Lionclaw's going to have to do something a little bit risky again, and it sort of works out.
It's damage.
Good damage onto Hugh, that's for sure.
Damn. That AK was speaking Portuguese, that's for sure. But man,
Vamos.
he was Vamosing all over him. But 2 versus 3. Raffin is having a hell of a good game. I feel like all the aim that Design had in that last game is now found
Flipped,
itself in a Raffin, yeah. But man, if both of them are on, we already saw earlier the potential of these two. I mean, even in a 2v5, they could definitely get the dub, but Raffin trying to go aggressive. Dezane finally gets his second one.
Again, proactivity from LCK.
Yeah.
They know we're at a disadvantage, we need to make something happen. And I like that they're not doing it on their own either. I think in a lot of cases when we're watching CROSSFIRE, we see a team down 2v3. They'll send one player pushing one side of the map, send another player on the other side of the map, and you just expect, okay, well, we're going to have to win our 1v1s. But in this case, they're working together. So they bring it back to 2v2. Now they can focus on the retake. Doesn't work out in this instance, but good effort.
Spacing was a bit off.
Yeah, just you know, 3 or 4 steps behind, basically.
Don't really have to hurry up that much. Honestly, the bomb timer was still quite filled.
Yeah, insane round, though, there from Spoxy. Just a shame that he starts the next one by just flying in towards mid.
To be fair, if you do get the cross, you do get the catwalk A control, and you can go for a quick peek on long, but it is a dangerous peek to go for.
It's one of those like slightly tilting things because he's thinking like, oh yeah, I'm him. I'm actually that guy. Like, I've just single-handedly won us around. Let me do it again. It's like then, you know, obviously you're seeing the death screen. You're like, what was I thinking?
I think he messed up his jump timing because he landed right smack dab in the middle of the crosshair. Because usually when you do jump cross for catwalk A, usually you only get the like 1 second glimpse.
Sure.
But yeah, sometimes you mess up after a really good round, and that's one of those times. Look at this B defense, though. Not even B. It's like more tunnels, hotel, forward positions to have.
Looks like sort of setting up for an A hit or a split in the way that they currently are. They can push more or less all the way through mid here. They don't realize it yet. And then go for a wrap if they want to do. But there's Spoxy again. You can't find an opener on Spoxy 2 rounds in a row. I'll tell you that for free.
One smoke over toward A. Not a fake. I thought it might be an attempt at a fake there from Nevis, but actually Ranking are going to bring all of their forces straight into the trap. There's 3 players here on A.
Oh, look at Flex.
Could not ask for a better setup for LCK, but let's not forget what happened over at B when they had that 4-1 stack. Couldn't hold the site there. This time, they will be able to. And a big round, LCK maintain the lead.
Wow, I love that from Flex though, fully trusting Raffin that he can defend entrance, because I feel like what would have actually won them that round if they do prioritize entrance first and the late lurk comes into vents and kind of surprise Flex, then yeah, that could happen. But good thing, Mr. Raffin now on the 20th kill in this game in round number 16. He is popping off.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're gonna back anyone, it's probably the guy going 20 and 12. Raffin's probably said to him, listen, mate, I'm hitting my shots. Don't worry about it.
I got this.
I'll sort it. And he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sick stuff so far.
Yeah, 3-2 is working actually for LCK. I think more heavy stack on the A side has been quite beneficial, especially considering if Ranking cannot find any info, that's kind of their default.
Raffin gonna be tested there. Ducked one. Feels like he'll be that first point of contact in through vents. This is a big fight. If Raffin can win out in this opener, in a way, even going 1-for-1 wouldn't be terrible.
I think 1-for-1's fine. Honestly, look at how advanced the positions are on the B side of the map. This can be a fast flank from LCK. If necessary, Raffin, not just a 1-for-1, but a 2-for-1. It's even better. And LCK set up for success. Look at this push though from Flex. He's got to slow it down. Ranking are on their way back. He's made a step. PM hasn't heard it.
Wait. He's going to get one. He's going to get one. At least one. Bang.
Oh, C4's down.
C4 as well. Couldn't be better. Yeah. But now he is on a bit of an island. He's going to have to go down swinging.
I think it's fine. Fine spot to be in.
Yeah, it's still a 3-on-2.
Under a minute.
And a push out from A as well. I love this from LCK. They are playing so proactively. They're with so much confidence as well.
When did LCK turn into Ubek Maniac?
Timing a little bit awkward there. Spoxy, he's checked mid. He thinks he's checked mid. He doesn't think there's anything there. And in fact, actually, Ranking had already gotten past him. Still, there isn't really much of an option but for it to be B. They think they've probably gone in through Hotel. It's not the case, but still, the result is the same. They're on B. Plant's going down. And LCK already sort of pre-rotated, ready for this retake.
Yeah, the flank on as well from Lionclaw. So you're playing Hotel, you know, most of the time anyway. I feel like they would expect somebody here, and Humio is going to have a little look in. It's an interesting fight, and Lionclaw maybe misses his chance, his opportunities, gets his head ripped off as well, and Spoxy's been struggling to connect on this shot. Humio down he goes, PM's got it all to do. One towards the site as he tries to find him, dancing around the buck till he hits a quick shot. Colt pulled out, buying time, missing the shot, and LCK will find it.
There's that round from Dezane. What did we say? Dezane needs just one
Yes.
good round. He gets the clutch, the 2v1 in the end. He's only got 4 kills for the map so far, but those 2 are enough to give LCK the couple of rounds advantage, the couple of rounds leeway that might just get them over the line here.
What did I say? If Dezane gets 5 kills in this map, they'll win it, right? And he's 1 more away. And this is going to be the round when they're going to win it 10-7. And he's going to get 1 kill and then get traded. This is going to be the round.
Oh, you just cursed it.
No. I blessed it.
Nice
You forget.
Actually doesn't do as much damage as thought, but Humeo already tagged down a little bit, and Ranking setting up again for an A take.
Ooh, Flex is here. Oh,
3 players. It's going to be a faster play from Ranking. They're going to test Raffen once again, but sitting inside the fence, he is not even required. Dezane, he got 6. You were wrong now. He's still alive.
At least
he
5,
might go 1 more. He's got 7. Dezane coming alive in the final round. It's 10-7. And LCK will doom Ranking's chances here and give themselves a very slight, but somewhat existing hope of going through to the playoffs. All right, well, there's a lot to say about that one. LCK with their first international win of the year. It's got to be a good feeling as well, up against Ranking, which is the top team from Vietnam. So there's definitely some concerns, I guess, over in the Vietnamese camp. But at least for us here, as primarily West League bias, I think we're feeling pretty good about things. And in a 2-0 fashion as well, LCK, they looked great.
I never doubted them for a second.
Yes, you did.
Never doubted them for a second.
There's only one person that didn't doubt them for a second, and that is Dadum. Matthew Duma, the only person who predicted LCK. Congratulations to him, and yeah, just like how I called
look at this.
Dadum, my goat is what I'm saying. Dadum, my goat. How wrong
we
they
hated
were.
him for
They put the wrong logo on mine, though. I did say LCK.
Ah, that's true, yeah. I'm pretty sure I wrote... I'll just check.
I'm pretty sure in the chat I wrote LCK.
I'm pretty sure I wrote LCK as well.
Yeah. Production, can we fix that, actually?
Yeah, get the LCK logo for all of us down there on English. That's
That's what I'm hearing.
Someone's gonna put it on
Production
page,
be slacking these days.
I
man.
know. What can you say?
It is what it is. Anyway, shout out to LCK. Great game from them. And look, if that's the kind of level that they can hit on a more consistent basis, then hey, world's their oyster. Now, I said right at the end of that map, you know, they've given themselves a slight chance to make it through the playoffs. That said, it is a very, very slight chance because they do need a few things to go their way. First of all, they would now need to go on to beat Q9. That'll be the matchup tomorrow that they have to play. So first of all, that's tough. That is tough. Let's just get that one out of the way. And then on top of that, they'd also kind of have to hope that ranking also goes on to beat Vasco, and you'd be basically guaranteed second at that point because Vasco would be 1-2, you'd be 2-1. If they were to lose to Vasco and ranking, sorry, if they were to lose to Q9 and ranking beat Vasco, maybe there's still a way as well in that three-way head-to-head. So there is a couple of potential chances for them. But the big thing is that they've given themselves that kind of hope. They've given themselves that win on the international stage. And, you know, that's got to be a great feeling because now that that little hurdle, that little hump has been overcome, the floodgate's kind of open. You start to believe. Yeah,
it's a mental block, I think, to get that first win, especially when you are an underdog team from an underdog region. So I think, you know, credit to them. They did really well. And even as well, it shows that they're not a side who relied just on one player. They had a fantastic map number one and, you know, a really lackluster map number two, if we're being completely honest. But someone else stepped up to the plate. Raffen, who normally is definitely not in the numbers, came up in a massive way. Flex found a lot of form as well, which is great to see from him. Lion Claw's impact, especially on that GR side as well, when he was rotating in through Hotel. Incredible work in second mid. So having a couple of different other outlets of firepower is great. And you've got what is literally for LCK, their two main players being their two worst rated players in that map. Spoxy and Dezane, 9 times out of 10 in the West League, are their go-to players. And everyone else sort of has the form. Lion Claw is another name that sort of steps up on a bit more of a regular basis. The fact that we see as essentially the top two are not, you know, at the bottom, shows that LCK do have a bit of depth and they do have some foundations which you can fall back on. Raffen, of course, being that set MVP of the 1.57 KD, which is sick for them, putting LCK up into third now as well with a win under their belt and ranking going 0-2. LCK on the same level of wins and losses as Vasco Esports, which, granted, it's only 2 games in, but that's still not a bad spot to be in by any means.
Yeah, definitely. Look, still some more work to be done, definitely. Unfortunately, though, for ranking, they're pretty much done. You go 0-2 right there.
Yeah,
not really likely to be coming back from that, particularly going up against Vasco, but they could still play spoiler. That's the big thing that we kind of have to keep a bit of an eye on. So that'll be a conversation for tomorrow and the next couple of days as we finish off this group stage. But really, I think this is LCK's moment, and they've got to really bask in it because it's not every day you get a win on the international stage. It's not every day you get to play on the international stage. Yeah. But I love it. I'm really happy to see this because now finally we, again from the West League, have something to kind of look forward to at these international events. 3BL's looking pretty damn good. If LCK could join them, I mean, you can't really ask for much more.
I can't wait for the unKnights supremacy as well.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm
you say that like it's a joke, but the way things are going, I wouldn't honestly be half surprised.
I'm happy for you guys, especially also coming in from like a underdog region, because this is what it felt like. When,
just wait. Just wait.
Yeah.
Famous is going to roll up here. Kaiser's going to roll up here.
I've voted Swamp. I think they're
supremacy potentially. I mean, either way, we're winning in the West League in that game. So
exactly.
We'll call that a win.
Must be nice to have a underdog region finally come up. But you know, we'll see you guys next year. Maybe.
Could be saying that for 2 years, but sure.
Yeah. But man, we already have young kids now. They kind of unks. They kind of unks now, bro. So we got a clean slate. But yeah, I'm pretty happy for CFWL and everyone in general, right? Because LCK, man, they've been going at it for quite a while now, and finally they got the result that they wanted.
I think that's the difference as well, though. By the way, between West League now and West League of a few years ago. You know, a few years ago, you would see just roster change all the time. Yes. Now, though, it's been probably like a good 18 months, 24 months where 3BL and LCK have kept the majority of their core roster together, and that's now where the fruits of the labor are actually starting to show a little bit. So credit to those teams for actually really sticking it out, putting in the hard yards, and yeah, I mean, they're getting their successes, and hopefully they can continue to do that.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's like, you always want to see rosters together even in your worst moments because you learn more from your losses anyway, right? And there's a good time to reflect, say, what went wrong, how do we adapt? You know, if you've committed to the side of these players and having these guys in your team, there's got to be some sort of forward conditioning where you're like, this is why we know what the potential's like. But if you're not giving them time to unlock it, that's where it always worries me. And we did see it a lot, right? Where you see it across all walks of life where you just don't commit to a team for long enough, and it's so hard. How are you going to build a cohesion and synergy if you don't ever get the time to going to work on those things. So I'm really glad to see for LCK, especially off the back of Summer Championship. You know, they really struggled, didn't pick up a single win, got a couple of maps here or there, but, you know, that would be prime time in the past where you can say, right, roster change here, something's not working, let's, you know, change it up and see if we can bring in some sort of injection of firepower, but not to be in the end. We have an interview over on the stage, and I, for damn sure, want to hear it.
Our second match of day 4. A great battle over just the 2 maps. Could have gone to 3, but we just got the 2. The winner's LCK. Dezane here, our MVP. Dezane, when your team won that second map, there was a big roar from your side of the stage. Obviously, you're pleased. Were you also a bit, like, relieved? Like, yes, we got one.
This is our first win, so we were so happy. And we are more confident about the tomorrow game. So we are just fine right now.
Fine right now. Okay, yeah. Obviously, we didn't talk to you after you lost to Vasco. Because they won. You went down 2-0 to them. Was that a surprise to you?
Yes, it was a surprise. We were not expecting these scores, actually.
So you thought you'd beat Vasco?
Yes.
By a long way?
Yes.
Why?
Like, we were actually preparing good for them. Yeah, we were just confident against them because we know they're like not that good, because in Vietnam they just, you know, they get a bit bad scores.
Okay.
So yeah, we were just confident. We were just confident against them.
Did you do preparation for them?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
we did.
Did it? I mean, you lost the game. Do you think you prepared the wrong way, or did they just outplay you?
I think we just did a lot of mistakes. We just did some dumb mistakes. So yeah, we deserve to lose.
Okay,
Yes.
good. That's an honest answer. I respect that. You deserved to win this one, I think, against ranking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You went 24 kills on the first map. You got, I think it was 2 on the second map.
Not 2 actually. Last 2 rounds I get some kills.
Oh yeah, all right.
Some important kills. 1
Yes.
clutch and 3
Yes.
kills. Yeah.
Were the rest of the team just stealing all of your kills?
Yes,
Yeah.
they did their work. They were fucking insane. Yeah, we just beat them.
You just beat them?
Yes.
Yeah, your team were just going for it then?
Yes.
Yeah. You lost on Ankara. Why
Yes.
were you so good on Ankara today?
Because we play more control game. We just talked about this yesterday, and now we are just playing more control, more slow. We focus on our aim. When we push together and get trades. Yeah, that's the main thing.
That works.
Yes.
How's your preparations for Q9?
For Q9, we watched a lot of VODs. I think we are ready for every map.
Every map?
Yes.
So you've already started the preparations
Yes.
for Q9,
Yes.
yeah? And now presumably you're going to do some more?
Yes.
Yeah. This group is tough, okay?
Yeah, it's a
This
tough
group
group.
is tough. It's possible Q9 will beat you and be 3-0 in this group, or it's possible we might have tiebreakers. This group is... You basically have to beat them, right? Is it... You're confident about it, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why are you so confident you can beat Q9 Club?
Because in this group, every team can beat the other teams. You know, everyone can beat each other. So yeah, we are just confident because their level is not top, not like Baisha, you know, like
Okay.
1 year ago Baisha. So we can just beat them, I think. We are confident always against, doesn't matter who.
Right. I mean, that's a good thing to have. A Turkish team being confident about whoever you play. I think a few people will be surprised that you seem quite relaxed about playing Q9.
I'm relaxed. I'm good against everyone. So yeah, I'm just confident.
Yeah.
My team also.
You had a big, like I say, the 24 kills that you got. That's a lot for anybody.
Yes.
And obviously the rest of your team are considerably lower down than what you got there. It feels like map by map, there's one kind of big standout player, Raffin, in the second one.
Yes.
And everybody else is this deliberate? Is somebody just going for it and the rest of you are backing them up? Or why does this keep happening?
I think it's because we have very strong players. So one guy can come and just pop off. That's why. We are all so good.
Yeah.
That's
And you're
why.
used to this happening?
Yes.
Do you adjust your play? You sort of like, we're going to let Raffin just go and take this and we're going to back him up?
No, we
that
just
doesn't
play.
change
They
things.
just play and it just happens.
It just happens?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens when they face Q9. That's going to be an incredible match. Can't wait to see it. Congratulations to Zane and
Thank you.
LCK. They needed that win. And they got it in style as well. 2 more games coming up on day 4, so don't leave us. We'll be live to you here from Hangzhou with the next after this short break.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Well, it's actually going to pull the trigger quietly. They do not check underneath the stairs. And KLB!
It's kind of hard on my end. KLB?
He's super careful here. Some of these fights have been interesting. You look at that, it's a 4-on-2. They thought it was a foregone conclusion. It wasn't quite.
Works, Tino misses, and maybe this is a go sign for 3BL. Horus will pick up Elvin to begin things up. Tino about to get swung. He does land the quick scope, pulls out that ult himself. Goes down to Horus. 4K for this guy.
The last time around. But this time he is not, actually. A Snare's going to take him down. Keller also goes down to Snare.
Traded down here and will be pretty comfortably. A couple of kills coming back on in though from Q9, and YJ wants to pick the pace back up. VNC 1-for-1, not good enough. MG can't get it done, and Q losing the map control.
or big. That's very big from XMY. And Cole pulled out for another behind it.
One doesn't get the flick, but he stays alive and buys some time.
Peek in here though, honestly. They do anyway. Well, Shady, Lucas, Dola, all getting involved in some way, shape, or form. Won't affect this round. Duke, down you go.
back on into the swing of things here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, and it is time, after having seen some success for the West League, to return back to the West once again. We've got unKnights and Swamp going head-to-head, and we have a bit of a change-up. We've got the fellas. We've got the Boomer squad. Let's be real. We've got the Boomer squad on the
three oldest casters.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's very fitting since we're casting the unKnights.
Sure.
Going up against Swamp Gaming. Both of these squads have some older gentlemen on the rosters. This is our third match of the day. We will have Imperial versus Evolution Power Gaming later today. That's a big one, but this is also a big one.
Yeah.
These two teams fighting for their lives.
They are very much so. As is probably, I would say, predictably the case when you're in a group with Wolf Empire and All Gamers, both Swamp and unKnights at this point. You'd probably say they're just kind of playing for a bit of pride, right? Because really making out of this group against those two teams seems like almost an impossibility.
Yeah, so group stage, going to the playoffs, that might be out of the picture, but now you're going against one of your regional partners, and you definitely want to come out on top in Swamp Gaming. It just only feels that Swamp Gaming has the edge above unKnights based on how it worked out on the LAN today.
You reckon?
Yesterday.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You reckon?
I do reckon.
You reckon?
Okay. Do you
I mean,
reckon?
Famous had some huge days.
Look, I'm definitely not against that at all, and I'm sure we'll talk about that in just a second. But first, before all of that, once again, we have to welcome our teams to the stage.
Our fourth match from Group B is ready for the stage, and another do or die between two incredibly international squads. We're going to see players covering Belgium, Turkey, Egypt, Greece, China, the US, Canada, and Vietnam, between the 10 of them walking up to our stage. Let's bring them out. Let's first welcome the third seed from the EU MENA region, the unKnights. And now we welcome their opponents, the winners of the NA Regional Finals. Proudly representing North America, they are Swamp Gaming! This could be a very close match. Both of these teams lost their first game 2-0. So they've got to win this one. It's about to begin. They aim to unlock the future.
Yeah, look, I think Matt is pretty on the money. This could be a very close game. And I want to tie this back into what you were saying just before we went into the introductions bench. You were sort of leaning, I think, a little bit towards Swamp based on what we saw from their previous matches at this event. And look, I will give you that. They probably looked better, actually, based on that match. However, what I will say is I think generally, as a bit more of a long-term thing, unKnights, to me, seem like the stronger team. So I don't know if you guys agree with that. Are you leaning in that same direction?
So, we had Wolf Empire defeat AG, right?
Yes.
So, right now, current form, Wolf Empire seem to be the better team over AG.
Okay.
AG stomped unKnights. It was very unflattering. It was crazy. I think they got like 3 rounds total, did unKnights. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, I feel like Swamp Gaming actually put up a fight against Wolf Empire. So if you look at just the results, I had to go with Swamp as well. And, you know, it's probably due to a bit of the matchup. Maybe AG's just better at, you know, performing against weaker teams and struggle when they face really strong competition. It is a different matchup entirely, but I would say that current form, Swamp looked a lot better than I was expecting, so I kind of had to give them the slight lean going into this one.
Yeah, look, again, like I can totally see where you guys are coming from, and I can definitely agree with the take. But I guess for me, I'm leaning a little bit more long term, looking at how unKnights have performed in the West League in particular, up against the North American rosters that we do see there, of which a lot of these players did play in. And I think generally speaking, unKnights did perform better over a longer term period. But yeah, definitely Swamp did look better, and even the statistics are reflecting that over the couple of matches that we've seen these two teams play at this event. The other issue I have with Swamp, and again, in most cases, a lot of the North American teams that do play at events like this, is that they are so incredibly inconsistent, and they are also generally very, very, very reliant on Famous performing well. If Famous is not having a good day, a lot of the time, these North American rosters, they just fall off the face of the planet. Now, I will say, Kais has started to come into that conversation as well for Swamp and for Kungana. He was here last year as well. And I think he's a bit of an up-and-comer that I'm quite interested in seeing. But if Famous and Kais are not online for Swamp, I don't know that they really have the depth necessarily to beat a team like unKnights. So if Swamp's on, I can get behind your predictions. I can actually probably lean in the direction of Swamp. I think maybe, debatably, they have a higher peak than unKnights. It's just whether or not they're going to hit that peak on a consistent basis. And consistency is not exactly something that we see all the time from these North American rosters. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. But I think unKnights haven't shown us their best look just yet at this event. So I'm hoping to see them get a bit of an uptick in this match today.
Yeah, going back to the issue of consistency, unKnights definitely shows more composure and the tendency of showing some sense of consistency. But their regional finals, they did lose to 3BL 03, so they weren't able to pick a map away from there. We were actually pointing this out yesterday as well too, but ended up winning against GB, and they were finally here. But yesterday's form for unKnights was just not there. Maybe it doesn't necessarily relate back to being consistent. I guess like they just weren't ready to like just finally jump into the offline matches. But now let's go take a look at Swamp Gaming's regional finals. They did come out alive from their regional finals, and now coming into yesterday's matches against Wolf, I feel like, yeah, like you mentioned, Famous, like he has to sing bullets, otherwise like they will get knocked out. But Famous was there, and like you said, Kais was also very, very alive. And adding on top of that, I feel like on Swamp Gaming's roster, Hunt as well could be one of those guys who can really top frag out.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of Hunt, but I think key players-wise, I mean, look, there's excuse me, no surprise that we've got Famous on this one.
Yeah.
For HCZ, I feel like it's been a little bit hard done by. You know, it's never really easy when you kind of go through a matchup like that one that they played against AG, and you want to see some good stats. It's just not going to happen when you get like 10-1, 10-2. It's just not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's not HCZ's fault. I mean, it was a team issue. They kind of got rolled. So, you know, these stats are, it's not exactly fair, but yeah, I think Famous up there. If you're not going to put him up there, maybe you go ahead and throw Kais up there after his performance against Wolf Empire. Like, Wolf Empire, they've got 2 great snipers, and Kais was able to go head-to-head with them toe-to-toe. And the 2 maps they played against that team, it was, I think it was both 10-7. It was like 10-7, 10-6 or something like that. It was relatively close. So I feel like they have come into this one quite prepared. Now, as you were saying, in West, did not go well for them. They got crushed, and unKnights were very strong, and unKnights to make it out of their entire regional finals in 3rd place and to take down GV, who were looking pretty strong this year, is pretty impressive. I think unKnights is still a strong team. We talked about it all the time in group stages, right? It was their first matchup against one of the best teams in the entire tournament, maybe the tournament favorites, right, before losing to Wolf Empire in AG. So at the end of the day, can you really blame unKnights for that loss? Not really. And maybe unKnights are going to turn it around, and I think that's a fair assessment coming into this match as well. Like, I think we're going to see our predictions kind of all over the place. They certainly were, spoiler alert, on the English side, kind of all over the place, very split. So I'm excited to see what the rest of the talent thinks.
The thing about unKnights the way that I would categorize them in the West League is that they're kind of the gatekeeper team, if that makes sense.
Oh.
So very one-sided for the Chinese team.
China.
I would say I think the Chinese contingent are very much fans of Famous. He actually played in China at one point in his career as well. So I think there's a lot of love for Famous.
Well, they didn't vote for him when they were playing against Wolf Empire.
Okay, well that's
also one-sided, isn't it?
Yeah. But no, I think unKnights are a bit of a gatekeeper team, right? Like, they are not up to the level that LCK and 3BL are in terms of being able to consistently be top of their region. But similarly, they seem like they're a bit of a step above the rest of the pack, and they're very consistently able to beat, as you say, the GVs, the Lazaruses, the likes of Swamp, or whatever iteration they're going through at that kind of time. So that's kind of why I've lent unKnights there. I think they disposed of their region pretty comfortably. It's just that they do struggle a little bit to make that jump up to the international stage. And whether or not that'll be a problem for them now actually playing on stage as opposed to just playing at home, that's a different ballgame, obviously. I think this is a bit of a 50-50, quite frankly. It really is the big takeaway for me. unKnights have the long-term status, I suppose. They have the long-term advantage. Swamp have the more short-term form and definitely have got some good players that can peak at the right time at events like this. So really, it's a bit of a coin toss. I went unKnights. I think I value that long-term presence a little bit more. But I can see the argument for Swamp, and I think it's kind of fun that we've got a little bit of a spread, because typically
Finally.
it's just, oh yeah, we're all voting for one team, we're all voting for the other team.
Unless you're Da Doom, right?
Da Doom, yeah. He did really well. Quote here from Jacqueline
Wow.
about unKnights.
Wow.
And what's beautiful about that is that they've got 5 players across from 5 different countries. So that's kind of cool as well. You know, they're definitely a team that sort of comprises a lot of success from each individual region. And you kind of see that a little bit in Swamp as well. They're very sort of global teams, which is quite nice. So we do get that a little bit in the West League. A lot of regions wanting to be represented, and you know, you kind of have to find a team to play in. But yeah, when you do, it's all good.
But then again, like you mentioned, the head-to-head record for these two teams, I feel like unKnights would feel a lot more comfortable going into the matchup against Swamp Gaming in the West League. They did beat them 2-0, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, the boss got it all during the last match while Swamp Gaming was waiting backstage. Kai's accidentally stepped on a cable. And he immediately asked the director if he needed to pay for the damage. Apparently not. And yeah, he gets to walk away without losing too much of
his pay packet.
Yeah. Famous says no, not paying for it. Kai's just paying for it all the way, even though it was a joke.
I wouldn't pay for it.
Funny little moment off screen. Interesting news off stage.
Oh, I've tripped over cables so many times too.
Have you?
Yeah.
What? Oh god.
Even there's a cable right in front of us actually, and I tripped over it like twice.
I had an absolute stinker of a cable situation one time where I just completely tripped over my headset cable trying to walk off of the caster desk. Literally fell flat on my face in front of the analyst desk, because the caster desk was right next to the analyst desk, and I fell right in front of the analysts. While they were live, obviously a very happy moment for those guys on the camera. But anyway, let's talk about the maps here, and we've obviously not got a huge amount of information when it comes to Swamp. They're still a little bit of a fresher team. You can see that represented in how many matches they've played. You know, you've got 23 games of Compound and Kara, 22 of Port for unKnights. They play a lot in the West League, but Swamp still a bit of a fresher team, so we don't have as much data on them. However, you can see a bit of a trend there. Black Widow and Kara Port definitely going to be the ones that they're going to be angling towards. They haven't got a very good win rate on Compound. 8 played, 0% win rate. So that might be one that unKnights will be looking for. But yeah, map pool-wise, at least statistically speaking, we would expect this should be quite beneficial for unKnights, which is great, right? It gives you a lot of options, and it kind of backs Swamp into a bit of a corner here, even from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if we're looking at all of the matches from this year, you do have to give unKnights the advantage. Obviously, like even in the head-to-head, 2-0, 2-0, pretty unceremoniously. So I think unKnights, from, you know, if we unlock the past, right, unlock the present, perhaps, they should be the favorites. But it's kind of a new stage, right? And Swamp have really stepped up. I think they impressed a lot of people. Clearly, the entire Chinese talent side were just like, whoa, these guys are here to play.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're just biased for Famous. That's also okay. Because he played well, and Famous rarely doesn't play well.
True.
And if he's on form and he's got literally just one other guy, you've got a recipe for success. So if Kai's steps up, maybe they can two-man it. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, the entirety of the team as well. Obviously, got to pull some amount of weight. But yeah, let's get into the pick ban here. and see what we're looking at in terms of maps. You talked about that compound. Maybe that does get banned out here. I think unKnights, definitely another one of these West teams that is very strong, comfortable at least on that map. And, you know, the stats weren't great for Swamp on a lot of different maps, so they're just going to go for the Ankara ban instead.
Ankara gone, but as mentioned, that leaves a lot of options open to unKnights.
Black Widow. That's my guess.
You reckon?
I mean, they showed really good form yesterday too. And if I was unKnights, I wouldn't want to put Swamp in a more comfortable spot and take them to other maps where unKnights will have an upper edge in terms of...
He said Black Widow.
Wait,
maybe...
Wait. You were expecting a Black Widow
maybe,
ban,
maybe
right?
it's ahead. Yeah, no, I think they selected here.
Probably.
I swear he said Black Widow.
He did say Black Widow.
But subbase is the ban.
Yeah, I mean, if unKnights is not going to ban out Black Widow, I mean, for Swamp Gaming, Black Widow is definitely a go-to.
Yeah, they... He said it pretty quickly, so that is the selection. So we had that lip read correct. And what is the choice here for unKnights? Probably would not be surprised to see the compound.
Sneak into Mexico too, maybe.
Could be another
I think
angle.
Compound could be good, like you say. I wouldn't hate seeing a port either. That one gets picked up a lot in West League. unKnights fairly comfortable on that one. Good conversion rate on it. It's going to be unKnights to start on Blacklist on Black Widow.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think you can get a lot of work done. You know, Alucard, there's the compound pick, by the way. Seems to make sense. I think Mexico was a nice shout as well. Could have considered it, but maybe they're just scared of the famous history.
I don't know if you
map.
guys remember that. Yeah, the Kungana famous
35 kills, and then he's still lost.
He still lost, but he was a demon, bro. He was scary on that map, and doing it with the AK as well. So, look, if I'm real here, I think I'd probably lean towards a Mexico ban coming through from unKnights. And Port has been taken away by Swamp. I was going to say I think they might try to lean Port if they get the choice here, unKnights, but definitely looking for that Mexico ban. I think Mexico, to me, is just always a bit of a coin toss kind of a map, right? Like, most teams aren't super proficient on it. I think just get it out of the way here. If you feel like you're the better team, and Mexico is not one of your go-to maps, get rid of it, right? If it's a go-to map, if it's one that you play a lot, sure. But if you think you're better, play something a little bit more standard. Eagle Eye's going to get banned away, and we are actually going to go towards Mexico as a result of that.
They're trying to summon the demon again. I think that's what they're doing. unKnights are very curious. Can Famous do it again?
I mean,
they're tempting fate here.
Here's the thing, right? Like, this matchup is one of the matchups that actually has a really high chance of going to 2-1.
Right.
Even though unKnights are on the upper edge, and Mexico being in map 3, like you said, it's 50-50 coin toss type of map, and if unKnights is thinking that they do have an advantage going into this matchup, I don't know why they would not ban Mexico out of this one. And I don't know, Eagle Eye as a decider would have been a much better looking, I would say.
Yeah, either way, we do get into that map, and it looks like... I thought the team that didn't have first pick had side selection for the decider, but that would mean that unKnights selected Black Widow, so that doesn't...
No, so unKnights banned very last. The last veto was given to theirs, so Swamp Gaming gets to pick the side for the last decider.
Yeah. And they select the GR side, all according to the normal way of things here at CROSSFIRE. But, yeah, getting on to Black Widow first, the choice of Swamp Gaming. We saw that ANTISOCIAL looks great in our first match on this map, really just tearing apart NEXTTOP on that one. So maybe Swamp looking to get a little bit of inspiration from that.
Yeah, so after having now seen the bans and the peaks and whatnot, how confident are you guys feeling about your predictions? Because, again, you know, I feel like I've come in with some hard-hitting analysis, some high degree of confidence in my unKnights selection. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about that, even after seeing the veto. Not necessarily such a fan of the Mexico as the decider. I think we do go 3. There's actually a reasonable chance here for Swamp, but I'd be looking more likely towards a 2-0 right here for unKnights. I think they're not too bad on Black Widow. Look, it's maybe not one of the maps that they do love going towards, but I think they have reasonable success on it. So, what are you guys feeling? Feeling like Black Widow might be a bit of a trump card here for Swamp, and you're gonna back your boys still?
Yeah, I mean, like, data-wise, I can't really say much, but I do have that gut feeling Swamp Gaming just might have a steamroll of a map here.
Okay.
And for Black Widow, I have a feeling if Swamp gets it, they're going to get it in a 10-3, 10-4-ish type of round scores where it's very not very lopsided, but still very lopsided.
It's a strong win.
Yeah, strong win.
Right.
If they do lose, they're going to put out a very close scores, like they lose to maybe like 8-10-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to say, I was rudely interrupted by players trying to prepare for the game. But yeah, I don't know. I think that it really just comes down to current form, right? I think it's just like current vibes. unKnights just, they were totally absent. Like, we didn't even really see them step up to all gamers at all, whereas Wolf Empire kind of showed that the team is mortal. So it did feel like there is a gigantic gap there, whereas Swamp Gaming, what they've showed so far, I think that it is enough to at least tell me that there's not a lot of nerves. They're feeling very good about their current form, and they feel like they can take down any team. I do wonder if, perhaps against Wolf Empire, they felt like, okay, there's nothing to lose. These guys are fantastic. So maybe they just felt a lot less pressure. Maybe they feel more now, where it's like, oh, this is a matchup we can actually win. So that would be the one issue I might have in my mind in terms of vibes. But besides that, I would say as long as they ignore that, I think they definitely are playing really good Crossfire. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them take this one.
All right, well, we don't have to wait too long. We're ready to get underway with Game 3 of the day. It's a West League matchup once again. It's unKnights up against Swamp Gaming. And on to Black Widow, which feels like it's going to be quite an important map in this pool. Swamp just don't have a great compound. They don't have a great record on it. So if unKnights can get this one over the line, then it might be curtains for Swamp. And already we've started off with a couple of nice Orm shots. One from Beck, one from Alucard. Double sniper out from unKnights. On the blacklist, it's caught Swamp off guard. Swamp were trying to go aggressive in this round, and that has completely blown up in their face.
Yeah, Kai's and Brando will go down to begin the rounds off. Hunt now with the arm of his own is going to look in towards long, but HTZ already made himself deep in towards long, and that's going to be good for a kill. Famous and GZY, it has it all to do, but they have just exited out towards B, and now they have to go on a little expedition. Famous exiting through Catwalk, soon to be greeted by Kiko, and Pietro takes a bunch of damage and eventually goes down. And GZY is left on a 1v5.
A little bit worried for him. He didn't have the best performance against Wolf Empire. So actually looking for this player to really step it up. That's a nice little shot. Tries to go for the spray after. Understandably, should expect a lot more players to be coming in the 1v5. But yeah, great start for unKnights. I feel like they took a very similar angle to the way that Gokun and Viana were playing it with the double alm on blacklist of this map. Just kind of hold your angles, wait for the enemies to get aggressive, snipe them down one by one. And the gambit here for Swamp does not pay off in that first round.
Moving into round number 2, trying to get lone control. They're going to flash it out, and Kai's arm is on point as the Lucard is going to go down. Into a 4v5. Last time around, they were trying to gain control outside of B, and that didn't work out. Out towards middle, that didn't work out either, but looks like A long is going to be Swamp Gaming's territory for now.
Yeah, not a huge concern for unKnights, though. They've more or less set up at the box room, and they're going to try and work their way in towards B. How committed are they to this push, though? Looks like they just want to take box room, threaten that presence on B.
We have so many different names for that room.
What do you call it?
Storage. Sneaky was calling it house.
Okay.
House,
and we call it storage.
But it's got a lot of boxes.
It does have a lot of boxes. I think box room is very...
pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?
I think it's a good name.
I feel like I called it Hut at one point, too.
I feel like you call a lot of things Hut. You were calling the tower on Compound Hut.
That's a Hut.
Anywhere's a Hut if you try hard enough.
I could see it. It's like a hut in the sky. But, yeah, I feel like this room in particular has the most variety.
It's the regional inconsistencies, isn't it? Every region has a call-out that's a bit different.
Wow.
This round going much, much better, though, for Swamp. And unKnights, it seems like they've always been corralled into a B hit here by losing A long so early on in the round. And what's interesting is Pietro's kind of been able to creep his way out, so might not be over just yet. They managed to find GZY, but Brando good for the trade, and it's cleaned up more or less by Swamp. Good response to that first round where they didn't look competitive at all, but there's some fight in this Swamp roster, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just good setups from the side of Swamp. You know, the later peek onto long. You know the enemy is playing double so just go ahead, throw a flash, try to peek Alucard. They get that pick first, and then afterwards able to roll that into another pick, and as you mentioned, corral them towards B in a very fast manner. Now it's just Pietro kind of going on his own little
adventure.
Yeah, I don't know. He's in the box room house storage by himself. As now, little trade out here. Kai's going to have to back away. He does hit a cold shot, but look at this. Nobody's covering short. Beck's just in, and now he's right underneath the window. This is going to be difficult, I'd say, for Swamp Gaming to retake.
Yes, indeed. Plant's not yet down. Actually, Bomb hasn't crossed. It looks like unKnights are a little bit tentative to make that cross happen, but slowly starting to come through, and preemptive attempt at the retake from Swamp hasn't worked out at all. Famous kind of baiting Hunt a little bit there. Hasn't been able to find the trade, and now we're down to a 2v4, which leaves Brando and Famous, the two veterans of this roster, to try and pull something together. Pietro spotted out Brando. He's going to go on his merry way, just try and get out there, maintain the numbers advantage. It's a good choice. No need to over-peak that fight.
Going into a 2v4 with both players down to about half HP. Brendo's going to swing it, gets first, but he eventually is traded out, and now down to Famous, and Spawn is going to get knocked out as well. And unKnights is going to find one more round for themselves. And yeah, like I said, it does feel to me that if Kai's is able to find the first opening frag, then the round definitely goes to Swamp. But if it's one of those more generic rounds, then players like Beck, who made a very fast catwalk move, took Kai's down, and that was a round most likely for unKnights. But the long commotion, Famous is going to find the spray down to Kiko, and using the smoke, GZY is going to reposition, but HCZ so quick will find a double kill onto Hunt as well. Now Famous trying to hold this one down. Swings and goes down. HCZ with a quick triple kill. All headshots, apparently.
Well, we saw HCZ and Famous as the key players for this matchup, and maybe production team knew something we didn't. HCZ, what a great round from him. Taking matters into his own hands. He's done some good damage onto Kai's there as well. Headshots him from all the way downtown. And there's the finishing blow. This is unbelievable from HCZ. That's just an insane round.
Yeah, it really just came down to him. I mean, there's been a lot of focus here on A-Long, understandably, so far on this map for both of the teams. But really, it's been unKnights that have gotten it the majority of the time, and they have just held on to a lot of these rounds. Now, this round isn't over yet. We'll see if Brando can get some kind of magical 1v3 going, as the flash is already in there. And there you go. Just covering the window. Going to get the plant anyway. And nice little point over to HCZ. Definitely giving credit where it is due.
Hard to argue against it, really. You can't really go, oh, that was all me, when he's picked up 4 kills. Vibes are looking pretty good, though, for unKnights. A lot of these rounds looking pretty damn stable. As Swamp are having difficulty finding inroads early on in the piece. Once again, long control will be a focal point for Swamp. I think if unKnights recognize that, they can just start to pressure B and mid early. If you're going to keep putting 2 or 3 players at A-Long, it's a very fast, or rather I should say very slow rotate from A-Long to the rest of the map. And if unKnights go fast elsewhere, you'll find yourself with a pretty solid numbers advantage.
But for now, unKnights is going to consider this one more of a slower round to take on. Grenade's not finding much of a value, but yeah, the moment they saw the smoke pop in outside just long, they decide to reset back towards spawn and get going from there. And as you see, we see 3 players of unKnights just coming down towards middle, 2 on towards Catwalk, Beck and HCZ, clearing Cat. And if they are able to just get in deeper, A could be at risk.
Yeah, I mean, realistically right now, it's just Kai's who's holding this angle. They got a 3 stack on or around B. You can see that Hunt is watching kind of mid at the moment, but can easily rotate. Looks like maybe it's just a mid hit here. Maybe mid to B with that smoke underneath the bridge. But look at Famous. He's got a pretty massive flank. unKnights really have to go, as the shots are just not going to get the kill. Finally, they do ring true, and now Hunt trying to hold down this angle. He's not going to be able to. And they look to hit towards B. It's a bit of a slower maneuver, though. The entire team isn't there either.
Beck.
Take a look at Beck. Famous has no idea.
Good patience from unKnights, but they still need to get their way into B. It's a decent crossfire for Swamp. Pietro should be dead here. Where's the rest of the swing? He got baited a little bit by his teammate. C4's dropped in the box room. Back to 2-on-3 now. Advantage Swamp. Hasn't been a particularly impressive round here by unKnights, but to be fair, Swamp are throwing a lot of chaos into this one. 1-for-1, it leaves Beck. We'll get the trade, and it is still a winnable round for unKnights, but he's got to grab that C4, and he's got to move quickly. 10 seconds, Kais just has to hit this one shot. He's missed it, and that will allow the plant for Beck.
Yeah, this is a very messy round from both sides, I'd say. Oh, the Colt, the 2-tap, just able to find the head eventually. Picks up his 8th kill in this entire map. Just crazy stuff.
He's 8-1. He was 7-1 going into that clutch. That's the guy you want right there. And he has delivered once again. Another round for unKnights. This is starting to get quite problematic for Swamp.
Yeah, 4-1 on the first half. And so far, unKnights showing dominance so far. And if they're able to just continue on with the trend and close the first half out and maybe like 6-3, even better, it would be 7-2. Going on to the global risk side will feel so much better. unKnights now have long control. Looks like Swamp Gaming is going to change up their gear and sort of play in a more central setup.
Yeah, I mean, they have 3 guys that could just aim down the sights right at short. If unKnights wanted to go that way, they're certainly conceding a little bit of the map by giving up long, which has been a very contentious area of the map so far. And unKnights will take that one for free. Just going to go on in, maybe throw a smoke, threaten a push, and force Swamp to just have a lot less information on this map. But no movement just yet from unKnights. A bunch of utilities being thrown on long, but they're not committing there just yet. It looks like they will go straight into short, but there is a stack here from the side of Swamp Gaming, just directly into the crosshairs of Famous. Going to spot another one too. And that's going to surely take a lot of power out of this push from unKnights. Down goes another, and it's only Beck now.
Beck almost takes out Hun. Eventually will finalize the kill. But now there's a huge flank from Brando all the way towards long. Beck spots Brando and gets the kill. There's just about 50 seconds he could work with. Now he has to face against GZY. And a duel.
This is definitely winnable for Beck if Swamp keep giving him 1v1s.
How about also 5 1v1s?
By the way, they haven't actually hit him yet.
Yeah. Oh, he just took a little damage.
Took a little
there.
bit of a little chip damage.
2 damage.
But
I think that was from falling.
Yeah, that was from falling.
I like this though more from Swamp now that they've decided, okay, let's just group up, play the numbers, and mitigate any possibility of Beck winning this round. I mean, it's 20 seconds left. He doesn't have the C4. He's got to win basically a 1v3, not 3 1v1s now. It's impossible.
Got to kill all 3 of them.
But he can do some stat padding on the way through. 10 seconds left here. I mean, it was always going to be difficult.
A win's a win, I guess.
It is.
For Swamp.
4-2 the deficit, though. Still leaves a little bit to be desired on your map choice.
Absolutely. I mean, I say a win's a win because they barely got across the line in a 5v1 scenario. So that's not exactly confidence building, I'd say. But they eventually figured out that if 3 of them just stand on the bomb, they'll probably win.
A lot of early util usage in this round from unKnights over towards A long. They're anticipating, again, that long aggression that we've seen from Swamp. So they dump a bunch of grenades, but it's all for naught. Swamp have changed things up, playing a little bit more passive over towards A this time. So some wasted util from unKnights to start this round off.
And let's see if Swamp can capitalize that factor and hold on to the bomb sites a little easily. As Beck, just you were mentioning, 8 kills to finish off that clutch, and now he's sitting on 11 kills, probably looking for more. And to the side of Swamp, that's only going to be Famous at 7 kills and Brando at 6. Beck finding much success down towards the catwalk area. He was lurking there at one point and was able to catch Famous on the rotation. This time, it's going to be a main push. 4 players coming in deep, and Brando has to hold this one down with a pop flash. They're going to give it a go. Brando gets 1, and that's going to be a spray down. Good for 2, and Famous will find a kill as well.
The short hit doesn't seem to be working out very well for unKnights. Might have to get put in the disposable shelf and get rid of that as a strategy for now. HCZ, though, has been able to creep his way up long, and if he hasn't been hurt, he might be able to get a freebie here. Kais, though, quick on the trigger finger, keeps himself alive, and once again, Beck with it all to do. 12 and 2. What I will say is, I wouldn't mind seeing Beck get involved in the rounds a little earlier. Roles-wise, he's kind of been left to do what he wants, which is fair enough. But if he can find 2 or 3 kills on the entry, that's going to be more impactful than 1 or 2 in a situation like that.
Yeah, as you mentioned, kind of just stat padding to pick up kills at the end of the round that you're going to lose anyway. But, I mean, he's performing well. He's very confident. But, yeah, I think he just has to kind of join up with the team when they're going in. The issue, I feel like unKnights' pushes onto short are okay. They're just kind of unlucky that they're doing it right when Swamp get the read and they have it stacked 2 rounds in a row. So kind of unfortunate that they do run into that, but also, you know, you could have flashed it better. You could have entered yourself in a little bit better. So yeah, I think unKnights with 2 rounds left in the half, just kind of shelve that one and see if you can get wins elsewhere. But it's nice to see that Swamp have kind of woken up just a bit. And this time they have control of long.
Yeah, for Swamp Gaming, the Riflers are really putting in the work. Brando especially, and Famous, is holding it down. But the timer is going to be burnt down towards the minute 30 mark. As unKnights, they're going to wait and see if anyone from Swamp pushes out. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Every single player is holding the positions. And now unKnights have to make a decision. This time, they didn't invest all that much nades. They still are holding on to most of the smokes and flashes.
Guys, watching through the mid doors, won't land his shot this time. Into B could be an option for unKnights if they clear out bridge. Do have that player dropped off outside B. And Pietro, of course, watching for any kind of long push. He's not going to get it. Someone's going to have to go back for the C4. 40 seconds left here. I'm interested to see what the movements are going to look like. Beck's coming back over from B, but tentative approach from unKnights, which really surprises me considering how this game started. They've really slowed things down, and once again, it's Beck on the other side of the map that's left alive last, and this is really falling apart. Yeah, unKnights looked so much better when they were playing quickly and confidently and backing themselves. And now that they've slowed it down, it's just giving Swamp the opportunity to kind of find those 1v1 duels, pick up an opening kill, put the pressure back on unKnights. So, see if we get something faster out from unKnights here. And it looks like we might.
Yeah, they're going to send it out towards A long, but the flashes are going to delay the push with the smoke by the corner as well. Kais on top of the bomb site has a long angle. Not sure if unKnights wants to walk into it. Oh, the timing is a little bit off for Kais. And unKnights are going to start swinging, but Famous says no to it. Gets one, but gets traded out. Kais on top of the bomb site will find one hunt as well with the arm of his own. He's going to find a drop onto Kiko. Alucard and Beck. 2 before and a dream, but says no, it's going to be Kais. Alucard left all alone, but luckily for him, he does have the C4. It's not down in no man's land. 1v4 clutch. Yeah. Are we going to see one happen?
Don't think so.
Yeah, they were kind of just all out there on long with no utility in their faces. Tentative. In the barrels of 2 alms.
Yep.
Kais and Hunt just, it was hunting season, literally. And unKnights were the prey. At least Alucard is going to get 1, but a lot of the rounds here for unKnights at the second half of this first half have just been one guy left trying to pick up kills, and it's been Swamp Gaming who have kind of figured out a way to hold on. And,
yeah, I think there was a very real option to have a tack time out there. I think if I'm the coach of unKnights, 2 rounds left in that half, I'm probably calling a pause and saying, guys, what are we doing here? Like, we're playing like we're not winning this game. We're playing very, very passively. We're not really being proactive. We're kind of just letting Swamp do what they want rather than doing whatever we want. When we were on the blacklist side and we started so strong, and even saw it in that last round, the way that they try to push up A is like they slowly take A long, and then all 5 of them are pushing up A, but they're kind of getting stuck halfway up. And when you get stuck halfway up long, like you said, you're kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. You can't be stopping the... Once you've made that decision, you just have to go. It doesn't matter if they hit the first couple of shots. You have to go. You have to trade those frags down. So unKnights just playing with a lack of confidence at the moment in the server, and it's kind of costing them. And it really surprises me considering how well this started for them.
Yeah.
No reason to not be confident with a start like that. But now, tables really have turned, and it's definitely Swamp that are on top.
Yeah, unKnights, despite their strong start, like you mentioned, they just weren't able to keep up the momentum. And it looks like Swamp Gaming has picked up the momentum of their own. After testing LA long, we do see the players of Swamp Gaming outside of B and mid. Beck of an arm of his own. Oh, the timing, he unzoomed. Just seconds a little too early.
I feel like he got the spot, though. Like, they know this is coming in. There's 3 guys on top of A. And a grenade, well-timed, not going to hit anyone. A little bit ahead of the push. And maybe now Swamp say, okay, it looks like they kind of know we're here. Will they continue to push? Here comes Beck. Will he actually push through the smoke? There's actually a crossfire set up here by Swamp, begging someone to walk through it.
There's no way you push that smoke, surely. The flash is going to come, though. I don't know about that from unKnights. Like, you don't need to be doing that.
Didn't even hit Famous, the flash. He was just sitting there waiting for him. This flash is going to hit them. And now only 30 seconds. End a kill on long. Still a chance here for unKnights to hold on, but the aggressive peek here from Kai's going to take him down. Hunt goes in over the top. HCZ, the spray is good. Picks up 2.
How?
And Famous, he's got to go pretty big here. There's not a lot of time. He's on the hunt. But take a look at HCZ. He's just playing around the truck. He's just running away. Goes for the peek finally. And now it's Pietro. 1v1. Famous with literally 1 health.
1 health on the Dream. The C4 gets planted. Pietro going in towards window. And Famous is going to book it towards Catwalk. The timing might be off. Pietro will spot him out, and the bomb will be defused.
Okay, minute step.
unKnights is now going to catch up to Swamp. It's going to be 5-5.
Bit too close for comfort, though. It's got to be said for unKnights. A little questionable to sort of... I think if you're going to make that play, you want to be doing it when you don't have information. Sometimes, like, that sounds counterintuitive, but like if you're playing and making that kind of aggressive play, that's an information gathering play, as well as an attempt to get a kill. But when you already know that they're on short and they're probably going to be hitting A, you don't need to be going for that. You can just sit back in your bomb site, play the crossfires, use the util as a counter util rather than as a proactive tool, and kind of walking into the setup from Swamp because, like you said, they had a crossfire established. They have players playing anti-flash.
Pietro was on a scout mission, was able to save his life and take Brandon down to about half HP.
It's a very forward hold from unKnights. HCZ, couple of flash in the face, but Pietro on the opposite angle. Bit of a laboured spray, but enough to cause a distraction for HCZ to get 1. Need more than that out of these guys, though. Beck is still fighting from middle. It's a bit messy, but Kai's coming up in a big way with the Orm in hand. Keep go for the swing. That's just fallen apart from unKnights, and I gotta be real with you guys. I'm definitely feeling like Swamp have the momentum. I feel like at the moment Swamp, just eye test wise, are looking a lot better than unKnights.
Would you like to change your prediction?
I mean, the thing is, I don't know statistically that I'm super keen on Swamp going into compound anyway. So I'm not prepared to like jump ship just yet. But what I'm seeing from Swamp is good. Famous is fragging. Kai's is hitting his shots. I think in particular Kai's, which is obviously important on a map like Black Widow. It's a very Orm-centric map. But you got your 2 big stars kind of having a good day. And there's been some moments for unKnights, no doubt. But I just think generally they're not making this game as easy for themselves as they could be. And as a result, slowly but surely, Swamp is getting the lead.
Yeah, Swamp playing well. Here comes Alucard. He's got an AK. Immediately just shut down Famous. Not going to waste any time with that headshot, and that is going to be Swamp in the lead now, 6-5. Still a relatively close map. You know, the early plays, the early rounds that unKnights were able to get, certainly giving them that little bit of a buffer zone to help them have a chance in this map still. But as you mentioned, still looking pretty good. The momentum heavily in Swamp's favor. Alucard is going to find himself face-to-face with a potato.
Apparently it is ticked down to about half HP, but it's still fine. Is alive and has the arm. He can just one-shot players after players if he was able to find the crosshair on them. Quick mid-take. Swamp Gaming came out from B connector, testing it out, but they're going to bring it back towards the box room, like you mentioned. The C4 rotating as well. This might hint to us a B-take is cooking up here.
Yeah, I mean, the B-take could be pretty strong from here. I mean, it's a relatively default hold from the side of unKnights, not really getting a lot of information as to where this is coming through, and it's all 5 members. You can throw flashes over the top, trying to go in through storage. Pietro's got a nice angle, though he does get flashed, has to back away behind the box with his ally. Now there's 3 guys here on the site, and everybody has rotated over, but still the entry is good. It's 3 headshots, make it 4 in a row. As Swamp Gaming just take over the site, they spam at Kiko through the smoke, and now only Kiko has to go 1v5.
An all too familiar sight for unKnights, isn't it? One player just left in a 1vx that's unwinnable. Decent damage done to Brando and GZY, but
hey.
I was going to say, if another round goes the way of Swamp here, then you really need to be calling attack timeout, because something's not coming together for unKnights.
That was quick.
I wonder if it's a bit too little too late, though. Like, I think Swamp have been given their opportunity to come into this game and really start to get rolling, even despite a bad start. And one of the key features, I suppose, of teams like this that we've seen at events, you know, the Kungana last year and obviously Swamp this year, is that when they do get rolling, they're actually a hard team to put away. So unKnights are going to have to do some serious thinking here and figure something out pretty quick smart. But
yeah,
with Kai's and Famous kind of doing what they're doing and everyone else supporting quite nicely.
Yeah, because yesterday GZY was completely quiet. I think he had like 0.2 KD to come out of to finish the day, basically. And now I think he's sitting on 6 and 6. That's equivalent to 1. So 1 KD. Everyone really having a piece each, supporting their own teammates.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you just need, you know, 3 bodies, 4 bodies that are going to be able to support Famous. And Kai's is more than a body at this point. Rest of the team is playing well, and you have a recipe for success. And whereas unKnights not really able to put up the showing that they were hoping, I hope that loss to AG didn't do them in too wrongly. I hope they're still able to hold on to their mental after that one. But so far, not exactly the unKnights we saw from West, and Swamp have upped their game. And Pietro's got a lot of thinking to do, and he's got an admin over his shoulder. Hopefully,
yeah, that's not looking good.
His headset is also off, so it's also potential that they called a timeout and spent a decent amount of that time trying to fix Pietro's PC.
Yeah, it might go into a technical timeout. We'll have to wait and see what really goes. But like we said, Swamp Gaming looking very, very hot, although they were off to a very slow start. They did lose 3-4 rounds in a row and then just making a comeback. And now they're on top in terms of round scores.
Tech pause indeed. Well, couldn't really come at a worse time for Swamp, to be fair. It's just going to slow the momentum down a little bit. Give the unKnights players a chance to reset any of that adrenaline. Try and come back in with a bit more of a calmer, sort of more focused approach.
Jin's just hanging out, having a good time. He looks very relaxed. Foot crossed over the knee, leaning back. He's like, nah, you guys got this. And so far they have. I think it was a bit of a slow start. And teams like Wolf Empire will be able to punish that and really begin to roll. I don't even feel like Wolf Empire had their best game against Swamp. So, you know, that was a little bit of a iffy question too. Well, like, was it Swamp overperforming? Was it Wolf Empire having a bit of a struggle day? But Swamp at least were able to seemingly gain a lot of confidence from that match against Wolf Empire, and they're definitely playing better as a team, as a squad, compared to what I've seen from NA in the past. So it's really nice to see. It's made it a lot more interesting because, you know, a lot of the teams from West have been kind of struggle street for most of CFS Grand Finals for many years in a row. But good to see that they are up and coming. Alucard looks very frustrated.
Almost at the level of getting concerned even.
Yeah, I hope he's doing okay.
Just checking over to the stage. I think there's still 1 or 2 admins there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you wouldn't really be super pumped about the proceedings so far for unKnights. It's kind of a death sentence if you lose this series. You've already lost to AG. You go down to SG, you then 0-2, and you know then you're kind of required to beat Wolf Empire and have a lot of other things go your way to make it out of this group. So feels a little bit impossible, but well, it has to be said for unKnights that they haven't been in this position before. They haven't played at the Grand Finals last year. The representatives were 3BL, LCK, and Anubis from the West League, with Kangana obviously coming through from the North America qualifier. That Kangana roster similar to this Swamp roster. Brando, Famous, and Kai's back again in Swamp. So, you know, I guess the new kids on the block in a sense. It's all about gaining that experience and whatnot, but I feel as though this is a very winnable game for them, and I think that's largely because of how the groups have played out and the fact that they get to play against some of their regional competition that they've done well against in the online component of this year. But maybe it's a little bit of a different story on the stage, right? unKnights, bit of a step up for them, whereas there is actually some quite sizable experience on the side of Swamp, in particular Famous and Brando, but now Kai's even. That guy's been around.
Yeah. It's been around for quite a while, and we're just going to get a quick look at as those replays are happening. But yeah, he's had quite the day out so far, as you would expect. I think if you are Swamp and Famous isn't playing well, you're probably not having a good time. It's probably just going to be big-time struggles for you. You need that player to pop off. He is the star player, the key player, the ace player, whatever you want to call it.
And if the pause is going for this long, it's not just about killing the momentum of Swamp Gaming, but now unKnights, they're going to feel some frustration too. And if Swamp finishes Black Widow in their favor, then we move into Compound, where we unanimously feel that unKnights have the upper edge in that map particularly, but yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case.
Nobody's happy about this situation.
No. Coach is chilling.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you mentioned it before, Elfish, it's kind of unfortunate timing for the side of Swamp. They had a lot of momentum, and now they just kind of have to sit back, and they might not even know 100% what the issue is. It's kind of just like, oh, well, there's a tech issue on the other side, so we're just gonna sit here and wait. Unfortunate. No, nobody wants the tech issues. I had kind of a feeling. I thought I saw the admins walk away, but I mean, behind me and I see them still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking back at last year and trying to see if, is there a world where Swamp can maybe get as close as they did last year if they keep playing this well. But the problem is, this year we've got 4 groups of 4, so it's a bit more of a standard split, whereas last year we had 3 groups of 4. We had that playoff for the last slot.
Yeah.
You don't really get that opportunity anymore. You could have gone through from 3rd place in your group. Now, though, you have to be top 2, and we're back into the game, and immediately Alucard, you talked about him looking a little bit fiery there in the break. He starts off nicely, so hopefully some smiles as a result of that one. But yeah, unKnights probably desperate for this round.
Yeah, being down 5-7, and you're on the GR side, should be feeling relatively comfortable, but the score is not going to make you feel comfortable by any means. As Flash comes forward, Brando's just poking his head in, seeing what he can see. The timing on that was very interesting. It's almost like someone called, okay, I'm going to flash it. He looks away, and then he just dives to Pietro instead. So Maybe a miscommunication. Maybe he thought
it happens,
or maybe he was just checking the corner. Either way, he is now out of the server for this round, and that's a couple of picks already for the side of unKnights.
3v5, and they're gonna test it out towards Cowell. My quick reminder: C4's dropped outside of B. They're gonna send it down towards middle. Guys, Pietro's gonna get taken down. As Famous is gonna swing that angle.
Yeah, Pietro's having a real roughie. So is Kiko. If those two guys could just sort of find a way to lift here, it might be enough to get unKnights an advantageous couple of rounds or two and bring them back into this game. But Swamp have still got Kai's and Famous alive in this round, and that means anything is possible. Even with Kai's low, he is the sniper, so it doesn't really matter. One shot, one kill. That's what he's looking for.
This is a good read, this push, and they're going to find HCZ. I mean, they saw multiple people in mid and on A, and they just are able to push on a B essentially for free. It was only HCZ on the back of the site. He's just left alone, dead. They do get the one pick as the cross was coming down, but now GZY does plant this bomb. And Famous still alive, full health, 18-6, sitting comfortably on 3 KD in round 13. So
yeah,
he's on his game right now.
It's just the Famous diff, isn't it? Dude's worth 2 players sometimes. Alucard has managed to dislodge him this time, but GZY still on for the clutch, looking for it. Time is his favor, and not quite the bullets. So he was close.
They have time, yeah. They should be able to get this.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, they got it. Was a little bit close, but yeah, you know, right as we were singing his praises, Famous just dies, and then unKnights able to retake the site 3v1.
Yeah, unKnights surviving for now. Keeping their head above water. It's like that meme, you know.
Barely breathing.
This is the Boomer desk, so
yeah.
You know, the
so
memes don't really hit as
memes.
hard.
No,
yeah,
Boomers love memes. I reckon.
We know the memes, but they don't resonate as well with our audience, I feel.
Well, Swamp Gaming is going to be coming in towards long. unKnights, when they were on the blacklist side, they failed to cross this one, but let's see if Swamp has the setups ready to do so. They're going to send it together as a 5. Almost like a ball rolling.
Alucard's going to have to really commit to this angle. But if he hits his shot, that's all that matters. Whiffs, though. Ends up being a 1-for-1, and that'll be good enough as far as Swamp is concerned. That allows them passage into the site. And now with the numbers advantage, very real possibility of pushing this closer and closer to victory on map 1. It's a good kill, though, from Pietro.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Hunt really wanted to go that aggressive. I mean, his teammates at the bomb site.
Famous just flying down. HCZ, he's been good with the one-taps. He's going to get one, has the long-range angle, but it's not good enough. Famous
Bro, you can't stop this guy. Look at him. He's just insane. He's a madman.
He looks rabid, like he's about to, I don't know, he's about to, like, evolve or something. And he kind of has already. I mean, 20 kills, round 15. The guy is a madman, and so far unKnights have not really been able to put him down.
He kind of looks like one of that chess YouTubers. Like, sacrifice Kai's. Got the round win.
Just sacrificing his teammates so that he can carry them. Oh, recipe for success.
Yeah, I mean, they already are sitting comfortably at 8 rounds. 8-6. Just to pick up 2 more. Alucard will have to fall back from his position as a AK bullet just came right at his feet. Unlike last round, Swamp's gonna take this one very slowly after planting Hunt in deep A long.
Yeah, I know it's just going a little bit missing in general. HCZ's been decent, Beck's been decent. Neither of them have been putting on a carry performance, though. And with Pietro, Kiko, and Alucard really struggling, just not enough firepower right now for unKnights. It honestly feels like that's the big difference right here.
Oh, that angle. They're just so far down in mid. There was just not enough looking at that angle. If Beck goes down, they try to swing it, does Kiko, but he finds more than one. Finds multiple. Pietro does get the one tap, but he is now down. And that is a favorable trade here for the side of Swamp Gaming, who are looking to enter towards mid. They get that kill through the doors, and all up to HCZ. He's begging people to just peek him. And Famous was thinking about it, but honestly, the better play is to just go ahead, run towards A, and get the plant. And there it is. HCZ goes down. Swamp Gaming on 9 rounds. Famous still holding on to his 3 KD. And he might even get higher than that at this point. 21-7. And it's only HCZ sitting with 5 assists. It's just because Famous gets too many kills, he can't get enough assists to be the only person on this stats screen.
9-6, it seems kind of doomed for unKnights here. It's just been a little bit too clean from Swamp in this second half, and even the first half, I think unKnights let themselves down. Solid performances from Kai's and Famous. Everything going as intended for Swamp. And a big test coming up next, though, obviously being Compound, a map that they have struggled on. But the way that they're playing at the moment, it definitely looks feasible.
And the rest of the team is really just doing the work. Like, Brando, left on a lurk mission, is able to find a frag here and there by lurking. Hunt, if he has to rotate to maybe bait for a fake or bait for a rotation, he will do so. And apparently, unKnights will fall for the fake. And just like that, everything is not going in the way of unKnights. As this time around, possibly the last round here. Alucard had an angle, but he did not shoot that. Kiko with a pop flash to the swing down, but that was a mistake as Famous quickly sprays down both players. And looks like this might be it. But Pietro keeps the dream alive by taking GZY out.
Is it the dream or is it the nightmare right now for unKnights? I feel like it might be the latter. Just can't seem to get out of it. Maybe Swamp will put them out of their misery. Hunt had a chance there onto HCZ, but won't land his shot. Now Pietro, unorthodox timing on the push, but no one watching behind. Both Famous and Kai's go down, and with them the C4 also dropped. Hunt's going to have to do a recollection mission, not only for the C4, but also for the kill, and he did not expect Pietro to have pushed all the way down middle. unKnights might not be done just yet.
The dream still alive. Swamp. Well, Brando's going to pick up the bomb, so I suppose it is still potentially possible. They're going to spot that that bomb is taken, and there's only really one direction he can go. Did he not see that? Brando versus HCZ. Brando does get the kill. 20 seconds. Flank is coming in, but
he gets a plant here.
I mean, he gets a plant, so he's not going to have control of storage, which is going to make things more difficult, but still gives himself a chance.
Oh, I like it. You've got to push in here, though, I think. You've got to try and find a 1v1 somewhere. Take some positioning. Bomb is planted for box room. Alucard. Shots all missed. Everybody's missed everything. Brando has to go down to the Colt to win that one, but he's actually given himself a very winnable position. There was a tap on that bomb from Pietro. It's drawn out the peak from Brando. It's not over yet for unKnights, but that's too close for comfort. It should not get that close.
Yeah, I mean, Pietro was able to get the C4 down, get a double kill, get a triple kill. From a 2v4, essentially, into 1v1, had to come down to the wire. I mean, unKnights did win that round, but like you said, it just isn't working all that comfortably for unKnights right now.
Yeah, that was peak West Crossfire. That's what I'll say. just getting down dirty. Beck is here. He has got a nice little angle. He's trying to fire through the grenade kill. Gets Brando all of a sudden. I think Famous knows that somebody should be out there, but at this point they've already lost their teammate, and now might just concede this area.
Yeah, they're gonna reset towards spawn. Some pot shots being thrown out, but nobody is really looking in deep towards middle from the side of unKnights. And so far, Beck, after finding some damage to help his teammate get a nade kill, was going to hold on to long for now. Looks like Swamp Gaming is interested. They do have the interest in knocking towards long once again. Sending 3 in there.
I don't know if that's the right choice. I know it's pretty heavily stacked towards the A side of the map. It'll be an easy thing for Alucard to swing long and help Beck out as soon as the contact is made. Best case scenario, Beck gets an opener here. but he doesn't. At least Alucard's able to trade it down quite cleanly. In fact, Kai's will drop as well. Alucard starting to come online. Leaves Famous in the 1v4, but what we just saw and the fact that this is Famous...
This is winnable.
Makes me think it's winnable.
This is winnable. Absolutely. He's just going to go straight on. He's not even going to go for the rotation. He's just searching, finding whoever he can.
Can't see the feet.
Slowly checking every corner he can. But they are on the back of the site. Who's going to see who first is really the main question. Famous running on in. Kiko in the window as well. He's not going to check behind the truck, and he goes straight in and dies. And unKnights will hold on barely. It's 8-9, and that is the perfect time for Swamp to call a timeout right before their last chance to avoid extra rounds.
Huh. I wonder if the pressure's getting to Swamp here now.
They didn't look as strong.
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
say.
Swamp is doing just fine. Going to overtime, I feel like they should still have a really good shot at just taking the map point back in to their hands for a 1-0.
I mean, this is an incredibly close map so far. It's been
Really
very
is.
streaky, right? Like, unKnights started off strong, then Swamp were strong, and now unKnights are coming back in a big way. It hasn't been one team totally taking over the server. It has been one player. I think Famous is really the standout. But when it comes to the team versus team situation here, I'd say that Swamp certainly have kind of hit the brakes hard in a way, and unKnights have finally woken up and have made this an interesting match. So really, from this point, it could go either way. You know, unKnights, if they force extra rounds, I'm favoring them in the extra rounds, that's for sure. But Swamp have a big opportunity to end it here and put themselves in a good spot going into Compound.
Anybody's guess as far as I'm concerned. I mean, this is a real coin toss. I don't think either team have really shown us enough consistency to say that this is definitely going their way. Yeah, that is definitely one aspect of it. This looks like the brains trust of Swamp. Coach plus Kai's plus Famous. See what they can come up with.
The left brain and the right brain at work.
And the center brain.
It was talking. But
All
this
right.
is the last round for the main rounds. 9-8. Swamp Gaming needs to take this one if they just want to close it out here instead of taking it to the overtime. A long take is going to be their choice.
I feel like I saw Beck there.
I feel like maybe Swamp didn't really anticipate that. Whatever the case, that was a very quick round, and that will be overtime.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I think I saw one smoke.
You know what?
And both teams have realized that, hey, sneaking down a long, not great when the enemy is playing any sort of default.
That was one of the rounds of all time.
Again, just peak West Crossfire. This is, I think all of us here are kind of used to this. But yeah, it's a close one. It's 9-9. We go to extra rounds. And the brains trust.
Didn't work.
Didn't work.
I feel like if they would have had a better chance if they just played something else than creeping up towards A long without using utils.
True. Here comes unKnights. Looking, hey, we've seen this before. It's not going to go well for them, unsurprisingly. And Kai is taking a look at long. You would expect an A long piece to be coming through with this one, and that it is. The bomb's on the ground. Beck is alone. Where have we seen this before?
Yeah.
unKnights, it's just the formula for them on blacklists of this map, I guess.
I'd like to see a bit of B pressure, a bit of mid pressure. You know that Kaiser's going to be playing A. He is the sniper. He's pretty much been playing A the entire map when they were playing on that GR side. Even Famous was over towards A. So I don't know why. Why do you choose to go A when you know that both Famous and Kaiser are there and they're like the standout players at the moment? I mean, look, Brando's had a good game, no doubt about it, but surely a little bit of an expedition toward B is warranted here. See what unKnights come up with when we jump into the next round. But Beck is doing Beck things. He's definitely fallen off. He was something like 12-3 at one point.
He had 12 kills. And now he has 14, like 15 rounds later. Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, Beck was clutching up at one point earlier in the rounds, just not showing that performance anymore. was looking for one, but it's not given. 10-9, Swamp Gaming on the goal risk will find a round. And this time around, like you said, unKnights is thinking about testing in the water out towards B. Surely, A defense from Swamp is looking great so far.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. You know, try to test the other side, but I think that Swamp have also identified correctly that, hey, we've been shutting down A with flying colors. Let's let up a little bit on the defense there. Let's stack B a bit, see if that works out. I mean, this setup is also fairly default as well. You know, you've got like 2 guys sitting on B, 2 on A, and then you've got the mid guy, number 4 there, Brando, kind of as a guy who can rotate and cover mid. And as we can see, unKnights, no committal onto the B site here. And the angle down mid is not going to see this push coming in short. So unKnights stubbornly looking to go short, saying, okay, surely this time they're not stacking it, and they are correct.
But you're also going to Kai's once again. And the guy's been pretty on point. So I'd be scared.
And they're just going to back away.
Honestly, I think I would rather see them go B against 3 than go A right now. In saying that, though, Famous is over towards B, so that maybe changes the game a little bit. Problem is, you just don't have any information here as unKnights. Like, they haven't really got any map control. They haven't taken long very much. They haven't had any looks into middle. You're kind of just gambling on a hit on B and hoping that that's going to work out. HCZ will toss a flash in here into the box room. But that'll give away the game, and Swamp's going to be very prepared for this push. Apparently not, because Kiko's just ran out and killed the player behind the close box. Beck trying to take that fight against Famous. It's a bit of a mess here, but unKnights are starting to slowly pull ahead with the trades coming through. They just throw numbers at Swamp, and apparently that's good enough.
Down to a 3v2. The double arm setup from Swamp. Can they make some magic happen? Kais gets one, but it's traded out, and Hunt had nothing more to do on top of Windows. And unKnights is going to be able to find a round of their own as well.
It's kind of crazy the way that played out. I feel like, as you were mentioning, you wouldn't mind seeing a B hit even with the stack coming in, and it actually works out. They go very hard, flashes straight through the window, in behind the box. Beck on the entry. It's what we wanted. And now we've got Pietro and his buddy just running up mid, and take a look at this stack on a long from Swamp. They have no idea that they have been totally flanked here.
Yeah, this is perfect from Pietro, but what does he do from this position? It's a little bit hard to just jump up into that window, because if you get the timing wrong, you're kind of like shooting fish in the barrel. So he's got a strong position, but has to do something with it. And now that pressure is happening on long, that'll be his time to strike. Famous goes down straight up. Nice stuff. Good timing from Pietro in the end. He's also spotted Brando out on the rotate in through middle. And he might even get a bit of a glimpse of GZY right here at the window. Pietro has taken this round into his own hands, and he's starting to run away with it. unKnights posting a fairly formidable blacklist half here in the OT.
Nice shot from Brando. Still way too much to do for him. I mean, he's going to try to go short with a quick rotation into 3. But yeah, I mean, Pietro, he was having a rough start. He's the IGL. He's one of the older players on this roster. But now he's really taking it into his own hands, trying to carry it here at the very end when the pressure is on. Brando trying to go for the miracle push, but there's just 3 people in his face, and it's not going to happen. unKnights take the lead again, 11-10 going into the half of extra rounds.
Now we're going to be switching sides, and Swamp Gaming is going to be on the blacklist side, and let's see if they can deliver what they have brought up. And I feel like that technical pause definitely did take a lot of wind out of Swamp sails. The momentum has been definitely killed out.
Yeah, for sure. It's not to say that it can't come back, but definitely want to be winning this first round. Make sure you bring it back to 11-11. Otherwise, it gives unKnights a couple of rounds leeway. 2 bites at the cherry, plus then the OT. Or the golden round, I should say. unKnights in a fairly strong position at this point in time. Beck's pushed his way forward. Playing with an Orm on this angle. It's very scary if a big swing comes in. But if it's a slow peek, could go wrong. Misses the shot, and that's not worked out very well, has it?
I Yeah, I kind of liked the angle, but yeah, the arm was a bit of an issue, and then obviously if you drop the shot, you're kind of just a sitting duck, which he was. And so he just gets taken out. Hunt has had somewhat of a rough map. He's able to pick up a kill and give his team a pretty good shot now of winning this round and evening things up as we increase the probability of a golden round. I mean, these two teams, I said it before, it's been a bit streaky to both sides, but it's still a close map. Both of these teams have had similar, as here comes Pietro once again. And, you know, he only gets the 1-for-1, but he gets a lot of information. That there's a big stack over here towards B. Entry coming in.
HCZ got to come up with the goods right here, but it's tough from this angle. Risky kind of peaks, but it's the 1-for-1. Not sure that's going to be quite enough. Still, with the rotation coming through, unKnights might still be in this conversation. There's 40 seconds left, so Swamp don't have to rush this, but Alucard and Kiko brought it back into the duos for either side. Plant going down. Famous hunting for 30.
He's going to get 30+ and potentially lose. That could happen again.
Yeah, the backside box, though, is a pretty formidable position in the post plant. It's going to be tough to clear out. Not a lot of time left here for unKnights. Oh, Kiko's looking for it.
He's got an AK.
Can't wallbang it. Oh, but he's ready for the swing from Famous. Not sure what prompted the swing. Maybe Hunt saw Kiko. Now it comes down to that last shot, but Kiko has got it. He's got that defuse, no doubt about it. And that is 12 for unKnights.
The timing from Famous to peek out, you know, if he hits the shot, you're calling him a genius. Instead, the timing of it means that he dies, leaves Hunt alone, and gives unKnights just barely enough time to clutch that round.
Now, plus 2 more rounds Swamp needs to pick up to go into the golden rounds. And at this point, I feel like it's near impossible. Alucard already swinging out pretty wide with the arm. Feel like the confidence has been brought back in him. And fast cat aggression is going to get completely shut down as Kiko is going to quickly take the hat off of Hunt.
Might just be it for unKnights securing the map. They've got the player advantage. Famous is up over the bridge, but C4, most importantly, is solo at long. If that is dropped, that is going to be a death sentence for Swamp in the round. At least Famous has been able to force Beck back into the window, but I want to see Swamp making some moves on the other side of the map. I think this is the perfect time now for HCZ to make a push. You know that you've lost the A site. You need to be getting that wrap on. Maybe a little faster than what he's done so far, but 3-on-4 for the post plan. It's not unwinnable for Swamp. They have some nice site control. 2 players on the site. Long still clean for the moment. And short, you've got Brando watching that. So this is definitely winnable enough for Swamp, but losing that duel is going to come with some big problems.
And there it is. That's the end. They just immediately clean it up. The bomb is in the body. You couldn't see it there for a second. Pietro, obviously very hyped. As unKnights, they take it to extra rounds. We get a little smirk for Alucard, but they do it. They win map 1.
Well, it was a real grind to get through, but at the end of the day, it is unKnights that do prevail on map 1. I don't know that it was stable enough display for me to say, yep, they're going to go ahead and 2-0 this series. However, obviously looking at the stats for Compound, not looking so great there for Swamp going further forward into this best of 3. But look, I don't know, man. What do we really take away from that map? That felt like it could have been anybody's game at any point. Right now, I'm still very wishy-washy about that one.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I don't think either team played to their full potential, and it just kind of feels like, you know, if you're not a top team at CFS Grand Finals, sometimes the pressure will just get to you, and I think that's fair, right? And, you know, these teams don't have a huge amount of time on a big stage under this much pressure. I said it at the beginning, I'm like, maybe for Swamp, you're feeling pretty good against Wolf Empire because you're really not expected to beat them, but now you get this lead against unKnights and you slowly begin to lose a little bit of that edge that you had against them, and unKnights slowly begin to believe. And I think, you know, last 7-8 rounds were all unKnights all the way, so they forced, very importantly, the extra round, and that's all it took for them to take the map down.
Pretty damning look for Swamp, isn't it?
Yeah, unKnights, although they did go on a little detour, but at the end of the day, they were able to take the map. A big detour,
Small
let's say
one.
that. Yeah,
They took the scenic route.
Yeah, they basically had to go on a highway for a little bit, but yeah, at the end of the day, they were able to take the map away from Swamp Gaming, but I just don't, like you said, I just don't really feel like there isn't much to be taken away from here.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the stats though. 2.4 KD for Famous. If it was a winning map for them, it would easily have been the standout player, the MVP. Kai is a nice little cameo effort from him, and I thought GZY and Brando did okay for themselves as well. But I mean, look, it's so hard to like look at these stats and actually say that unKnights won that map. I think if you took those scores away and you looked at the stats, you go, yep, Swamp won that. Because there's nothing really super impressive, super out there from unKnights. Even Beck 1.08, you know, he started so well, but definitely fell off. But I suppose it just goes to show that in the end, unKnights had a little bit more consistency, weren't relying on the peaks quite as much, and they pick up the win as a result. And also, Beck will grab himself an MVP as well.
Well
still, well, yeah, but you know, I want to be seeing a little bit more from unKnights. Like, this is the team that has done much better than Swamp domestically, and even in the head-to-head matches against Swamp has generally been pretty solid. 2-0'd them both times they played. So, you know, we may still see a 2-0 tonight, but I think unKnights are, you know, still showing some susceptibility, some shakiness on that stage.
I'd say that, you know, Beck, he had a much better first half than a second half, but still deserves it. You know, the numbers were there. It's kind of funny, though, you know, it was more of a team effort. You know, everybody kind of pulled their weight. Even Pietro, shout out to him. I think that as an IGL, it's easy to just get mired down, making the calls, telling everybody else, move your chess pieces a little bit and not try to carry your own weight. But towards the end, he's like, my team needs me, and he was able to get above, or at least close to the 1 KD by the end of it all, after starting like 1-7, 1-8. So he's generally not a guy that frags out big time, but he was able to do that and kind of be the difference maker. So he's not going to get the MVP, but I feel like he still deserves the shout out there. And now we move on to Compound. Let's take a look at some of the numbers.
And of course, unKnights is going to have the upper edge here. At least if you were to compare Compound, Swamp does have some numbers played on it 8 times, but
0% win rate though.
Yeah, the win rate is just not there.
Yeah, we saw that in the graphic in the pre-match. They haven't won on Compound. Look, obviously a little bit better on the GR side there, but you're kind of comparing apples to oranges, really, when it comes to these two teams on this upcoming map. It's a go-to for unKnights, definitely. They play it a lot. Whereas for Swamp, I think they would rather have avoided it. Unfortunately, you know, you have to go a little bit deeper into your map pool in these best of 3s. So for Swamp, you know, I still think there's a chance, you know. I think because we're getting some good individual displays from these guys. Like, there's always, that's the thing, there's always this bit of an X factor about these North American rosters. But generally speaking, I think we're looking at consistency. We're definitely going for unKnights right now. So I'm calling 2-0 still here for unKnights, but it's a tentative 2-0.
Yeah, no, I mean, as long as they play really well and Swamp can't quite hit the top, it's almost like there's this ceiling above them that they can't quite break through. It's like a stone ceiling, not a glass ceiling. They're like they get up to it, they get right up to it real quick, and then they just they're just met with so much resistance for one reason or another. You know, they can get a lot of rounds against Wolf Empire. They can push unKnights to extra rounds. They can almost win maps, but they can't quite get those maps. They can barely get not across the line. So for unKnights, I feel like they don't quite have that ceiling, and they are a strong team, and as long as they work through some of their issues, they are a better team right now, and I wouldn't be surprised by any means to see them take down Compound. Now, that being said, I don't think Black Widow was a clean map for either team. So still some room to improve from both sides, and if Swamp are able to turn it up, maybe they can break through that ceiling.
You seeing the comeback at all for Swamp here?
I'm not entirely sure here, Jordan. I mean, sure, Black Widow, they
sold.
were able to take it into overtime, but even that overtime looked very not so great. So
even the way that you answer that just tells me enough that it's like, not really. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, you don't have to say yes or no. Just you have to,
it's not
if
there
you're not
for
sure,
me.
I don't know. I really don't think it's happening. Like, the way that this has been set up, the way that Swamp have kind of backed themselves into a bit of a corner here, it just feels like it's an insurmountable task going into Compound and then going on to win map 3 as well. unKnights, they've got to be feeling good at this point in time, right? Like, that's, I think, the biggest takeaway. And for unKnights, this would actually mark all 3 of the West League teams. Again, if we're not counting Swamp, because they did come through from the North America qualifier, all 3 of the West League teams actually having gotten a win on the stage at a CFS event, and I couldn't tell you the last time that would have happened. So, I mean, there's positives to take away, definitely.
There definitely are. Moving into Compound in terms of, you know, what we're going to see here, the snipers are going to be important, but it's not exactly a sniper show-off map. This can be definitely one of those maps that Famous pops off on. You remember we talk a lot about the 35 kill Mexico or whatever it was. Mexico is another one of those maps. It's got a lot of corners, and Compound can be that for Famous. We'll see if it's enough or who's going to take it as we hop onto Compounds.
On to Compound we go. It is Swamp to start off on that GR side. So unKnights get to decide how this one plays out initially.
Pietro's going to go on arm of his own. Looking to see if he can find any picks down towards middle. Until then, it's going to be a 3-2 split coming out from the side of Swamp. And 2 players already kind of testing the water towards double pillars. Not sure if Hunt wants to really swing that angle wide.
I think he definitely saw Beck, but Beck sitting there with an M4, probably not going to do well against the arm of Hunt in a straight-up 1v1, but Hunt just calling for the smoke, playing it a little bit more passively, potentially waiting for a real push to come in. Just going to be peeking through the smoke. Nobody's actually pushing through this just yet. They're still hanging around pillars, though. Just 2 guys seeing what they can see. No big committal from the side of unKnights just yet, though.
I mean, there's the C4 rotating into the pillars as well, and Pietro is looking to cut the corners any moment soon. Some nades being thrown down out towards middle. However, the C4 is still lingering in double pillars. Pietro swings. Hunt misses, and that allows for the rest of the team to rotate. And HDZ on a fast push, but eventually he's punished by Famous. And now Pietro running into servers does see the tip of the head of GZY. Can't quite catch the kill either. But Lucas somehow gets a pistol frag on down onto him. Down to 1v2. Kai's. Can he find the frags here?
Yeah, definitely a winnable round for him, but 2-on-1 not going to be easy. Plant goes down. Definitely a retakeable site, a difficult retakeable site, I should say, and not even going to really come down to that. Just gets absolutely blasted as he even tries to start having a bit of a look in. So solid start from unKnights.
Yeah, unKnights, a nice little set play there. It's actually a big pressure through the pillars, but it looks more like a curve hit. And it just sends HZZ in basically alone. He's kind of like the sacrifice. He's the entry man through curve, but he's not really the main crux of the push. It actually comes in through B main with 3 guys, and Pietro kind of leading that squad. They were able to just bowl over them I like how they set it up, too. You know, a couple of smokes really trying to deny vision. They take mid, nobody's there, and it just allows them to get a perfect push on a B.
They're going to test it down towards double pillars once again.
It's quite the forward hold from Swamp in all facets of the map. Going to be forced to use his smoke pretty early on in the piece. But still trying to pick up an advantage through it. Won't have any luck this time. That's already some map control from unKnights. Imagine they'll go and have a look at mid now. Very methodical approach from unKnights on this blacklist side.
Quick shot from Kais will take down HCZ. And with that, rest of unKnights is sending it down towards mid, cutting towards curve. The flashes are going to delay the push, and Brando swings, gets all the information, and is able to back out.
unKnights have to be careful not to run straight into the barrel of Kais, especially with not much utility in that door. They're going to throw a smoke through the door, kind of make it difficult to hit A and force them towards curve, and that's exactly where Famous is, but he drops the shot. He's not able to get anyone. Hunt on the bottom of this site. They could easily try to get on him, but he's able to hit one, picks up a second with the Colt, gives his team a pretty good shot of taking this one down. Alucard by himself in the servers. He's going on the hunt. He wants a pick before he goes for the plant, but they're just waiting for him to plant and say, we can retake this 3v1 if you'd like. And Alucard is just going to be given nothing.
Yeah, there's not enough time. 13 seconds. He has to post for the plant. Gets Kais down, but now here goes the double swing. Why didn't they catch the kill there? No way at all. And unKnights somehow gets the round.
That's insane. And Swamp haven't done anything wrong there at all. I mean, they pretty much played that to perfection, but Alucard just comes up with the goods and says, thank you very much. I'll take another round. That is brilliance.
Yeah, they double swinged it too.
Yep. Everything was done perfectly.
They just didn't hit the shot.
Just didn't hit their
It's
shot.
the one big issue.
Yeah.
Got to shoot the guy, you know? It's the
Valdez, you
the way the game works.
The peak West Crossfire?
I mean, that's also peak Alucard, too. I mean, he's just... We haven't seen it too much at this tournament, but he's definitely a clutch master. And he doesn't have a big name for it, but I'm a big proponent of the Alucard fan club. But yeah, I don't, you know, he's not given a lot of opportunities. That one was pretty insanely played. But the first shot misses from Kais. They double swing afterwards, and nobody can see. He's like invisible or something. I don't know how he didn't get hit.
Well, 2-0. Good start for unKnights. But once again, another slow start to the round. This time they're going to probe in toward A. Kai's missing his shot. This is sort of falling apart at the seams for Swamp a little bit. I don't know if this is, you know, a tilt factor or anything like that, but you can imagine that they might be in their own heads after losing that last map and then also losing that last round. Vibes have to be at an all-time low for Swamp at the moment, and unKnights might just go ahead and crush them here on compound.
Could happen. We saw a lot of streakiness on the last map, so I wouldn't even be surprised if unKnights start really strong and then somehow Swamp come out of nowhere and start to pick up some rounds. But yeah, it does feel like Swamp aren't really playing at the same level we saw on Black Widow. And Famous did a lot of heavy lifting on that map. He only has 2 kills, make it 3. As just trying to just chill and curve, just hanging out. Famous is like, no, that's not allowed. Big trade, though. Back, Kiko and Pietro get a couple of headshots. And now 4v2. The real push was going into A.
Now Famous swings out, gets another headshot, but now in a 1v3 with the C4 planted, he cannot find the player in heaven. Goes down, and unKnights will strengthen their lead. It's going to be 3-2-0.
Let's see it. It's very clean from Alucard. The flick on the Kais gets the second Alm shot, and you know, he really doesn't give them all too much time to hit their spray. So really well played by Alucard. And now a bit of a stack here from Swamp. They got a lot of guys in the pillars. Will they push towards mid? How aggressive do they want to get? Famous looked pretty angry at the end of that last round. And it's like he wants blood, and he wants to push into them. But unKnights are going to identify this and try to slow it down.
Yeah, Famous just trying to take some proactivity into this round by pushing into pillars there, but hasn't really worked out. And yes, they get some map control, but no opening pick to relieve a little bit of that pressure. And even now you can see some of that util getting tossed out on B. Really going to plan for Swamp at the moment. unKnights unsettling them again. Another slow round here, leaving Swamp guessing.
Yeah, and just how they played last round, it was only believable that they were gonna hit A, but they rotated the C4 out quickly enough and hit it towards B. And with some pop flashes, they're gonna send Pietro down in towards middle, kind of being the thorn in the foot. Hunt spotted out, and that opens up the gate for the rest of unKnight to start getting into the servers, but Kais will find a nice pick off onto Kiko. Looking for the second, misses, but eventually Beck is going to find a couple bullets onto him. Famous in servers, quick double kill. Looking for a third, and he does get it. Can he find the fourth kill on towards Alucard to finish off the round? C4 is down deep inside.
Yeah, this one seems like a pretty difficult one for Alucard to win, but he's already won one that seemed impossible. Could he do it again? Has the C4. I don't know that he's really got the option of rotating out back to A. He's wall banging GZY. He just needs one more connection. That would have been a killing blow. Bring it back to 2v2, but still a bit of a step forward, even to get the last couple. With 14 seconds left here, I think it's done. Alucard falls. Famous pulls off a great round, and there's no debate about it. It's a fantastic round from Famous, but if that's the only way that you're going to win a round, then it's a bit too much to ask.
It's ridiculous that unKnights are winning 3-1. Famous still has 4 of the slots here. Most kills, first kill, I mean, it's only 1. But ADR and multi-kill, already 3. The guy he's trying his best. He lifted a lot on that first map. He already has 8 kills here in 4 rounds. It's 2 kills per round. It's a ridiculous number. And you could just tell he's on the hunt. He has made up his mind and said, I gotta just pull a lot of weight. And it's fair. I mean, this is what he oftentimes has to do. He is going to hit the shot there, but he does get traded out. And I would say that is a big win for unKnights, not just because they took down 2, but especially because they took down Famous.
Yeah, Famous decided to take the fight to Swamp's door, but didn't work out. And now GZY, at risk, is going to be able to fall back. But in a 4v3, and based on how unKnights is still taking this round in a slow manner with a man advantage, yeah, Swamp's going to have a hard time. And they're going to call for the attack pause.
Yep. I mean, better early than late, but this is not looking too crash hot at all. Kai's, at least this time, able to get the better of HCZ, hitting his shot. Still be something in it for Swamp in this round. Back into the 3-on-3. The 3-2, not the end of the world, but remember, they were a little better on their GR side, so you'd probably want to see them with a 5-4, 6-3 kind of a lead at the end of this half, and it's far cry off that at the moment.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think Kais did pretty well on Blacklist of Black Widow, but definitely fell off, actually, towards the GR side of Black Widow, funnily enough. I don't know if he can replicate that kind of performance on this map, but a flash on into the servers. GZY trying to get the off angle as Brando trades it back. And, ooh, nice pick from Beck on A, wins the 1v1, and now they can just wait for Beck to come over and just isolate Brando in the 2v1. Brando goes up the stairs, makes himself an easy target as Beck just shoots him down, and there is the timeout. And Swamp Gaming gonna really have to dig deep for this one. They call an early timeout. It's already 4-1 in favor of unKnights on Compound, a map that we said should be heavily favored towards unKnights. Swamp need to find the answer now, otherwise it might just be doomed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Famous has been dropping huge numbers, but when he gets aggressive on the global risk side, unKnights is just able to find the trade kills Whereas for the rounds that Famous did really well, it was more of just when he goes on the retake rather than he himself getting aggressive. So, I'm not entirely sure what Swamp wants to do here. And for unKnights, they look pretty calm and happy and just ready to get back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, for them, you got to be feeling pretty good. This is definitely a different feel. Even though the score is the same, right? unKnights started off 4-1 on Black Widow, and then Swamp were able to come back. But now they start again 4-1, but they forced the timeout, and the wins feel much more dominant. And it feels a little bit more of like unKnights versus just Famous compared to what seemed to be Swamp as a team coming in and making a lot of work happen on Black Widow. So definitely a very different vibe at the moment.
Like I said, great round from Famous. But if that's the way that you win the round, you can't replicate that. You can't say we're going to win 10 rounds from this game doing that. It just doesn't happen like that, unfortunately.
This guy has almost 1,000 damage. Okay, nice. Getting aggressive down mid. Kai is going to take down Alucard, wins the sniper 1v1. He's going to get up here on the box. As the timeout has been called, and they make the determination that they need to get in their faces and get aggressive. Famous, just eats all of that damage. And Beck's trying to push down. That's going to be ETZ from the top of A, just takes out Famous in mid.
Yeah, Famous and Kai's both goes down, and all of a sudden, unKnights looking to find their 5th round is still going to play patiently whilst all that. GZY and Brando on a big flank.
Pietro's, oh, he was just looking. Oh, the timing, so unfortunate for Pietro.
Beck does get that trade frag, though. The issue is going to be retrieving this C4. It comes down to HZZ winning this duel, and he'll be able to get it done, though Hunt's position might still be unknown, might still be a problem for HZZ. He's been spotted out, though, and it seems as though unKnights can do no wrong. Everything they're touching is turning to gold at the moment, and for Swamp, everything is turning to dust.
5-1. And unKnights, like we anticipated, is showing dominance in Compound. And this time, going for early mid control. And then Pietro, it's a little bit of damage, but he's just fine. And he's going to wait for the pop flash and swings in. Continues to go for the hunt, but eventually he's taken down.
Ooh, we got to play in mid as well at the same time. Famous able to hold it down. Kai's sniping out Alucard once again, and Beck, long-range 1v1 win against Famous. Even if they don't win the round, I'm sure Beck will be happy with that. Ooh, okay. That was it was like a homing missile.
Yeah.
More than a grenade. And Swamp, they get a round. They get a second round. Still a chance for them. It's a bit of a far cry. It's not going to be easy, but you got to start somewhere.
Well, 2's better than 1. If they do end up finding these last 2 rounds on the first half, then Swamp is still in the talk. However, if they drop any rounds that are left, unKnights are looking so much better. Pietro, quick swing, quick headshot, Hunt goes down. And they're going to reset.
Somewhat of a bait and switch setup there for Swamp that doesn't actually go right. They almost hope that unKnights are going to try and push quickly off of that pick, but unKnights decide to take the alternative, which is to slow things down, and it works out correctly in this instance. So there are still 2 players set up over toward B, but 4v5 for unKnights. This honestly feels a bit like a foregone conclusion. Swamp are just not showing up on Compound at all, and it seems the stats did not lie after all.
Yeah, might just come down to Famous or Kai's kind of going big. We saw Brando and GZY having a good map to start, but here on Compound, definitely looking a little bit less confident. And on the other side, okay, trying to get aggressive here on a Kai's. Not quite going to land that damage, but at least able to spot them coming in, and generally not going to commit to that A push, especially with a minute left. Getting stuck here over on top of A. Yeah, they got the C4. Big stack in mid from GZY and Famous. This might be what it takes to stop them in their tracks.
yeah, less than a minute left, and they're going to take it towards B. Only Brando is holding it down, with Famous kind of just looking in the middle. Beck swings out from window. Brando does find defrag onto Pietro. The flash is going to hold the push. Famous takes a bunch of damage, but he does find the kill before going down, and somehow Lucart with a double, shutting the dream down, all down to the hands of Kai's.
There's no dream left for Swamp, unfortunately. We were talking about that a little bit on map 1. I sort of posited whether or not it was a dream or a nightmare. I think we really have got our answer now by map 2. This has most certainly turned into a nightmare for Swamp Gaming.
Completely blind.
Cannot see a thing. It's crucial seconds costed and never even going to matter. Alucard looking sharp here on map 2. unKnights across the board looking solid. This might be really the death sentence for Swamp, not only in this matchup, but also in this event. They go 0-2 with a loss to Swamp, to unKnights, I should say. There's no way you're getting through this group.
Yeah, that is for sure. And yeah, for unKnights, they just look so much more comfortable. Maybe there is something deeper. You know, you were talking about their record against Swamp all throughout the year. It's 2-0, 2-0. And they struggled to get through Black Widow, but once they did, maybe it's just that deeper inner level of confidence that's like, no, we just have these guys numbered. Like, we know how they play. We're better than them. If we shut down Famous, we can win. It has been pretty much a manhandling here on Compound, 6-2. So at the end of the day, it certainly feels like they're oozing confidence in this matchup. Especially, I mean, I've casted so many games of Pietro where he's going like 1-7, 1-6, but man, he's really stepped it up today. Big props to him. He's not the guy who's going to have the biggest number, but the fact that he's just sitting at 1 KD, that could be all the difference.
And looks like the kills he's putting out is really making the difference here. And for Swamp Gaming, GZ White decided to go in hibernation, only sitting at a single kill after 8 rounds. Was not going to quite cut it for his team. The clock is going to be burned down to the minute. Here comes a mid-take, a huge nade stack down towards middle. They knew that there was a crossfire setup.
Yeah, there has been a decent amount of mid setups from the side of Swamp, so just expecting that a little bit here. They're going to go be mean once again. They used a lot of utility already, just trying to get a flash over the top, but Hunt's trying to hold the spray. Famous still alive, gets one. Looking to tap on some heads. That is a very quick flick. And he is holding it down desperately, waiting for Kais to maneuver over. But Alucard, he's still alive as well. He's going to pick up the bomb. They got 30 seconds. He's rotating to A. They say Famous is on B. We're not going that way. We don't have to.
Well, there's nowhere really to go. Alucard's going to have to get this one done on his own. He's going to gamble on the fact that maybe that kill has baited the extra rotate out of B. He'll be wrong. And it'll be 6-3 at least. Swamp get themselves a third at the end of the half, but it's really not a lot to write home about there.
Yeah, it's just not enough rounds. Especially that now that they have to go on the blacklist side of all things. Yeah. The emotions in Kai is definitely not happy.
I mean, he definitely knows that he's got to step it up to the next level if they're going to have a chance. I saw a grenade get stuck there. A lot of damage done to Swamp through the middle of the map. Just a couple of nades that come forward.
And already, even before they had a chance to shoot a bullet, they are going to lose some HP. And you know, that mentally really puts you in a more passive area of things.
Where are they going to go with this one? They have the nade stack. Well, they had the nade stack, but nobody's in mid. They're going to take mid. There's a lot of utility usage. Already down on some health, and now they're just going to try to force through curve. That is a flash that catches Kiko, and it's only HCZ who's holding down B main, so it's kind of just a free entry onto B.
Yeah.
Just kind of strolling on in, and Kai is still up in the tower.
unKnights just playing retake on B, but for some reason, they're going to check the tower, and that's going to be a freebie. So Kai's down. leaves us back at a 4-on-5. Workable for sure for unKnights, but they're going to have to go quickly. Smoke's still yet to fade. Util's getting tossed in now, and here we go. Pietro to lead the charge. He'll fall, but the exchange is more than favorable enough for unKnights. Good fundamentals, swinging together. They get the job done.
HCZ with a big smile. I mean, for Swamp to win that round, if they end up planting on towards B, Kai's had to stay alive. Otherwise, they were gonna get boxed in, and that was exactly what happened. And with some pop flashes, unKnights start swinging from all different angles.
Yeah, you know, Sneaky was talking about it. Beat can be hard to take, but if you've got both angles, it's going to feel much better. As now Alucard just getting a kill from mid. From that 8-cat, you see Brando goes down. The rest of the team is in pillars, and ACZ plays it well. He says, well, you know, if they're going to push into me, I just got to survive for as long as possible. He is going to go down, though, but it gives a little bit of time for Kiko to make his way over alongside of the team, get some smokes in the face of Swamp. We're still trying to find that first round win on Blacklist.
It's interesting setups from Swamp. Very, very dedicated to one side of the map. They're not getting any map control elsewhere, but it'll work out. Kais gets the pick onto Beck, and there hasn't really been any movements elsewhere from unKnights to take some of that map control away and maybe inform the GR side of what's going on. unKnights are essentially blind right now. They don't know that Swamp is still here at B. They don't know whether or not they've maybe gone back to mid or gone over to A. Could really be anywhere, so kind of just have to hedge your bets. You make the gamble rotate, bring an extra player over towards B, but it might be a little bit too little too late. That's a good shot from Alucard. Needs another one. He did drop the C4 though, and Kais wants to go and retrieve it, but this tight line being held by Alucard is working out. He is absolutely switched on right now. Flank still coming in as well from Pietro, and the longer this persists, the better this is going to be for unKnights. Now Pietro can cover that C4 as well.
Oh, Hunt is going to go down. Famous swings, gets the drop. And a 1v1. So close yet so far. Bunch of damage has been dealt, and eventually the final bullet hits, and Famous is going to be able to clutch this one out.
This is a bit of a misplay from Pietro, honestly. I don't think he needs to keep pushing forward there. He's recognizing that the C4 is dropped. You know you've got both the players kind of stuck on the site. They can't have gone anywhere else. So, no need to really look for the fight. So I think you just play the crossfire with Alucard instead, but opted to try and take the fight forward, and it didn't pay off this time.
Yeah, it definitely did not. Certainly a tense situation there at the end, so emotions running high, and it makes it very difficult to make the right decision. We do see a big push up here from Kiko, trying to hold on to pillars. They got a couple of guys towards A main as well, so it looks like unKnights really want to choke out a lot of the corners of this map. But a retake onto this exact position, but Kiko's got the spray, picks up 3 in a row. 3 headshots just holding the spray. It's perfect. As GZY, he wants a piece too. I don't know if that's gonna go well. Okay, he's at least able to get the kill, but they're not in a great spot. Famous also going down. It's gonna be up to Kais and GZY to make this play happen.
Kiko with a huge triple spray down, and all of a sudden Swamp is shaking once again. Even that last round that they were able to pick up had to rely on Famous, and now they have to rely on Kais. Just a minute left, but I don't think they have a clear idea of where to get towards.
At 2v3, kind of waiting for a mistake. An over peak and overextension. Beck's working his way back over to A. It actually looks like it'll be a good read. That shot is a nice one from Kais, but you've still got 2 players that are trending towards A right here from unKnights. It's a hefty defense. Beck up in the window, but Pietro as of yet unseen. And GZY, he neglected to check. C4 now dropped. Kais has to win this 1v2, and he's managed to get that first one, but Beck has snuck his way back in through main, and he spotted him out. It's very cheeky, but it's worked out. unKnights claim another one.
I mean, Kais was on such a heater. I thought he was going to hit that last shot too. As you take a look at this replay, the bounce flash into B main as we get 7 different looks at it, and that's all that happened. Really cool angle. I'll give you that.
It surely is.
But that's it. GZY going to take a little bit of damage. And
Who's on 39 with a nade thrown down in towards middle. For now, trying to gain more ground is going to be unKnights, as they are going to post 2 players outside of A long. But whilst all that setup is thrown down towards middle by Swamp Gaming, have 4 players ready to get going.
Good shot by Alucard. Sets it up nicely for unKnights, but there's still a little bit of a speed bump in the road. Curve the attempt from Swamp. Go back to A now, but having lost members all over the place, it starts to get more and more difficult. Unt, famous, try and save the day for Swamp. Exiting back in through middle and going to try a different route.
Yeah, way too much action in front of that door with the smokes not deep enough. Alucard able to convert on, I think, at least 2 kills. And just given way too many ways to carry the team. And now take a look at the fast rotation. They push out of A. They're taking all of the center of the map. They know exactly where Famous and Hunt are, and that's an easy kill onto Hunt. Famous, the last guy. Beck just going to win in the straight-up 1v1. unKnights 1 round away from taking the 2-0.
Yeah, Beck getting some great flanks off in this series. The spirits are high for unKnights, as is to be expected. It's been a good night for them. Hard work on map 1, but map 2 has been relatively easy pickings for them.
9-4. Swamp Gaming, we thought they were able to turn the board around, but apparently that was not the case. HCZ swings out, gets a kill, continues to spray, and in the meantime, PH was going to pick up a kill before going down as well. Down to 3-on-3. Kai's quick shot on the head of Alucard. As this round might just go towards Swamp if they're able to continue to find the kills, and Famous will eventually find the drop as well.
Greedy, very greedy from unKnights. They just wanted to finish this one off nice and quick, but maybe overstayed their welcome in a couple of instances. Alucard reposting on the same line that Kai's has seen him on already. HCC trying to continue to contest with Famous, who was set up at pillars. Round does not go very well for unKnights, but they've got plenty to play with, so can't fault them too much.
Yeah. Only production will be unhappy because they got to play the song again, you know. unKnights, they have so many rounds as a cushion that they play a fast one, fast and loose. It's doesn't work out for them, to say the least.
Run it back.
They're going to boost some of the stats here for Swamp, but
Didn't the music play like 4 times yesterday too for one of the matches? Can't quite remember which one
Wouldn't
it was.
be the first time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to send it down towards A. PH gets 1. And 1's probably good to halt and stop the push from coming in.
I know that Kais was up in tower, but not really going to be able to do too much about it. Some chip damage, thanks to the grenades. But the 1-for-1 exchange will dissipate, and we'll be back to a relatively slow round once again as Swamp look to clear out pillars.
Pillars will be taken. Trying to clear the corners with some nades. Unfortunately, nobody is there. And Brando somehow found the kill onto Kiko in middle, and now he's going to join up with the rest of his team. HCZ has a good angle. All 4 players of Swamp are going to send it any moment soon here.
Well, Alucard ready and waiting with the orb in hand. HCZ there with him as well. Swamp could still lose this round if they go into this B side at the wrong timing. Beck's come across as well. But they've been scared off by the util that's been tossed by unKnights. It's almost, I feel, a mistake by unKnights there. You kind of want to let Swamp come to you in that case, but Util turns him away, and Swamp's going to go looking for advantages elsewhere. Beck set up in middle. The read is still good from unKnights. In fact, it's great. The shots are connecting. Alucard, Colt in hand. Now he's going to have a chance again with the Orb. Waiting for the swing from Famous. That shot will miss. Brando surviving as well. Well, there was a very real chance unKnights would win that round just off the back of Alucard, and maybe still they can, but HCZ will drop. It is not over yet. Play the music again, Sam.
Oh man, put some more coins in the jukebox. We're gonna run out of juice
Quarters,
here, and
pennies.
I hope that unKnights don't, because that would be pretty devastating if it goes all the way into extra rounds after they pushed it to extra rounds in a much closer scenario and won the first map, and then they get pushed to extra rounds and lose. That would be rough. I don't know how you get through that. We'd have to wait and see, but. Yeah, still have a nice cushion. 3 rounds. You just got to get one. But credit to Swamp for not losing focus here at the very end and winning 2 in a row. Wouldn't be the first time a team has won 5 rounds in a row.
I mean, that's what Swamp needed to do on Black Widow. Had to win 1 out of the 3, but they just weren't able to do so. And eventually gave the map away. unKnights, they need to play with composure. Otherwise, we might see a comeback happen for Swamp as well. Just like how unKnights did to Swamp. Here comes a mid push. Ooh. Pop flash is good. GZY swings, gets the drop onto Kiko. And the rest are going to swing in.
Straight into the crossfire, and unKnights don't even get a single kill. The flash coverage was so good from Swamp. Here comes Beck, though, looking for revenge, but all it does is result in a 1-for-1. This is looking difficult for unKnights to close out. Maybe Alucard can be the hero once again. He's hit a nice 2-piece, but is there some more available? HCZ swinging across to help the Orms. Can they be the difference maker? C4 dropped. Maybe now is the time for unKnights as Kais is suddenly left alone. Pause on in the hopes that Swamp can still win this round, but Alucard is now tasked with yet another clutch. 1v1. He spots out Kais, swings initially with the Colt, but the confidence is low. The shots, though, are on point, and that is that. Some trash talk across the stage. unKnights, they get the dub over Swamp Gaming, 2-0. There it is, another 2-0 for the evening. unKnights this time 2-0 over Swamp. As you can see, pretty comfortable win there on map 2, although it started to drag somewhat. Map 1, though, a very hard-fought victory for the squad from the West League. But Swamp, I think they've got to walk away from that one feeling pretty disappointed, all things considered. They had their opportunity on map 1. Even there on map 2, they kind of showed the ability to be competitive, but it was just not quite consistent enough from them. And unfortunately, while that doesn't mark the end of their run here at the event, it pretty much locks in the fact that they will not be making it to playoffs.
Yeah, not 100%, and they do have another best of 3 to play, but it certainly does feel like either some sort of mental block or they just can't quite break through well enough as a team to make the wins happen, because they get so close against multiple teams. They have so many kills on Famous, even Kai's, other guys stepping up from time to time, but it just feels like it's always just slightly short, and it's got to be very frustrating, I would assume, for the guys on Swamp. But shout out to unKnights, you know, big win for them to get the 2-0. They keep their hopes alive in the tournament, and you know, another West team that's at least finding some success somewhere.
Yeah, also their first win on the international stage, so that's going to be a pretty good feeling, right? You're going to get to have that opportunity to join the likes of the 3BLs and the LCKs of the world now, and it seems like really there's quite a positive trend for West League that not only are we now getting map wins, we're actually getting series wins, and we're even getting some teams that are making it out into playoffs. Very likely looking like that'll be the case for 3BL. They did it obviously at Vietnam as well. So we've got quite a little resurgence coming through from the West League this year.
Yeah, also for West League, I do feel like it's getting, the player base is getting bigger in a sense. A lot of new not a lot of new names, so to speak, are coming into the teams, but we do from oftentimes do see some new names pop up here and there.
Okay.
But even Alucard from the Egyptian team will move over to unKnights, and now he's doing what he's doing. So
yeah, solid performance from him in particular there for map 2. Kind of felt like he was really one of the standouts. And this is, again, kind of tying back into the difficulties that I think we often see from the North American teams. And they are capable of doing really good things. We saw it on map 1, and that was, again, off the back of Famous and Kai's. When those two guys are playing well, things generally tend to go decent to well. Map 2, there's a bit of a fall off from Kai's. Famous even maybe slowed down a little bit, though he still kind of had his moments, there's no doubt. But when you're really relying on 2 people to kind of do all of that heavy lifting, it doesn't feel like you've got quite enough depth in that roster. Whereas for unKnights, a bit more of an across-the-board performance, and Alucard very deservingly the MVP for that map.
Yeah, 2 first kills, had that insane clutch, and, you know, looking back on the second map, that might have been the moment that kind of just crushed the hopes in the minds of Swamp, because you got a 3v1, it's one sniper guy versus you, and they probably should have been able to take him out, but Alucard was just that good. So even besides the insane numbers that he was able to put up, I think very clutch for the team when they needed it most. And taking a look here at the standings, it gives an opportunity now. unKnights, they have one team left. It is Wolf Empire, I believe. And if they can take them down and Swamp makes it interesting against all gamers, you never know.
Yeah. Look, you never know.
There's still a chance.
You cannot 100% guarantee that it will be Wolf Empire and all gamers to go through, but as you say, it would require unKnights to beat Wolf Empire, and also Swamp would have to beat all gamers. It just seems like a bit wishful thinking, really.
Yeah, that's true.
It's as if you have to win the lottery, but, you know.
Hey, people win the lottery
all
the time.
People win the lottery all the time. There's a chance.
Yeah. There's a chance.
Yeah, I guess we're just brushing it a little too much, but I do feel like, just going back to Swamp Gaming's plays, I do feel like what Brandon mentioned, just having that, not a glass ceiling, but that stone ceiling. I feel like if they break it, I have a good feeling that they may just be able to perform really well on the international stages. But yeah, so far it just feels that way to me, that they are not able to make that one final step up the ladder.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's about finding just 1 or 2 more pieces of the puzzle, because again, you can really see the potential of some of the players in this roster, that if they could, if they could find just, I think even like you've got a decent core there with Kai's, Brando, and Famous, right? And it's just about finding those extra 2 pieces that are going to maybe kind of like slot into that roster and do really well for themselves. I actually thought Hunt wasn't a bad shout. Like, I think he's a decent player, and I would have given him a bit of a prospect, I guess, kind of a title, but didn't really have a huge kind of a day today or yesterday or anything like that. So I don't know, maybe it's still kind of like a work in progress, but
for sure,
the benefit for the good teams is they have multiple members that can do it, but unfortunately these guys haven't found that yet. Either way, enough about Swamp. It's all about unKnights right now, so let's go down to the stage and hear from Matt.
unKnights in the winning position, and it's about time to congratulations to them winning out our match today. Alucard, the MVP. Alucard, we were just saying before this interview started, I just want you to take like this moment because a win on a CFS stage has been a long time coming, right?
Yeah. I mean, it took 4 years, 5 different lands. I always have the hardest group. This time it's still a hard group, but we have like one team I think we can beat easily, which was Swamp. I'm so happy that we finally won after all those years, and I think this win, we needed it to boost our confidence, so tomorrow we'll do a good match.
We'll get there. We'll get to tomorrow, but let's enjoy the moment right now. 5 times Summer Championships, CFS is going back a few years. You've always made it to CFS, which is, hey man, that's a huge achievement, right? Top 16 teams, or however many teams in previous years. That's a huge achievement. But you haven't actually had a win on the stage. Man, that must have been tough for you in person.
I mean, yeah, of course, I get a lot of talks. Alucard on LAN is not good, I'm the reason, but it's not really just that. I always get the hardest group. Actually, there's a joke in my team, it's like, you want to go CFS, you get Alucard, but you will always get the hardest group. So, yeah, that's it.
So we want you on our squad to get to CFS, and then we just want to...
Yeah.
You can be the 6th player, right? Man, you made it, and it was a good win. Yes, well, earlier in the tournament, you lost 10-1, 10-2 to AG on the first day. Like, okay, it's AG, Chengdu All Gamers, but that, I mean, that must have hurt, right? I'm going to say I expect you thought you would lose, but did you think it would be like that?
Every time we're confident against AG. I mean, I've played AG like 4 or 5 times. So I think I'm used to this feeling, so it didn't affect us much. Like, we expected AG is one of the best teams. It's fine to lose like this. Yeah, we lose, that's it. We focus next. That's how we move on.
Okay. So even though it was such a big loss, that was...
it's not we didn't expect we lose like this, but sometimes it happens, so... Yeah, it is what it is.
So coming into today, I know you know Swamp fairly well, you know, some friends amongst you all. Did that match turn out like you expected?
Yeah, we expected a 2-0 win, maybe a little easier than that, but they fought good, they played well. Famous was insane in the match.
Again.
He's always insane. Kai's was also good. They all played well as a team, so yeah, they actually did good.
Yeah, I respect you for mentioning a couple of players there that they did well. We knew Famous always turns up and leads that score, and if they'd won, I mean, he'd be here, right? That would be the MVP. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Do you do anything in particular planning for them to sort of counter Famous? Is he on your minds in particular?
I don't know. I don't want to sound a bit rude, but we all say kill the others, and yeah, we fight Famous in the end, you know?
Okay,
We kill the other 4 and just focus at Famous in the end. If it's not dead at the beginning of the round, yeah, we just kill the others and focus at Famous in the end.
He's usually standing. Fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, we've got to talk about the next game coming up. You've got to play the big boys of this group. How are you preparing for that?
We actually...
Wolf, by the way, we're talking about Wolf Esports.
We actually analyzed Wolf a lot. They are a very, very unique team. They beat AG yesterday. It was a huge match. But I think we have enough info on them. We watched a lot of VODs, and we're ready for their match. It won't be like AG match.
Okay. They do seem to have, as our casters were saying, they do seem to have sort of figured AG out. Can you figure Wolf out?
As I said before, I think AG is better playing against other regions, but Wolf, sometimes they are struggling against other regions. They only, I think, know how to beat AG.
Okay.
So I don't think a Wolf match will be that hard, but we'll do our best, and I think we have a very high chance of winning.
Amazing. Wow, 2 wins. Don't get greedy. But hey, maybe this is the start, right? Maybe this is it. This is what you want. Yeah, this means a lot.
Yeah, for my first win, so hopefully it keeps going.
So you must have friends and family and fans back. Well, I mean, you're from 5 different countries. You must have so much support around the world. Anything you personally want to say to the people who've been willing you to this point?
I would like to thank every fan that supported us through the way. I know we don't have a lot of fans because we're from different countries. We don't have the support of one country in total. But our fans are loyal, and I would like to thank my family. They are my biggest supporters, and without them, I don't think I would have been here all these years.
Yeah. Well said. Well said and well played. Oh, unKnights, Alucard winners of our match here on day 4. I'm so pleased, and I'm sure so many of the world of CROSSFIRE are pleased you've had this moment too. Let's hope for another one. Let's hope for another one. Don't go anywhere. That's 3 matches on day 4. There's a big one to come. We always enjoy when we get a Brazilian team against a Chinese team. We've had epic matches many times in the past. There's a big one coming after this break.
往家顶，往家顶，别在后边待了，就往前走。听指挥啊，不能上。地特雷扎有点气。我现在是 EPCF 端游的投资人，以前是一名职业选手，这个行业也大家都很了解了。从职业选手转型一位投资人，做一个管理，可能是对我很大一个渴望。有道具。我主要是给他们一些以前我那些宝贵的经验吧，就像比赛的经验，还有做职业选手该有的态度。
对我来说，帮助挺大的吧。然后没事儿教教我打游戏啥的，遇到比赛遇到问题的时候，他就会来教我，或者是告诉我一些游戏里的内容，让我提升吧。
就我经常会学习他比赛会分析嘛，然后我就会看，然后哪做的不好的会去思想从他的角度来。
这把3个人必到奖，你们从现在开始，你们仨。选手肯定是拿冠军的时刻才是最高光的时刻。当16年和17年吧，那2年都是把所有的冠军包揽了，所有重要赛事、大的比赛的冠军都包揽了，让我在那2年达到了我 CF 职业选手时期的高光时刻。当然，我从刚开始打职业一直到退役，都其实还挺顺利的吧。感觉最开始就有贵人帮助我，后期成长为一个带领队伍的队长，再到后来即将退役，也有很多兄弟们那种不舍。其实，在我看来都是高光。这个过程啊，并不只是拿冠军才是高光，有很多发生的事情，相处的队友和兄弟们也属于我的高光。
Ladies and gentlemen, BG！
那心情真的是分很多种。第一种吧，我很怀念，就是很怀念自己作为一个职业选手。我非常喜欢职业选手这个身份。相比于老板，相比于管理者，我更喜欢我自己是一个职业选手的样子。我更喜欢去在赛场上拼搏，去做一个电竞选手，就是展现我自己激情和热血的一面。我感觉这个是最适合我的。那肯定是这辈子也忘不了的事。自己他妈能力大如果没得了的话，是不是直接 rush 保卫得分的话就是防 rush A 区？如果前锋得分的话，就是保卫防保卫打比赛的，上来这么重要的比赛，第一把都秒杀。 看比赛呢？直播呀，这拜日就决赛，因为我是一个 CF 的赛事主播啊，因为所有的 CF 的比赛我都会观看，特别是像这种重要的，而且要投入100%、200%的精力去看啊。一个是分析比赛啊，带自己的粉丝去看比赛，再一个就是直播也是我的一项工作。被掉一批大哥，太惨了。这波 RAB 前锋 RAB 也好 RAB， 我感觉心情都是围绕着 CF。变化呢，只是从一个身份转变到另一个身份，去努力适应这个角色。心情倒是比之前更沉稳了，因为毕竟年龄也大了，到了一个该做自己突破的时候。现在呢是另一种身份，以前是队长，现在是管理者。队长跟管理者有很大的区别。比如说以前只看眼下的比赛，现在要看未来的自己的队伍的发展和规划。对我来说是很大的挑战，自己在这方面的能力肯定也是要慢慢去学习。我觉得我的青春都在 CF 上面了，也这些粉丝的青春也有很多在这款游戏 CF 上面，很感谢他们从我打比赛一路支持我，CF 成就了我也想把我自己剩余的力量，就是还有很多能发光发热的，就是奉献给 CF， 也希望粉丝们一直以来支持我的也能一路陪伴我走到最后，感谢。
All right, here we are once again. Final game of the evening, and what a big game it is yet to come. Evolution Power up against Imperial. We've got a hot swap back out on the desk once again. Bench and Neo back on in. And fellas, look, before we dive into this next game, let's just talk about the last game, because that was a pretty interesting one. Obviously, Bench, you were there. We kind of got your thoughts, but Neo, I'd love to hear from you. Were you expecting that unKnights 2-0 as clean as it was?
No, but more in the fact that, honestly, what a choke. I have to say it from Swamp. Because it's all the conversations, you know, we kind of joke about it, famous on Mexico. If it had gone map 3, genuinely, who knows what could have happened, actually. And I think the fact that it was, what, 6 rounds in a row, it was 9-6 up, I think, Swamp. Choke out 3, goes overtime, 3 straight off the back. I mean, we're talking about where, for Swamp Gaming, they were so close to actually giving themselves a chance in that series, and it fell apart from their grasp. And I think that is the difference between, like, a good team and a great team. unKnights, fair play to them. They were fully down and out for the count, giving up on towards map number 1, somehow find a bit of a second win and take it back. But I still, in my head, I'm thinking, what if we got that famous on Mexico type vibe? That is his map. He's one of the best players on it from the region. It could have been exciting, but coulda, shoulda, woulda, I guess, ultimately.
Exactly, coulda, shoulda, woulda, and that is a very good analogy, I think, for the North American teams in general at CFS events. They're always kind of like nearly there, you know what I mean? But they're never quite there, and unfortunately that would be
Q9. They were like, you know, it was not Q9. The opening game was Wolf. Yes, yeah. It was like moments of like, you know, they're like, you know, 10-7s. We're like, okay, this is like all right here. This is, you know, arguably the best team in the world currently. This is pretty decent. And this the thing is, like, it's so close, but all people are going to look at it on the macro sense is, yeah, they lost 2-0 and they're actually bottom of the group.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much. But look, let's turn the attention back towards the upcoming match. It's going to be Evolution, Power, and Imperial. Quick top-of-the-line stuff here. Bench, what's your take on this one? Because it honestly looks like it could be pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial will give all they got, and so is Evolution Power. I was just talking to TOs as well, and for Evolution Power, if they win this match against Imperial, they will eventually face off against all gamers.
Has that been confirmed?
I think it's 80% confirmed. If they do lose to Imperial, they do face off against Wolf, who has beat all gamers. So there's a lot. Yeah, it's like pick your poison, but I bet Wolf is a little bit worse of a poison.
So how does that work then? It must be Group C versus Group B in terms of the playoffs. So Group A versus D, and C plays B. I would assume, because then it'll be based on your seeding in your group will mean that.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't
on what their seeding in their group is, but
during the conversation we didn't dive too much into the structure, but that was what I heard. But looks like we are ready to throw it back to the stage to take a look at our players. Imperial versus Evolution Power. Let's see who is going to come out on top.
What a way to finish day 4, a match likely to decide first place in Group C. And whenever Brazil meets China, we always expect a super intense match. Hard to predict, always exciting. And here come the teams. First to our stage, proudly representing Brazil, the powerhouse, Imperial Esports! Imperial are ready, and so are their opponents. We welcome from China, Evolution Power Gaming! The only thing we can be certain of is that this will be a battle! Our final match of day 4 is getting ready. Let's unlock the future!
It is indeed going to be a battle. Honestly, I had a feeling that today's matches were going to be a little bit closer than what they have ultimately turned out to be. We've had 2-0s across the board, but if there was any match of the day that was going to be a close one, I think it will probably be this one. Imperial up against Evolution Power. It is, let's be real, the battle for first place.
Yes. I mean, this is the same sort of storyline that we sort of had yesterday. We thought all of yesterday was going to be kind of long, 3 mappers, finishing at 1 AM or whatever. But actually, it was 2-0s across the board until the final game of the day. The real heater between the kind of the top dogs, essentially, from the groups. And actually, 2 guys who have pretty good shouts about talking about deep runs in playoffs, talking about it's kind of the could they pick up a trophy, especially in Imperial's case in particular. So for me, this is the one that is destined at least to go 3 if they play to the level we know they can play.
So are we safe to say that did we save the best for the last? Well, let's go take a look at the stats from Imperial. The Animals absolutely having a bonkers 2.0 KD and Eagles with a 2.75. Yuzhao even with a 2.67. 3 players on the board with above 2 KD. Does this hint to us that are they gonna have the caliber to take down one of the top Chinese teams, Evolution Power?
Look, stats-wise, yes. I mean, look at those stats are kind of phenomenal. But let's be real, like, I mean, that's not something that you can necessarily read too much into when you're playing against a Lotus and you've won 10-5, 10-2. It was a pretty easy game for Imperial, all things considered. It kind of gets a bit more difficult from here, but Evolution Power, on the other hand, they played against Ubek Maniac. They actually got forced to go through to a 3rd map in that series. So stats are not looking quite as impressive for them, but probably a little bit more reasonable, let's just say. And I think for both Imperial and Evolution, coming into this game, this is actually going to be the match that is the proper test for this group for both of those teams. I mean, Ubek and A Lotus both sort of relatively fresh at this other competition, so Evolution Power and Imperial should be kind of like sweeping them aside pretty comfortably, but now a real test to see whether or not those numbers can be maintained going into another strong competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about Imperial in particular, I think if I'm right saying it's Ryuzhao and Eagles, they actually have the two of the top 5 rated players coming in towards today.
Right.
Obviously, like you said, is the caliber of opponents you have to take into account, but it's still good to see that we've got kind of multiple different players on this top level. Take a look at their recent results as well, and for the most part, very solid. The one little hiccup there, of course, is that one against Ice, who did make a fairly decent run domestically themselves. They just missed out by 1 spot in the end of things, but the 3-1 over ANTISOCIAL and the 3-1 over Vasco in particular, for me, is the real standout result here. We're talking about Vasco, who are a side who in Vietnam made a very good run, right? They actually did better than Imperial, and that was a shock to some. I think we always sort of expect Imperial to be that deep runner. So the fact that we've got, this Imperial side who are now kind of answering back domestically since the Summer Championships, looking good. For me, they feel like the strongest Brazilian team, with Vasco having their hiccups here and there.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think it is kind of hard to sort of say at times because the teams do take matches off of one another all of the time. But Imperial, you got Danimals and Ryuzhao. They are seasoned champions at this level of competition. And I do like the additions of Eagles and Seven in particular. I think those are 2 really, really impressive looking rookies that have done it on big stages before, and I'm hoping to see them do it here again. On the other side of the coin, for Evolution Power, Minnow is there again, I guess, as the sort of leadership figure in this team. We saw a bit of an up and down performance, though, from Evolution Power. Not only domestically in their games in CFPL, you can see them dropping maps and things like that to a couple of the weaker teams, and obviously losing series to the likes of AG. But also in their opening match of this event, they had a couple of players go missing over 1 or 2 of those maps, and that really did let them down. That could have probably been a 2-0 had it not been for that. But here we've got the matchup between Seven and Zay. Like I said, Seven, a very impressive looking individual. Bit of an up-and-comer still at this point, quite fresh into his career with his Imperial roster, but looked pretty good last time we saw him at the Summer Championship, and hopefully going to look good again here at the bigger stage.
Yeah, 2 very young players, Seven as well, putting out a really good number as well. But Zay, one of the tricksters for Evolution Power, this guy, we could see him in every map, in every wonky position, and he's able to get some drops in here and there. But like you mentioned, some players from Evolution Power just wasn't there online, I guess, XQQ especially, and YZK had to go for the arm of his own because XQQ just wasn't able to hit the shots that was needed, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. As far as predictions are concerned, let's get into that one as well. I mean, no surprises, obviously, that China is unanimously going to choose Evolution Power. In fact, I find in general that the Chinese casters
stick together.
They all stick together. There's not a whole lot of variety necessarily there, so there's a bit of a think tank, maybe a bit of a group thing coming through. Vietnam, a couple people leaning towards Imperial. No, I don't think it's a bad shout. I think realistically, you could easily make the argument that Evolution Power might come into this one as the quote-unquote easy favorites, but I actually kind of like Imperial in this matchup. You know, I feel like Imperial have slowly but surely been getting better, and I'm seeming to see you guys echo my thoughts a little bit here that maybe Imperial can actually cause a bit of a... Is it fair to say an upset, or is it maybe just Imperial look better?
I actually don't think it's an upset. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I mean, Imperial did better than them in the Summer Championships. I think they've done better than them domestically. Obviously, it's still a very strong region themselves. I think, if I'm being completely honest, if there was to go head-to-head, more often than not, I would actually favor Imperial. I think they've got better protocols, they've got better individuals as well. And when you look at the real strengths coming forward for this EP side, I'm looking at XQQ in particular, right? I think Eagles is better. I'm looking at people like right? On the other side, I think Ryuzao's better. If we're looking at callers as well, again, Mino, I think he's got a lot of talent behind him, but I think Dynamos has really brought a lot to the table. So I think that a lot of areas where you talk about the win factors, I guess you call it, for Evolution Power, I genuinely would say that Imperial do have the leg up here, and there's no longer this argument, I don't think anymore, that you can talk about saying China is so much further ahead of a scene than Brazil, especially not with AG falling off, and, you know, with kind of Baisha no longer even being in this tournament. I don't think that's the case. I think that's the story of old now.
I think it's very fair to say, to be quite honest with you, and I like the point about XQQ in particular, because when it comes to XQQ, he is always going to be a focal point for this team, but he really missed out in that opening game of Subbase, and he dropped something like a 0.2 rating, or 0.2 KD, I should say, in that opening map at least. And when he fell off like that, I mean, you could see the difference that made for Evolution Power. So I'll jump on that train of thought. I think Eagles has been a little bit more consistent here for Imperial, and we'll have to see whether or not that translates into the big stage here, but Imperial, I think, are looking pretty good. So what do you reckon? Are you still, you've obviously gone for Imperial as well. Are you keen on that?
I mean, XQQ, of course, like the first map, it was very slow for him, but he was, in fact, able to pick up some pace. And adding on top of that, YZK, of course, dropping some naughty numbers. Imperial, it's going to be a tough fight, but at the end of the day, like we said, Eagle's more consistent. He does provide more oftentimes. So Imperial is my favorite to go into this matchup right now.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, how confident are we at this point? Like, I mean,
I'm like a strong 70%. I'm not even joking. I'm like locked in.
You're definitely a bit more locked in than I am. I think I'd probably be looking at 55, something like that. Like, I think it's not a super foregone conclusion, really. But let's have a look at the maps and see if that's going to shed any light for us on how this will play out. And I mean, the biggest, most notable conversation point here again is always going to be Mexico. Again, always talk about it when it comes to Brazilian teams. Mexico is a big discussion point there, but especially so for the fact that Evolution Power doesn't play the map.
Well, it's one of those things as well, right? Especially with the map pool not being massive. I think in this sense, having a permaban like Mexico, for example, actually from the get-go basically gives Imperial the chance of winning the veto without even really too much of a discussion. I think that for me is a really important thing. We're talking about how you already know, if you're Imperial, where to predict this veto going, or where Evolution Power are going to try and lean and kind of hedge their bets a little bit. I think for me, that's a really important thing. We're talking about Imperial getting the choice to actually punish them a little bit and actually be a bit of a nuisance. They can really float a few things. I know, you know, they're very good on that Mexico, but the fact that they have it as a scare tactic more than anything, I think is the most important thing. So when they lean towards other maps, you know that basically Evolution Power don't get a choice at kind of banning what would generally be seen as their second worst. And that happens a lot when we talk about the Chinese team, because a lot of teams don't play it, right? We see a lot of the Chinese teams actually really avoid Mexico basically all the time, especially domestically too. So it's always sort of a kind of conclusion. It's got to be banned in that second wave. We can forget about it and then go to the decider. Now it's not the case. Not against these Brazilian teams who all like to play it. So it makes the veto process 10 times harder for me for Evolution Power.
It basically drives away one veto card from you, and at the same time, the Brazilian port comes into play too. I mean, Imperial, well-known, really good on port, and Evolution Power will need to think about banning port too, but at the same time, Imperial can just put that port in there for the first picks, and then it makes the map ban pick make 20 times harder rather than 10.
Do you think there's a conversation to be had around Subbase potentially here as well, having already seen Evolution Power drop that map to Ubek Maniac earlier on in the tournament?
Probably not is going to be my guess, because sure, Evolution Power did drop the map, but at the same time, they had found some success in the regional finals on Subbase, and if I was Imperial, I would just ban the map out.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of externalities when it comes to that sub-base, right? I don't know that we're going to see a repeat performance from Evolution Power on it when XQQ went basically completely missing. They still almost won that map, by the way. They only lost at 10-8. So are we really going to see that sort of situation crop up again for Evolution Power? I think maybe not quite.
Yeah, I got to agree. But I do think as well that the real issue that EP sort of have is that when you start questioning some of the bigger name individuals, it does really kind of where there's smoke, there's fire type vibes, because you do actually get really concerned saying, right, okay, is this one of those where we're now not seeing them play to the level we know they can? I mean, we kind of sort of got that with AG, where it was like, okay, is this now where Wolf Empire, this sort of thorn in the side? And for Imperial, I feel like their playstyle is such a counter to the way EP like to play. We kind of already touched on this a little bit with LCK, but when you can grind down games to a really slow pace, I'm not saying EP are discipline, but I feel like they lack a little bit more than the likes of a Q9 or the likes of an AG, and they could get taunted and baited into fights they don't really want to be taken. And I think when frustrations start to play out, we kind of saw this at the Summer Championships, they would start to get just a little bit sloppy, which is very unconventional for the Chinese scene. They're normally, you know, kind of at the top level, they don't really make very many mistakes, and if they are to lose, it comes down to raw angels, as we saw in those finals. So this is the thing where I feel like you start seeing some of these international teams really kind of throw a spanner in the works for how the Chinese teams like to play, and that's where I think Imperial are kind of, well, for me, it feels like the best matchup here.
Is that speed part of the conversation as well, right? Because Imperial are typically one of the slower playing teams in the competition.
I mean, they do opt out to play slow, but at the same time, Imperial knows how to play fast, and we'll have to wait and see what they are really planning to do here against Evolution Power. But it looks like we are ready to go into our map ban picks. Evolution Power, like we said, this pregame, feels like Mexico ban is going to be the one, and indeed it is going to be that.
Yeah, Mexico, it kind of had to be the ban from Evolution Power. There's no real surprises. But this is now getting into the territory that we were talking about, where it really opens the door up for Imperial to already get a leg up just out of the ban straight away, and then they will also get a priority map pick here too. So
it's true.
So we're feeling pretty good.
They got a lot of ways they can lean about this. They're going to go for that Black Widow ban. I don't mind that. I don't even think Imperial are that bad at it, in all honesty, but it's just one of those things where they have so many choices here for them that they're kind of chilling, right? And it obviously means for EP, when they get this pick coming through, they also have to be so cautious of the fact that what is going to be the second wave ban out from Imperial, and what will that decider end up being? This is where, again, in actually multiple different facets, Imperial win the veto of the sense of, A, there's that permaban coming through for the EP side that gives them, you know, a very easy thing to pick into themselves, but they also get to basically decide what that third map will be if we end up going there, because they are their second team in the wave of bans. So there's a lot of good ways about it. At least if you know, Imperial were banning first, we could say, okay, at least sort of EP get that choice of if this is to go to a decider, where it goes, but they don't even get that luxury. So in every facet, that's where I feel like Imperial have got this kind of distinct advantage. We've got Ankara first, very popular map in the Chinese scene, for good reason. It's incredibly good. You know, even with AG have had their struggles, that's always a guarantee for them. But we are going to get that sub base coming through. I love this. I personally think this sub base is a real big punish pick. XQQ looked, to put it bluntly, terrible when he played this. And on the flip side, Eagles always looks great. He's unbelievably confident when he plays this. He's more than happy to fight. And I think the way in which we saw kind of this EP side, yes, they still kind of, it was a close game, 10-8 like you said, but that was against a side that's of considerably lesser caliber. When you're going against the best of Brazil and one of the best internationally too, generally speaking, with former champions here in the rain, this is where I think this rifling core is actually going to run amok. So the big thing for me that when I look at this veto, just not before we even get to the cider, is Ankara is a must-win for EP, and Imperial don't mind it.
Yeah, exactly. Two thoughts on this one. I think Ankara is very much a map that Imperial would have expected to see out of this. And as you say, Subbase feels like it's a counter pick in a sense, right? They've already seen Evolution Power kind of struggle on that one. So as far as I'm concerned, this map, you know, is just straight up going to plan for Imperial.
Yeah, Eagle Eye will be rolled out. They don't want to give a chance to Evolution Power to go into their map favorites, and Compound will be the decider. So yeah, Subbase most likely is going to go towards Imperial, just based on like how you mentioned, Neo. Evolution Power mightily struggled against the team of a lesser caliber. So
I'm generally looking at this as well with Ankara in particular and saying that if we get a slow start out for EP, they could actually be in trouble from the get-go. And this is actually where things become really, really spicy. It's not a conclusion already that Subbase goes the way of Imperial. We just know the struggles that EP have had on it and the strengths that Imperial have too. And of course, with that pick coming through, for me, it absolutely feels like they've, in the last kind of day or so, done quite a bit of work into anti-stratting and prepping what actually went wrong for EP and how can we then implement that into our own style. Like you said, Ankara, basically with every Chinese team, you sort of expect to be picked in. AG pick it every time it's open. Q9 also are more than happy to pick it. EP is no difference. And it's obviously always been a real favorite for the region, but in a sense, the same way where if you have a permaban, if you also have a complete consistent perma pick, it does give Imperial a lot of things to look back on and say, okay, this is what we're going to expect to come through, and this is how we can really focus and hone in on this map. So I wouldn't even discount this Ankara. I'm not saying a 2-0. I feel like this still goes 3 regardless, but more so than usual, I would say this has that option and that ability to go towards a 2-mapper just because Imperial, we know the support staff behind them. We know how much they do in terms of their anti-stratting. They're such a tough team to play against generally. This is going to be a gruelingly slow place that EP are going to really have to sit tight for, 2 minutes or so before a reaction. They're going to have to hold on to smokes, hold on to flashes. If they need them in retakes especially, that's where potentially there could be a couple of, upsets along the way.
Even in the case that we do go to a map 3 though, Compound, Evolution Power played that a couple times at Summer Championship. They lost it to Vasco.
The Vasco one was bad as well, actually. That was one where they looked unbelievably uncomfortable. Mino had no read at all on what was going on.
They lost it to Ranking. And granted, there was, again, a substitution factor to consider there for Evolution Power at the Summer Championship. But they lost it to Vasco, they lost it to Ranking. They did beat 3BL on it, but 3BL was looking horrible on that day. They just got 10-1. They just got banged out, basically. Can't really read into that too much. But Evolution Power, they did kind of struggle on Compound a little bit internationally this year. So it's a good angle, I think, for Imperial over Eagle Eye. Even though Imperial's quite decent actually on Eagle Eye, I think take that one towards Compound's not a bad shout.
So Jordan, are we safe to say that the map veto is it in favor of Imperial?
I would argue.
It was before we even started, I would say. Yeah, like there's no two ways about it. I just think they get the leg up immediately. But the one thing I will mention, that Eagle Eye is kind of interesting. I had a feeling Imperial might have tempted it just because of Eagles in particular.
Right.
I mean, how good he is, especially on that map. And it's such a sniper-heavy map, and if a sniper plays well, we know how they can take over. It was sort of like, do you back your sniper, or do you prefer kind of to back the anti-strat? Obviously, they've opted for kind of the more team-wide view, but part of me thinks, like, if they just backed the Eagles on that, they probably could have been okay. But the good thing is they get the luxury of the choice.
Right. Well, we might not even see Compound. That's going to be the first factor to get into. At this point, we're kind of just seeing whether or not one of these teams is going to just show up like super hardcore today. Because I think at their peak, both these teams can just run through an opponent, right? If you are at 110%, you just go straight through the playoffs pretty comfortably. But if we're at let's say an even 80% for both of these two teams, where do we sit? I mean, again, I think that sort of base level maybe is a slight bit better for me as far as Imperial is concerned, but we don't have to wait too long. We'll find out right now as we are ready to jump into the final match of the day. Imperial taking on Evolution Power. And map number 1, of course, will be Ankara. We're going to start off with Imperial playing on the Blacklist side. They are known for, relatively slow Blacklist sides. See if that's going to change up this evening. Pretty quick into mid, to be fair, all things considered.
Already, XQQ peeking out from Vent's going to get punished by GDSZ with a Colt. So down a player is going to be Evolution Power, and also that the rest of Imperial is going to send it down towards Underpass. Not sure if the players at Evolution Power are going to be ready. The Pop Flash is ready and thrown. Mino trying to jump into the bomb site will get knocked out. Zay will spring out from his position, will pick up a huge double kill to hold down to the bomb site. And eventually, the bomb site will be swarmed upon. And YH will have to go for the clutch if he wants to win the round for his team.
Yeah, good luck, right? 1v3, it's not easy. AK is okay, but he's behind a smoke to make things very difficult indeed. But a bit of an overextension there. And Eagles sort of tempting fate. Nade and a smoke again going to come down as they want to try and keep him at bay. And a double swing, in fact, as Eagles and Ryuzao, arguably two of the most important players towards Imperial, shut this down. It's a very good start for them, honestly. And in all fairness, a considerably quicker round than what we're used to as well with Imperial. They're getting fights in the first 30 seconds, and to a degree, maybe EP weren't expecting it.
Yeah, dictating the pace from the outset, that's for sure. And Imperial going to run it back straight up.
I mean, the biggest blunder is XQQ going down within the 30 seconds at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, if XQQ has an off day, then we've already seen what that can mean for Evolution Power. Imperial, a lot of presence over towards A, and only the sole defender. This is an interesting stack on B from Evolution Power. It's A starting to come back across, but will he be there in time to help out YH? So far, doesn't look like it. Maybe he just slides in time, but it won't matter at all. Wow. That is a clean take from Imperial. They're looking good today.
They're relentlessly aggressive as well. It's so good to see because we know they can kind of have these tempo shifts, but at the same time, they can probably also really condition EP to quicker rounds. And when they go for one of those slightly slower ones, as we're used to from Imperial, they're really going to put a bit of nerves on them. But easy stuff all left down to one man here. And unfortunately, it feels pretty unlikely. Form holding, 1 versus 3 once again. YH can do anything in the previous, and I don't really think this is going to change here. If I'm being honest, down he goes, and a very quick 2-0 start. I know it's early doors, boys, but I do want to once again just bring it out. If this Ankara goes south, and I said it especially early doors, if they don't start well for EP, I'm going to get considerably worried, and I'm already starting to slightly get worried because these haven't even been close rounds.
I mean, you're getting slightly worried. I'm getting massively worried right now because XQQ, or, I mean, let's not pick on one player, but the team in general, just strategically wise, whatever Evolution Power is opting out to do is not working out for them, and it's getting read like a book by Imperial.
I think you are right, though, in a way, to even bring up the conversation about XQQ, because this tournament hasn't been good for him, and I think the issue is when you're on the flip side, you've got Eagles who's playing as, what, the second or third best sniper at this tournament so far. It's been, obviously, Do's not being too bad, even when they did lose. Ice Cube's obviously been pretty solid, Snares at his moments, but Eagles have been up there, you know, coming in off the back of day one, he was in that position. YZK, nice shot. Second, not quite as clean, but gets him information. He's dipping and diving between the two angles, and he's worried about getting flanked out here as well. So he brings over a bit of support, but they go quick, and they get kills in quick succession. The trade's on bad. Either 7. That's a massively important kill to put the numbers back in favor. Colt pulled out. XQQ tagged. He will get his kill, but he's in a lot of trouble now. The C4 still down. That's massively going to help out here. GDSC needs to be careful. Can't afford to fall down, and he's low as well. How is he still alive? He's all that's left alive as well, but he's put himself into a 1 versus 1.
Grenade, oh, it was so close. There's another one out here. XQQ not going to be connected by it either. They're both down to a sliver of HP. All it takes is one shot, and GDSC gets it done. Big start. Imperial are hyped. They're almost getting out their chairs and jumping on the table.
1 point
Might
of
save
HP.
that one for a little bit later on in the piece, but what I was going to say is, man, you can really feel the difference in this game.
I feel like not a lot of time has passed, and already it's 3-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not only the pace and the fluidity of these rounds, but also just the raw aim and mechanics are just leagues ahead when you're watching these top teams play.
Also, can I just, you know, it's a really, like, not so nuanced and very kind of laissez-faire point in a way, but the vibes feel completely different. EP look nervous. Even if you look at the cams as well, they don't exactly look locked in. They don't feel like they're there, where Imperial, we know this kind of the Brazilian flair. They get fired up, and they are. They're getting loud, and I know for damn sure that EP are not going to like that.
You know what? The most impressive thing about that is that you know what laissez-faire means, so I'll take that as a win.
I used to be fluent in French back in the day.
Did you?
Yeah, I lost it now. I haven't spoken in so long, but
impressive, but nothing about this has been impressive for Evolution Power today, and it's all been Imperial.
A's open.
I mean, every single time Evolution Power go for the B stack, Imperial just knocks on A.
Yeah. Now look at it. They call for a pause already. That's got to be a sign of nerves, and got to be a sign of, like, they already know something is drastically going wrong.
Yeah, Evolution Power is going to need something miraculous happen for this retake to happen. The C4 is now getting planted, and we do have 5v4 cooking up. When a pop flash Mino will be the first one to cross enter the bomb site any moment soon. Ryu Zhao, his position only so strong.
They want to fight here as well, Imperial. You can see them. They're set up for this pop flash to come through. And what will it do? The answer is absolutely nothing. They
Take
get a
them
kill.
to Motown.
Yeah, with a HE, who cares? This is being, it's just nothing short of a masterclass. Perfect execution towards the A site, and more or less a perfect post point. Yes, someone goes down to a HE, but they didn't see anybody. That is absolutely brilliant from Imperial. This is a no-show from Evolution Power right now.
Yep, they have basically not turned up. I want to get some footage of the coach. I would love to see if anyone's getting past it.
He stood up.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign if the coach is
Again,
getting wired in.
You know, the vibe, right? I know it's such a kind of mute point for most cases, but I feel like especially when you go against Imperial, it isn't. They do have, as the kids call these days, they have aura, right? And I do think it also shows in the server.
Yeah, I also think an interesting point to sort of touch on here is when we're watching the Philippines teams, for example, even the Vietnamese teams, I think you see it a little bit from them in these TAC timeouts. They're actually turning their chairs around to look at the coach.
Yes.
It's almost
eye-to-eye contact.
Yeah, it's almost like a group that's just in a circle, right? And they're all kind of talking amongst one another. In this case, you can at least see on Evolution Power side, they're all locked in on their screen.
It's true.
I don't know what the conversation is. Are they being berated, or are they just sort of being said, okay, here's what we need to do for the next round? Doesn't really matter, but it's a very different kind of a vibe. It's less of a group and more of a, the coach is like almost on a pedestal above them as like the teacher, and it's like, this is what is happening. You listen to me, more than a back and forth kind of a discussion. Even in the Imperial camp, it seems like, you know, a couple of people turning around here and there, kind of having a bit of a look, but
they're just super chill, right? They don't really need to say anything. I think right now, you know, even in some cases when you're winning, there's definitely things you can clean up. I don't even think there's anything you can clean up for Imperial right now. I don't think
the coach was chilling.
Yeah, I don't think there's
water.
been a mistake. I don't think there's been anything that you can say, this is the issue, this is the problem. So I'm loving what I'm seeing right now.
Once again, Evolution Power is sending only YH to hold on to the bomb site.
Yeah, it's a big call. For me, this feels like EP have seen something, right? They've seen an anti-strat of Imperial, right? Their defaults are generally speaking towards B, hence why they're early doors stacking it up. I mean, they're kind of quite consistently playing this 1-4 setup with pretty minimal mid exposure. Basically, top mid's being held from B site itself, which is a pretty flimsy way of holding it. It does give Imperial a lot of room to maneuver around and just sort of poke and prod.
And now that nade through towards Vents is going to call for one more player of Evolution Power to rotate out from B in towards A. And whilst all that, Danimals is going to lead the charge in towards middle, and they're going to send it down towards B. So once again, Evolution Power completely debated as YZK is going to go down. Not even noticing where the bullet's coming from.
That's crazy, isn't it? Imperial is reading Evolution Power like an absolute book right now, but this round maybe not quite going 100% to plan. They have lost Danimals. It's a 4-on-4 post plant. Ryozao wasn't quite able to convert that extra kill that would have really almost sealed the deal for Imperial. But make no mistake, a 4v4 retake should be doable. It's a good trade there from Evolution Power.
Big kill.
Eagles, yes, as you say, nice kill from him. And that puts Evolution Power on the back foot once again. Zay and YH both tagged up significantly, quite low, making this retake look difficult. Time is ticking away as well. YH has 1-2! And that is Evolution Power finally finding their first round of the map.
They lost track of them, it felt, because you could even see in that 2 versus 2, they still had a bit of attention drawn over towards lower tons, which is kind of weird because Eagles got the kill on the guy. So they still had attention drawn elsewhere. I think they felt there was some sort of late lurk that was going to catch them off when it was actually a pretty simple play coming through top mid. Unfortunate, and that's the mistake we're talking about for Imperial in that post plant. All they had to do was stay alive for literally a second longer, and they probably would have been absolutely fine. But in the end, good to see EP on the board. Good to hear them get loud as well. Assuming on the stream, you probably wouldn't have been able to, but they're shouting, they're getting a little bit of the comms going now as well, and they're starting to flow. This is the way you counter these sort of Brazilian teams. You get aggressive, and you start to shout back at them. First fight is great. The second, not too far off. GDSC will be there for the trade. Hotel control's not bad.
XQQ holds onto a slight angle, but although Imperial did lose that last round, strategic maneuver-wise, I think Imperial's playing the higher level of chess, so to speak, as they are able to read whatever Evolution Power is doing before the main aggression comes. And now, Eagles dropping YH, and all of a sudden, a bomb site looking very takeable. Zay drops down.
He's got no smoke here, by the way, so he's actually in a lot of trouble.
He's trying to go for the corner. Does he realize the vent push is coming? And the answer is not. Goes down to the animals. And the bomb site is for free, given to Imperial.
It has to be said, that's quite a rookie mistake to be making. You've got no smoke towards main, and you're not holding vents. So you're fighting a war on two fronts. And because he's alone, if he has a crossfire, it's fine. But because he's alone there, even if he was to get a kill towards main, he instantly dies towards vent. They still lose the site. They still make it a numbers disadvantage retake. It feels quite loose in their setup. And obviously now all down to one man. He gets dropped easy. It's a great response from Imperial. But yeah, big mistakes being made by EP, not what we usually sort of expect here.
This is about worst case scenario, though, for Evolution Power, isn't it? You
Yeah.
go down 4-0, you finally win your round after you attack timeout, you think, great, we're back in, and straight away another really decisive round for Imperial. Just goes to show that nothing really, seemingly, has changed.
And you see on the cameras, you can tell the frustration is building up on the players. YZK especially, completely out of smile.
Yeah, no, it's true. And it's actually the fact that, in a way, it's sort of a worse thing to have a flash in the pan, because you maybe give yourself a little bit of false confidence, and the fact that it sort of bounces back in your face is really uncomfortable. Still just not really seeing anybody truly step up over towards EP. I mean, sure, Zay's had a couple of moments, but unfortunately the impact hasn't quite been there in his frags.
I mean, what's left on the plate here for Evolution Power? Is it out? Do they have to outgun Imperial, or do they have to outmaneuver Imperial? What's left there for them to win the rounds here, actually?
I actually feel like at this point, the way things are playing out, they're playing this, pretty passive approach in terms of sitting back. I actually do want to see a bit of proactivity. We saw LCK do it on this map as well. I do think they've got to be reactionary like that. Getting aggro and starting to have a little look, and XQQ gets a big double, untradeable as well. But Danimals has still found one of his own. This round's far from over now. It's into the 3 versus 4.
And Mino tried to get proactive himself, but eventually got dropped. And the Eagles is now going to run in down towards middle with an AK of his own. Zay barely. Somehow that last bullet will hit YZK. And we're equalized back down to 3-on-3 with the C4 getting into a bomb site.
They get A for free if they just walk in right now.
And they will. They're going to commit to this. Eagles is literally only here as an insurance policy to try and catch rotations, but he does need to be careful.
Danimals were spotted out, but they didn't see the C4. And Eagles can get the trade. Oh, double! He gets the double. XQQ's been spotted out now as well. Eagles does not need to take that fight. Opts to, backs himself. Maybe a mistake there, but Ryu Zhao will be able to pop that bomb plant down on A. And XQQ's got actually no idea where he is.
It's a long rotate too. He's going to burn a lot of the clock here, trying to get back over.
Yeah.
Essentially a free plan and bunch of time for him to position himself in a place where XQQ could at least expect.
I like that. He's gone and seen there's no one in towards CT. He knows he's on the flank. And the way it's planted open, he can actually sort of play anywhere, basically.
Yeah, Ryu's out floating around on the bomb site, though. Has just ducked himself behind the box. Pretty standard position, but hits his shot. And another clutch goes the way of Imperial, and it seems like
it's not
even that exciting anymore for them. It's more of a formality at this point.
Yeah, guys, we've just lost the 3v5. EP, what is going wrong?
4 players are going to share 7 kills each.
Yeah. Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Everyone is putting up the numbers right now.
GDSC 125 ADR as well.
Ironically, the only player not to do it is 7.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think 7's doing too bad either. He's had his moments. He is always sort of that sort of middle of the pack player, though. So the entry's doing super well.
Right.
And the lurker of Eagles, when he is lurking, is doing super well as well. And he's just kind of doing his job.
7's like, yeah, I'm happy with this.
Yeah.
I'll get in the backpack.
Oh, XQQ.
Great trade.
Whiffs the first one, comes back in, gets the kill onto the Animals, but 7 is there to trade him out, like I said.
Just fantastic protocols from Imperial.
The spacing is perfect. There's no way if you get a kill you can fall away. It's impossible. So going 1-for-1, I mean, generally speaking, going 1-for-1 is beneficial for the BL side. It's as simple as that, because it means you get advantage situations when you're moving on towards whatever site you end up picking, unless they go for a gamble stack, which is super rare anyway. This is a B setup here. They're going to leave one of GDSC to lurk in towards mid to cut rotations. The only thing for GDSC that he needs to make sure of is just that he doesn't die when he goes looking over towards top mid, eventually at some point through short. Because it is being held for from the B site.
I mean, there's only a minute left, and Imperial's going to clear out office and come in towards the long area. YZK on top of the bomb site has to look at 2 different angles. I think the jump was good, but eventually he does whiff the shot. Mino from underpass will get a good drop.
Good kill.
Needs 2 more kills to hold it down. 7 and Eagles looking to cross. Eagles just can't find the bullets, and Mino is just so damn good. Looking for the 3rd kill of his own. He's going to go for the spray down, and he will eventually hit the shot. And finally, Evolution Power is going to put out 1 more round.
Yeah, Evolution Power just reminding us that they do still exist. Not completely done yet, but it's going to take a little bit more than that to convince me. 6-2. Imperial going to look for the 7th at the end of this half. That would be a truly dominant first half, especially considering this is an Evolution Power map pick.
6-2, yeah, it does look a little bit cooked to me, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, already 6 rounds feels good. I mean, generally, I would say this map does lean on that BL side, but if Imperial do get 7, I already think it's over, but 6, for the most part, still feels like they're in a good spot. Mana's been doing pretty good in these last couple of rounds, though.
Eagles now thinking about going aggressive. Haven't seen him climb into vents with the pop nade. He's gonna go for the peak. YH almost loses his head, as Eagles is gonna just fall back out of that one after losing 53 HP.
Quick maths.
Thank you, Amation. Nonetheless, a reset for Imperial. They're gonna bring the C4 over towards Hotel. The last round didn't work out, as Mino was putting out some huge kills. This time around, can Mino hold this aggression down? Danimals leading the charge.
There's 4 now in the direction of B, so definitely worth keeping an eye on here. It does get a little funky. It could actually be more awkward than Imperial realize. And actually accusing me that first point of contact that they go through that lower tunnel, so it looks like GDSC's tempted to test it on that pixel peak. If they can jump across, bait out a shot and swing on the trade, it's a big ask, but it might actually help. Actually, he's actually going to dip away. Smart call, going to drag over a bit of rotation too. Attention drawn in this area. First is good. Second's not bad either. Has the support of that rifle that we spoke about. That's a good protocol from EP. He's going to re-swing in for another. He doesn't actually hit the shot because he doesn't actually shoot. Something Eagles does very well.
Back to A. I mean, again,
look at the time.
Evolution Power have left A completely open. 30 seconds left on the clock. Imperial decide not to go in that direction. Maybe this is a conditioning thing, but I'm not sure. Eagles definitely seem to think there was someone still on A. Evolution Power thought they were going A. And instead, Imperial are going to walk into B. Maybe a little bit too little too late, but that's a freebie onto XQQ. Bomb plant can go down now. Evolution Power, an over-rotation from them. They are looking flustered.
Oh, but that's a bad swing. YH gets a freebie. And yeah, unfortunately, nothing you can really do at the end there. That's really unfortunate. The idea is actually super nice because they double pump fake over towards that B site, and it ends up working second time around to get that C4 down, to get that big kill on towards top of mid, but in the end, doesn't make too big of a difference. Halfway point, 6-3. I'm still pretty happy with what I've seen from Imperial, and even what we've seen from EP. Yes, they won that previous round, but when they're getting baited into over rotations, like you put it, kind of get flustered in that way. It's never a good sign when you're now moving on towards BL and you're starting to have these sort of panicked moments.
Yeah, I guess this first round into the second half will really matter. 7-2, definitely cooked. It was 6-3. Evolution Power still stands some good chance, but XQQ was going to find a nice opening with the GDSZ, so that's a beginning.
It's an important kill. He's actually been really important for Imperial, GDSC. So getting him early doors does really help the confidence. Might just even commit to an A hit off the back of this. It feels like Imperial are getting pretty aggro themselves. They're looking for some information in through mid. They might even push B long as well as their smoke starts to fade sooner rather than later.
Yeah, looks like the idea is to go for the A setup. Held down by Rizal and Danimals. Lining up the smokes. In just about 5 seconds time, they're going to give it a go. Right through the entrance. Rizal go for the spray down, but he is completely flashed. And now Danimals will have to support his teammate.
They've slowed down. They've allowed actually Imperial to rotate back over. Second player's here. Flashing to come over to. Does actually catch Ryuzao. He's holding down the spam, but that flash alone was good enough. Mino might be low, but surely a 2v3 feels impossible, but that's not a bad shot! Oh my god, he's given himself a chance! Eagles, 1 versus 2 though, and he's very far away, and he can't really find it from this angle, so there might still be something on here. If he'd stuck around, he could have actually caught an XQQ. And the C4's still not committed yet. I think Eagles realizes there's a chance at a rotate.
Oh, the timing is so off for these two teams, and because Eagles was able to get into the connector, that actually allows Evolution Power to rotate the C4 all the way over to the B bomb site.
He's going to recognize this is not on A fairly shortly, but it might be a little bit too little too late to get on his bike early. Plant's gone down.
This first fight's big. XQQ, it's not an easy angle to clear. I don't think he will. He pulls off XQQ, but he's still above him. I don't really know if Eagles will go up here to clear it.
Not in this clutch. It's just It'll be a wild call to
Oh,
make.
it's hard as well.
He knows it's crack, but it's just a never-win situation, really.
Yeah.
So, Evolution Power keep it interesting by winning that first round of the half. Just bringing it back a step.
Definitely the signs of life are still in there. But we'll need to pick up 2 more in a row to bring it back to tie. And that round only possible because XQQ was able to pick off GDSC, who's been one of the key players for Imperial. Some pot shots through the smoke. Not gonna connect. And this time around, over towards B, 7 trying to go a little bit more aggressive, taking more aggressive angles. Going to gather some information. XQQ coming back in down towards middle.
Eagles, XQQ. This could be interesting. Now he's been spotted. Now he's actually stuck. There's no way you're getting out of there, unfortunately. He was stuck in a tough spot, and it gives XQQ a lot of space now to work with. He doesn't actually even have to commit here. All the work's really being done out towards B long. This is where potentially 7 could come alive himself. He's repositioned. It's an often cleared angle, and a missed shot's never going to help that situation. 5v3 probably feels like a lost round already, unfortunately.
Yeah, momentum is definitely starting to shift now. Imperial are relying on a miracle round, really, from GDSC to save this one. Maybe double down in the vents here. It is a position you can multi-frag from if Evolution Power decide to go through vent, but they don't. Just gone straight in through main. GDSC has now been spotted out. That makes his job impossible. The rest of Imperial on their way over, but vision obscured by the smoke. Plan's going to go down. Evolution Power, this will be their round.
Maybe a consolation kill or 2 for Ryuzal, but yeah, no chance in this one. Not in the 2 versus 5. It's just too outlandish. And a smoke buying a lot of time for EP. So they're going to be up to a 5th, and we are seeing it sort of slip away a tad. 2 quick kills. YZK and YH aren't exactly healthy, but unfortunately neither is Ryuzal. So that's definitely not going to help this situation as down he goes. Much better round from Evolution Power. Much more like it for them, who are usually a side with very strong protocols. Still the lead for Imperial, but it is starting to slip.
6-5, slowly but surely catching up to Imperial as we're about to proceed into round number 12. And these 2 rounds, basically, Evolution Power being able to pick off the players of Imperial, going a little bit too aggressive, and then using that man advantage, going for the fakes. And it's going to be Eagles actually swinging out all the way towards the entrance, and is going to be able to drop YZK. So this round is going to be questionable for Evolution Power if they want to go back into a tie.
As long as Imperial can keep their noses in front, they can close this map out, and they've got the benefit of moving on to their own map choice next. So, still a stable position, even though momentum has started to shift a little bit back towards Evolution Power.
It's a big opener to get, though, at the very least, just to give yourself a bit of confidence when it comes towards this execute. GDSC up on top site. Ryuzal dipping and diving. They've got to be careful over towards Ven. It's an angle not being fully committed to the hold. GDSC hasn't spotted the crossing. He's actually in a bit of trouble now. He doesn't even realize. Does get one, though. That's not bad. At least getting one out of the situation is okay. YH doesn't clear back sight, but Mino does. Quick on the trade. Open sight. 2 versus 3 on this post plan is going to be workable. Yep. Still util, though, for Imperial in the back pocket of Eagles and 7. So, not a done situation. Going to go for the open plan.
Very, very slow to plant there as well. So some of the value of the smoke into GR side, and it's going to be wasted. 5-10 seconds of that smoke gives Imperial a little bit of an inroad a little bit earlier. Flash is going over the top, and Imperial going to try to make good use of them, though. Minnow ready to fight. It's not going to matter. First shot connects comfortably. XQQ will drop to Eagles, and Imperial get themselves another round, and they stay pretty substantially in the lead as a result.
Yeah, that was a clean execution for a retake. Pop flash over, go in. Danimal's first kill. Eagles, pistol out, taking down XQQ. Get the bomb defused. 2-round lead will be given. Plus out of Imperial, 7-5. And this time, they're going to have 4 players coming in down towards A. Are they thinking about going out aggressively? And yes, they are going to send it down. 7 arms down Mino and looking for a second kill, but it's not going too well for Imperial. YH will pick up a huge triple kill before going down eventually.
Basically as simple as they can hit their shots, and Real doesn't even clear that close corner. Eagles left in a 1v3. This was not happening. They know they can just run all the way towards B. They saw Eagles shoot earlier.
He's going to preempt it. He's on his way as well. If there ever was a chance, it would be Eagles getting across first and getting a pick as Evolution Power tried to get into the site. Smoke's not perfectly covering his vision or obscuring it at all, and so there was the chance. There was a moment, a brief one. Now his position's given away. Plan's going down as well. It is a bona fide 3-on-1.
Yeah, it's tough. Not easy here. I'm going to go for the reload just in case. Only had 1 bullet left in the mag, so see what he's got for us. He spotted one, I think, briefly over towards stairs there. Jose, head poked up, but just as he spots it down, he goes. Good response from Evolution Power, keeping this one to a 1-round game.
Yeah, I guess the idea was to have 4 players run out from A, try to isolate the guy who's watching the A push, but apparently, unfortunately, 4 players of Evolution Power was ready to take on the aggression. Now it's out towards B.
Big nade, actually. Big nade. Oh, but he cost his teammate. He lets his teammate go down because he doesn't commit to the fight there. That's actually a bit of a mistake.
Big flank, though, coming in. 7 is going to be the insurance policy. However, YZK, he thought he heard him. Maybe he did. XQQ not going to be fast enough on the trade. That's a bit of a blunder. Evolution Power lost a lot of map control, and they've lost the player advantage.
And GDSC wants to get aggro himself. Hot flashed himself out. He wants to tuck his way towards tunnels. He's given the luxury of getting out via elbow.
Take it. 2 players over on this site for Imperial, and that is about the easiest kill Danimals is going to get all week. Sets it up nicely here for Ryu's out, just to anchor on the site. Can't quite land his shots, and so doesn't really provide enough time for the rotation actually to come in just yet for Imperial, but they are still going to be a threat. It's a quick flank from 7.
I mean, YH and Mino are below half HP, and 7 is still holding on to nade. Ooh, Mino goes down. All down to the hands of YH, but he is going to have to face off 2 different angles. Gets completely flashed as well. He has nowhere else to go, and now he's getting flanked as well by GDSZ. And that round is going to be secured by Imperial.
I like the little 1-2 double because he throws the nade, and then half a second later throws the flash. So he avoids the nade, then re-peeks in, goes straight into the flash that he didn't actually spot going over his shoulder. It's something you can't really prepare for, but it works out and ends up working really, really well for them. Two more rounds. Imperial lead and the 2 rounds ahead as well of Evolution Power on their map pick. I think matters just that sweeter.
Evolution Power just gathering outside of A once again. I mean, they've found some success just hitting A as a whole. And if that was the case, might as well stick to it. 4 players, 3 players out towards vents. But GDSC's position, oh so cheeky.
Bit more stacked here. And they do have a bit more of a dedicated vents player too. GDSC can catch him on the cross. And Ryu's actually, the best thing he can do here is actually just show his presence briefly as they're popping out, because it will draw the attention towards top site. That's where GDSC gets overlooked. The only thing he has to be worried about is YZK coming through main, but another smoke will actually keep him alive for at least a little bit longer on this execute when it inevitably happens. It's a waiting game. In comes that flash and the smoke behind it. Now they come. GDSC playing anti for a second. Doesn't spot him out. They're actually popping towards the site. GDSC needed to peek and he didn't. And actually will take his first fight and die. He was meant to keep his teammates alive, but he actually cost them.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward timing there for him. Just making the wrong decision.
I think he played anti for a second flash that never came.
Yep. You can't really say that that's a mistake necessarily. It's kind of a 50-50. It's kind of a gamble. Sometimes that works out and looks brilliant. Sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it doesn't. It was a mistake in this particular round.
The timer's ticking down, and Eagles is going to send it for a flank, but it is being watched by YH, and this one's going to be a hard retake. That's most likely going to be Evolution Power's round to be taken. Eagles, how does he take down YH?
Oh.
And now 7 gets involved, but eventually goes down. Evolution Power secures it, but it did look shaky for a second there.
It did. Yeah, there was a moment where it did feel a little bit uncomfortable, but still a one-round game. And as you can see, for the last 4 played, back and forth, back and forth. That's just how things are in this matchup so far. But the only difference with that being that back and forth actually benefits Imperial. They will be able to close the game out if things continue at this run.
Double orb, Eagles and 7 can try to have an impact early on in this round. Try and find a pick somewhere. Evolution Power, happy to just set up outside of 8. It has honestly been a little bit one-dimensional from Evolution Power. They don't sort of set up to default. They don't spend a lot of time on the side of the map that they're not interested in going toward. It hasn't worked out too badly for them. Now starting to spread somewhat with XQQ, interestingly enough, being the one to play point in toward middle.
I feel like Evolution Power caught up to the fact that mid is most likely ditched by Imperial. They will usually just have Danimals post-play back in the spawn area. Although Danimals did swing for a peek this time.
There's a little bit more B presence there from Imperial, so actually they could be in trouble as XG comes through. GSC down, he goes, Rizal, gotta get 2 here, and he does. That's not bad, in all fairness. This nade could still be quite chunky as they try and go for this plant, and he will actually be in a little bit of a different position than usual, but ship damage isn't bad, and 7's quite quickly got in behind. And this time there isn't somebody holding for this flank, there isn't somebody trying to keep an eye on the lurk. It's only that vent player that you have to be careful of.
He's going to wait the smoke out if he can. But
gonna flash him in.
Opts to play support for the other 2, for the Riflers making their way forward. Eagles losing his life. And Danimals, no real chance for him now that he's lost his 2 teammates. This looks like we're going to 8-8. It will be confirmed by Evolution Power. It's another close map.
First time we've seen as well for a while. Just a bit of consistency out of EP. Consecutive rounds on the wall for them. Very important. Very much struggling on this A side as well, Imperial, but the issue is you don't really want to always overstack it and gamble it in case things go wrong. They're going quicker, they're going to go aggressive. The flash isn't bad. Daniels tucks himself in towards elbow. They're really trying to fight for this, and actually EP are just going to respect it and fall away.
Yeah, but honestly, if EP are going to make a bold call here, they should move quickly through the map. Hearing a lot of util, a lot of shots over towards A long. And wisely taking some space. Gambling that there's not really going to be too much protection in middle. So they get into middle. They get into beacon.
Going through underpass, but Imperial did make their rotation as well. 3 players all guarding onto the bomb site. But at the same time, since there's still 1 player from Evolution Power lurking in towards spawn and towards middle, they can always make a quick rotation. ICK has an arm of his own. GDSC could swing out wider. However, the smoke is still there. Timer will be burnt down. 7 going aggressive. This is not going to pay dividends.
Just wanted info, and he got it, but had to give up his life as a result. Evolution Power's patience is rewarded. Now on to Danimals.
Was it worth? I don't know.
Don't know, but still a lot of good map control here for Imperial. So rotations out for Evolution Power will be fraught with danger. Ryu's out in middle. GDSC back of A long.
Oh my god, he's so close, he didn't realize. Look left, my friend. Oh my god, yeah. He's actually lucky to even get away with that alive.
Sticking around. Wants to harass Evolution Power on their way through, but they've got into GR spawn, which means they can go anywhere. They can go A, they can go B. They opt to go A. Ryu Zhao can't land his shots through the window, and again, turns to GDSC. He will have the favorable angle, at least, of the stairs to play from. Early quick peek, but wasn't expecting players close. He thought that the first player he spotted was the first player of the pack. It wasn't, it was the third player. Players had already crossed his sight line. Animals, no luck there for him. And Evolution Power making a mighty fine comeback. Look very realistic here, and they might actually go on to win this map.
Had to juggle around with their angle of attack, but eventually they were able to find the open space and get the bomb planted. And Eagles just buying time for his team to talk about tactics. I mean, this pause is most likely called by Imperial anyways, so...
Yeah, EP have already used theirs. So it has to be Imperial's. Bit of a Fefe timeout as well, with him just staying alive at the tail end. Imperial, they have really fallen apart though in towards the second half. Only 2 rounds they've got. Whereas EP, they've got 6, and honestly feels like they're on track for that 7th. For Imperial, this is pretty crushing from them. They looked completely guaranteed. I mean, again, like we said, this is a BL-sided map, generally speaking, but EP have actually done really well to recover. A couple of close rounds, sure, but so were some of Imperial's, and I think it's going to be one of those maps that if Imperial are to lose this, they're going to look back at it and say, how did we actually lose this? This felt like it was done and dusted, and we've let things seriously slip away from us. So a pretty heated talk coming through, as you would expect, of course, from the fellas over towards Imperial. On track to losing this map somehow from a 6-3 start. And what if even could at one point been a 7-2 start as well?
Yeah, 6-3, making a comeback, and then picking up 9th before Imperial does it. Yeah, that's a big yikes for Imperial.
Well, it surprises me that they didn't call this timeout a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
Give themselves 2 rounds leeway.
For them, they didn't want to call it in the back and forth because they're like, okay, you know, who cares about consistency? If we just keep this back and forth, we win out, you know, we get 10 before them just by the nature of having an extra round. And then the second they lost the consecutive round, like, oh, okay, this is actually, you know, it's sort of like, it's too late, but it's sort of all they could have done in a weird way. It's a dicey spot they're in, though. It feels like all the wind has gone out of their sails.
Well, let's hope that that tack timeout helps them out. Evolution Power, once again, setting out closer out towards A, anticipating another aggressive push coming out. However, that's not going to be the case.
Well, do or die round for Imperial. And already bleeding a little bit of util on both sides of the map. If Evolution Power's previous couple of rounds are anything to go by, this will just be a bit of a slower one. Got a player very, very, very deep in the blacklist spawn. XQQ basically hasn't moved since he spawned. And he's waiting to see if Imperial are going to get up into any funny business with a big long flank, but it's not happening, obviously.
Well, we do have Danimals going aggressive, and he will eventually go down, and the same mistake continues for the side of Imperial. Just going for information plays not working out.
They do damage, they just don't do enough. They don't get that final bullet over. In quite a few of these rounds, it's been the case where they're dropping them low EP, but they're just not seeing that kill on the board. It's not even a commit back towards B as well. They're once again just looking as a bit of a pack. Ball's got the Orm at range. The two start to make their way in towards second mid. Maybe dipping towards Hotel for Zay. Big fight here, but 7 has to win this. And he can't really even afford to fall away as well. They don't exactly know what that mid control was looking like. The first is great. The second is fantastic by 7. The damage he took to get away with that is really, really well done.
You can't be losing that if you're Zay. That duel needed to be won. That trade needed to be picked up. Luckily for Evolution Power, they did have the bomb over toward the A side of the map. So if they get this clean entry onto Ryuzao, which based on the position of YH, they probably should. They won't now because YZK has decided to check Vent instead. This all comes down to YH and what he could do from up there, but there's 15 seconds left. He needs to win this duel against Ryuzao, and then he needs to get the bomb plant down. He's got to go quick. He's found the kill, but I don't even know if he can get the plant. Can he jump up onto the side in time? It looks like he might just have gotten it.
Yeah, just.
by the barest of margins, and there was a dual one in the meanwhile, by the way, by XQQ off screen that has now put this into the 2v1. So this could be absolute heartbreak from Imperial. Evolution Power just staying a little bit cooler when it mattered. The pressure getting to Imperial, and Evolution Power take map 1. Well, I'm equal parts impressed and disappointed by both teams actually out of map 1 there. I think there's positives about Imperial. I mean, the first sort of half of that game, let's just say, was really, really good. And then there's positives about Evolution Power, their tenacity, their ability to make that comeback happen. And you flip that around, obviously Imperial fell apart a little bit in the second half. Yeah. Evolution Power started really, really slow. So there's, yeah, pros and cons to both sides. But in the end, it is Evolution Power that walk away with the win, 10-8. And if nothing else, they walk away with the mental damage done to Imperial that gives them a bit of a boost going into match.
Yeah, that's a colossal choke. There's no two ways about it. You're 6-3 up, and you know 6-3 is not the most outlandish scoreline for a BL side, but it's just the fact and the fashion in which it fell apart. It was a ridiculous fall from Grace, from the side, who looked like they were so comfortable. You know, at one point, GDSC was looking incredible. Ryuzao was having his moments, both of which fall in that spot of being kind of negative overall in terms of the KD. On the flip side, YH looked great. XQQ started slow, but really picked it up, especially towards that second half. And yeah, I mean, a lot of mistakes made by Imperial, but in particular, they just completely fell off the face of the earth in those final 4 rounds, and there was just more or less a bit of a no-show. They looked so uncomfortable. I think all the credit was due to EB. I think, you know, we use that buzzword of protocols, but I thought the calling was absolutely excellent. They read Imperial like a book. They didn't panic. They didn't get flustered by the scoreline at half-time, and they were able to pull off a really, really good resurgence. And yeah, you touched on it for Imperial. I think more than most, that's mentally going to have a big effect on them.
And YH is going to take MVP, of course. But touching back upon the Evolution Power slow start, they're going to be able to walk away with the map pick of their own, but it was their pick. They should have been more confident, but losing 6 rounds in the first half definitely wasn't the best showing for Evolution Power.
No, certainly not, but I think they've done enough to kind of build that confidence back up heading into map 2. Obviously, it being sub-base, we had our reservations about this one in the pre-match. We saw what Evolution Power looked like in their game earlier on, and it wasn't fantastic, but then again, I think again, a lot of that was predicated off of XQQ kind of having a bit of a stinker on that map, right? Yeah. And if he doesn't go completely missing, probably they win that. Probably we're not even thinking about that at this point in time. They 2-0 that series, we go, all right, Evolution Power's looking pretty damn good so far in the event. So there's a little bit of an exception to the general think tank there, and having a look at the stats overall, you know, again, it is a map that Evolution Power do play quite a bit domestically, so they've got a pretty good read on it. You were mentioning you like Eagles on this map, but I don't know, he didn't really stand out too much there on Ankara, so maybe not his night.
No, he didn't. I think as well, you know, kind of just back to your point, Bench, in terms of like it was a slow start. I think none of that matters anymore, right? Because who cares if it's a slow start if you finish that dominantly, right? I think all that really is going to be in the mind of Imperial is going to be, oh my god, what was that second half? How badly did that go? And now you've got kind of, you know, going into your map pick, sure, but EP get the choice of where they want to start. They're going to get the advantage in that sense. We're talking about actually where I've got a worried state for Imperial. I mean, I came in, I even said this in the pre-show, I still expect this to go 3 maps. I did from the get-go. At one point, I thought it wasn't going to go that way, but I still feel like Imperial have the advantage on this map. Sub-base has been good for them. They play it domestically. They played it internationally to a pretty decent level as well. So it's all of these positives, but all of that kind of goes out the window when you lose your head in the way that Imperial did. They look super tilted. You can see the comms just completely broke down as well. That's never a good sign for a side. And, you know, for a region who are so emotionally invested in, you get the high highs, but you also get the low lows. And that second half was incredibly low to see. I have a strong feeling that there's a world in which that could bleed over in towards map number 2. I mean, even something as simple as if Evolution Power get the first 1 or 2 rounds, it could have a massive blow to the confidence of Imperial.
Yeah, I think you're right, exactly, when you're saying, you know, the high highs from Imperial. It's definitely something we've seen from them as well, even this year. You know, back at Summer Championships, did really well in the group stage. They topped their group. They went into the playoffs. They 3-0'd 3BL. They then went down to All Gamers in the upper bracket final. Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
But from there, it was all downhill, right? And it sort of seems like when it's going well for Imperial, they can go up, 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 up. And then as soon as that stops, it's like, boom, straight back down. Mental's in the bin. So a lot of work to be done by the support staff, I think, of Imperial right now in this break to kind of get their heads back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, once the Brazilian teams start hitting rock bottom, they just can't climb out of it, is usually what we get to observe in the tournaments. But the sub base, just going back to the pick of sub base, I do have a feeling that the only valid reason for Imperial to pick sub base was observing Evolution Power just not being able to perform on the map. But one of the main reasons why Evolution Power fell behind was because XQQ was basically wall banked every single round, and now XQQ picking up the top frag of the team on Ankara. The story is going to be different for tonight.
Yeah, a little bit of a different conversation, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see when we do get onto this map. I think the biggest obviously thing is Imperial need a mental reset. Evolution Power probably need a bit of a mental reset after that one as well. They'll be quite amped up after that. I think everyone just wants to chill out, cool down, come back into this map with a little bit of a calmer focus for map 2.
Absolutely. I think as well for EP, one thing the coach is relaying over to them is probably something along the lines of, guys, if we actually get out of the gates a little bit quicker than they can, the knock-on effect is massive. You know, with Imperial and these sort of low lows we talk of, there's no sort of, you know, with other teams, especially like All Gamers is a good example, they can slowly peter out. We see kind of what Wolf Empire can do against them. It just, you know, slowly over time gradually gets worse. That unfortunately isn't really the case for Imperial. It's like rather than just, you know, slowing down a little bit of bumper damage, is the brakes get cut and it's a full-on car crash. And that's sort of what we saw in those last 4 rounds. They fall apart, and that's where Evolution Power and probably the team, especially like Mino as well, is saying, guys, if we actually just don't allow them to build up, they've got nothing to climb up from, right? They don't have anything to fall back on. No foundations here for this side. We've got to start well. For XQQ, I mean, obviously he's been going to be the focal point for us in that head-to-head, but if Eagles isn't playing as well as we usually see from him, not where, you know, I think off the back of like day 2, he was like the 3rd highest rated player at the tournament, right? You know, it was like Douge, Wei, then him. So if we can get this XQ just even like 50% better than what we saw in their first outing onto a sub-base, who knows, man? I think for him, he just needs to adapt a little bit. He relentlessly kept playing around wood and kept getting spammed and kept dying. He didn't change things up. I think a lot of that's probably got to come down to probably what I assume is, you know, demo reviewing and saying, right, just stop doing this, mate. If it's not working, give it up. You know what I mean? There's other ways we can play around wood. But regardless, we're about to get way in towards map number 2. It's sub-base coming up next. It's Imperial's map pick. Can they respond?
Well, here we are, sub-base, and it is time to find out whether or not Imperial are going to cause a bit of a ruckus tonight and send us to a map 3 or not. Early exchange in control room. It ends up actually being favorable for Imperial on this GR side. YH might be able to catch someone on the exit, though. 7 still on his way out, and YH boldly pushing his way into lockers. That is a huge timing from him. Very, very good game understanding.
Fair play on the timing there as well. And then again, he now just doesn't need to commit because they've got lockers control. They know there's no one into his back box as well, so they can actually just play to sort of pump the brakes. They're going to re-aggress in towards lockers as a duo. And I like this. Got Mino in support.
Yep.
Danimal's sort of stuck between two places because he knows about this rat that potentially can come through from mid. YH needs to look down to his left. He's going to jump down. He's going to get him in the end. That's good enough. And another kill that comes through in towards mid gives him so much control on the site. This is what I spoke about. EP come out the gates flying. If they beat Imperial at their own game, which is this quick style, occasionally these tempo shifts, I really feel like it can have a massive knock-on effect.
Yeah, nice fast B split coming out from Evolution Power. Recognizing their opportunity based on the timings that were hit. But Eagles not done just yet. Got that first kill. No more than that. And it's done and dusted pretty quick smart. So Evolution Power 1-0 up. Great start to the map. And it will be another little bit of a mental break for Imperial as they lose the first round on their own map.
I mean, after the Machine Room skirmish, Imperial was up a member, but eventually YH was just going to be able to make a very smart play. Follow 7 right behind his trail, get him down. And some way, somehow, Evolution Power just wins that round like that. And now Danimal's posted up in the middle. That works out perfect. Zago goes down, and he's going to fall back right away. He books it.
That's a nice little response, actually, as well, because that smoke comes down, and he knows that he has a little bit of a gap to work with by the fence. It's just a re-aggression that we know Imperial is so good at. And on the other side, you've got to question Zay a little bit there. I know he likes to get sort of active. He likes to sort of make his own moves, but he's got no support. He's so hard focused on stairs. The best way he could have gone about that is have XQQ right here, and he could have shot on tracers. But ends up not being the case. One of the things that actually cost EP a lot in the GR side in map number 1 was actually when they were getting isolated really easy, and unfortunately that's a sort of another one of those sort of rounds.
XQQ looking in down towards double doors. That's where the pot shot not gonna hit. The timer will be burnt down towards the minute mark here.
Early pause?
Yeah, interesting.
Is that tech or if that's tack? This is quite a big call.
I think that's a very strange time to call a tack timeout for both teams, honestly.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense to me one way or the other. But
that can't be EP, surely. It's got to be technical. I've got to assume that's a tactical pause.
Yeah,
this early on, that's such a risk.
Staffs walking up on the stage, so I have a feeling it's going to be technical for sure.
Yeah. If it is Imperial, that's very interesting because they're a man up right now, and it might end up being quite costly. Box spam isn't good enough. Actually, going 1-for-1's not too bad there. Danimal's re-swing needs to be careful. He's not stuck in this corner and window. He can't really fall back from here, and that's the issue. Missed shot from Eagles. He expected the swing, only saw the shoulder and shot at the preemptive angle, may I say. 2 versus 3, not impossible. This fight on towards GDSC is of the utmost importance. He takes a little bit of a tag, and he's hard focusing stairs as well. Cold swing, backside, jumping up on towards the missile. Down he goes. 2 versus 2. C4 going to go down, and YCK just holding for rotations.
That round is over if GDSC wins that duel. Right now, though, the round is very much on, and it's very much looking like it might be Evolution Power. There's the info as to where 7 is coming from, and Mino just absolutely whiffs. He was very disappointed with himself. You could see in the player cam. That was a huge miss from him.
How did he lose that? He literally is pre-firing the right angle too. That's bad. That's really rough. I do wonder, this is going to be technical. Yeah, I was going to say, it is someone over towards EP. He took his headphones off mid-round, and I was thinking what was happening.
Yeah, like
luckily,
YCK.
he wasn't the one who was alive in that fight, so I guess that's okay. It's the worst thing you've got no sound and you're in a 2 versus 2. But yeah, Mino's going to be annoyed. That round, I mean, who knows the knock-on effect, but it's a bad one to lose. Bad 1v1 to lose, I guess. The round itself is whatever. Oh, there might be an issue on Imperial side too, actually, go to think about it.
I mean, both sides have players with headphones off, so we'll have to wait and see if it gets sorted out quickly.
At least it's one of those tech pauses which feels like it doesn't affect momentum really as much. No team are really in control right now. If it had been like a 2-0 start for Evolution Power, may I say, and Mino had won that 1 versus 1, then we could talk about, will this allow sort of Imperial to get back into it in terms of the feel of things and maybe ice out EP a little bit. But for the most part, I don't think it's too damning.
Looks like we're ready to jump back into the lobby. We're tied at 1-1.
We can move it. IXQQ, he will eat a bit of a grenade, but he'll dip away.
I mean, he had the first spawn.
Yeah.
For the Nook, made the run. Eventually gets nade stacked.
It's quite nice that play because Eagle spots him but doesn't shoot, and he knows he has to be crossing towards there. So they double stack the nades, like you mentioned, on the timing of Eagle's call. Nice and simple. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but at least it's enough that potentially could have a knock-on effect later.
Yeah, butterfly effect. Ripple effect, whatever you like to call it. Big spread across the map, though, from Evolution Power right now.
Do you know what effect I was learning about the other day? The Mandela effect.
Okay.
You know that one? It's like when you... It's when you think you've seen something, but it's actually never been there. Like, you're like, oh, I swear this TV show used to have this character in it. And, and then you realize he's never been there.
Okay.
They're actually quite interesting. There's loads of them that you will, like, to this day think, or like, this brand has this color. And you're like, oh, I know that this brand is always blue. And it's like, actually, they've never been blue. They were always white.
Makes you wonder, though, like, eyewitness testimonies, how reliable that becomes
Yeah,
at that point.
I'm going to find one for you.
All right.
I mean, there's a bunch on Reddit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of a slow round. It looks like you've got some time here.
Yep, just about a minute onto the clock. No real signs of interest from Evolution Power. Just looking down towards the middle, essentially. Just burning through the utils of Imperial. They're going to make the run for the double doors, is it?
I got a good one. Right, this is one that actually caught me off guard.
Well,
we'll
hold
come
on
back
for
to
a
that.
second. Yeah, we'll get to it in the next round because there's a push coming through from Evolution Power and it's not gone too swimmingly. So far a 2 for 1. Eagles is stuck in the corner. YZK can't win his duel on the Danimals. But elsewhere, Mino and YH combine for a kill. Plans going down. XQQ.
He knows.
Does he?
He's got a feeling. Spidey senses tingling. Ryu's out. This is actually a really good angle to hold because he holds him for the cross. And if XQ, if he swings out a little bit to the right, he then gets open to the other angle too. So it's actually a pretty mean position to hold, but Ryu's got to make a move. Or just a spam.
Well, it's really good now because XQQ is going to have to go back toward B. But he seems aware of Ryu's out. Not that it's going to matter. Shots connect. Pause on again. Is this now a tack timeout? We'll find out.
That is a technical,
For sure. Yeah, I think it is.
We got snaps up on the board.
It's got to be tech. On the stage, if it's a tack timeout, you'll see the stage change.
The logo, yeah, exactly.
All right, now's the perfect time for you to get to this little story.
I got a good little Mandela effect for you. So this one actually is one that I always believed in. So you've all seen Star Wars, I'm assuming?
Sure.
Yeah. So you know when Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker are fighting and he's like, Luke, I am your father.
Yeah.
Yeah, he never says Luke.
He says no.
He says, no, I am your father.
Yeah.
That's a pretty popular one.
Yeah.
So that one for me, I was like, I always swear he said Luke, I am
say,
your father.
you're not going to get me with this one. I'm too much of a nerd. I'll know it.
Let me get another one for you.
No, I am your father. That's kind of what it sounds like. And it's funny because, you know, it probably sounds normal to you, but in my headset, I do sound a little bit like Darth Vader. There's a bit of an
I feel
audio
like
warp experience
Star Wars
going on
3
in here.
came out just about when I was in my 6th grade.
Showing your age there.
Yeah. Well, I'm not your age. About
another
30.
one. Yeah, that's a good one. You know, I forget what movie is this from? Snow White, right?
All right.
Snow White.
Old
Okay.
Disney Snow White.
The old OG one.
So she says, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
Yeah.
She doesn't. She says, magic mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? That's another one. Just it's small things like that. They're quite cool to look into. There's loads of them.
Right. All right, give us another one. Give us another good one.
Okay, another one. This one actually, you definitely won't get you, Jordan, but we'll get, I think, most other people, is the location of New Zealand.
Okay.
So most people think New Zealand is like north of Aussie. It's actually south.
Yeah, it is.
So when you look at a map, you're like, wait, it's below?
Yeah.
Yeah, most people think it's like a bit more north of them. I don't know why.
It's obviously east, southeast.
Yeah,
sort of.
southeast. Most people think it's north, basically.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I personally thought New Zealand's above Australia.
What?
Yeah.
You're capping, bro.
That's what a lot of people think. A lot of people think that New Zealand is north of it.
Yeah, I thought it was.
This is a Canadian education system right there, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm probably never in my life going to visit Australia unless I, go visit a friend or something.
Unless CROSSFIRE do an event there.
It's a nice
Bring
place.
it back, boys.
Don't think there'll be a CROSSFIRE event there.
No. Another one. Just the last one here we can do. You know, Pikachu has like the black-tipped ears. He's black and yellow. And he has a black-tipped tail. He doesn't.
Brown?
It's nothing. It's yellow. It's all yellow.
That's cap.
See? It's small things like that. Yeah, he doesn't. He has no tip on his tail. It's just a yellow lightning bolt.
All right. Don't know if I buy that one.
Well, I got one.
There you go.
Imperial's going to win this one.
They're hoping to.
Yep.
If they can start well, actually, on this GR side, it could spice things up a little bit for EP.
But it's hard to get any consistency when there's all these sort of timeouts coming through.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just a little bit like we've not really eased our way into this series just yet.
Yeah, Evolution Power is taking all the time in the world before they make any sort of move, really.
Because Imperial are, I would say, generally a little bit more of a momentum-heavy side, these tech pulses could have a bit more of an effect to them. Because we know they like to get, snowballing. Oh, that's really laboured from Ryuza, but he gets it in the end, thankfully.
Milino struggling with the aim. That's the second round where he looks like he's had an aim duel that he should win and has just completely whiffed by the looks of things. Some shots coming back on through here from Evolution Power, but not enough to really convince the scorers. YZK, again a long spray, and there's another pause. This one has to be attack timeout now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's by EP. Okay. Yeah. Whew. If that was another tech one, that's so awkward. Thankfully, it's not.
No. It's getting to the point where the attack timeout actually starts to make sense here for Evolution Power. They're going to want to nip this in the bud before it gets too outrageous. Already had to make one big
They don't want to repeat as well, right? They don't want to. Don't want to see exactly what happened where they have to put 7 rounds up in a half just to be able to just about win it out 10-8.
I got a Pikachu fact for you.
Go on.
Do you know the difference between a female Pikachu and a male Pikachu? It's to do with the tail.
Is it how many zigzags are in the tail?
Nah, it was close. The male Pikachu has a straight end to the tail, and the female Pikachu has like a heart shape.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
One of the things
I really haven't paid attention to the shape of the tails.
Yeah.
It's one of those like little facts you like. It's like one of those, you read it in like a magazine or something when you're a kid.
Can that be counted as a Mandela effect?
I mean, if you thought that they were all straight for whatever reason.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. But I feel like that's not a Mandela effect. That's just that you just didn't know.
Exactly.
It's a different thing to believing something that was not true, as opposed to just not knowing.
True.
First of all.
One of the things I'm going to do while I'm here is they have like exclusive Pokemon gear.
Okay.
For like mice, like peripherals in general.
Sure.
You can only get them in China. I'm going to get them.
Fair enough. Go off, King.
When in China, as they say.
I don't know if that's the way the saying goes.
When in China, buy what the Chinese buy.
I mean, they're going to take it to Machine Room for some aggression. Rizal swings out, gets knocked out, and somehow Eagles with an M4 will pick up a double. That's going to be down to a 2v3. And looks like Evolution Powers continue on sending it, but Danimals will quickly spray down 2 on the top of the head, leaving YZK all alone, and coming right behind them is going to be 7 on a huge flank.
This one feels done here. I think
It
YZK
does.
going to get caught on timing more than anything. And Seven he doesn't actually have to peek here. This angle's so smart. Because if he went a little bit further forward, he could catch them in rotation. The only issue is YZK's just slipped the net. They've both looked sort of in the wrong direction, so he's actually been given the luxury of getting out. However, they're going to realize that now. They've cleared in towards Machine Room. He's not here. The only place he could have gone is mid or through mid into wood and on towards A.
I mean, I'm completely fine with this as well.
Sticking together, I think it's the right way to
2v1
play it.
trade retake is better than, holding the bomb site one-on-one, and then one guy goes down, and then now you're stuck in a 1v1 trying to
and
play against the
Imperial,
bomb as well, right?
They know it because Seven's just swapped from the Orm to the rifle, so they actually know that as well. He had the Orm out there.
Progression
He will
smoke.
go in towards the M4, so I think they themselves know that sticking together is the way to play this.
I almost would have preferred YZK to play up close behind that smoke. Sitting behind the box here. It's a bit of a open position. This feels like a one and done kind of position, whereas if you're behind that smoke, you might actually be able to multi-frag a little bit easier. So let's see though. Ooh. First frag is a clean one, and he transitions back across to the box on the left. Shots through from 7.
Ooh.
The nade helps out. It was close. It was a good effort, but given the way that round started, I have to say Evolution Power have let a pretty important round slip there. Probably should have been theirs.
I agree. It should have been. It is a little bit one and done, unfortunately for him. Need a bit more out from Zay. 1 and 5 so far from him for a very important factor. 7, pop shot. They've been loving this double arm, actually. Imperial side. Seven and Eagles both picking it up. It's working. It's good to see. Seven's looked pretty confident with it, and he also knows he has that ability to pick up a rifle off one dropped.
YH almost getting clapped there while crossing. However, he's going to stand there just fine. And in the meantime, XQQ has cleared out Machine Room. He doesn't want to overstep until he has some support from his teammates. And I like this from GDSC. He is crouch peeking in up top of the stairs. And he doesn't risk all that much because that angle doesn't get pre-fired all that often. Playing the time game once again. Evolution Power only have a single round.
Yeah, I'm not hugely enjoying it so far from Evolution Power, I must say. I think they made a couple of pretty critical mishaps. They could actually quite easily be on 3 rounds if they would have converted the rounds they should have.
Mino and that one just gone, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Both of which arguably, maybe not so much the one just gone, but definitely the Mino one should have gone their way.
Yeah. Either way, it makes a big difference, right? A 4-1 scoreline as opposed to, you know, maybe a 2-3 or a 3-2 even favoring you.
Yeah.
So a lot of coming back being required from Evolution Power right here.
I think once again also showing the weaknesses of them on this map too. Hence why it was such a good punish pick.
It's good entry though. GDSC down straight away, and this should be a pretty clean entry into the site from Evolution Power. They can take a lot of space. They can get that plant down. They've even got a couple of players still up by Wood to try and slow down the rotates of Imperial. XQQ nicely going to be able to get out of the corner as well. So must-win round from Evolution Power here. 5-on-4 retake. You've got to make sure you lock this one down.
Oh, there's 2 bad fights though. One with the HE, one with the Orb. XQQ, he knows the flanking player. They saw Danimals earlier. He's just got to hit this shot, and he can't. Ryu's out. Also spamming. M4 good through that fence. He looks for a second on towards Eagles. Runs out of ammo. The Colt pulled out as well. Given time for that reload as he wants to reposition as well. Danimals, they know where he is. He just got a kill over towards stairs. Gets the site sure. This kill on towards Mino is all the more important, and he can't get it. Mino tagged up. Finally wins out on that head-to-head.
Finally, but man, that was a bit close. Those first couple of entries on the retake from Imperial had me a bit worried for Evolution Power for a second. Still, Imperial holding all the cards at the moment. 4-2 the advantage. They've also still got their timeout in the back pocket.
True.
It's their map pick.
They're not too worried at the moment.
Correct.
Not worried at all for sure.
If they get 5 first half, I'm actually pretty happy with this.
Yeah?
Yeah. Can get a lot of work done on the blacklist side of this map, so you're right. 4's already pretty good for Imperial right here.
It's also the fashion at which the 2 rounds have come through for EP. That one there, a little shaky. The first one as well. The first one a little bit better, but even still, it's not always replicable and not always that consistent either.
What are the probabilities? Well, of course, like, Imperial's not going to go 0-2, but let's say by any chance, by like that slight 1% chance, Imperial drops this 0-2. Then what's the probability of the teams that proceed into the playoffs?
Well, you said it was right against whoever wins this game basically plays all games.
Maniac
right?
now has a shot, right?
I can't remember who is it. Ubek against Imperial?
Let me have a quick check.
I think so. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, because it would be.
Because Ubek has a win on top of a Lotus.
So Ubek would have to beat Imperial if Imperial lost here, but
if Imperial got grouped, that would be crazy. I mean, they're normally, Imperial, one of the most consistent teams in group stage. That's always where they do their best work. Obviously, they have their problems in playoffs, and it's not even just Summer Championship, it's also the previous years as well. They've also pretty comfortably, smoothly made their way through groups. Normally not even dropping that many maps, never mind games, and playoffs, different story. So yeah, if they were then go into that Ubek game and be in a bit of trouble, that could be wild. EP, they're falling apart here though. YCK and XQQ for all to do, and some messy shots finally. Final bullet of the Colt will see it off. 2 versus 3, not impossible. Danimal spotted crossing into his back sight. This still feels very difficult. They're quite isolated here.
They should honestly have just exited there. I think they had the opportunity. XQQ was already out lockers. YZK could have gone back out to middle. You could have rerouted quickly back over to the other side, but instead they try to stick around and fight, and inevitably it gives Imperial enough time to sort of send their troops back in and swing together. So Evolution Power, they pick one up, but instantly they drop one, and now they kind of need to win the half out for this to look a little bit safe and secure.
Eagles going for the pass shot. I mean, sure, Blacklist is the better side to play on sub-base, but for Evolution Power, it just feels the way that they can juice out 6 rounds, 7 rounds on the Global Risk side based on their playstyle and skill set.
You're more of a believer than I am.
I am.
I'm not feeling this from EP. This map has looked bad now in the technically 3 halves of it we've seen from them. So, I mean, they lost it, sure. And I know it wasn't that bad of a loss, but it's just the fact that they shouldn't be losing that.
I mean, are you feeling that it's getting cooked here for
I think this is I mean, I sort of thought this was going 3 from the get-go anyway, but I really already kind of feel like it's going 3 here. I mean, especially if Imperial, if they get a 6th, make it a 6-2, I think it's probably done in this one, if I had to be perfectly honest.
I mean, 6-2, you're probably right, but...
If they got it to a 5-4...
5-4? 5-4 is alright to me.
5-4 is alright.
Yeah.
I just think if you get towards anything like a 6-3 scoreline or most definitely a 7-2 scoreline at the half, I think it's done there.
Oh, 7-2. There's no doubt in that at all. 6-3? Questionable? But one condition is given. If you do pick up the round after switching,
yeah,
becomes 6-4. Then it becomes very much more doable. But it looks like Evolution Power is going to send it down towards the Nook. GDSC has to hold this one down, and the spray is good for 1. Quickly on the headshot through the smoke, and now the flash is going to completely blind him. Swinging to the side of the Nook, not going to work out. And YZK, the timing is so good for him. Drops down from the vents and catches that him off guard. And the bomb site is completely free for the bomb to be planted.
That's really important, actually, the way in which they went about that. It's a little bit laboured there. Will actually be quite costly. Still, though, numbers advantage on this post plant. C4 already down as well, so time ticking. And I mean, Eagles and 7, they've just not got really a hell of a lot of information about what this setup's even looking like. They're sort of wanting towards back sight on the missile itself, but aside from that, they don't really know what the other 2 are.
Give it a go. Yeah. I know, with about 2 HP.
that was a go. It was a go. They went straight out.
And lucky for him, he dodged both nades. That was essentially right next to him.
One more round left in this half, and Evolution Power can do quite a bit to make this look a little bit more doable for themselves by getting the 4th. But it's not started well.
Big. That's a spawn-based peak as well for GDSC. Doesn't always pick up the ARM. He's at that front spawn, so he wants to say that fighting tools would, and it works. Very well done. He immediately swaps the ARM back over and picks up the AK. I love that. Small little adjustment. This is where that 6-3 is looking potentially possible. 7. Quick shot of his own. That is lovely. This is looking very good indeed. Oh, EP. Not a fan of what we've got on the cards here. If I have to be perfectly honest, they have really had their woes.
Yeah. Gone from bad to worse, really, this half for Evolution Power. They just haven't been able to find any consistency.
I mean, they did still found their 3rd. Just need to pick up this one to still stay in the talk in a healthy manner.
Tough, though. 5v3, man. This is really asking a lot. Double stack here towards window. 7.
Yeah.
He was waiting for that one. He knew it all day. And even if he did die, the trade would have been immediate. There's another player in towards window there, so he would have been fine.
Zay's having a hard time being present in the lobby. 2 kills only after 8 rounds. Oh, if he drops down, this is going to be
spotted.
Probably. Yeah, he's definitely spotted. It has to fall back. He knows that too.
Don't need to beat that down, Wolves. Don't risk you losing your head for nothing.
Well, Zay. Oh! He might actually make this one doable. Double kill from Zay. Minnow's got himself 1. Spam in there from Ryuzao. The trade just missed. Ryuzao so low off of that exchange, but this is doable. Zay looking sharp in this round so far. Has been a bit missing. 1-7. Spotted out by Ryuzao. Can't get the shots across. 6-3. Imperial will hold on for that last round of the half, and once again, a pretty significant advantage heading into the halftime break.
I mean, they almost made it happen. I mean, they surely brought it down to a 2v3. to a 2v2, and then just the timing was a little bit off for Zay. 6-3 first half. Imperial looking very strong. And Seven's gonna get tagged while crossing. Imperial, they might just send it down towards the nook, going for the A split. Zay's gonna shut down Ruzao, and the nade is good to land on 7.
Wow.
And YZK's nade is also on point, right on the money.
It's a pretty decisive start to the half from Evolution Power. Assuming Eagles doesn't find a way to convert it, of course, but good start. And it's more or less mirroring what we saw last map. 6-3 at the half. First round of the half, Evolution Power wins it, brings it back to 6-4, which just instantly kind of relieves a little bit of the pressure, because 6-4 is a very, very different ballgame to a 7-3.
For sure. Also the fashion as well. It was really quite scrappy from Imperial. They're normally so kind of solid in the way in which they play. We're going for a quick play here. If you can get 2, that's okay. It's ball time for Zay on that rotate, playing up towards the missile himself. Flash won't do all that much. Second same as well, as head was tucked. The third does catch him a little bit, hence why he's pushed off the angle. The Colt's in trouble here. He gets a bit of support. He's going to get the reload off as well. Next QQ up close. Quick trades. Quick find. 1 versus 1. YZK and Eagle's going to dip away. But YZK's on for the flank here. This is super scrappy. He then doubles back as well. C4's dropped on towards the A site.
Wow, YZK's playing this one so passively.
On a 1v1, might as well as go for the passive plays.
I don't know. I mean, you're allowing Eagles the chance to just walk in and get that C4. Now, YZK, I mean, he's gone on a mission. Does he know the C4's dropped?
I don't think so. There were...
I don't think he spotted them, though.
Yeah, smokes and flashes all over. So...
Someone had to have known, though.
Yeah, but I think they probably just assumed it was just picked up.
Is he coming from vent now? Yes, he is.
Ooh, this is very quiet, though, isn't it?
Well, he's given Eagles all the advantages now. C4's down. Eagles has had time to find a post plan if he wanted it to, but YZK creeping down the stairs has now been spotted. Both players have seen one another. YZK's going to go straight back up to the window and back around. He's going to quickly flank through to stairs and see if he can maybe just catch Eagles on a timing, though. It seems Eagles is aware of it, prepared for it, but the shots are so clean. YZK backs himself and wins a critical clutch for Evolution Power.
He's had a great map so far, actually. 14 kills now as well with that last. Brilliantly played it. It looked like it was super passive, maybe slightly nervy at one point as well, but it ends up working absolutely fantastically in the tail end. And only a 1-round game in this now. Imperial, that's twice where they've had advantages to work with and they don't capitalize upon them.
Is there a comeback cooking in the pot, Neo?
Maybe, honestly. Imperial looking shakier than usual on their BL side.
Maybe a little bit traumatized from dropping that previous map.
It's probably actually weighing on their mind a little bit, thinking, you know, we were at such a lead and we let it slip. We started badly in towards map 2, and yeah, it might actually be sitting on their mind just a little bit. Because they're not even playing the traditional Imperial sense, which is taking, you know, some steps back and really waiting out the util, playing slow. They're trying to force it, it feels, and that's where things are slipping away.
And this time, Evolution Power playing posted back with the arms. YZK going for one as well. Imperial's thinking about testing the water. I'm not sure if GDSC picks into it. He's going down in a blink of an eye. They'll smoke connector. I mean, that's one way to cross, but looks like they'll just fall back out of this one.
This is more like Imperial, though. Slowing it down, baiting out util, baiting out fights. This is sort of, to a degree, their kind of bread and butter a little bit more. Looks like an A setup with a split through mid with Ruzao holding for those lurks. But there is presence here of 3 players. YH, Nino, XQQ, and even YZK coming over too. This could be a little dicey. I feel like Ye's going to hit one, but he has the AK. It's not the right weapon for that angle. He's trying to spam through, and it's a very, very good round from Imperial. That's more like it. That's the sort of rounds we expect out for them. Draw out the clock, draw out the fights, and then pounce, change in tempo, mid to late round. Really well done. Last guy spotted. Zay, no chance. He might get killed by that jumping shot, in all fairness. And down he goes in the end by Danimals. Much better. Much, much better.
Smack them all. Zay couldn't find the head. I mean, the round was cooked at the end of the day. He was down to about 20 HP and a 1v5, stuck in events. What more can you do?
7-5, the lead grows back to 2. Imperial looking to hang on this time, but it really feels like that is the storyline in this matchup. Imperial trying to hang on to the lead that they've cultivated in both of these maps. They were unable to do so on map 1, and Evolution Power are coming storming back here on map 2 as well. A couple of quick kills to start off round number 13, and it looks like it's a foregone conclusion. Imperial, no chance in this one.
Yeah, this was done.
So swapping rounds once again, and since Imperial has a round on top, they can surely reach for 10, right? First, before Evolution Power does?
Yeah, I do like these, more often than not, I like these sort of quicker rounds, just aside from when it's Imperial. Imperial do their best work when they slow it down. Every time they've tried to go quick, they always fall flat. Evolution Power, they're doing a very good job against these kind of slightly more rush plays, and this is where I'm getting a little bit worried. YZK, good round from him. Just shy of 1.5k damage as well so far. Love and Life in the server at 14-9.
Seven, 6, just one round differential. And this time Imperial also going for the slow play. Like you said, that's where they find most of their success from. But XQQ is going to be counter boosted up the vents. I don't think Imperial realizes that because they haven't sent a player into vents to see that there's an actually a player from Evolution Power being posted up there.
Slow approach from Imperial. The grenade just going to give GDSC a bit of a tickle, but there's a re-aggression into lockers from Evolution Power. Mino just set up to watch that. Does have Zay behind him.
This is more like Imperial. Slow it down. Wait to see what the reactions are looking like for EP and then utilize it against them.
Yeah, if you recall, when Evolution Power did this on Blacklist side, Imperial were kind of baited into making some info plays.
Yeah.
Losing players a couple of times on Ankara. Does not look like Evolution Power are going to fall into that trap.
Still got a good amount of util as well. Ready just in case they need it for a retake. Imperial, same sort of situation with them. A few smokes and a flash. And flashes, may I say. So that's okay. 40 seconds, though. They'll start to make a move now. Double flash is going to be sent in as Danimals wants to try and lead the charge. No one close left, and now they can start wrapping in towards B. The first fight's very good as Ryuzal delivers well, but Zay will respond in kind. Trades benefiting Imperial here, and they're doubling it down as well as YZK and XQQ left with a lot to do.
C4.
It's not a bad shot, though, at all. Like you mentioned, C4 drop. Oh! Recollected! Compoed out! And XQQ's gone absolutely huge. They dip away. That could be enough. They could play time. C4, that's the first point of contention. They got to pick it up. And Eagles, he's even going to struggle to find a place to plant this. And he won't be given the luxury. That is so well played. XQQ,
Yep.
We've been missing him for a while, but he finds his form when it matters most.
And that is the beauty of this game. One tiny little misstep for Imperial. They didn't have the C4 on the site. They had to cross the C4.
Yeah.
You can see that in that microsecond, if you understand the game, that they have to cross the line of the sniper. And if he hits that shot, drops the C4, it becomes a winnable round for Evolution Power, and they've got that done. That is a huge round to pick up for the Chinese squad.
And to put more whipping cream, he does go for the Colt shots and he hits it, gets a double kill to make things even worse. And XQQ now, unlike yesterday, he's going to be able to go hit his own pot shots, and that's going to be Eagles cooked through the smoke, through the wall.
Such a quick shot as well from XQQ. My God, that's more like it. That's the XQQ that we missed when we saw Subbase the other day. But as a whole, if this round gets seen over the line, you again have to credit it to that sniper. They got a double arm to work with. I like this from YH too. They know they don't actually need to fight. Smoke gonna go down. Sort of expecting Imperial to be a little bit more passive in terms of their approach. Pop Flash gonna come around. Won't do all that much in all fairness. They're so ready for this A hit.
Yeah, YH. He's in a bit of an off angle here. I kind of like this from him. YZK did miss that first shot, but YH will not make the same mistake. 2 for 1. And already Imperial down to just the 2 remaining players. It's a pause being called as well, surely by Imperial at this point. Nades over the top. Not going to harass GDSC all that much, but he has to come absolutely nuclear right here. 3 on 1 for him. Flank coming in from Mino. I don't know if I really like that, honestly. I think I'd rather just see all 3 Evolution players go together.
Yeah, he's done though.
But
no way.
Oh, he is absolutely cooked.
Has not taken enough space. He needs to just hit some crazy shots. He has. Mino once again tasked with the one-on-one, and he missed his shots earlier in the last clutch. Can he do it? GDSC saves the day, and that is unreal. This is almost a celebration timeout now for Imperial rather than a desperation timeout.
Oh, Mino in the 1v1s.
But it's not even his fault though.
True.
Like, he shouldn't be in the 1v1 there. You know what I mean? Like, they have 3 players. Why are you not just sending 3 down the stairs, trade it out? Instead, you split your forces, and that opens up the opportunity for a really big play.
But then again, who do you blame for that? The caller.
Sure.
Which is then, So, yeah, it's tough, losing on 2 fronts here. I mean, so well played. Had absolutely no right to win that. Some bad shots being had there by Evolution Power, but credit to Imperial. That's the sort of round, winning that alone, that could be all the momentum just completely taken out from EP.
We thought he was just completely cooked, stuck by the silo, but eventually picks up 2 and then goes for that 1v1 duel, wins it. I mean, Imperial just keeps the dream alive, I guess. 8-7.
I think the thing you have to be saying right here if you're Evolution Power is, look guys, we got a little bit unlucky in that round. Yes, he's come up with a really big play. That hurts, that stings, but we've been the better team in this half. We've consistently been the better team. In that round, we got it to a 3v1. It should be our round. Let's just brush it off. We know we're the better team. Let's continue to be, and we'll still be able to close this one out.
Yes.
Don't let that affect us, because that's the reality, actually, is that Evolution Power, the way that they've been going, should be closing this map out with a win.
Yeah.
But for the fact that there's a big clutch coming through from Imperial. Yes, the job's a little bit harder, but Evolution Power have definitely looked better in this second half.
No, without a doubt.
And the pause being called by Imperial could be used by Evolution Power. They can utilize that to talk about the mistakes that happened on that last round. So, hope some too a little bit more.
In a way, I don't even know if there's that much you can talk about as well from in just that one clutch. You just got to be, you've essentially just got to say, my bad, really.
Yeah.
And, it's one of those days. It's one of those rounds. Hopefully one we can just forget about and continue things as the way they were. But at the same time, it's not an easy round to forget.
I don't know if almost the timeout kind of works against Imperial there, because what else do you want in that kind of a situation as Evolution Power but the chance to reset?
Yeah.
And they get that. And it's thanks to Imperial kind of preemptively calling that timeout.
This is what I was saying to Sneaky yesterday. My assumption is they can't call timeouts in the freeze time.
No.
Because
you have to do it before the round ends.
Yeah.
So that they can pause it.
Which is tough, right? Yeah, exactly. Which is tough for me in the sense of, like, obviously in hindsight, the last thing Imperial would want to do is have gone into a pause there. They don't want to... You can talk about letting, Evolution Power sort of sit on it and that kind of dwell to a degree, but I think you're right. It gives them a chance to reset, which is what you don't want to do. You don't want to allow these guys to go back into it. You want to have that 1v3 weighing on their minds as a round is live.
Imperial's going to come in down towards middle, which is not being properly watched. Mino is now thinking about getting in there. Rather, it looks like they're just going to go for the 2-3 split, give up middle, and then just hold them to bomb sites. Is essentially what they're doing.
Well, Mino, he'll be tested here again, and this time does not get a shot off. Zay's going to drop off the rafters. This has gone horribly wrong. Zay has to save the day. He needs a multi-frag, and he'll get it. That is huge. Zay keeps the dream alive for Evolution Power. He'll eventually drop to Eagles, but it's allowed the rotate in from YZK. C4's dropped on the site. YH going to swing. He'll see Eagles in dark. YZK is going to get that information now, and YH pushing his way forward denies the plant. Evolution Power bring it back to 8, but ooh, that was scary.
That is a huge round.
If you don't see that 3K from Zay, it's round over.
I can't just say, Zay, obviously, you know, we spoke about it multiple times that first half. He was non-existent in this map. What a time to come alive. My God, I mean, they needed him.
That's almost equilibrium restored. You know, GDSC has had one big round. Zay's had one big round. Now we're back to even.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on. It's all anybody's game here. Oh my God, Imperial, that's going to hurt a little bit.
Zay came out of the first half with like 3 kills, 4 kills.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and now he's sitting on 11, comfortably, so clutching up for sure his team. And like I said, this could be anyone's game. I think we said this earlier on the previous map of Ankara.
Animals going to get a bit of room. Nice opener, though, going to come through from Mino. Might be able to do it in the closing, but opening's not too bad. Imperial, oh, they fall flat so quickly. They try and bound in as a core of 3, and in a matter of moments, left down to 2. No fights go their way. No trades either. And then a flank of his own from Y8 does well. Last man of Eagles. What can he's got no way of collecting that C4.
No way of winning this round, really. And it'll be Imperial halfway off the plank, basically. And all it takes is Evolution Power one more step to push them over.
Getting fired up as well. Evolution Power. Feels like the first time I've really heard them get super loud.
9-8. And the music starts to play. It's Imperial's head on the chopping block.
Look at Eagles, man. 8-14. No show from him. And he's normally actually pretty sick to watch in this map. He's a little bit more versatile. Sometimes he uses the rifle as well to try and find some of these advantages, but he has been struggling.
Hasn't been his day today.
No, not at all. Map one wasn't even exactly great from him.
Well, let's see if Evolution Power can break the hearts of the Brazilian fans once again. Another 10-8 on the cards. It started so well. Evolution Power, it looks like they're getting it done, but 2v3, it's not locked in just yet. Mino, he needs to help his buddy. XQQ maybe doesn't need the hand. 7. Here's the last one standing, but not for long. That is that. Evolution Power will take the series 2-0, breaking the hearts of Imperial. That has got to hurt if you are an Imperial fan, supporter, or just Imperial themselves, because that really did feel like a very winnable series. But Evolution Power clinching the deal on both of those maps, 10-8, 10-8. And honestly, Imperial were front-running on both of them as well, so massive, massive blunder from them. It does mean best case scenario now, they're making it out of this group as second seed rather than first seed. So not only does it sting in terms of just losing in a close fashion, but also going forward in the tournament gets a little bit harder.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh man, it's not only losing, it's the way in which you've lost. You've lost because you completely fallen apart twice. It's all well and good where we can say, fair enough, you did it on Ankara, it's Evolution Power's map pick, it's not the end of the world. But you have this punish pick, a map in which you guys like, and you know Evolution Power have struggled on at this tournament, right? And, oh man, that's got to hurt so much. I mean, I even turned around just as the kind of the final kill came through and super tilted Imperial, as you would expect. We know they're a very emotionally invested team, but that's the type of map and the type of series that keeps you up at night. That's the type of series that means these guys aren't sleeping for a long time tonight.
Right, and hopefully for Imperial there's going to be something better in the future because it's going to take some recovering.
Yeah, I mean, there you have it, but at the same time, the chances are very low. But here's the thing, if they do lose to Ubek, then
no Imperial in playoffs would be wild.
It's going to be very tough. But yeah, like I said, the chances are very, very low. Imperial, they do have the skills, they do have the mechanics, they do have everything else except the loss here today.
I mean, it sounds wild, and I understand why you're sort of telling it that way, but when we think about how Imperial tends to go at these international events, when the going gets tough, then actually the tough doesn't really get going. They do kind of start to slide a little bit. That's what we saw at Summer Championship as well. They started really well. They topped their group, and then they got into those playoffs, and once they started losing in playoffs, they just didn't stop losing. So now that they've started losing, and in pretty awkward fashion there as well, I do wonder if this is actually not the best possible chance you could have gotten for Ubek. I mean, I'm not going to say, I think, look, when we get to that series, I will still probably predict Imperial, but Ubek got to be feeling pretty good about this.
And on top of that, even if they do win against Ubek, because they're going out of the group as second seed, they'll either have to play against Q9, Wolf Empire, who has beat all gamers, or 3BL, of which all three are...
3BL Antisocial still yet to be played.
Yet to be played, but most likely 3BL is going to come out as top seed.
I don't think you should be that confident there.
Yeah.
As a West enjoyer, I'd rein that one back in.
I reckon I'm in on an Antisocial, but we'll talk about that when we get to that
later.
Yeah. Either way, as you say, obviously taking second seed, definitely less preferable than taking first seed. That's the big takeaway. Stats tell the story, don't they? YZK stepped up, XQQ didn't go missing this time. Sub-based, instead of being an 8-10 loss, is a 10-8 win. Don't know if that's maybe just a little bit of magic coming through from XQQ there, but Imperial, it didn't really feel like anyone kind of had their big moment apart from GDSC. One round from him. Honestly, got it closer than maybe it even should have been.
And the one player they really were missing as well was Eagles. He was a no-show, which is crazy. You know, the second we get XQ back online, it feels like a perfect time to have a good little head-to-head there. But no, complete no-show coming forward from Eagles. He really, really could not get going when it was opening, whether it was finding a little bit of room in towards wood. So, yeah, tough time without a shadow of a doubt. And Ubek actually, just at the moment, literally AP, ahead by the finest of margins there in that sense. Obviously, it'll come down to that final game in Group C to see who actually ends up getting second spot. But, the teams that are potentially up ahead, regardless of who comes out of Group D, the group of life, but the other side, Q9, their current form looks absolutely incredible. Wolf Empire, we know how good these guys are. I mean, the fashion in which they beat AG, especially on that map number 3, means that, I mean, for me, I think probably the scariest team in the world currently in terms of just consistency out from them. So, it makes things considerably harder. But I think the main thing for Imperial is just a change of narrative, the change of story. These guys are meant to be, the group stage merchants sounds like I'm being, disingenuous with them, but they normally don't falter in group stage. They're normally super solid, always kind of finishing normally first, right? Doing a very, very good job of actually showing a level of consistency. And like you said, it's in the playoffs and they pick up losses, and then the losses start, they continue. The fact that it's come this early is never a good showing. And the fact that, on the other side, Ubek, we know they've got this slightly unorthodox style of play. That's, I don't know, man. I'm still obviously going to be rooting in a way that Imperial, or I'm favoring, I guess you could say, Imperial in that sense, but it definitely changes things massively for me. So yeah, I'm worried for them. I'm concerned without a shadow of a doubt. I think the only time we've seen Imperial not come top of the group was it AG they were in against?
Last year at this event, they played against AG in the group. They
did, and AG finished top, right?
Yeah, AG finished top. They lost to AG in the group stage, and then because of the way that the group, the sort of the playoff draw actually played out, they actually then played AG in the playoffs as well.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, so this is where I want to say, like, this actually could be a massive disaster for Imperial, right? Yeah. When you think about their last 3 international tournaments. Okay, so this one, let's just assume they do make it through to playoffs, but they do it in second seed. It goes wrong, they're out. Boom, done. Unfortunate. Summer Championship, made it out in first seed from their group, looked fantastic in their group stage, lost to AG, boom, done.
Yeah.
Disappeared, got dominated by Wolf Empire in the lower bracket. at this event last year, CFS Grand Finals 2023, lost to a team in group stage, but still made it out. Played the same team in the playoffs, lost 3-2, full best of 5, went the whole distance, lost that. So it's like everything that's possibly going wrong for Imperial at these international events is maybe starting to come together. Unfortunately, against them, not for them. But, you know, like, they just seem to have this unfortunate run. Even though they look good in a lot of cases when they're playing internationally, the CROSSFIRE gods are against them.
So they have a good run, but they end up running into a brick wall, like a
whatever that wall
big
is.
Brick wall.
Whoever's, you know, last year it was AG, this year it was AG and Wolf Empire, and here, I mean, we'll see what it ends up being, but it could be AG again that they go up against.
It very much could be, and even if it's not an AG, it could be the team that are AG's Kryptonite and arguably the best team in the world right now, Wolf Empire. Right. Nobody wants to face them. Q9, who, you know, Sneaky's even been saying they're actually the best team from China these days with AG's inconsistency. And I don't even think he's that wrong. Jay's not exactly looked fantastic standing in with his team, with a change obviously from Jabal to him, from the Summit Championships to now. So, yeah, maybe he's right. I mean, there is a real world in which it can be spicy. Or we could even get the potential for Brazilian derby. And granted, Imperial have Antisocial's number more often than not. That would actually be the only time in a long time they've got a blessing. Because it feels like, you know, when we talk about the luck of the draw, they've got anything but luck in those draws. So that could be huge. I mean, generally, this could be really heartbreaking stuff for them.
Yeah, well, at least for Imperial, they've got a little bit more to play for. But for now, it is Evolution Power's moment. So we'll go back down to the stage and hear from the interview.
Welcome back to stage, and this is for the aftermatch interview session. And for the fourth match, it's the YH from EP. Congratulations, and congratulations to the MVP, YH.
Hello, 大家好，
Say hi to all the savers. Hi, I'm YH from EP. First, congratulations for winning this match, and this is a hard-won victory. And also, for the whole process, it's hard training. Can you share your feelings now? I think this is like really hard one, like do or die. And let's recap the match. For the first map, it's Ankara. We start with 1 to 6. What was your mind when it was 1 to 6? And we thought that since when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And I think that we are still have opportunity to win. So when it was 1 to 6, everyone feels heartquake. And also IMP was doing well in their gun shoot skills. So where is the pressure? I think the strategy is very fast, and they are doing very good in their gun shoot and in the grenade and the flash. So we were in a panic in the first half of the game. So in the first half of the game, we won 3 points. So after switch sides, so what's the difference in our strategy? So we've focused on the mindset, the leadership of YK, and also then we won the victory. And on the second map, sub-base, we were also lagging behind in the first half of the game. And what was the problem? I think that when we were global race, like they were doing better, and then the second half of the game was like 7 to 7. There was an end game. We were 3 versus 1, but then GDSC they got the victory. So what was the problem? I think it's that we got to the different, the wrong position, and then they got the opportunity to fight back. So like we didn't go simultaneously, so in the end game we were doing not very good in the team communication. So we hope that we can avoid this in the following matches. And then we got 3 points consecutively and got the victory. And in this match, it seems that we have some new ideas in our grenade and flashes. Do we have any preparations? So before the match, we did a lot of preparation, and we found that in different regions, they have different ideas, so we got a lot of preparations on how they use this grenade and the flashes. So that means we draw experiences from other teams in other regions and do some targeted measures. And in the following matches, it's very tight. And also, other teams, they are also improving their skills. So Do you have anything to say in the following matches? Like, we will work hard, we will redouble our efforts. And thanks again for the interview, YH from AP, and we hope that you can do better in the following matches. And thank you for your support. All the savers and all the 4 matches is very exciting. And also for tomorrow, we have 4 BO3, and all the team will bring us with excellent and extraordinary performance. And let's look forward to tomorrow's performance. Thank you.
Well, fellas, I'm no English to Chinese or Chinese to English translator, but I do know what Jio means, and it means let's go. So I think they were pretty happy with the win there for Evolution Power. They're happy.
They've got a share as well.
You got a share. Well, mate, we're basically halfway there.
Yeah, mate.
Get that other guy off. We'll sort it out. We'll be fine. I think between the two of us, Brains Trust, we might actually be able to get half a competent interview out. But anyway, look, we've got to talk a lot about the situation here at the CFS Grand Finals for 2024. Update you through groups A to D right now. It's Q9 and Vasco looking pretty locked in for the group, but we'll still wait and see what happens with Vasco. If they maybe lose to ranking, if LCK can somehow beat Q9, could theoretically, still mathematically possible be a change up there, but I'd say it's probably Q9 and Vasco most likely locked in for Group A. Over in Group B, a very similar situation. Wolf Empire definitely locked in. Chengdu All Gamers just have to wait and see how the rest of their games go, and for UNKnights and Swamp, realistically, no chance at all for Swamp.
Yeah.
Most unlikely for UNKnights. So things are pretty much progressing as we've expected throughout groups A and B. Over in C, Evolution Power at the top, they're guaranteed. Ubek Maniac actually currently sitting in second place, although they still have that game yet to play against Imperial, and that will be the decider match. So this one's not going to come down to a tiebreak or anything like that. This one is just going to come down to who wins that last game, and whether or not maybe Ubek Maniac can get the upset over Imperial. And in Group D, well, this is where things might get interesting, more so the battle for first place rather than qualification. NEXTTOP and SGJ Reborn are done, but 3BL and Antisocial still yet to play. Bench, you had some faith in 3BL. Why?
I mean, just from their showing in this offlane tournament that's happening right now, and all of those games are actually going to be played tomorrow. LCK versus Q9, UNKnights versus Wolf Empire, Ubek Maniac versus Imperial. All of these underdogs, of course, are going to be lower in terms of chances of winning, but they're going to be die-hard trying.
For sure, for sure.
And, you know, if they're die-trying, sometimes a miracle happens, a sun run happens, and one of these teams out of these 3 or 4 may just be able to take down top dog.
Expecting any shenanigans?
I mean, I'm going to be backing 3BL because they're my boys from the West, but I think 90% of people, if we do it like the predictions, especially from the other streams, will probably go with Antisocial. I feel like that's the clear favorite on paper. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, obviously I've got to back my boys. I would like to see that there is like some funny, weird worlds in which we could see the likes of a Vasco not make it, which would be wild if that happens. Obviously it requires a bunch of other results. I think the main takeaway they've had from today especially is ranking need a change, that's for damn sure. I think PM's probably on the chopping block. I think they're looking at Orm players and they're looking at snipers, and we've actually seen a couple from the region look all right. And I think, you know, with the Vietnamese teams really starting to climb up, man, who knows? But the ranking, disappointing tournament for them. I think they probably actually said we have a chance of playoffs here, and now being already out before we even get to the final day of groups is a pretty wild sentiment that we're in. So potential shenanigans. Would be hilarious if LCK somehow squeezed through. Very unlikely, probably like less than a 5% chance, but would be very, very funny. And I think for 3BL, if they get a #1 spot, there's a world in which you come back to bite them, right? If you face AG in that next round, it's like, it's the worst case scenario. But then is Wolf Empire even better?
Well, there is a lot to think about, but that's all going to be coming up tomorrow. It's been a fun day today. We do hope you'll join us again tomorrow. We've still got a lot of the group stage yet to bring you, and it'll be coming back same time and same place as today. We'll be there, and we hope to see you there as well. For now, though, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
struggle feels like an endless fight. But the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你就不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine.